Chapter 1 Rebirth. Kiss Tang Qingluo forcefully at the beginning, and start the life restart system. Suyao First People's Hospital. In the emergency room, as the heart rate monitor gradually turned into a straight line, Luowen's eyes became heavier and heavier. Am I really going to die? Luowen asked himself. But then he felt relieved because he could finally find the person he had been thinking about day and night. I'm here to find you, Qingluo, I hope you're still waiting for me. Luowen kept talking to himself in his mind, as if that person was right in front of him. I hope when we get there, you won't blame me for making you wait so long alone. Beep beep. The scene in front of Luowen was constantly changing. From the time he and Tang Qingluo met to the time they fell in love, and then there was their painful separation. A tear slowly flowed down Luowen's cheek, and the heart rate monitor turned into a straight line. It was finally over. Blue Star, Suyao No. 1 Middle School. Following the sound of high heels stepping on the ground, a young woman with a delicate face but no expression walked in. This is Lin Qingyi, their homeroom teacher for 3 years of high school. As the class monitor shouted for her to stand up, the other students also stood up one after another. She stood on the podium and glanced at the students below, and soon found Luowen lying on the table. Luowen, stand up. Tang Qingluo, his deskmate, quickly poked him with his slender arm. Smelly Luowen, stop sleeping. The class teacher is here. After being stabbed, Luowen opened his eyes dazedly. What the hell? What happened? Shouldn't I be cremated by now? Luowen sat there in astonishment. He looked around and was surprised to find that this was not his high school classroom. He twisted his thigh hard, which was very painful, but it also proved that he was not dreaming. Luowen, who had read so many online novels, immediately realized that he was reborn. He was really reborn. He was reborn at the beginning of his senior year of high school. Luowen couldn't hide his emotions and almost jumped up with excitement. There is still time for everything. Tang Qingluo did not have a car accident and nothing has happened yet. Looking at Luowen, who was still in a daze, Lin Qingyi's face was distorted with anger, and then she walked down from the podium. Luowen, did you sleep well? Do you want me to move the recliner in the office to you? As he said this, he kicked Luowen's calf with the instep of his foot. Lin Qingyi? Lin Qingyi. The students who were still watching the show were stunned for a moment. The whole class fell silent and everyone cast approving glances at Luowen. Luowen, you've really grown in ability. You even dared to call the teacher's name. After hearing this, Luowen realized that he had just called out the name of his head teacher. Looking back on the previous life, Lin Qingyi took special care of Luowen. Not only did she give him special lessons when he was about to take the college entrance examination, but she also comforted him during the darkest time in Luowen's life and helped him get through those painful memories. Therefore, he had special respect and gratitude for Lin Qingyi. But now I have made her so angry, I deserve to die. I'm sorry. Teacher Lin. After saying that, Luowen stood up and waited for Lin Qingyi's scolding. Looking at Luowen in front of her, Lin Qingyi was stunned. Why did this kid change his character today? She couldn't help but wonder in her heart. But before she could say anything, Luowen's eyes glanced at Tang Qingluo, who had a puzzled look on his face. Although Tang Qingluo was wearing a school uniform, his delicate facial features gave him a unique charm. She was his childhood sweetheart and also his girlfriend. The moment he saw Tang Qingluo for the first time, Luowen's emotions could no longer be controlled. To be more precise, it was longing, a longing that lasted for 30 years. Luowen could no longer suppress his inner emotions. He suddenly hugged Tang Qingluo, and the soft body was instantly wrapped tightly by him. The sudden hug made Tang Qingluo at a loss for words. She just felt that the warm and strong body made her feel very comfortable. But it didn't take long for her to react. This happened in the classroom during class time, and most importantly, the head teacher was right next to us. Thinking of this, she immediately wanted to break free, but the next moment Tang Qingluo's peach blossom eyes opened wide. Luowen kissed him, and his lips slowly covered Tang Qingluo's lips. Her brain froze and her two little hands grasped around in confusion. The soft touch and slightly cool temperature made Tang Qingluo's face look like a delicate apple that would ooze out water if bitten. The whole class fell silent in an instant. They couldn't believe that Luowen actually kissed Tang Qingluo in public in front of the teacher. Lin Qingyi, who was standing aside, looked at him in disbelief with her fox eyes. She originally thought that Luowen had changed his character, but unexpectedly he became even more of a bastard. He just wanted to forgive Luowen. The voices of his classmates woke Tang Qingluo up immediately, and he slapped the stinky guy on the lips. Ouch! Ah! Luowen cried out in pain. The pain made his intelligent brain start working, and Luowen realized that he was too impulsive just now. The girl is not his girlfriend yet. And Lin Qingyi was right next to him. Was he going to die again just after his rebirth? He is now thinking about what will happen to him when he returns home. That was truly a sword in the hand of a loving mother, slashing at the body of a rebellious son. Could it be that his road to rebirth would be strangled in the cradle before it even began? Oh. As Tang Qingluo broke free, Lin Qingyi's angry rebukes followed. Luowen! You've really grown up. You're acting like a hooligan in public. Now you and Tang Qingluo come to my office right now. After saying that, she left angrily in her high heels. Luowen felt embarrassed looking at Tang Qingluo with a flushed face. Tang Qingluo blared at Luowen with her beautiful eyes and did not forget to step on him. This kick was not light. Luowen grimaced in pain, and Tang Qingluo couldn't help laughing when he saw him. Hurry up and leave, Tang Qingluo said coquettishly. Just as Luowen was about to catch up, a voice suddenly came from his mind. Congratulations to the host for activating the life restart system. This system will take you to the top. As an old bookworm in his previous life, how could Luowen not know the system? Oh shit. It's really the system. I am indeed the man chosen by God. It must be the masculine charm I exude that attracted the system. Host, please don't be narcissistic, this is completely randomly selected. You should be thankful to have obtained such a beautiful system. Carrot. Fuck, how come this system is more narcissistic than me? Can I return it and exchange it for another one? What are you talking about? Do you really dislike this system? No. How could I dislike such a beautiful system like you? This is not bad. Since you are so sincere, this system will now open the personal information screen for you. As soon as Luowen finished speaking, a virtual screen lit up in his eyes. Host, Luowen. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 99. Average number of fans, 999999990. Physical fitness, weak. Learning ability, waste. Initial points 500. Skills items, none. Chapter 2. Flirting with Tang Qingluo. When Luowen saw his physical condition and learning ability, he instantly lost his composure. No matter how tall he is 1.85 meters. How can he be weak? Look at that loser. It is simply naked slander. Host, please do not doubt that this is calculated through big data. Besides, don't you have any idea about that Su? Luowen, who found it useless to defend himself, also accepted this. The host being tested is in a dangerous period. What? Does the host open the novice gift package? Yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physical condition improver. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the voice of the person you love. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super learning ability. Is that rich enough? Host, please select the character to bind your voice to. This means that you can hear other people's thoughts by binding them together? Yes. Then quickly bind Tang Qingluo to me. After all, he had not yet conquered Tang Qingluo, but now that he had such ability, it would be just around the corner for him to conquer Tang Qingluo. An obscene smile unconsciously appeared on Luowen's face. What are you doing? Hurry up and catch up. Tang Qingluo's soft voice came over. Hearing Tang Qingluo calling him, Luowen quickly chased after him. At this time, Tang Qingluo had not yet recovered from the shock just now, her face was still flushed, and her two delicate little hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes. The high ponytail looked particularly cute as Tang Qingluo ran. After entering the office, Luowen and Tang Qingluo walked straight to Lin Qingyi. You are quite amazing, classmate Luowen. Lin Qingyi sat on the chair with her pair of beautiful legs in black stockings crossed together. Teacher, I said this was an accident, do you believe me? Luowen pretended to be innocent and argued. Lin Qingyi was speechless, do you think I'm a fool? Hearing this, Tang Qingluo couldn't help but interrupt, Teacher. I forgive Luowen. Can I settle this matter with him privately? Tang Qingluo looked at her with a pitiful look, the sparkling eyes kept spinning. Stinky Luowen, I will only help you this once and I will definitely not help you next time. Humph, big bad guy. Lin Xingyi was helpless as she looked at the girl in front of her. She thought that she was too naive and would be deceived by this brat sooner or later. Luoan, let's just let this matter go for now, but if you don't rank in the top 10 in the midterm exam, I will transfer you away to prevent you from causing harm to Qing Luo. Lin Xingyi took the opportunity to give Luoan an ultimatum. Luoan quickly agreed. After all, Luoan was confident about this little thing. He was a man with a system. Tang Qingluo originally wanted to refuse on Luoan's behalf, but she didn't expect that he agreed before her. Because in Tang Qingluo's opinion, there was no way Luoan could make it into the top 10. Does this stinky guy Luoan really want to separate from me? Does it mean he won't admit it just because he kissed me? Does Luoan like me? Otherwise, why would he kiss me? But now he obviously wants to break up with me, so sad. If he doesn't coax me, I will ignore him for 3 days, carrot. Hearing what Tang Qingluo was thinking, Luoan almost couldn't help laughing. His little childhood sweetheart is still so cute. I'll have to tease her a little later. Lin Xingyi calmed down a bit and said, you guys go back first. And Luoan, if there's a next time, you know what will happen. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at him coldly. At this time, Tang Qingluo was already running away in small steps like a little rabbit. Luoan hurriedly caught up with him and said in a mean way, I didn't expect that, Tang Qingluo, do you like me? Otherwise, why did you protect me just now? Should I call you Qingluo or Xiaoluo now? Luoan said with a look on his face that asked for a beating. Hearing this, Tang Qingluo's face instantly turned red. Luoan, go to hell. As he said this, he bit him. Luoan dodged by leaning sideways, and Tang Qingluo, who missed his attack, felt aggrieved and sad. Stinky Luoan still doesn't forget to bully me, does he hate me? Did he kiss me just now just to make me hate him? Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo's peach blossom eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist, and her 2 delicate little hands were clenched tightly, trying hard not to cry. After hearing the girl's inner thoughts, Luoan also realized that in the girl's mind, he was still a poor student. It was an oversight. Luoan quickly stepped forward and added, even if I don't get in, the teacher will probably forget about it. He looked nonchalant, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Hearing this, Tang Qingluo's peach blossom eyes instantly lit up again, but he said arrogantly, why are you telling me this? I don't care. Seeing Tang Qingluo talking angrily, Luoan was even more at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If he hadn't been able to hear the little girl's inner voice, he would have really believed her lies. It seems that we need to continue to cultivate our relationship. Although the girl likes him now. But after all, we have always lived as childhood friends. If I confess my feelings now and scare this girl away, it will not be worth it. Looks like I have to plan carefully to capture Tang Qingluo. After all, this little girl is extremely thin-skinned. Why doesn't this guy coax me anymore? Don't think I'm a woman who can be coaxed with just a few words. Carrot. If this guy dares to leave like this, I will ignore him for 3 days, or I will not go to school with him for 3 days. Tang Qingluo was thinking beautifully, but saw that stinky guy Luoan smiling slyly. This stinky guy actually laughed at me. I ignored him. She was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly felt her hand being wrapped by something warm. Under Tang Qingluo's surprised gaze, Luoan took her little hand. Tang Qingluo's little hands were so soft that they felt like they had no bones. Hurry, let me go. Tang Qingluo said with a blushing face. Luoan laughed and held her hand even tighter. What's wrong? Xiao Qingluo, I don't know who asked me to hold her hand every day when I was a kid. That was when we were kids. It's different now, hurry up, let me go. Seeing that Luoan was reluctant to let go, Tang Qingluo's face became redder and redder. I'm ignoring you. Tang Qingluo turned his head away in shame and anger and stopped looking at him. My little Qingluo, please don't be angry, okay? I will let you go if you are not angry, Luoan said with a robed look on his face. Tang Qingluo couldn't stand such an intimate name. Luoan hadn't called her like that since junior high school. I'm not angry anymore, please let me go. Her face flushed with shame, and her peach blossom eyes glanced away, not daring to look him in the eye. When did this stinky guy become so good at flirting? Why is he calling me like that? It sounds so intimate. I can't stand it. Seeing that Tang Qingluo was about to turn into a steam engine, Luoan also let go of his hand. You said it, stop being angry and go back to the classroom. At this time, Tang Qingluo had not yet recovered from her shock. She was still aroused by Luoan's arousal, and her face was still as delicate as a peach. How could this guy be so proactive? In fact, Tang Qingluo had already liked Luowen since she was a naive teenager, but Luowen had always treated her as a younger sister. But Luowen's behavior today made her confused. What should she do? Tang Qingluo silently followed Luowen back to the classroom. Chapter 3: Slap the Chinese Teacher. As soon as Luowen stepped into the classroom, he attracted the attention of the entire class. The thin-skinned Tang Qingluo felt a little uncomfortable when being stared at. He lowered his head and dared not look at him. On the other hand, Luowen had a relaxed and contented expression. At least he has lived a new life, so he won't be influenced by this group of little karamis. If such a small situation could affect him, then Luowen would really be eliminated from the army of Rebirth. After returning to his seat, Tang Qingluo quickly pulled the bench to its limit. He looked as pitiful as a little white rabbit, and Luowen was the big bad wolf. Luowen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw her like this. Why are you staying so far away from me? I want to eat you. I won't believe you, you big bad guy. Luowen was even more speechless when he heard Tang Qingluo's thoughts. Am I that scary? As the school bell rang. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. Because of the class, Tang Qingluo couldn't avoid getting close to Luowen, otherwise he wouldn't be able to see during class. The class is Chinese, which is also the most hated subject in their class. Their Chinese teacher is known as Lao Baideng. He is well known in their department for his vigorous and decisive style of doing things. As the thermos was put down, the whole class fell into silence. His eyes swept across and stopped on Luowen. She had heard about Luowen's glorious achievements this morning, so she was a teacher who exuded the brilliance of humanity and put professional ethics above all else. Today she is going to punish Luowen. Luowen, please recite the road to Shu is difficult, the Chinese teacher shouted at the top of his voice. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the teacher was targeting Luowen. We just learned this lesson, and Luowen is a poor student. Thinking of this, they had already thought of Luowen's fate. But Luowen was not panicked at all. He is a man with a system, plus his super learning ability. Isn't this search for a thief? This is the kind of English you can't understand. Teacher, can you give me a minute to take a look? If I can't memorize it after reading it, I will punish myself by copying the original text 100 times. Luowen said calmly. The whole class was shocked by Luowen's outrageous move and were talking about it. Luowen is in trouble this time. Who told him to act so pretentiously? He deserves it. Yes, who asked him to kiss my goddess Qingluo? The people below were waiting to see Luowen's good show. Luowen suddenly felt something pulling at his clothes. He looked down and saw Tang Qingluo looking at him anxiously. The pink little hand pointed at the half-hidden book in the desk, signaling Luowen to read the book secretly. Tang Qingluo's anxious look made Luowen feel distressed. He didn't want to see his childhood sweetheart like this, so he gave Tang Qingluo a reassuring look. Tang Qingluo? Ah. This guy, please stop trying to show off. This stinky guy must be exhausted to death if he does this 100 times. It seems I have to help him write it, hey. Hearing Tang Qingluo's thoughts, Luowen couldn't help but smile. As expected, little Qingmei still cares about me. As expected, little Qingmei only feels sorry for her brother. If the back of my head could talk now, it would probably say, "Ya, isn't this my little brother at the corner of my mouth? How come you are so free after not seeing you for a few days? Come and see my little brother at the back of my head when you have time." Okay. I'll give you 1 minute. If you can't recite it, I'll do as you say. The Chinese teacher sneered. She didn't think Luowen could recite it. Luowen picked up the Chinese textbook and felt that the knowledge he saw had already penetrated into his brain, along with an understanding of each word. Holy crap! Is super learning ability so awesome? Of course not, the system's products must be top-notch. Luowen closed the book confidently, with a smile on his face. Everyone thought this guy was giving up. Tang Qingluo had silently picked up the pen and was writing rapidly with the look of a great injustice. Luowen spoke slowly. Alas, how dangerous and high it is. The road to Shu is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Kansong and Yufu, how confused they were when founding the country. For 48,000 years, there has been no human traffic with the Qin frontier. Those you guard may not be your relatives, and they may turn into wolves and jackals. He avoids fierce tigers in the morning and long snakes in the evening. He grinds his teeth and sucks blood, killing people like crazy. Although the beautiful city is said to be fun, it is better to return home early. The road to Shu is as difficult as climbing to the sky. I look westward and sigh. When Luowen finished reciting the last sentence, the whole class fell silent and the Chinese teacher stopped responding. Fuck! Then thunderous applause broke out, and the most enthusiastic ones came from the group of girls who liked Luowen. Although Luowen kissed Tang Qingluo before, they were not together, so they felt there was still a chance. The girls shouted, Luowen, my road is always open to you. It's a private road. Luowen, sister will come to tutor you in biology tonight, okay 3. Teacher, can I sit down now? Luowen said speechlessly equals. He has been standing for a long time. Anyone would have sore legs. Okay, please sit down, classmate Luowen. The Chinese teacher just reacted. She didn't know why Luowen was so awesome today. He was like a cow riding a plane. So awesome. As soon as he sat down, Luowen felt a sour smell coming over him. Turning his head, he found that Tang Qingluo was pouting and looking at him with a resentful look, and then his little hand rushed towards Luowen. Luowen instantly felt the soft flesh on his waist making a 360 rotation. The extreme pain almost made Luowen scream out. What are you doing? Don't ask me. You have your own idea. Tang Qingluo looked at him with resentment. This stinky Luowen made me worry for nothing. And those women actually wanted to steal my Luowen. It's all Luowen's fault. He looks so good. Attracting the wind and butterflies, ugh. Listening to Tang Qingluo's inner thoughts, Luowen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this girl was so jealous. Chapter 4, Coaxing Little Lolo. Tang Qingluo was absent-minded throughout the entire Chinese class. Finally, when the get out of class was over, driven by curiosity, she proudly touched Luowen with her arm. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with Xiao Luo? Get out! Tang Qingluo rolled his eyes at him and raised his little fist in a threatening manner. If you dare to call me like that again, I will beat you to death. Looking at the little girl's fierce look, Luowen thought she was very cute. He even wanted to poke Tang Qingluo's angry little face with his finger. But reason told him not to do that. Tell me what it is. I am willing to serve my little childhood sweetheart. That's more like it. How did you memorize that just now? That's it. I thought you were mesmerized by my masculine charm. Bah, narcissist. If you dare to say that again, I will beat you. Tang Qingluo raised his little fist and threatened. Okay, my lady, is it not okay for me to tell you what I am telling you? I knew how to recite this text before, so I was able to do it when the teacher asked me to do it today. After all, if you can't talk about the system, you might as well just find an excuse to fool people. What should I do when I am asked about it in the future? Let my future self handle it. What does it have to do with my current self? I told you, how could you become that powerful? Tang Qingluo looked at Luowen with an expression that said I understand. Seeing how cute Tang Qingluo was, Luowen couldn't help but joke. Were you worried about me just now? No. Of course the girl whose thoughts were seen through by Luowen would not admit it. But to be honest, Luowen's guess was quite accurate. Then why did you look so anxious before? Luowen said with a look that asked for a beating. But before Luowen could finish his words, Tang Qingluo made a 360-degree rotation on his soft flesh. I was wrong. Is that not okay? Luowen begged for mercy with bared teeth. See if you dare to talk nonsense again in the future. Luowen was not a kind person either, so he hit Tang Qingluo on the kidney. Tang Qingluo was caught off guard by the sudden attack and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Tang Qingluo suddenly lost his composure when he realized that he had screamed. The delicate little face wrinkled up in grievance, and she didn't look at Luowen as if she was angry, and her tender little mouth slowly pouted. Luowen is such a bad guy. Such a bad guy. If Luowen doesn't coax me this time, I will absolutely ignore him. How come the stinky Luowen is so skilled? Has he played like this with other girls before? The moment Tang Qingluo thought of this, he felt even more aggrieved. His peach blossom-like eyes were already brimming with tears, making him look very adorable. After hearing the little girl's inner thoughts, Luowen couldn't help but sigh. This little girl has so much going on in her mind. He didn't know Tang Qingluo's feelings for him until he graduated from high school, and he always treated him as a childhood friend. It was only after they were together that he realized how damn possessive this girl was. He's just like a walking jealous person. Thinking of this, Luowen couldn't help feeling a little sad, because in his previous life he had lost the girl who loved him so much, and he would never let her get hurt in this life again. Tang Qingluo hadn't noticed yet that a pair of large hands were approaching her. Suddenly, Tang Qingluo felt her eyes go dark, and a pair of big hands covered her eyes. "Guess who I am?" Luowen teased Tang Qingluo in a very funny voice. The girl had a low sense of humor and was instantly amused, saying with a giggle, "Luowen, I know it's you, but it's useless to coax me now, just go away. Hurry up, just say a few more words to comfort me. I'm easy to please, just say something to make me happy." This little girl is really two-faced. It's true that when a woman says no, she actually wants it. Luowen remembered that the cheesy love words from his previous life might not exist now, so he decided to use them to tease the little girl. "Guess what my zodiac sign is?" Tang Qingluo was a little confused. Could it be that he was confused after sleeping before? He actually asked me, but I have known it since I was a child. Pisces. Wrong. Ah, aren't you a Pisces? Did I remember it wrong, a WW? It's tailor-made for you. The girl's face turned red instantly, and she looked very beautiful. Ah. How come Luowen is so good at flirting? Why didn't I know this before? The girl's inner fantasies made her so embarrassed that she simply buried her head in her arms, not daring to look up and look at Luowen. Tang Qingluo was now like a little chick, trying hard to push his way inside. Luowen really didn't know that Tang Qingluo was so shy. It really subverted his worldview. After all, Tang Qingluo had always been the active party in his previous life. Thinking of this, Luowen smiled obscenely again. Luowen can now be said to be a liberated serf singing the praises of his ancestors. At least the initiative is still firmly in his hands. No, why would this guy say something so cheesy? Is he a scumbag? You're teasing little girls everywhere with this kind of talk. When he thought of this, Tang Qingluo felt as if his heart was being pressed down by something, and tears were about to overflow from his eyes again. Damn it! Why is this little girl thinking so much? No, if he continues like this, his image in the little girl's eyes will collapse. Tang Qingluo, who was daydreaming, suddenly felt a warm breath blowing on his earlobes and going straight to the top of his head, making him feel numb and very comfortable. Turning around, Luowen was looking at her tenderly. "What are you doing, classmate Tang?" Tang Qingluo didn't want to give him a good face because of his previous guess, so he said with a stern face, "I'm not as idle as classmate Luo, playing with friends of the opposite sex all day long." Luowen was speechless. He only had one friend of the opposite sex, Tang Qingluo, and he only had basic communication with other girls. As expected, an angry woman is the most unreasonable. But there is nothing he can do, after all, she is his little baby. What to do? Just pamper her. Luowen came closer and said shamelessly, "I forgot to tell classmate Tang that I only said those love words to my childhood sweetheart, and I only played with my childhood sweetheart, not with other opposite sexes. By the way, classmate Tang, do you know my childhood sweetheart? My little childhood sweetheart is so pretty, I can only describe her in one line of poetry. The beauty of lotus flowers overshadows the present and the past, and the beauty of lotus flowers is shameful." After saying this, the blush on Tang Qingluo's face became brighter, and even his collarbone showed a faint red. "I just don't know if the area under his collarbone is red, equals Omicron. Ah, I can't stand this anymore, stinky Luowen, why is he like this? This stinky Luowen must like me, it must be like this, otherwise he wouldn't have explained it to me in particular. No, I can't fall first, I must let Luowen confess first. OQ. Chapter 5 Conflict, The Dog Licker Chin Show. Just when Tang Qingluo was happily thinking about how many children she would give Luowen in the future, a magnetic voice came into her ears, "Xiao Qingmei should go to physical education class." Tang Qingluo looked up and saw Luowen standing at the door waiting for her with a smug look on his face. "Don't call me childhood sweetheart," Tang Qingluo said with a bit of shame and anger, and pointed at Luowen's waist, and raised his little fist and pretended to hit him again. "Stop messing around and go to the physical education class." Before Tang Qingluo could react, he felt something warm wrapped around his palm. Luowen didn't care whether Tang Qingluo was willing or not and just took her little hand to go to physical education class. Speaking of which, girls' hands are also soft, aren't they? They feel soft and cool when held in your hands, and very comfortable. He is shaking my hand, shaking, hand. The temperature of the girl's face rose instantly, a faint blush appeared on her white cheeks, and her ears seemed to be burning red, white with a hint of red, making people want to take a bite and savor the taste carefully. Tang Qingluo seemed to be in a trance. He just lowered his head and let him pull him. It wasn't until we got to the playground that we realized, quick, quick. Let go, our classmates will misunderstand us. How could the reserved girl have seen such a scene? Seeing that Luoan didn't let go, Tang Qingluo pulled her own hand out. Luoan calmly let go of her hand but did not forget to tease her by scratching Tang Qingluo's palm with his fingers. The numbing feeling immediately spread from the palm of her hand to the outside. Let go, let go. The girl, who had turned into a steam engine, pulled hard, but because Luoan let go, she sat down on the ground. The ground of Luoan School's playground is made of rubber particles. It's not as painful as falling on concrete, but it's not comfortable either. You just know how to bully me. The girl couldn't hide her aggrieved tone, and the tears in her eyes were gathering quickly, as if they would flow out at any time. Seeing Tang Qingluo fall to the ground, Luoan could no longer stand, and hurriedly ran forward and asked anxiously, "Are you injured? If you are injured, let's go to the infirmary." Tang Qingluo didn't say anything but just looked at Luoan with a wronged expression. Anyone who saw her delicate and pitiful face would feel distressed. "I'm so mad, I don't want to pay attention to him. Ah, it hurts, I might have bruises. Woo woo woo, TT. It seems that if I don't make this little girl happy today, she will ignore me," Luoan muttered softly. Just as Luoan was thinking about a remedy, a deep voice was heard. "Luo, don't think that just because a few girls like you, you can take yourself as a..." Luoan looked up and saw a dark-skinned athlete walking towards him. Luoan thought carefully about who this person was in his mind, and soon he remembered that this was Qin Shou, the leader of the sports students in their school and also a loyal pursuer of Tang Qingluo. He was originally very upset when he heard that Luoan had forcefully kissed Tang Qingluo in the morning. When he was worrying about how to deal with him, he happened to see Luoan apparently bullying Tang Qingluo. He thought about being a hero and saving the beauty, eliminating Luoan in one fell swoop, and winning Tang Qingluo's heart. Qin Shou's face was filled with excitement when he thought of this. In Qin Shou's opinion, this wave of advantage is in his hands, so he walked straight towards Luoan without hesitation. Before Luoan could react, a beautiful figure stood in front of him and said, "Qin Shou, what do you want to do?" Tang Qingluo protected Luoan behind him like a chick. His delicate little face became serious for once, but his eyes were still red, probably because of the tears he had just shed. "Qingluo, what are you doing? This guy bullied you this morning and now he's bullying you again, and you're speaking for him now," Qin Shou said in surprise. "Call me by my full name. You can't call me Qingluo. Luoan didn't bully me. Even if he did, it's none of your business. Qing, Luo. I said call me by my full name." Luoan just watched from behind Tang Qingluo. It was rare for him to see the girl be so fierce, but when he thought that she was standing up for him, his heart was filled with sweetness. Qin Shou was unable to speak, so he pointed the gun at Luoan. "Luoan, this is all you can do. You are such a coward that you only know how to hide behind a woman. Aren't you ashamed?" After this commotion, people around were attracted and came to watch the show. "If you have the guts, let's go to the bathroom and have a fight. Do you dare?" Qin Shou was still shouting loudly. Luoan frowned slightly. To be honest, if there weren't people around, he would have beaten Qin Shou. He had never suffered such an injustice in the grappling techniques he had just learned in his previous life. Although I didn't learn it very well, it was more than enough to deal with this kind of karate. Before Luoan could speak, a slightly fat man suddenly emerged from the crowd and said, "Brother Luo, don't be afraid. I'll support you." Luoan looked at the fat man who was still catching his breath beside him, and immediately remembered who this man was. He was his best friend for 3 years in high school, and they had climbed over the wall together at that time. "Fat Long, why are you here?" Fat Long's real name is Xie Long. Luoan calls him Fat Long because he is fat. Don't be fooled by Fat Long's fierce look, he is actually a funny guy. "Just now, I heard someone quarreling over there, and when I found out it was you, Luoga, I thought I couldn't let you suffer any loss, so I came over to help you." Luoan was moved by what he heard. After Tang Qingluo died in his previous life, Luoan got drunk every day, and every time it was Pang Long who pulled him back from the street to enlighten him. But in the previous life, Pang Long died early due to stomach cancer. Luoan secretly decided that he must control Pang Long's diet in this life to prevent the tragedy from happening again. Brother Luo, don't just stand there, let's deal with this Karami together. Hearing this, Luoan came back to his senses. Looking at Qinsho in front of him, Luoan was a little speechless. Qinsho became even more annoyed when he saw Luoan standing still in front of him, but he was not a fool and would not really fight two people at once. With Qinsho's titanium alloy licking dog brain thinking quickly, he came up with a good idea in an instant. He wanted to humiliate Luoan, make him lose all face, and then finally take the beauty home with him. The more Qinsho thought about it, the more excited he became, and his saliva flowed out unconsciously. When he realized this, he quickly wiped his mouth and said seriously, "Do you dare to compete with me in a 5,000-meter race?" "Oh, sure," Luoan raised a smile without anyone noticing. Chapter 6, Exploding Qinsho. The host has used the physical condition improver, and a machine-like voice sounded. Then a blue virtual screen appeared in front of Luoan. Host, Luoan. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 99. Average number of fans, 999999990. Physical fitness, top. Learning ability, top. Initial points 500. Skills items, none. Looking at the numbers displayed on the blue virtual screen, Luoan felt extremely comfortable. Finally, it's not that damn waste anymore, Luoan muttered softly. Qinsho was also a little surprised when he heard Luoan's answer. He was still thinking that Luoan would not be fooled so easily, so this time it was much easier as he didn't even have to use words to provoke him. Qinsho's mouth corners couldn't help but turn up. No. Tang Qingluo was like a furry cat, staring at Qinsho. Luoan, don't be fooled. Let's go find the teacher. Don't pay attention to him, Tang Qingluo said anxiously. The girl at this moment no longer had the soft and lovely look she had just now. She now looked anxious as if her baby was about to be taken away. Seeing that Luoan didn't say anything and still looked confident, Tang Qingluo became so anxious that his eyes turned red. Yeah, Luo Ge, don't be fooled by this kid. It's better to beat him up than to be real. Seeing that Luoan didn't respond, Panglong quickly agreed. Luoan was so moved when he saw the anxious girl that he couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms and comfort her. When the girl wanted to say something, her head was suddenly covered by a big hand. Looking up, Luoan's expression of "don't worry" also calmed the girl down. "Don't worry, don't you still believe in my strength?" Luoan said to Tang Qingluo with a smile. Speaking of which, Tang Qingluo really didn't believe in Luoan's strength. When they were in the 6th grade of elementary school, they got into a fight because of a conflict, and Luoan was the one who was pinned to the ground and rubbed. Therefore, her understanding of Luoan's strength is still superficial. But for some reason Luoan's smile gave her a complete sense of security, as if he was determined to win. After pacifying Tang Qingluo, Luoan walked straight up to Qinsho and said, "What's the fun of just comparing? Why not have a gamble?" Qinsho was stunned. He didn't expect Luoan to be so brave. "I was a little hesitant at the moment, wondering if this guy would play any tricks, but then I thought that I had the advantage." Then he pretended to be sly and said, "So you are very brave." Luoan ignored him and thought that this guy must be seriously ill. "Let's bet that the loser will kneel on the ground and call the other person daddy, and then that person will ride on the loser and crawl around the playground. Do you dare?" Luoan stated the bet directly. Fuck. Who is this? Why is he so brave? Doesn't he know that the other party is the captain of the sports team? This guy is from class 2. Apart from being handsome, he's a total loser in every other way. Luoan, you must have been kicked in the head by a donkey today. This is not the way to act cool. Just wait and see how Luoan gets blown up. The people around were talking about it, and they all felt that Luoan was bound to lose today, and they all looked like they were watching a good show. Luo, and how about? When Tang Qingluo wanted to say something else, he suddenly felt a warmth coming down from the top of his head. Luo Anbian rubbed Tang Qingluo's furry little head and said gently, "Don't worry, trust me." The girl's face flushed, and her rosy lips gradually closed, but her eyes seemed to be firm as if she had made up her mind. Well, that's it. I have to believe that Luoan can do it. Even if he loses, I will not let the bet go through. I will stop him even if he throws a tantrum, Tang Qingluo thought secretly in his heart. Why are you still standing there? Are you scared? Qinsho felt a little unhappy when he saw them kissing each other. Luoan didn't say anything and walked straight to the front of the runway. After all, no matter what you say, it can't be as real as proving it with your own strength. Two people stood on the runway, both of them had very professional postures, with their feet apart, their bodies slightly bent, and their eyes looking straight ahead. The sounds around them gradually died down, and they all listened nervously to the sound of the starting gun. With a bang, the two men ran out quickly. Luoan took the inner lane first and led the way. Shinsho was not in a hurry. He felt that if Luoan ran like this, he would definitely run out of strength before 400 meters. The people around him all agreed that Luoan was going to be blown up soon. Tang Qing Luo and Fatty Long were different. They kept shouting, "Come on Luoan, Luoan is awesome." But they were unsure, and all they could do was cheer Luoan on. But gradually, people around them noticed something was wrong. The gap between Shinsho and Luoan was getting bigger and bigger. Luoan seemed to be tireless and kept running forward. Shinsho was also panicked at this time. He had fallen into Luoan's rhythm and had to run at full speed. The girl's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the uneasiness in her heart gradually subsided. A heated discussion suddenly broke out around them, precisely because Luoan in front had trapped Shinsho. Fuck! This must be a lie, Shinsho has been tricked by Luoan. I am uneducated, so I can only use wow to describe this man. At this time, Luoan, who was still running, did not slow down, but kept speeding up. After 1 round and 2 rounds, Shinsho gradually didn't even know how many times he had been trapped. The all-out run just now had left Shinsho with no energy left to catch up, and now he was running forward driven by willpower. When he crossed the finish line, Luoan stopped and felt as if all the strength in his body was drained away. He almost fell to the ground. Suddenly, he felt a soft touch on his arm. When he looked down, he saw that the girl had already supported Luoan's staggering body with both hands. Why are you running so hard? You're pulling him so far, you can just slow down. Tang Qingluo's tone was full of heartache and blame. I'm fine, just a little tired, don't worry. Who's worried about you? I just. The reserved girl would never admit it. Just what? Luoan asked with a smug look on his face. The girl was unable to answer the question, so she turned her head away angrily and didn't look at him, muttering to herself that all men are pigs. Shinsho, who was still running, almost fainted when he saw this scene. He lost what little strength he had left and fell straight onto the track. The people around also felt it and went over to help him up. As soon as Shinsho got up, he heard people around him pointing and talking. It's a sports team, but I didn't expect to be blown away by Luoan. It's really embarrassing. Luoan is really awesome. He has trapped Shinsho several times. I just want to say Luoan is awesome. Luoan had almost finished his rest by then, so he walked towards Shinsho under the gazes of everyone. It's time to get down to business. Chapter 7, Discipline Shinsho. You won't forget the bet just because you fainted, will you? Luoan said to Shinsho expressionlessly. He knows that you can't show mercy to such a person. If you let him go this time, he will dare to come again next time. Shinsho didn't dare to look up at Luoan. He lowered his head and said nothing. You don't think I will let you go if you don't speak, do you? Luoan seemed to see through Shinsho. Well, I'm sorry. I won't bother you anymore in the future. The bet we made just now is invalid. Shinsho said and left without caring whether Luo Antong agreed or not. If it were an ordinary person, they would just leave it like this. After all, it is better to leave aside for the future. But who is Luoan? He will not give face to such a person. He directly stepped forward and pushed Shinsho to the ground. I said, can you leave? Shinsho didn't expect Luoan to be so tough. He was determined to fight him to the end. Mr. Luo, don't be so arrogant. Be careful or I'll find someone to beat you up, Shinsho said angrily. Shinsho still wanted to stand up, but he didn't expect Luoan to be so strong that he couldn't even resist. Okay, I won't bother with you anymore. Get up. Luoan stretched out his hand to Shinsho abnormally. Looking at the hand right in front of him, Shinsho hesitated for a moment before holding the hand that Luoan extended. Maybe he was frightened by my domineering aura, he thought secretly in his heart. However, I didn't expect that as soon as I held the hand in front of me, I felt a huge force coming, followed by a deep pain. At this time, Luoan leaned close to Shinsho's ear and slowly asked, are you going to climb or not? Although there was still a smile on his face, the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. From the perspective of the people around him, they could only see Shinsho kneeling on the ground with a constipated look on his face, with Luoan supporting him. It was like a warm scene of care and concern among classmates. I'll climb, I'll climb. Let go of my hand. Shinsho's voice was trembling. Shinsho just felt that the person in front of him was a devil, and if he was given another chance, he would never provoke him. Luoan also let go of his hand, and Shinsho could finally take a deep breath. The pain just now made him almost breathless. After resting, Shinsho slowly lay down on the ground amid everyone's puzzled gazes, called Dad to Luoan a few times, and began to crawl around the playground like a dog. Fuck, didn't they just say the bet was off the table? Why is it being implemented again? This guy is really good, but I still like his rebellious look just now. Maybe he was moved by Luoan's behavior just now. I don't know who made the remark, and then everyone looked as if they had suddenly understood something, and they all admired Luoan's personal charm in their hearts. Personality charm, damn it. Shinsho cursed in his heart. The reason why Luoan didn't write on it was very simple. There were so many people around taking pictures. If he really wrote on it, his parents would be called soon. He was still watching Shinsho crawling, and Tang Qingluo also jumped over at this time. Stinky Luoan, when did you become so powerful? Looking back, Tang Qingluo was looking at Luoan with starry eyes. I have always been so awesome, Luoan said proudly. I don't believe it. A small ant could knock you down just like you did before. Tang Qingluo is not so easily deceived. She may not know what Luoan is like, but she knows every hair on his body. Seeing that Tang Qingluo was not fooled by him, Luoan said helplessly, forget it if you don't believe me, I have something even more powerful, don't you know? After Luoan finished speaking, he gave Tang Qingluo a lewd smile. What even more powerful? Could it be that? Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo's face immediately turned red. You're a pervert and a hooligan. The girl was so embarrassed that she didn't even dare to look up at Luoan. I'm talking about other sports, what are you thinking about? Luoan didn't even need to listen to her inner voice to know that this girl must be thinking about something wrong. Tang Qingluo also realized that she had misunderstood. She quickly argued, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. Then why is your face so red? You just called me a hooligan. Tang Qingluo now felt that he was too embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. I want to say that you are a hooligan, but I said that you have no right to interfere. The girl simply gave up and stopped trying to defend herself. Luoan was also a little hot from running, so he simply said to Tang Qingluo, let's go, the get out of class is almost over, let's go back to the classroom, it's too hot. Tang Qingluo followed behind Luoan silently without saying a word, still thinking about what had just happened. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little strange, Luoan tried to break it. Why did you protect me so much just now? Luoan asked. I'm afraid that you'll faint from exhaustion on the playground, and I'll have to drag you back. I'm afraid that I'll get tired myself. The reserved girl would certainly not admit that she cared about him. Don't think too much. I'm not concerned about you. The girl quickly argued. Luoan smiled but didn't say anything. This little girl is really two-faced. Not long after arriving in the classroom, school was over. They could have waited directly at the school gate, but it was too hot, so they had no choice but to come to the classroom to rest for a while. Let's go, school is over, Luoan said to Tang Qingluo. They were day students and their homes were not far away, so naturally they went home for dinner. In fact, Luoan originally wanted to stay there, but after being kindly persuaded by Tang Qingluo, he gave up the idea. After leaving the school gate, the two went to the parking lot together. Luoan pushed out his car first, but he didn't see Tang Qingluo come out for a long time. After waiting for a while, Tang Qingluo walked out with a frustrated look on his face. Where's your car? Luoan asked puzzledly. I can't find my key and can't unlock the door, the girl said aggrievedly. Why don't you go first? I'll be home in a short while. Because Luoan's bike was a mountain bike without a back seat, Luoan was allowed to go home for dinner first. Luoan looked at the beam on the car and came up with an idea. Chapter 8 never hit Tang Qingluo in the face. Why don't you just sit in my car? Luoan pointed to his own car. Don't be silly, there are no seats in your car, do you want me to sit on the wheel? Tang Qingluo also rolled his eyes at Luoan. There's a seat here, Luoan pointed to the beam in front of the car. No, Luoan, you better go first. Tang Qingluo's face turned red and his neck twitched just thinking about that scene, let alone actually sitting on it. How could Luoan miss such a good opportunity? He wanted to conquer Tang Qingluo as soon as possible. Why not? Come on and sit on it. My mother will scold me again if I don't take you back. Luoan also made an excuse. Seeing that Tang Qingluo was still hesitating, Luoan took direct action. Tang Qingluo, who was still hesitating, suddenly felt a force dragging her up, and then she was moving towards the car in mid-air. You bastard Luoan, put me down now. The girl was like a cat in Luoan's hands, kicking around with her two little feet. Stop messing around, let's go home, Luoan said with a smile. Who wants to go home with you? Humph. Tang Qingluo sat on the beam angrily, looking as adorable as a little rabbit. Luoan couldn't help but rubbed her head twice. Humph, don't touch my head, the girl expressed her disdain. Come on, touch me again, it feels so good. Looking at the girl in front of him, Luoan couldn't help laughing. After touching Tang Qingluo's head twice, Luoan got into the car. Tang Qingluo looked small from the side, and Luoan was behind her as if he was holding her in his arms. Tang Qingluo could already feel Luoan's body temperature coming from behind. She didn't dare to move at this moment and moved closer to Luoan. Luoan, I'm telling you, if you dare to move, I'll hit you. Tang Qingluo raised his fist and waved it in front of Luoan. Luoan said in a mean way, just don't do anything for a while. I won't touch you. You said it, you better not get slapped in the face later. What I said is what I said. The girl looked confident. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will twist you, and then he put his hand on Luoan's waist. Luoan also felt the pain in his waist and quickly closed his shameless mouth. Luoan is good in every way except opening his mouth. This is Tang Qingluo's evaluation of Luoan. Hold on tight, I'm about to start. Luoan reminded and stepped on. Because the start was too strong, Tang Qingluo couldn't help but fall into Luoan's arms. The girl only felt something hard and warm behind her, and she felt very safe lying there. But Tang Qingluo still had a hard mouth, so he pretended to be angry and asked Luoan to ride slower. Luoan was speechless. Why was this little girl so stubborn? He must taste her well if he had the chance. Why is the road ahead so uneven? I should have not walked this way. Find a place to hold on to and don't fall, Luoan reminded. Of course Luoan knew that this road was uneven, and he deliberately took this road. Tang Qingluo looked left and right, but couldn't find a place to grab. Seeing Tang Qingluo at a loss, Luoan took the opportunity to say, just hold onto my waist, or you'll fall down. Seeing that Tang Qingluo was still hesitating, Luoan pedaled faster. The broken road is ahead, hurry up and hold on tight when you're almost there, Luoan reminded. Tang Qingluo had no choice but to turn sideways and hug Luoan's waist. Feeling the warmth and softness in front of him, Luoan couldn't help but smile. A blush appeared on Tang Qingluo's face, and she only felt that she was holding a hard object. Luoan deliberately rode very fast, and Tang Qingluo held him tighter, fearing that he would fall off. Tang Qingluo's hands gradually became dishonest and he poked Luoan's abdomen with his hands. Seeing that Luoan didn't react, the girl became bolder and started touching him directly with her hands. Before Tang Qingluo could go any further, he was interrupted by Luoan. What are you doing? Can you stop touching my belly? It's itchy. Luoan really couldn't help it, otherwise he wouldn't have stopped Tang Qingluo's evil little hands. Tang Qingluo stopped what she was doing, her face became even redder, and she couldn't stop burying her head in Luoan's arms. Ah! I'm going to die. I was caught in public. How shameful. Tang Qingluo now felt that he could live on another planet. Chapter 9. I will never make the same mistake again in this life. The sunlight shone on the girl's hair and reflected in Luoan's eyes. He felt that everything was so beautiful. Luoan secretly swore in his heart that he would never let her down in this life. Riding at Luoan's high speed, they arrived at the community very quickly. The community where they lived was built relatively early, and there was no access control at the gate, so they could ride straight in. Luoan stopped the car and Tang Qingluo jumped out immediately. I'll go up first. After saying this, Tang Qingluo hurried upstairs. Tang Qingluo ran upstairs in one breath and was very tired. He quickly opened the door and hid in his room. Ah! Bad Luoan, you embarrassed me so much today. The girl lay on the bed, her head buried deep in a big bear, her two white legs flapping dishonestly. Qingluo, what's wrong? Did anyone bully you? Wang Haili was puzzled when she saw her daughter's abnormal behavior. No, I'm just a little tired and came to the room to rest for a while, Tang Qingluo explained quickly. Then take a rest. I'll call you for dinner later. Okay, Mom, I'll sleep for a while. The mother and daughter talked through the door. At this time, the girl in the room had a flushed face and was attacking the big bear. Why is Luowen so flirtatious today? When did he get such a good figure? He even has abdominal muscles. The more the girl thought about it, the redder her face became. Then, out of embarrassment, she buried her head in the big bear again. Omega. On the other side, Luowen was being chased and beaten with a broom. Luowen, you've really become so capable. Why don't you just go to heaven and kiss Qing Luo? Li Chunhua was furious when she was told about Luowen's brilliant achievements in the morning. He picked up the broom early and hid behind the door, waiting for Luowen to come in. Luowen was also miserable. He had just entered the house and had not yet had time to reminisce with his mother when his but was baptized by love. Mom, please listen to my explanation first. Luowen said while running, which was very funny. Seeing Luowen still smiling, Li Chunhua became even angrier. Explain your mother, explain. You can hit me, but you can't scold my mother. Omega. Luowen said to Li Chunhua. Luowen wondered if all parents liked to scold them. How dare you talk back? Li Chunhua took out a pair of slippers that she hadn't used for a long time and prepared to throw them. Just then, the door opened with a click. Luowen quickly seized the opportunity and hid behind Luo Hai, who had just entered the room. Dad, please take care of Mom as soon as possible, Luowen said in a pitiful tone. Luo Hai felt helpless when watching the scene in front of him. With his family status, it was difficult for him to discipline Luowen, let alone Li Chunhua. But in order to maintain his position as younger brother in front of his son, he had no choice but to do it. Wife, give me some face. Before Luo Hai could finish his words, a pair of slippers flew straight towards him. But he and his father were experienced and they dodged it by just turning their heads slightly. Wife, please talk to me first and make it clear that I want to fight with you. Luo Hai hurriedly grabbed Li Chunhua's hand holding the slippers. Li Chunhua temporarily stopped what she was doing and glared at Luo Hai unhappily. Your good son is still the one who kissed a girl in class, and the girl he kissed was not someone else, but the girl from Old Tang's family. After saying that, Li Chunhua turned her head and stopped looking at Luo Hai. Damn! My son is indeed as good as I was back then. Luo Hai also secretly gave Luowen a thumbs up. But due to the restrictions of his younger brother's position, he also pretended to be serious and said, Son, you are wrong in this matter. How can you kiss Qing Luo? She didn't agree. I know I was wrong. Dad, I will definitely change next time. Well, this boy is teachable. Okay, I don't know what you two are up to, so stop playing double game in front of me. Li Chunhua really couldn't stand the father and son's poor performance anymore. When Luo Hai heard this, he ran to Li Chunhua happily. Honey, don't be angry. Besides, didn't we date in high school? I was blind when I fell in love with you back then. Li Chunhua retorted. Luo Hai got anxious when he heard this. Don't talk nonsense. It was you who pursued me back then. There were so many people chasing me that they lined up from the east end to the west end of the village. You should be grateful that I fell in love with you. Li Chunhua's old face turned red, as if her secret had been exposed, and she grabbed Luo Hai's ear in shame and anger. What? What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again. Li Chunhua said as she gradually exerted strength in her hands. Ah, it hurts. I just said that it's my great honor that you like me. Honey, let go first. Luo Hai was forced to submit to Li Chunhua's tyranny. Looking at the scene of his parents flirting in front of him, Luowen felt very warm. In his previous life, Luowen was depressed for a while because of Tang Qingluo's death, and then he numbed himself with work. But he neglected his parents. When he finally had some free time, he was already middle-aged. His parents had already become old and frail and died one after another not long after. Because I was out of town negotiating a contract, I didn't even get to see my father for the last time. If he had cared more about his parents' health and feelings, they would not have passed away so early. Thinking of this, Luowen felt that he really deserved to die. I must not repeat the same mistakes in this life. Luowen looked at his parents in front of him with a firm look. Chapter 10 Mom, stick to me. Luowen was also very excited to have dinner with his parents after a long time. Mom, come and eat this, it's delicious. Dad, this is nutritious, eat more. Luowen picked up food for his parents with a happy look on his face. Luo Hai and Li Chunhua were also very confused. Luowen was really abnormal today. Normally, he would not even pick up food for them, and he would almost snatch the food from them. "La Luo, why do you think our son is acting weird today?" "Who knows? Maybe he's hiding something from us and feels guilty about it." Luo Hai and Li Chunhua discussed secretly. "Forget it, let us take care of whatever happens for him. Don't misunderstand him anymore and hurt the child's feelings," Li Chunhua said to Luo Hai. "Okay, let's eat first." The two of them also returned to normal. Luoan, who was eavesdropping on the whole process, was deeply moved. With tears in his eyes, he wanted to stay close to his parents. "Don't come over here. After dinner, it's time to go to school." Luoan was very puzzled. After returning home and eating, he had to go to school immediately without even having time to rest. Is the school mentally retarded? They don't even give students this little time. In his previous life, Luoan also stipulated a 3-hour break at noon for the private school he ran, and there was no evening self-study. So he was greatly admired by his students. What's more, their admission rate to higher education is also very high, which is ironic. Reluctantly walking out of the house, Luoan went straight to the door in front and knocked. "Xing Luo, have you finished eating? It's time to go to school." After saying that, Luoan walked to the side and waited quietly. After a while the door opened. It was Wang Haili who opened the door. After seeing Luoan, she was puzzled for a moment and then spoke in a gentle voice. "It's Shaoan, why do you want to go to school with Xing Luo today?" "Auntie, Xing Luo can't find the car keys, so I took her to school on my bike today." Wang Haili nodded and went back to the house to call Xing Luo. When she reached the door of Tang Xingluo's boudoir, she knocked on the door first, then urged. "Xing Luo, Shaoan is waiting for you outside, come out quickly." Tang Xingluo, who was changing clothes, was stunned when he heard this. Then his face turned red. "Stinky Luoan, why can't you send me a WeChat message? You even have to wait for me at the door. What if my mom misunderstands you?" Although Tang Xingluo thought so, he couldn't stop feeling sweet in his heart. His hands moved even faster. Tang Xingluo put on his clothes swiftly and walked out the door quickly. As soon as Tang Xingluo walked out of the room, he saw Luoan standing at the door with a sneaky look in his eyes. Tang Xingluo walked in quietly and slapped Luoan hard. "Let's go, stinky Luoan, what are you looking at?" Luoan was startled and turned around to see Tang Xingluo looking at him with a smile. "Look at the beauty," Luoan said without blushing or beating his heart. After hearing this sentence, Tang Xingluo, who was smiling just now, instantly fell in face. "Stinky Luoan, bad Luoan still looks at beautiful women behind my back. So sad." Then Luoan realized that what he said was ambiguous and quickly added a sentence. "Now I don't have to look at it anymore. It's right in front of me. Not only can I see it, I can also touch it." After saying that, Luoan reached out and touched Tang Xingluo's head. After hearing Luoan's explanation, Tang Xingluo's face, which had just drooped, immediately brightened up again. Her whole face was filled with shyness and happiness. Luoan looked at the time and realized it would be too late if he didn't leave, so he grabbed Tang Xingluo's little hand. Before Tang Xingluo could react, Luoan pulled him downstairs. How could such a simple girl withstand such an attack? Her face immediately turned red. The two of them got on their bikes and drove straight towards the school. Along the way, Tang Xingluo's little face was buried deep in Luoan's abdominal muscles. She really liked the smell of Luoan, which made her feel very at ease. Even though it smells like he's a pervert, the reserved girl will never admit it. It was obviously Luoan who kept his head close to my head. I didn't ask him. It must be like this. Her self-hypnosis was quite effective. At least it allowed him to bury his head in Luoan's arms with a clear conscience. After getting out of the car, Tang Xingluo's face was completely red. "Luoan, hurry up, or I won't wait for you." The girl shouted at Luoan with a red face. "If you want to leave, just go. I brought you here with good intentions, but you treated me like this. You're such an ungrateful person." Luoan pretended to look sad. After hearing this, Tang Xingluo quickly explained, "No, I'm just going to be late. I'm just reminding you. I won't really not wait for you." After parking the car, Luoan looked at Tang Xingluo's nervous expression and thought it was very cute. This little girl is so stupid that she could be fooled by this. Tang Xingluo was about to explain when Luoan grabbed his hand, "I was just teasing you, but you actually believed it. You are so silly and cute. You are stupid, your whole family is stupid, you big fool." Tang Qingluo defended himself angrily. Without waiting for Tang Qingluo to continue speaking, Luowen pulled her directly into the classroom. Hurry, let me go. The blush on Tang Qingluo's face continued to deepen, and there were tears in his eyes because of shyness. Hearing this, Luowen acted innocent and said, "We have been friends for more than 10 years, can't we even hold hands? Get lost. Don't play innocent." Tang Qingluo had seen through Luowen's tricks. "I won't let you go, what can you do?" Seeing that Luowen didn't let go, he bit him. "Ah! You are born in the year of the dog, and you bite people randomly." Luowen quickly let go of her hand for fear that the little girl would bite him again. "I am born in the year of the dog, what can you do about it? A dog will always eat shit." Looking for a bite, Tang Qingluo said and pounced on Luowen, and the two of them performed a chase drama in the school. Chapter 11. Luowen is confessed. Luowen arrived at the classroom first, and as soon as he sat down, Tang Qingluo caught up with him, panting. The little fist went straight towards Luowen. "Luowen, die." Luowen quickly grabbed the little hand that was heading straight for his face and said, "Don't be angry, it's my fault," and handed over the cup of water on his table. "Come and have a drink of water to cool down." Tang Qingluo took it naturally, and Luowen had already unscrewed the bottle cap for her like a gentleman. But after drinking the water, she realized something was wrong. Tang Qingluo looked at the cup in her hand with some disbelief. This is Luowen's water cup. If I drink his water, wouldn't that be equivalent to kissing him indirectly? Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo's face turned red again, like a ripe red apple. But she didn't dare show it. She just walked quietly to her seat and sat down. Fat Dragon came over at this time with a wretched look on his face. "Brother Luo, you are so domineering today. Everyone is spreading your deeds." Luowen waved his hand and said casually, "Basic operation, don't be stupid." Yes, Luogo is talking about how handsome you are. You are so powerful, and you will definitely get a lot of beautiful girls in the future. Okay, stop flattering me. Class will start soon, so go back to your seat. Xia Long still had some awareness of being a lackey, so when he heard Luowen asking him to go back to his seat, he went back immediately. As soon as Pang Long left, he heard someone calling him from behind. "Luowen, there is a girl outside looking for you." Looking outside, I saw a girl with a delicate face standing outside. Hearing that there was a girl outside looking for Luowen, Tang Qingluo immediately looked towards the door. The woman's sixth sense told her that this woman must be here to confess her love. After all, Luowen is handsome and his performance in the morning was so outstanding, so it is normal for a girl to confess her love to him. Tang Qingluo was staring at Luowen's every move at this time. Every action of Luowen could arouse her nervous genes. Under Tang Qingluo's gaze, Luowen slowly stood up and walked outside. The moment she saw Luowen stand up, an unprecedented sense of uneasiness swept over her body. She really wanted to pull Luowen back, but what was she? She resisted the urge to pull anyone. Hypnotizing myself might be something else. Even if I confessed my feelings to Luowen, he might not agree. But she turned around and looked at her appearance, then laughed at herself. What kind of boy could resist a girl like that? Luowen didn't think much about it. He walked outside out of politeness. After all, no matter what, he couldn't leave a girl outside. When the girl outside saw Luowen coming out, she quickly tidied herself up. After all, this was the first time he confessed his love. "Hello, can I add you on WeChat? I think you're a nice person, we can try to get to know each other." Luowen was stunned. He didn't expect her to say it so directly. "I don't have WeChat." Luowen is not a scumbag. He will not add other girls on WeChat casually. The girl still didn't give up. "QQ is also okay." "I don't have QQ either." "Then we can exchange phone numbers," the girl said anxiously. She didn't want her first confession to end in failure. "I don't have a cell phone." Luowen didn't want to talk anymore and just ended the topic. Just then his cell phone rang. Luowen calmly took out his cell phone from his pocket. It turned out to be a sales call. Luowen hung up the phone directly. Looking at the girl's face in front of him, Luowen said awkwardly, "This sales call is really annoying, don't you think?" "Yeah. These sales calls are annoying. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Girls are not fools. The other person definitely doesn't like her, so why is she still hanging around here? After watching the girl leave, Luowen returned to the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Tang Qingluo lying on the table. Luoan thought that Tang Qingluo was not feeling well, so he quickly stepped forward and asked, Qingluo, are you feeling unwell? Why are you lying on the desk? Tang Qingluo slowly raised her head. Luoan was stunned. He noticed the red circles under the girl's eyes. It's nothing, I'm just a little sleepy. Class is about to start, Luo, so you should go back to your seat. Tang Qingluo said expressionlessly. At the moment when Luoan hadn't left yet, Tang Qingluo had already made up his mind that if Luoan really fell in love, let her be the bad guy. If Luoan dared to fall in love, she would tell the teacher and Luoan's parents that Luoan was in a premature relationship. But when Luoan really walked out, her heart still ached so much. Looking at the two of them talking, Tang Qingluo felt very upset. After hearing Tang Qingluo's inner thoughts, Luoan suddenly realized, so that's how it is, this little girl is really capable of thinking. It's amazing that he can imagine a love-hate relationship just by talking to a girl. But the most urgent task is to take care of Tang Qingluo's emotions. Luoan pretended to complain to Tang Qingluo, it's so annoying. Just now a girl confessed her love to me outside. Tang Qingluo was stunned at first, but then he immediately adjusted himself, then you should be very happy. After all, she is so beautiful. Seeing Tang Qingluo's weird expression, Luoan couldn't help laughing. This little girl is really good at being weird and sarcastic. If anything makes her angry in the future, she will kill me. Luoan was still lamenting about his miserable future. In fact, didn't know that if he offended Tang Qingluo in the future, he would be punished with force. Tang Qingluo looked at Luoan and thought that he was right since he didn't say anything. She just felt very uncomfortable, as if the pig she had raised with great difficulty was eaten by cabbage. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo couldn't stop crying. Luoan was also panicked when he saw it. Don't cry, my lady. Tell me if you have any grievances. As Luoan spoke, he held the little hand that was wiping the eyes. Seeing Luoan grabbing his hand, Tang Qingluo said aggressively, you already have a girlfriend, don't you know not to get too close to other opposite sex? Tears slowly flowed down Tang Qingluo's cheeks. Her long eyelashes were covered with tears. Her eye sockets were a little red and swollen from crying. She looked so pitiful. Seeing this, Luoan pulled the curtains over to cover the two of them. Then Luoan hugged her in his arms. Tang Qingluo resisted twice when he first hugged her, and then she lay in Luoan's arms and released her emotions. The person in his arms was soft and sweet, lying on Luoan like a kitten. Looking at Luoan in his arms, he felt so distressed. I rejected her. As soon as she finished speaking, the little person in her arms immediately became silent. Tang Qingluo carefully raised the little head, really? Her voice was very soft and sticky. The girl raised her head, her heart very excited. She was waiting for his personal confirmation. Luoan in front of her was looking at her tenderly, didn't you hear it all? It's true, more real than pearls. Tang Qingluo couldn't help laughing, it was a very nice laugh, but at the same time he was a little curious about why Luoan refused. Why did you refuse? Tang Qingluo was looking at Luoan with a silly look on his face. Looking at Tang Qingluo in front of him, Luoan felt that he was about to die of cuteness, so he touched the girl's furry head and said, because there is a beautiful girl waiting for me in front of me. How could Tang Qingluo not know that he was being talked about, and his face turned red instantly. Seeing Tang Qingluo's shy look, Luoan wanted to tease this little girl again, still lying on me, you're going to crush me to death. Tang Qingluo then realized that she was still lying on Luoan, and immediately jumped away like a frightened little rabbit. You're a hooligan. Weren't you quite comfortable lying down just now? You're talking nonsense. It was obviously you who forced me to hug you. The reserved girl would of course not admit it. If you don't like it, I can only let other little girls lie in my arms. Tang Qingluo became anxious when he heard this. No, you can't let other women lie on you. Why? It's none of your business whether others lie down or not. Luoan pretended not to understand. Tang Qingluo was anxious. She was completely anxious, no reason, you just can't lie down with other girls, otherwise I will tell the teacher that you are in a premature relationship, and I will beat you. After saying that, Tang Qingluo raised his little fist, looking fierce and aggressive. Chapter 12, Race Against Time to Rescue Tang Qingluo. The class started soon. Tang Qingluo didn't say anything more. He calmed down and stopped talking to Luoan. She was absent-minded all day. All I could think about was whether Luoan liked me or not. Tang Qingluo's slender fingers kept tapping on the table, which could calm her little head temporarily. Soon the evening self-study ended and the students left one after another. Luoan's voice came from the door. Evening self-study is over, why aren't you leaving yet? Tang Qingluo, who was still in a daze, was stunned. She didn't even notice that school was over. What have I been thinking about all day? Tang Qingluo quickly patted his head, trying to pat away the little Luoan in his head. Seeing that the little girl was still in a daze, Luoan quietly walked behind Tang Qingluo. Are you thinking about me? Yes, I've thought about it. Tang Qingluo reacted and quickly covered his mouth. Her mind was confused just now, and she blurted it out unconsciously when asked by the stinky Luoan. Although I closed my mouth in time just now, I still said something. As expected, when Tang Qingluo looked up, this guy was staring at him with an expression of sudden enlightenment. So you were thinking about me? Stop thinking about me. I'm right in front of you. Let's go home. Who misses you? Don't be so self-indulgent. Tang Qingluo replied angrily. You go ahead. I have something else to do here. You can walk home by yourself later. Tang Qingluo couldn't help blushing when she saw Luoan, not to mention the close contact in a while, so she found an excuse out of guilt. How can that be possible? It's so dangerous for a girl to go home alone. Luoan firmly disagreed. My best friend will be with me later, so don't worry. Really? Luoan narrowed his eyes with some suspicion. Seeing that Luoan was a little bit unconvinced, Tang Qingluo directly called her best friend. Hey, Lily, don't forget that we are going home together tonight. Having been best friends for so many years, Lily understood Tang Qingluo's tone immediately after hearing it, and naturally continued speaking along with what Tang Qingluo said. Luo Anjue felt that Tang Qingluo's tone of voice was a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it. Although Luoan could hear Tang Qingluo's thoughts, it also depended on whether he was willing to listen. It was a bit obscene for Luo Anjue to always eavesdrop on people's thoughts, but this time his confidence was useless. Then I'll leave. Luoan was still a little worried. He also repeatedly told her not to leave too late and not to go through the alleys. When Luoan wanted to say something, Tang Qingluo pushed him out of the door. Okay, I know everything. After hearing the affirmative answer, Luoan left the classroom. Seeing Luoan leave, Tang Qingluo also breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Qingluo didn't stay in the classroom for long. After calming down his restless heart, he left the school. After the evening self-study, it was already very late. The city where Tang Qingluo lived was just a small county town, and there were hardly any people there late at night. Seeing that there was no one around, Tang Qingluo was a little scared and quickened his pace. Tang Qingluo walked very fast and soon reached the intersection. Looking at the road ahead, Tang Qingluo was in a dilemma. If he wanted to take the main road, he would have to go around several intersections before he could get home. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo looked at the alley next to him. If he passed through here, he would be home in a short while. After thinking for 2 seconds, Tang Qingluo walked straight towards the alley. That's right, she didn't listen to Luoan's words at all. Looking at the bright alley in front of him, Tang Qingluo also felt a lot of security. But before long, the bright lights in the alley gradually dimmed, and were replaced by lights with an ambiguous atmosphere. Even though Tang Qingluo was naive, she knew what kind of place this alley was, and now she just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But the more you don't want something to happen, the more it will happen. In the corner in front, there were a few energetic young men squatting and smoking, with their hair dyed in various colors. Tang Qingluo couldn't help but feel a little scared when he saw the people in front of him, but since he had already come here, he couldn't go back the same way, so he gritted his teeth and walked over. When she walked in front of the group of thugs, they also shifted their gaze to her. Looking at Tang Qingluo's beautiful appearance, the fat man in the lead also revealed a greedy look. After looking around to see if there were any surveillance cameras, the fat man stood up with satisfaction. Little beauty, why are you alone? Do you want me to take you home? As the fat man spoke, his hand touched Tang Qingluo dishonestly. Tang Qingluo was startled and was about to run away. The fat man's younger brother had already stood in front. Now the fat man no longer concealed his eyes when looking at Tang Qingluo, and his greedy gaze made her shiver. What are you doing? Tang Qingluo ran to the corner like a little lamb. The fat man said with a lewd smile, "My good brother just wants to love you." As he said this, he was about to reach out and grab her. Tang Qingluo quickly dodged and took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. If you dare come over here again, I'll call the police. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tang Qingluo finished speaking, the fat man quickly snatched her phone away. Obviously, he has done this many times. I don't know how many girls he has harmed. On the other side, Luowen was still reviewing the 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year simulation exams. Luowen was just about to marvel at this super learning ability when the system that had disappeared in the afternoon suddenly spoke. Release task, please go to Chun's Hutong to rescue Tang Qingluo who is trapped by gangsters. If you complete the task, you will get 500 points in God-level Sonda skills. If you fail, Tang Qingluo will commit suicide. When Luowen heard that Tang Qingluo might commit suicide if the mission failed, his heart trembled. Suicide? Right, host, are you stupid? Still in a daze, it's all over if you don't go. The system couldn't help but swear when seeing this idiot in a daze. Luowen reacted and ran out directly. Looking at Li Chunhua running out of the room, he also asked a question. It's so late, what are you doing outside? Something's happening. After saying this, Luowen ran out without even looking at Li Chunhua, without even changing his shoes. Luowen ran on the road, and the slippers he was wearing were long gone. It will be okay. It's definitely not too late. Luowen kept encouraging himself. At the same time, there was an unstoppable murderous intent in his eyes. Tang Qingluo has also reached a very dangerous situation. Damn it, you're so shameless. The fat man lost his patience and slapped Tang Qingluo in the face. The force was so great that Tang Qingluo's fair and tender face became red and swollen. The younger brother next to him grabbed Tang Qingluo's arm and said, "The boss has caught this bitch for you. Hurry up and let the brothers have a taste of her." Okay, I'll be happy for you brothers when I'm done. After saying that, he began to tear Tang Qingluo's clothes. No, please let me go, I beg you, even less money is fine. Tang Qingluo was already crying. But the more this happens, the more excited these hateful scum become. I will make you drunk and dreamy today, just enjoy yourself. With a ripping sound, Tang Qingluo's sleeves were torn off. Tang Qingluo clutched her clothes tightly, tears streaming down her eyes uncontrollably. The girl looked at the beast in front of her and felt extremely desperate. She regretted not going with Luowen and not listening to Luowen. Suddenly a black shadow came quickly, and then the fat man flew out. Looking at Luowen and Tang Qingluo in front of him, he felt something unreal. Why are you so disobedient? You even lied to me. Luowen looked at Tang Qingluo gently. Tang Qingluo reacted and suddenly threw himself into Luowen's arms. The long-suppressed emotions and the despair just now found an outlet at this moment. Tears couldn't stop flowing. Luowen, I'm really scared and desperate. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. The girl in his arms sobbed and told Luowen her story. Seeing Tang Qingluo who had not yet recovered, Luowen hugged her tighter out of heartache. It's okay, I'm here now. Chapter 13 Luowen is injured. He then looked at the fat man who was kicked to the ground. His eyes gradually turned cold. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and be rewarded with God-level Sonda skills. As soon as the system finished speaking, Luowen felt that there were many more moves in his mind, and his body became more comfortable. Damn it, if you dare to kick me, I think you are tired of living. Before the fat man could finish his words, Luowen stepped on his chest. What did you just say? Luowen showed a playful expression. The younger brother next to him was about to come up when he was kicked over by Luowen. Tang Qingluo stared blankly. Her heart tightened when she saw Luowen rushing forward just now. Just when he was about to chase after him and grab Luowen and run away, he didn't expect Luowen to be so powerful. The fat man saw his younger brother next to him being kicked over, and realized that he had hit a wall. The feeling of pressure in my chest became more and more intense. Brother, I was just carried away just now. Please let me go this time. Oh, and there's money. I'll give it to you. The fat man begged for mercy desperately, fearing that Luowen would kick him to death in a fit of impulse. He had clearly felt Luowen's strength. He was almost kicked downstairs to drink tea. Luowen just said calmly, "That hand." What hand? Seeing that the fat man was still pretending to be confused, Luowen felt that he had to teach him a lesson. As Luowen gradually increased the force of his foot on the fat man's chest, the fat man instantly started howling. Brother, I'll tell you. Luowen didn't want to listen to the fat man anymore. He was just teasing the fat man, so he naturally wouldn't really listen to the end. I saw Luowen slowly squatting down, and the moonlight shone on Luowen's handsome face. Tang Qingluo also discovered that the usually sunny boy no longer had the gentle smile on his face, and was replaced by a cold look. You shouldn't be tempted by beauty, so use your left hand to make amends. As soon as Luowen finished speaking, the fat man felt a sharp pain in his left hand. When he looked at his hands, he saw that his left hand was flipped in an extremely twisted position. The fat man was in so much pain that he yelled, "Fuck you, you wait for me, as long as you don't kill me, you will never have an easy life." Luowen seemed calm and composed, as if what he had just done was not something he had done at all. In his previous life, when Luowen had risen to that position, he had heard this kind of words many times and had done this kind of things many times. Before the fat man could finish his harsh words, Luowen then spoke up, "The second one shouldn't be her, so don't take the right hand." The pain from his right hand almost made the fat man faint. Looking at the fat man rolling on the ground in front of him, Luowen raised his eyebrows and then said playfully, "What's wrong? I still like you better the way you were just now." After saying that, Luowen stood up. Seeing the person in front of him stand up, the fat man instantly breathed a sigh of relief. I was secretly glad in my heart, but the hatred in my heart also grew stronger. Then the fat man's eyes swept fiercely to Tang Qingluo, who was standing there in a daze. "Bitch, just wait. I'm going to kill you tomorrow," I thought to myself. He knew he couldn't beat Luowen, so he had to transfer his anger to Tang Qingluo. But how could Luowen not know what the fat man was thinking? After all, he was also a powerful figure in both the black and white worlds in his previous life. Luowen stood up and slowly walked to the fat man's crotch. He slowly spoke in the fat man's horrified eyes. "How about I do the surgery for you for free?" After saying that, Luowen kicked his feet and turned away, leaving the fat man alone wailing. Luowen walked up to Tang Qingluo and said gently, "I have avenged you. You can't cry anymore, crybaby." Tang Qingluo only then reacted to what had just happened. The Luowen just now and the Luowen now were two completely different people. But Tang Qingluo was not afraid of Luowen now, she just felt warm in her heart. She was deeply moved that Luowen could do this for her. Thinking of this, she threw herself into Luowen's arms and told him about her mistakes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you, and I shouldn't have disobeyed you." Tang Qingluo's eyes were covered with a layer of mist and he kept apologizing. Luowen felt very distressed when looking at Tang Qingluo in front of him, and felt very guilty. If he hadn't rashly made all kinds of intimate gestures that crossed the line towards the girl, she wouldn't have been so shy as to go home by herself. Thinking of this, Luowen couldn't help but hug her tighter. Just as the two were enjoying the good time, Luowen caught a glimpse of a flash of silver light out of the corner of his eye. When Luowen wanted to dodge, he realized that Tang Qingluo was still in his arms. If he dodged, Tang Qingluo would be stabbed. But there was no time for Luowen to think, the silver light was already very close, and Luowen exerted force and pushed Tang Qingluo out. The moment he pushed it out, Luowen felt the pain in his waist. Enduring the pain in his waist, Luowen punched the man in front of him and knocked him to the ground. Looking down, I saw that it was the little brother who had just been beaten away. What a deep brotherly love! Luowen laughed at himself and then collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Tang Qingluo was pushed so hard by the sudden force that he lost his balance and fell directly to the ground. Suddenly, countless thoughts flashed through Tang Qingluo's mind. He won't be mad at me, will he? What should I do? No, I need to apologize. Luowen, He stopped talking and looked at Luowen in shock. There was a knife stuck in his abdomen and blood was flowing down the handle. Luowen! Tang Qingluo ran to Luowen in panic. The little hand was at a loss. She wanted to help Luowen stop the bleeding but didn't know how. Luowen touched Tang Qingluo's head with all his strength. "Silly girl, call an ambulance." After saying that, he fainted. Chapter 14. Be prepared. Luowen! Don't sleep. Tang Qingluo shouted at Luowen in a hoarse voice. The delicate little face had already been stained by tears. "Doctor, please, save Luowen." Tang Qingluo cried and pulled at the doctor's white coat. "Little girl, calm down. The knife is inserted quite deep into the abdomen. If you pull it out hastily, it will kill the patient. You must go to the hospital for surgery." The doctor on board was also helpless because the knife was inserted too deep. That's all they can do. After listening to this, Tang Qingluo became quiet, his heart full of self-blame and guilt. It's all because of me. If I hadn't lied to Luowen and hadn't listened to him, Luowen wouldn't have become like this. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo covered his eyes tightly with his hands as they were about to cry. But the tears still flowed down, hitting my pants with a pat-pat sound. When he arrived at the hospital, Luowen was directly taken to the emergency room. Watching the door of the emergency room slowly close, Tang Qingluo suddenly collapsed and sat on the ground. The three big words emergency room stabbed into her heart like a knife. Just then, several people hurriedly ran over to the hospital entrance. As soon as Li Chunhua and Luo Hai arrived at the door, they met Wang Haili, who had also been notified. "Sister Haili, what is going on?" Li Chunhua asked anxiously. It was a bit strange to see Luowen running out in a hurry. Unexpectedly, I received a call from Tang Qingluo not long after. On the other end of the phone, Tang Qingluo told Luowen in a choked voice that he had been stabbed and asked Li Chunhua to come quickly. After hanging up the phone, she pulled Luo Hai over. Wang Haili saw that Chunhua was too excited and quickly comforted her. "Chunhua, don't get excited. I don't really understand. Let's go in and ask Qingluo what's going on." After that, the three of them hurried to the hospital front desk and asked, "Doctor, was there a patient named Luowen sent in just now? Is there another little girl following you?" "Yes." "Where is he now?" "I'm his mother. He is in the emergency room now." "What?" When Li Chunhua heard about the rescue in the emergency room, she almost lost her balance. Fortunately, she was supported by Luo Hai. The three of them ran to the emergency room in a short while. What came into view was Tang Qingluo lying on the ground with his hands on his head. Wang Haili hurriedly ran forward and helped Tang Qingluo up. "Qingluo, what happened to Xiuan?" When Tang Qingluo saw the parents coming, she told them with tears in her eyes what had happened tonight. "Qingluo, how could you do this?" Wang Haili was so angry that she thought it would be terrible if Xiao and Han Ti come. She instantly felt sorry for Chunhua. "Chunhua, this is my Tang." "Wrong." Li Chunhua interrupted Wang Haili before she could finish. Then he forced a bitter smile towards Wang Haili and said, "Sister Haili, Qingluo is not to blame for this. No matter who you are, you can't just stand by and watch someone die, right?" Just when Wang Haili wanted to say something else, the operating room opened. Seeing the doctor coming out, the four of them quickly surrounded him. Everyone anxiously asked how Luowen was doing. The doctor looked around and said solemnly, "The patient has internal injuries and it is very likely that he cannot be saved. Be prepared." These words seemed to have magical power, which made several people stunned in place. "Be mentally prepared," Li Chunhua repeated in disbelief. She obviously couldn't accept this fact and collapsed to the ground. Luo Hai's eyes were also lifeless, but he still suppressed the pain in his heart and comforted his wife. "Wife, I believe our son will be able to pull through. If we don't have confidence in our son, then it's all over." Chapter 15. Luowen is really gone. Tang Qingluo had collapsed at this point, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Her two little hands were fanning her fair and pretty face frantically. "Is Luowen going to die? It's all my fault. Why wasn't I the one in there?" Wow, while the tears that had just stopped flowed out again, and the whole person looked extremely miserable. At this time, Tang Qingluo was a little dazed. Seeing this situation, Wang Haili quickly hugged her daughter in her arms. "Qingluo, calm down first. You're useless right now." Wang Haili tightly grasped Tang Qingluo's hands that were flapping around her. "Yes." Tang Qingluo seemed to have thought of something and struggled madly to break free from Wang Haili's hands. Looking at the doctor standing in front of him, Tang Qingluo knelt down without thinking. "Doctor, please, can you let me in?" Tang Qingluo begged with tears on her face. Even if it was just to see Luowen for the last time. The doctor looked troubled, but did not speak in a hurry. "Qingluo, get up quickly. What are you doing? Aren't you trying to disturb the doctor?" Wang Haili hurried forward and tried to pull Tang Qingluo up. But no matter how hard they tried, Tang Qingluo just wouldn't get up. "Mom, please don't pull me. I beg you, if I don't go in, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Tang Qingluo's words seemed to have almost exhausted all her strength. Wang Haili was stunned. Is this still the well-behaved daughter she usually is? She felt a little strange, but she didn't try to pull Tang Qingluo back. If I really stop Tang Qingluo, he will probably hate me for the rest of his life. Wang Haili hopes her daughter can bear what happens next. This is all she can do at this moment. The doctor couldn't bear to see this scene. He walked forward and pulled Tang Qingluo up, get up, change into surgical clothes and follow me in." With a sigh, the doctor handed her the surgical gown. Tang Qingluo dressed very quickly. She had never put on clothes so quickly before. "Don't touch the medical equipment when you go in, and don't interfere with the doctor's surgery," the doctor instructed. Tang Qingluo nodded mechanically. She knew that if she went in, it might cause her more pain. Is there anything more painful than seeing your loved one die in front of you? Tang Qingluo was stunned as soon as he entered the door. Although she had prepared herself mentally before entering the door. But when she actually saw Luowen lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and being rescued, she still couldn't accept it. He walked forward and looked carefully at Luowen's colorless face. She couldn't hold it back any longer, and her tears flowed like a flood. At this moment, Tang Qingluo felt as if his chest was pressed by a heavy object and he couldn't breathe. She clearly felt that her beloved was slowly passing away. "It's all my fault. If I had followed Luowen at the time, this wouldn't have happened. If I hadn't walked down that alley, nothing would have happened. Everything that happened now was caused by her own hands." Tang Qingluo fell into deep self-blame. Looking at the girl in front of him, the doctor felt a little distressed. It is unacceptable for an underage girl to have to accept this kind of thing. Suddenly an urgent voice woke Tang Qingluo up. "The injured is dying. Quickly inject adrenaline." The nurse quickly injected adrenaline into Luowen's body. But it was of no use, Luowen's life was still fading away. The victim's heart has stopped moving. Use the defibrillator. With each shock from the defibrillator, Luowen's body bounced up again and again. The sounds and the alarms from the machines almost made Tang Qingluo faint on the spot. "Luowen! Please wake up, I beg you, don't abandon me, you bastard." Tang Qingluo's hands kept wiping away tears, and she cried out heartbreakingly. The alarm of the machine hit her heart hard. Even Li Chunhua and others outside could hear Tang Qingluo's cries. The three of them were all stunned, apparently understanding something. Li Chunhua staggered back a few steps, sat down on the bench, then bent over and burst into tears. Luo Hai could no longer pretend to be strong and deceive himself. He leaned against the wall and shed 2 lines of turbid tears. "Chunhua." Wang Haili was interrupted when she was about to speak to comfort her. "Sister Haili, I need some quiet time." After Li Chunhua finished speaking, she started crying again. Wang Haili was also feeling bad. Luowen grew up under her care, so how could she not be sad? Besides, she became like this just to save Qingluo. She now doesn't know how to face Li Chunhua and his wife in the future. In the emergency room, Luowen's heartbeat still hadn't recovered. The doctor stopped what he was doing and looked at the heart rate monitor with disappointment. They also felt uncomfortable watching a living life pass away in their hands. That feeling was really not good. After watching the doctor finish the operation, Tang Qingluo realized something, but she was unwilling to accept it. "Doctor, please save him." "Why did you stop?" "Save him. Please save him." Tang Qingluo kept repeating it, his voice becoming more and more hoarse. "Little girl, he's dead. Wake up. My condolences." The doctor's words directly destroyed Tang Qingluo's only remaining fantasy. "Impossible. You must be lying to me." Tang Qingluo screamed and ran to Luowen and tightly grasped his hand. "Luowen, this must be your prank, right? Stop it, open your eyes, let's go home." Looking at the unresponsive Luowen and the slight chill in his hands, Tang Qingluo could no longer bear it. She collapsed in front of the operating table, but she didn't let go of her hands. She had to accept the tragic fact that Luowen was really gone. Chapter 16, The Tsundere Little System. Where is this? When Luowen woke up, he found himself in this place. Am I cool now? You are such a waste. Who? Following the sound, I saw a little girl standing barefoot on the ground. At this time, the little loli was looking at Luowen angrily. Luowen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there were other people here. Seeing that the little girl looked so harmless, Luowen let down his guard. He walked over and touched the little girl's head and said, "Little girl, let me tell you something. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." But the little loli in front of him still didn't say anything and still looked angry. Seeing that the little girl didn't react, Luowen didn't forget to add, "Uncle, I am not a good person." Sure enough, the little Lolita reacted after hearing these words. "Luowen, do you want to die?" After saying that, the little loli rushed towards Luowen. Looking at the little lowly rushing towards him, Luoan was not panicked at all. After all, he had been beaten by someone named Luo. Absolutely not. Unexpectedly, before Luoan could show off for 2 seconds, he was pressed to the ground by a huge force. Luoan stared blankly at the little Lolita who was pressing on him, shocked. "You big idiot, you will die even if I am around." The little girl punched Luoan's chest with her little fists as if to vent her anger. Obviously, he didn't use much force, otherwise Luoan would be in the West now. But then Luoan reacted, "What do you mean I'm dead? Of course it's a big waste." "Then what's wrong with you? Am I not dead?" Luoan asked doubtfully, "Or are you an angel?" "You are the shit, your whole family is shit." I heard the little Lolita punch Luoan hard, then stood up and looked heartbroken. "If it weren't for this system's intervention, you would have already reported to the underground," the little loli said proudly. Looking at the little lowly Luoan in front of him, it is difficult to associate her with that arrogant dog system. "Who are you calling a dog?" The little lowly raised her fist and was about to hit Luoan. The system can give her the ability to peek into other people's thoughts, so naturally she has the same ability. She is so cute, but this bastard called her a dog. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Luoan quickly stopped the angry little lowly. He immediately showed a fawning look, so it's the system master. "I'm really blind." Luoan was not stupid. He realized that he might be in a place similar to the system space, and the serious injury he had just suffered should be useless. But his life was temporarily saved through the system. Now Luoan was afraid that the little lowly would beat him to death in anger. "Don't call me Master System. It's very disrespectful to call a beautiful artificial intelligence that name. I call you Xiaohua." The little lowly said this with a silly and cute look on her face, with a little pride in her tone. Luoan almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard this. There is no doubt that she came up with this name herself. I didn't expect that such a cute little girl would have such an old-fashioned name. "Don't laugh." Xiaohua showed her 2 little tiger teeth, looking fierce and ready to bite Luoan. Then the 2 of them started a chase in the vast white world. Maybe Xiaohua was too bored being alone, and after playing around with Luoan, she smiled sweetly. "It's time to get down to business." Xiaohua finally got serious. Luo calmed down, after all, this was a matter of his life. Xiaohua lifted her chubby cheeks and said helplessly, "You were actually dead just now. I saved your consciousness." Luoan did not show much excitement when he heard the news that he was dead. After all, the system was still there to prove that he could still be saved. "I'll have the capital to brag later. I've died twice, so you'd better not mess with me. Watch out, I'll die a 3rd time." Luoan was very close to Xiaohua. Looking at the idiot Xiaohua who was wai-waiing in front of him, he speechlessly hit him on the head. "What are you doing?" Luoan gently rubbed the big bump on his head, his eyes full of resentment. "If you delay any longer, your body will be cold." Xiaohua muttered, and her tone seemed to contain a hint of grievance at being misunderstood. Luoan became anxious when he heard this. He didn't want to turn into a zombie when he went back. "Then please send me back quickly, Master Xiaohua." But at this time, Xiaohua acted like a scumbag and said, "You think of me at this time, why don't you do this at other times? You are such a scumbag." Luoan was helpless because he didn't die normally. "Stop making trouble, my good little Huahua, take me back now." Luoan acted like a doting sister and coaxed Xiaohua. Seeing that the plan succeeded, Xiaohua also revealed a cunning look and approached Luoan and said with a silly face, "I can let you go back, but you have to meet one condition of mine." Looking at Xiaohua's malicious eyes, Luoan said directly and firmly, "Xiaohua, I know you're lonely, but I won't sell myself." After saying that, he looked at Xiaohua warily. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's face turned red. "You just die." Xiaohua kicked Luoan so hard that he fell to the ground. "Ah, I didn't expect my charm to be so great. I'm so devastated when I can't get it. It's all my fault. It's all because of my damn charm that has nowhere to go." After saying that, Luoan sat up and stroked his hair with a showy look on his face. Then, Luoan realized from Xiaohua's gentle education that he had misunderstood. "I just want you to come to this place and play with me when you are free. It is really boring to be alone." As Xiaohua spoke, she actually felt a little aggrieved. Before Luoan could speak, Xiaohua opened her mouth. "Forget it. I won't tell you anymore. I'll just send you back first." Carrot. Then Luoan felt that he was gradually leaving this place. Beep beep. The doctor was surprised to see the heart rate monitor turn into a curve. Hurry up and rescue. The surgeon reacted instantly and spoke quickly. Hearing the voice, Tang Qingluo's dull eyes instantly became bright again. She looked at the heart rate monitor in disbelief, and instantly her whole body began to tremble with excitement. Really, it's great to be alive. Tang Qingluo couldn't help but say it out loud, and kept muttering to himself. Chapter 17 Luoan's Resurrection. Seeing that the victim's physical indicators had stabilized, the surgeon finally relaxed. Luoan had actually woken up just now, but they were worried that if he woke up suddenly, they would be scared to death. So just pretend to be unconscious. Although I was given anesthesia, I was still tortured by this group of doctors. Luoan secretly opened his eyes a little, wondering who was holding his hand and wouldn't let go. As soon as he opened his eyes, a beautiful figure came into Luoan's sight. Although she was wearing surgical gown, Luoan could still recognize her at a glance. Luoan couldn't help but wonder how this little girl got in. Thoughts raced through my mind, but I still couldn't come up with anything. Let us ask the system, and then Luoan called out the little flower. The current system seems to be more advanced, and it can directly create a virtual image. A little lowly was standing in front of Luoan, but he should be the only one who could see it, otherwise how could others not react? Without waiting for Luoan to ask, Xiaohua spoke directly. You big fool, you scared the girl to death. Luoan was a little confused. Could it be that Tang Qingluo was frightened by him just now? But then Luoan reacted. After all, Tang Qingluo liked him so much, and he was hurt so badly, she must be scared. Just as Luoan was thinking, Xiaohua spoke softly. When you died just now, the girl cried so hard, unlike me who could only revive you. Xiaohua looked like a green tea girl and almost made Luoan laugh. But then Luoan thought about how Tang Qingluo must have felt very guilty and helpless when he was left in poverty just now. Thinking of this, Luoan couldn't help but feel a little distressed. After the operation is over, I must give the girl some good advice, otherwise she may feel guilty for the rest of her life. When Xiaohua heard Luoan's thoughts, she looked at him with resentment. Hey, you're thinking about another woman before you even wake up. Don't you want to think about who saved you? In order to get more benefits from the system in the future, Luoan also quickly comforted him. I will come to the system space to play with you when I am free in the future, okay? When Xiaohua heard this, she instantly returned to her previous cute and adorable appearance. Okay, it's a deal and you can't go back on your word. Looking at the little flower in front of me, it is ultimately artificial intelligence and is easily deceived. Luoan sneered inwardly. The two of them chatted in a casual voice. How could Xiaohua not know that he was just trying to fool her, but she was not panicked. At most, she would forcefully pull him into the system space to play with her. Oof. Who told him to fool me? Don't blame me for being unjust if he is unkind. It's really a miracle in medical history. An old voice broke the silence. Tang Qingluo looked up and saw that it was Luoan's surgeon. He was discussing this with others around him with great excitement. But she didn't dare to disturb them and could only look at them timidly, hoping to hear something from their words and expressions. The doctor next to him also saw what Tang Qingluo was thinking. The injured has been successfully rescued and will be taken out of the operating room soon. What? Is this true? Didn't your heart stop just now? Tang Qingluo asked excitedly. That's why we say this is a miracle in medical history. After confirming the news, Tang Qingluo had an indescribable feeling in his heart, including happiness, excitement, and some relief. Happiness came so suddenly that she couldn't believe it. But then he remembered that Luoan's parents were still waiting anxiously outside, so he walked out quickly. The nurse next to him helped Tang Qingluo open the door of the operating room. As soon as Tang Qingluo opened the door, he saw Li Chunhua sobbing in Luo Hai's arms. She had lost her previous energy and spirit. Tang Qingluo quickly said, "Uncle and Aunt, Luoan is not dead, the operation was successful." The crying stopped suddenly. Facing the surprised gazes of Luoan's parents, Tang Qingluo repeated it again. Really? Li Chunhua directly grabbed Tang Qingluo's hand and asked excitedly. Really, the surgery is complete, Luoan will be out in a while. Tang Qingluo's peach blossom eyes blinked and tears of excitement flowed out. After confirming the news, Li Chunhua and Luo Hai hugged each other excitedly and kept muttering, "He's saved, he's really saved." This is definitely great news for the couple who have just experienced despair. But then Li Chunhua and others became confused again as to why Qing Luo had cried so hard and said some misleading words. Everyone was surprised by Tang Qingluo's explanation. Tang Qingluo saw the confusion among the crowd, but he didn't know how to explain it. After all, he didn't know why Luowen's heart stopped beating and he could be rescued. As long as the person is saved, don't think about these bad things. Luo Hai spoke first to rescue Tang Qingluo. After hearing this, no one mentioned the topic again and just waited quietly for Luowen to come out. Chapter 18. Do you want to pledge yourself to me? Soon Luowen was pushed out. How's the doctor? Li Chunhua asked anxiously. Although Tang Qingluo had just said it himself, she still wanted to confirm it out of concern. The operation was successful. You can be discharged from the hospital after 2 weeks of rest. After hearing the doctor's words, Li Chunhua felt relieved. After the doctor pushed Luowen into the ward, Tang Qingluo felt indescribable discomfort. At this moment, Luowen, lying on the hospital bed, was like a needle piercing her heart. The boy who had been flirting with her before was now lying pale on the hospital bed. The contrasting sense of self-blame made every moment she was in Luowen's coma feel like torture. I'm going to go out for a while. She couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes anymore. Qing Luo. Wang highly wanted to ask what was going on but was interrupted. Li Chunhua raised her head haggardly and explained, Qing Luo must be feeling bad after what happened to Luowen, so let her go out and vent her anger. Wang highly didn't say much and just responded faintly. She didn't know if the two families would be able to continue to be the same as before after what had happened, so now she could only test it carefully. Luowen was lying on the hospital bed, listening to Tang Qingluo's voice and felt the same way. In his previous life, Luowen blamed himself a lot after Tang Qingluo's death. He felt that if he hadn't asked her out, this wouldn't have happened. So after Tang Qingluo's death, Luowen never got over it, and every time he fell asleep he would dream about the person he was thinking about. But when I woke up, she was gone. He knew that kind of pain. Thinking of this, Luowen called up the system. Xiaohua, after this operation, how long will it take for the patient to wake up? He was afraid that if he woke up too early, people would notice that he was abnormal, and if he woke up too late, it would scare others, which would be bad. Xiaohua felt a little disappointed after hearing this. It turned out that he was not looking for her to play. But he still answered Luowen's question. It turns out it's ready tomorrow morning. You can go now. After getting the information he wanted, Luowen no longer had the time to chat with her. Bah, scumbag. Just use me and tell me to get out. Then Xiaohua disappeared angrily. What a lovely little system. Luowen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Click. The door opened, and Luowen secretly narrowed his eyes to see if it was the girl. Tang Qingluo walked in from the door, with drops of water on his face. He must have gone to the bathroom to wash his face. Then Luowen noticed her eyes. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, which made people feel distressed. Silly girl, I'm not dead, why are you crying so hard? Luowen felt distressed. Then he glanced sideways at his parents, whose faces were filled with fatigue. They should have been very anxious just now. When he thought of his parents worrying about him outside, Luowen was deeply moved. But then Luowen felt sleepy, maybe because of the surgery. Luowen didn't think much and fell into a deep sleep. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on Luowen's face. Luowen moved his body impatiently. But then Luowen found something warm holding his hand tightly. He looked over with a puzzled look and saw Tang Qingluo sleeping soundly on his hospital bed, with his little hand tightly grasping his big hand. Did she sleep here all night? Luowen couldn't help but feel a little distressed. It seems that this little girl is worried about him and she must have slept here for a night. Luowen made a move to do something naughty. Don't make trouble, sleep a little longer. Tang Qingluo was obviously in a daze and did not react immediately. Seeing that the little girl hadn't woken up yet, Luowen also started to play around. His fingers kept rubbing her palms, and Tang Qingluo only felt a tingling sensation in her hands, which was very comfortable. It's so comfortable, Tang Qingluo couldn't help but say out loud. No, she realized something at this time. When he looked up suddenly, he saw Luowen looking at him with a smile, his eyes full of doting. Tang Qingluo looked at Luowen, who was still trying to be strong in front of him, and he could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She kept repeating it, tears dripping onto the bed. It's all because of my willfulness that I lied to you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt. Looking at Tang Qingluo in front of him, who was apologizing with a hoarse voice. Luoan wiped away her tears distressfully and said gently, "Don't be sad, I'm fine, you're almost crying like a big cat." "I would feel bad if you cried, do you want me to feel bad?" Hearing Luoan's words, Tang Qingluo was deeply moved. But when the words came to my lips, they turned into a hum. She knew that simple words could no longer describe her feelings for Luoan, and now she could only prove it with actions. Tang Qingluo secretly made up her mind that she would never let Luoan escape from her grasp in this lifetime. His eyes also became firm. "What are you thinking about? Are you going to pledge yourself to me?" Luoan heard her thoughts, and seeing that Tang Qingluo was in a low mood, he wanted to cheer her up. But this time, Tang Qingluo just blushed and lowered his head silently. Luoan was stunned. Is this the default? Normally, Tang Qingluo would have refused arrogantly, but unexpectedly, she agreed this time. Chapter 19. I will feel sad if you get hurt. Looking at the shy little girl, Luoan felt both distressed and amused. "Why are you so stupid? There's a bed next to you. Why did you sleep here all night? What if you catch a cold?" Luoan asked in a reprimanding tone. But Tang Qingluo felt full of sweetness when hearing it. "I'm scared." Tang Qingluo lowered his head and said, "I'm afraid that you won't be by my side when I wake up. If I hold your hand, you will never be able to run away." Luoan was startled. It seemed that this incident had left a huge shadow on the little girl. Seeing her aggrieved look, Luoan couldn't help but hug her in his arms. Tear. Luoan took a deep breath and tried his best to remain calm. The movement just now was too big and directly pulled the wound. But he still pretended to be fine. He didn't want Tang Qingluo to worry about him. "I will never leave you." Luoan caressed the person in his arms. "Really?" Tang Qingluo blinked his big eyes and looked at Luoan in a silly way. Looking at the cute Tang Qingluo, Luoan couldn't help but stroke her little nose. "Of course," Luoan said with great doting. After hearing the answer he wanted, Tang Qingluo contentedly lay on Luoan's chest like a well-behaved kitten. But this ambiguous atmosphere didn't last long before it was interrupted. The door opened with a click. "Son, you're awake." Li Chunhua, who went out to buy breakfast, saw her son wake up and ran over excitedly. "Does it still hurt?" Li Chunhua's tone was full of heartache. "It doesn't hurt, Mom. Look at your son's physique. He's in great shape." As he said this, Luoan was about to show off his 8-pack abs. Li Chunhua quickly stopped Luoan's actions, fearing that he would tear the wound. "Stop making trouble, take a good rest, lie down quickly." Luoan saw his mother's heartache and didn't say anything. Half a month passed quickly, and the speed of Luoan's recovery surprised the experienced doctors. After studying Luoan again and again, all that is left is to slice it. "Luoan, look what delicious food I brought you." Tang Qingluo ran over happily, holding the osmanthus cake in his hand. The girl has been much more enthusiastic in the past half month, and Luoan is also enjoying the period. "Why did you come so early today?" "Miss you." Tang Qingluo said this with a smile, without any trace of shyness from before. Luoan was so tempted that he almost confessed to her, but now is not the right time. Before he could think about it, he stuffed a piece of osmanthus cake into his mouth. "Is it delicious?" Eating is so handsome." "What did you say?" Luoan felt like he had heard something extraordinary. "I said you're ugly." Tang Qingluo angrily stuffed it into his mouth. "You stinky guy, I've already told you everything, so don't ask me again." "How embarrassing." Straight bastard Luoan. Luoan naturally knew that Tang Qingluo was not that thick-skinned yet, so he changed the subject. "I will be discharged from the hospital this afternoon, don't forget to pick me up." Upon hearing this, Tang Qingluo was stunned for a moment. "Are you okay so fast?" "Of course," Luoan said proudly. "Don't you see how good my physique is? This little injury is nothing." "I don't believe it." Tang Qingluo spoke more and more quietly. She knew that this was no minor injury. Luoan was. "You don't believe it?" Luoan knew what Tang Qingluo was thinking and interrupted him directly. "Today I will show you my 8-pack abs." As he said that, Luoan directly pulled open his shirt. Tang Qingluo was stunned when she saw Luoan's figure. She knew that Luoan had abdominal muscles, but she didn't expect they were 8-pack, and he also had pectoral muscles. Coupled with Luoan's charming face, she was so fascinated that she even had a reaction. "You must be stunned. There's no such thing as a bad guy. Tang Qingluo lowered his head shyly, but then he was stunned. There was a hideous and terrifying scar on his lower abdomen. Does it still hurt? Tang Qingluo's small hand touched Luowen's scar. The warm touch made Luowen feel a little itchy, and he subconsciously moved back. He stopped while touching the wound. Luowen lowered his head and drove over, meeting Tang Qingluo's tearful eyes. It hurts, doesn't it? Luowen was stunned for a moment, then he smiled gently and said, "Little fool, I won't feel any pain if I do anything for you." "Fool, don't I feel bad for you being injured like this?" Tang Qingluo looked at Luowen with tears in her eyes, her heart filled with heartache. Then Tang Qingluo hugged Luowen. "Don't talk, let me hold you for a while." The two of them forgot about time as they hugged each other, and were reluctant to separate until Luo Hai came to bring them food. Looking at Tang Qingluo with a flushed face and messy hair, Luo Hai felt that he had discovered something incredible. Then he smiled knowingly, walked up, and poked Luowen. "You are good, kid, you have the style of me to be yours." Luowen rolled his eyes at Luo Hai and said, "Dad, we are just classmates, don't talk nonsense." "I understand your dad," and then cast a look at Luowen. Tang Qingluo felt somewhat awkward in this atmosphere, but fortunately he just said, "I want to go home for dinner," and ran away. Look, the little girl ran away out of shyness. Luo Hai felt that he had seen through the truth of the matter. Then he said with the tone of someone who had experienced it, "You are still young, be careful, and don't get anyone killed." Luowen. I am an omnipotent system. I can also turn you into a smurf in an emergency. Get out of here. Luowen was very helpless. Ever since he was injured, this little system had not been quiet for a single day. Chapter 20, when someone says no, they don't really mean it. In the afternoon, Li Chunhua and Luo Hai completed the discharge procedures for Luowen. He was discharged after the doctor gave him a few instructions. As he walked out of the hospital, Luowen took a deep breath. Sure enough, the air outside is really good. Luowen had enough of the half-month he spent in the hospital. Not only could he not get out of bed, but there was also a strong smell of disinfectant in the hospital. Luowen is naturally disgusted by this kind of smell, so he has disliked going to the hospital since he was a child. After a while, Luowen arrived home, and before he entered the door, he saw Tang Qingluo running towards him. "Luowen!" Tang Qingluo threw herself into Luowen's arms and called sweetly. Li Chunhua and Luo Hai looked at each other, and then went upstairs at the same time. Luowen raised his hand and touched her head, half-jokingly saying, "What's wrong? You missed me after not seeing me for an afternoon." "No, this is a ceremony to welcome you home." Tang Qingluo pouted her rosy little lips proudly. "It makes people want to kiss it just by looking at it." "Stop talking about this, let's go upstairs first." Before Luowen could react, Tang Qingluo pulled him upstairs. Seeing Tang Qingluo taking his hand actively, Luowen thought of the fear of being dominated by Tang Qingluo in his previous life. "No. I want to take the initiative. I want to defend the dignity of men." Thinking of this, Luowen increased the strength in his hands and started pulling Tang Qingluo away. When he reached the door, Tang Qingluo tried to pull his hand away, but not only did he fail to do so, he was pinched twice. "You're a hooligan." Tang Qingluo's face turned red with shame and she was brought back to her original state. She was no longer as calm as she was when they were holding hands just now. Seeing that Luowen hadn't let go, Tang Qingluo's face turned even redder. "What's wrong? Don't you want me to hold your hand?" Luowen looked at her gently with a sly smile on his lips. "So handsome. How can this stinky guy be so handsome?" Tang Qingluo almost became obsessed with Luowen's handsome face. No, I need to stay calm and act cool." Tang Qingluo secretly pinched her thigh to calm her emotions temporarily. "I don't want to, please don't talk nonsense." Tang Qingluo's face was red, but her tone was that of a cool goddess. To be honest, if Tang Qingluo's face hadn't been still red, he would have been coaxed. "So that's how it is." Luowen deliberately pretended to be lost. "I won't hold your hand anymore." Luowen curled his lips and said, "It seems that I can only hold someone else's hand in the future." "How dare you?" Tang Qingluo was like a kitten with its fur standing on end, fierce yet cute, with jealousy written all over his eyes. "Why?" Luowen pretended to be confused. Because. Tang Qingluo's face turned red, her tongue was tied and she couldn't tell the reason. "Why? Tell me why." "If you don't, I will really hold someone else's hand," Luowen said again in a mean way. Because he was afraid that he would really anger the girl and get her to beat him up, Luoan carefully decided to keep a safe distance from her. Thinking of this, Luoan was about to pull his hand away, but unexpectedly Tang Qingluo held his hand tightly. Luoan, equals. I'm afraid that you will ruin other girls, so you can't go to them. You can hold my hand. Tang Qingluo's voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end, it could only be heard clearly when it was close to her mouth. Then can I hold your hand in the future? Luoan directly grasped the key point of this sentence. Tang Qingluo murmured something in a low voice, then lowered his head and did not dare to look him in the eye. Stinky straight man, big bad guy. She kept cursing Luoan in her heart, blaming him for his straight male behavior. When a girl says no, she doesn't really mean it. How can this idiot not understand that? Of course Luoan understood, he just liked to see the little girl being shy. Chapter 21 He kissed me. Why don't you let go? You'll have plenty of time to hold my hand in the future. Luoan said teasingly. After saying that, he scratched the palm of Tang Qingluo's hand with his fingers. The feeling in her palm made her body tremble instantly. Only then did she realize that she was still holding Luoan's hand. Ah! How embarrassing! Tang Qingluo quickly let go of her hand. Her fair little hand felt extremely hot and sweat was oozing out of her palm. You are such a loser, Tang Qingluo. How can this happen just by holding hands? What should I do in the future? Tang Qingluo kept scolding himself, trying to make himself more sober. Are you shy? Luoan leaned close to Tang Qingluo's ear and said in a mean way. The warm breath made Tang Qingluo's small and delicate ears red. You durian. Tang Qingluo spoke in a soft tone, and after she finished speaking, her eyes became vague and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Wow! The word hooligan really hit Luoan's heart. Can you yell a few more times? Tang Qingluo? Big pervert. Before Luoan could react, Tang Qingluo had already opened the door, and then it closed with a snap. Luoan thought for a while alone at the door. The little girl wouldn't really think I'm a pervert, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The confident Luoan never thought about the fact that he was a pervert. After returning home, Luoan wanted to go to school the next day, but due to his parents' strong request, he was forced to rest at home for a few more days. Luoan's meals have been better than ever these days, with big fish and shrimp being the basic standard for every meal. Whenever he wanted his mother to cook some vegetables to change the taste, Li Chunhua would always refuse on the grounds that she was injured and needed to recuperate. A few days passed like this, and Luoan really couldn't stand it anymore. He really wanted to go and tease the girl. Finally, under his strong request, Li Chunhua had no choice but to let him go to school. After half a month, Luoan put on his school uniform again. After tidying up his appearance, he walked to the mirror to take a look. Today was the day he officially returned to school. He couldn't let the little girl see him looking listless. Otherwise, based on his understanding of the girl, he would definitely feel distressed. In fact, Luoan did not recover as well as he appeared. Although he drank the physical condition improver before to make his body reach its peak, he still could not withstand the knife. The reason why the injury healed so quickly in this month was because Luoan went to accompany Xiaohua every night. But after all, it is not a normal recovery on its own. Whenever I do strenuous exercise, I still feel a dull pain in my abdomen and I still need to rest for a whole day. Yeah, very handsome, Luoan posed narcissistically. It's majestic, but looks a little weak. I rinsed my face with cold water several times, trying to make myself look more energetic. When he returned to his bedroom, Tang Qingluo also sent a message at this time. Tang Qingluo, you big fool, are you awake? You are not still asleep. Tang Qingluo, answer me, stinky Luoan. Looking at the message on the phone, Luoan's mouth corners slowly lifted up and his face was full of smiles. Tang Qingluo clearly didn't say anything, just simple words, but he couldn't stop being happy. Maybe it was just because the other person was her. After thinking for a moment, Luoan's bony hands quickly tapped on the screen. Luoan, little girl, who is as sleepy as you, a little pig. I woke up early. Tang Qingluo, who are you calling a pig? Looking at the message sent by Tang Qingluo, Luoan laughed out loud. He could even feel little Qingluo's anger through the screen. So cute. After chatting on the phone for a while, he prepared to set off with Tang Qingluo. After putting on his shoes, Luoan stood up, greeted his parents, and prepared to open the door. If you feel uncomfortable at school, call mom, don't force yourself, Lee Chunhua advised. Mom, I'm not a child. If I feel any pain, I will definitely call you first, so you don't have to worry. After Luowen's repeated assurances, Lee Chunhua reluctantly let him go. Luowen quickly opened the door and slipped out. He was afraid that his mother would nag him again and finally not let him go to school. That wouldn't be acceptable because the little girl he loved was still waiting for him. As soon as he opened the door, Luowen looked towards Tang Qingluo's door. People? Luowen was full of doubts. She had said on the phone that she would wait for him at the door, so why wasn't she there at all now? Is he still at home? Thinking of this, Luowen walked up and knocked on the door. Luowen raised his hand high and knocked down. Because this knock was filled with resentment, he used more force. Just when his hand was 2 centimeters away from the door, it opened. Clang. If it can make a sound, it's a good start. What am I thinking about? Luowen quickly cleared his mind of the messy thoughts. The force used in that blow was quite strong, so he didn't stop his hand at all and hit Tang Qingluo's forehead directly. Luowen quickly looked down and was stunned. Since today is Sunday, we don't have to wear uniform to school. Tang Qingluo was wearing a pure white dress and, for the first time ever, she had a light lipstick on her face, making her look exceptionally pure. Big bad guy. A delicate cry made Luowen react. Looking at Tang Qingluo's aggrieved face, with sparkling eyes, Luowen quickly comforted her in a gentle voice. Does it hurt? As he spoke, Luowen's hand touched Tang Qingluo's forehead. Pain. Tang Qingluo felt very aggrieved. He had dressed like this today specifically to meet Luowen, but he didn't expect to get hit by a big chestnut before he even met the person. Who wouldn't feel wronged? She didn't even want to bother with this stinky guy. But when I thought about what happened before, all the grievances in my head disappeared in an instant. Blow on it and it won't hurt. I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? As he spoke, Luowen's mouth was already close to her forehead. The warm breeze blew on her forehead, and Tang Qingluo's brows relaxed comfortably. So comfortable. She said it subconsciously. When Tang Qingluo realized what he had said, he instantly felt his face burning. What did I say? He wouldn't mistake me for that kind of person, would he? Woo woo woo. Thinking of this, she felt even more ashamed, and she looked like a big red Fuji apple. Moo-ah. Before she could react, a warm kiss was given to her. Tang Qingluo was stunned for a moment. The warm touch on his forehead proved everything. Looking at Luowen, who kissed her and acted as if nothing had happened, she felt embarrassed and annoyed. You're a pervert and a rascal. She said this with shame and anger, her little face now red as if blood could drip out. Looking at the shy girl, Luowen thought she was very cute. You big gangster, I'm going to get rid of you today. After saying that, she raised her little fist and prepared to hit the bad guy. Go ahead and hit me. If you don't feel bad, then hit me. Luowen was very confident and didn't dodge because he knew she wouldn't hit him. This is his confidence. Tang Qingluo also reacted at this time and stopped urgently, but he felt it was too embarrassing to scare Luowen in a fierce manner. Bite you. Chapter 22. These shoelaces are so hard to tie. After saying that, Tang Qingluo went downstairs with a red face, and Luowen followed her slowly behind her like a follower. Don't be angry, it won't hurt after the kiss. Luowen quickly walked behind her and patted her shoulder suddenly. Tang Qingluo's body shook noticeably, and he was obviously frightened. Asshole. Tang Qingluo turned around and stared at Luowen with his watery peach blossom eyes. Then he turned away and ignored him and went downstairs. I scared you. She didn't answer and just kept walking. Luowen was regretting deeply at this moment. The light in the corridor just now was very similar to that night. Coupled with his sudden fright, the little girl must have recalled the painful memory. I walked downstairs and it was still pitch black outside. It was 5 in the morning, so the street lights were not on. The entire neighborhood was silent and the only sound I could hear was croaking in the bushes. Tang Qingluo, who was walking in front, slowed down her pace, and Luowen quickly walked up to her and walked side by side with her. Soon they arrived at the parking place. It was really dark here and there was no light at all. Tang Qingluo unconsciously moved closer to Luowen. Feeling the touch on his arm, Luowen turned his head and saw that the girl's arm was close to him and she was leaning on him to walk. He wasn't stupid, she was just scared. Then Luowen reached out his big hand and grabbed the small hand into his palm. May I? She lowered her head and said nothing. Luoan took it as her consent and clenched his fists. When he walked to the bicycle, he found that Luo Hai had already installed a back seat for Luoan's bicycle. It's just to make it easier to bring people. Come sit up. Luoan patted his back seat. I have my own bike, so I'd better ride it, Tang Qingluo said shyly with a red face. After saying that, he walked to the other side where he parked his car. Luoan was puzzled. Has this girl become a different person? Why did she become so shy after being discharged from the hospital? Could it be that she hasn't recovered from the kiss just now? That should be the case. If she doesn't want to, I won't force her. Luoan's mouth opened slightly, ready to speak. I will be reserved for a moment, don't take it seriously. Can you be more domineering? Just carry me up. Hurry up, I'm ready, Omega. Well. Luoan was stunned, but then he realized, sure enough. This little girl is still the same little girl, she hasn't changed at all. Then today I will do as she wishes. He walked forward slowly, and Tang Qingluo looked at him expectantly with a hint of shyness in his eyes. Stop it, you are wearing a skirt today, you can't ride my bike. As he said that, Luoan picked her up and walked straight to the back seat of his car. Luoan knew that if he didn't give her a way out, she would definitely not be happy. When he picked her up, she resisted symbolically for a few times at first, but then she obediently let him hold her. Tang Qingluo, nestled in Luoan's arms, never stopped talking. You big bastard, you bad guy, I will never forgive you for doing this to me. Umfo Q. His fingers kept poking Luoan's chest muscles to vent his dissatisfaction. But at this moment, there was another scene in her mind. So domineering. I like it so much. My abdominal muscles are injured, so I can only touch my chest muscles. I am so miserable. Looking at the dramatic girl in his arms, Luoan was speechless. But then he thought, it would be a lot of fun if he took her home in the future, and thinking of this, a lewd smile reappeared on Luoan's face. Shit. No, Luoan quickly cleared his mind and tried not to think about those bitter things. Kill, kill, kill. How can I, a great young man of the 21st century, be controlled by such obscene things? You have to hold on. Luoan wanted to cry, but he still had Tang Qingluo in his arms. At this time Tang Qingluo also found something wrong. Why was he standing still? Thinking of this, she raised her head and looked at him with a silly face. Why aren't you moving? Because. Luoan couldn't open his mouth. How could he say such a thing? He would be considered a pervert. Although Luoan tried his best to suppress his restless body, he was holding a beautiful girl in his arms, and he was not a saint, so how could he remain calm? Why aren't you talking? Wait for something. At this time, Tang Qingluo also felt a murderous object sticking to her, but she was so naive that she didn't know what it was. Out of curiosity, Tang Qingluo was ready to find out what was going on, but as soon as he reached out his hand, he was caught by Luoan. What are you doing? Tang Qingluo stared at him with a scrutinizing look. Luoan said with a guilty look on his face, it's nothing, it's a cell phone. Don't touch it, it will easily fall to the ground if you are in that position. Real? Tang Qingluo didn't quite believe it, because Luoan's face was full of guilt. Then don't just stand there and put me in the car quickly. My legs are numb from holding me like that. Tang Qingluo complained in an unhappy tone. There was no choice but for Luoan to continue walking. Don't leave your phone there anymore, it's very uncomfortable. Luoan could only smile awkwardly when he heard this. These 5 meters of distance seemed like 5,000 meters to Luoan, and every step was like torture. Finally, Tang Qingluo was put down on the seat. Luoan heaved a sigh of relief, feeling lucky that he was not discovered. But then he thought of something and quickly squatted down. What are you doing? Tang Qingluo asked puzzledly. Your shoelaces are untied, tie them up. Your shoelaces are so hard to tie, don't you know how to do it? Let me help you. No need. Your long skirt is inconvenient to wear. No need to help tie it. Oh, okay, hurry up then. 5 minutes later, Luoan's shoelaces were finally tied. Chapter 23 So soft. Your shoelaces are so hard to tie. Why don't you change your shoes? It's so troublesome. Tang Qingluo complained impatiently. It's not her fault. It's because Luoan took so long to tie his shoelaces. Let's go. Luoan didn't respond and just got on his bike, while in his heart he couldn't help but blame his shoelaces for being so disobedient. Hold me, the road is bad. Tang Qingluo did not refuse. She felt safe with him hugging her, and it seemed like it was becoming a habit. Then, with a blushing face, she gently put her arms around Luowen's waist. So thin and hard, I love it. No, Tang Qingluo, how can you be so crazy about flowers? No. I wasn't hugging him. I was afraid he would fall off his bike. I was helping him. I am such a good person. Luoan. Tang Qingluo held Luowen gently along the way, and her delicate little face rubbed his back from time to time. In fact, Luowen has always wanted to remind her that rubbing like this would be very itchy and he couldn't control it. But then I thought about the girl's thick skin and decided to give up. If I really remind her, I don't know what she will do. In order to divert attention, Luowen took the lead and asked, "Did anything happen in the class during the half-month I was away?" After hearing what Luowen said, Tang Qingluo also complained, "It's nothing, it's just that there are too many homeworks. You don't even know that there are so many papers piled up on your seat." As she spoke, she gestured with her little hands. "But I cleaned it all up for you." After saying that, Tang Qingluo hugged Luowen obediently, and then put on an expression as if asking for praise. Omega. Praise me now. Praise me, I am really your good and virtuous deskmate Omega. Luowen turned his head to look at her and couldn't help laughing. There's no need to listen to her inner voice, this little girl has the words seeking praise written all over her face. After stopping his smile, Luowen praised, "You are worthy of being my good deskmate. You can do everything. That's great. Come and touch my head." "Oh, this is what I should do, no need to praise me, don't praise me." Tang Qingluo shyly rubbed her head against his back. The two chatted like this, and the speed of riding the bike gradually slowed down. He wanted her to hug him for a while longer. Soon Luowen rode to the vicinity of the school. Perhaps it was the ambiguous looks from her classmates that made her never raise her head and she kept it nestled on Luowen's back. So many people saw me. I'm so embarrassed. Oh Q. What are you doing? Luowen felt the pain coming from his back and asked in confusion. Ride faster. Luoan. Why? There's no reason, just hurry up, or I'll beat you. After saying that, Tang Qingluo raised his shy little face, raised his little fist and symbolically hit it twice. Tang Qingluo, hit you. This little girl is still so shy, it seems that she hasn't been trained well enough. Luowen naturally knew what she was thinking, he just wanted to see her embarrassed look. It's so cute. Looking at Tang Qingluo's shy little face, Luowen immediately came up with an idea, which would also let those who coveted the little girl see who was the boss. Luowen smiled slightly, then drove at full speed, and shouted loudly, "Tang Qingluo, hold on tight, I'm going to drive fast." Suddenly, the people around were attracted by Luowen and looked at them one after another. Some of the students looked at them differently. The shy girl was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? How can you do this? What's wrong? Didn't you tell me to ride faster? Luowen said with an innocent look. Tang Qingluo was so embarrassed and annoyed that he didn't know how to refute this stinky guy. Ignore the stinky guy. But the body is still honest. You have to hug her even if you want to, and don't let yourself be wronged. This is Tang Qingluo's life motto. She just lay on Luowen's back with her head tilted to one side, like a well-behaved little rabbit. What a cute little duplicity. But I like it, he. Luowen, who was in YY, did not notice the person in front of him. When he came to his senses, Luowen quickly used his ancestral foot brake to barely stop the car. Due to inertia, Tang Qingluo crashed straight into Luowen. In an instant, the two bodies were pressed tightly together. The soft touch instantly swept over Luowen's body. Very soft. Luowen couldn't help but speak out. Tang Qingluo, who was behind, didn't feel so good. The sudden impact made her gasp. The voice was soft, making the ears feel tingling, and it also had a certain alluring aura. Tang Qingluo reacted and instantly covered her delicate little mouth. Why did I scream? I am too embarrassed to face people from now on. It's all his fault. He must have done it on purpose. He is such a big rascal and he must be responsible for me. Then she stared at him with her peach blossom eyes and a fierce look. You're a pervert, a jerk, a pervert, and a scoundrel. Luowen looked back and saw that she was already extremely shy. Her cheeks were rosy, and the blush appeared even brighter under the early morning sunshine. Her pearly teeth were tightly biting her delicate lips, but a hint of shame and anger made her look even more adorable. For a moment, Luoan was distracted. "I knew you were a pervert. You have nothing to say." At this time, Tang Qingluo put her hands on her waist, chattered, and kept accusing Luoan of his shameless behavior. "Someone in front of me almost hit me, and I didn't do it on purpose. You have to believe me." Luoan explained, "If I hadn't braked urgently, we would both have died here today." "Really?" Luoan nodded quickly. How could such a pure person like him deliberately take advantage of his little Qingmei? "If you want to eat, eat it openly. I'll trust you just this once, let's go." She was temporarily forced to believe him. Tang Qingluo felt uncomfortable with the looks from the people around her. They were all classmates, and she was not as thick-skinned as Luoan. Yeah, okay. He also knew that if he didn't leave, the girl's face would probably be cooked. There were still more than 1,000 meters to the school, but she did not choose to hug him. There are many reasons, the main one being that she can meet her group of close friends here, and if they see her, they will definitely pester her and ask her all kinds of questions. Chapter 24, Fat Dragon, I haven't seen you for just a few days, and you've become gay. When we arrived at the school gate, it was already completely light. Luoan deliberately slowed down on this section of the road. Tang Qingluo lowered his head and kept poking his waist and abdomen with his fingers. "Hurry up. My legs are so weak, I really can't even stare anymore." "I don't believe it, you did it on purpose." Tang Qingluo was both embarrassed and annoyed. This guy could run 5,000 meters like a piece of cake, but now he said he was too tired to pedal anymore. Wasn't he treating her like a fool? Thinking of this, she ignored this stinky guy. Humph. It only took 6 minutes to travel this stretch of road at Luoan's high-speed driving. Luoan stopped the car, turned around and said to Tang Qingluo, "We are at school, get off. I will never ride in your car again." Tang Qingluo didn't forget to complain as he got out of the car. Upon hearing this, Luoan immediately put on an exhausted expression and said to Tang Qingluo, "Isn't today boring? Don't be angry." "You don't have to be like this, I'm not angry." After saying that, Tang Qingluo turned her head away proudly and ignored him. Tang Qingluo was walking in front and he was following behind. As soon as they entered the school gate, everyone's attention was attracted by Luoan. The girls who were walking together immediately started discussing it passionately. "This must be Luoan. He's so handsome. Some guys are not only physically fit, but also good at fighting. I really love guys like this. Stop being so naughty. Didn't you see there was a girl in front of him? To me, they look like a couple." One of the girls explained without hesitation. After hearing this, the girls not only did not feel disappointed, but became much more energetic and started discussing the topic. "I don't think they are a couple. Look, all the girls ignore him." After hearing the answer that satisfied them, many girls followed suit. "I think so too. Look at that girl. She didn't even look kind to Luo Xiaoqiao. I don't know what she's pretending to be." "Me too." Then they all looked at Luoan with strange eyes. It seemed that in their eyes, Luoan was just a lamb to be slaughtered. Seeing this situation, Luoan understood something in his mind, and immediately started thinking about how to deal with this group of girls. But before he could think about it, Tang Qingluo stopped, turned around and ran towards him. "Brother Luoan, why are you walking so slowly? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Tang Qingluo's voice was exceptionally soft and sweet, making one feel numb. After she finished speaking, she hugged Luoan's arm and shook him, saying, "Brother, let's go." Before Luoan could react, Tang Qingluo grabbed his arm and forcibly pulled him away. Luoan turned around and looked at the group of girls. Their faces looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit, and they all stared at Tang Qingluo with vicious eyes. When they reached the empty corridor, Tang Qingluo hurriedly let go of his arm. Before Luoan could speak, she hurriedly explained. "Don't get me wrong. I was forced to help you because I was afraid you would fall in love too early and affect your studies. Who made you so famous now? I wonder how many women are staring at you." Hearing Tang Qingluo's slightly sour words, Luoan knew that she was jealous. As expected, a jealous woman is the most terrifying. Tang Qingluo now no longer looked shy as before. Seeing that his childhood sweetheart was jealous of him, Luoan even felt a little proud. "Let's go," Luoan spoke first. "Huh, do you need me to tell you? It's not like I don't know. I know. My little Qingluo knows everything. Luoan laughed and pulled Tang Qingluo towards the classroom. Although Tang Qingluo did not resist Luoan's hand holding, he ignored him. Luoan has long been accustomed to this. After all, loving someone is different from liking someone. As soon as he reached the door, Luoan saw Fat Dragon standing there in a nonchalant manner, posing in a way that he thought was very handsome. You don't have to think about it to know that she is in heat. After not seeing him for so many days, Luoan took a quick look and found that the boy seemed to have gained some weight. This won't do. If he continues to eat and drink indiscriminately, stomach cancer will not be far away from him. Thinking of this, Luoan walked straight up to him and patted him on the stomach twice. The fat on Fat Dragon's belly shook up and down as Luoan slapped it. Who dares to attack you, Master Xia? Feeling a slight pain in his stomach, Fat Dragon turned his head angrily to look over. He wanted to see who was so annoying as to provoke him. But the moment he saw the person, the anger on his face turned into joy, and he shouted subconsciously. Brother Luo. Fat Dragon rubbed his eyes, he couldn't believe it. The news of Luoan's off-campus affairs spread like wildfire in the school. He naturally knew about Luoan's injuries. The critical illness notice had even been issued, so in his opinion, it must be very serious. But I didn't expect Luoan to come to school after only half a month. It really shocked him for the whole year. Subconsciously, I think Luo Guo's future wife will be very happy. Seeing Fat Dragon standing there in a daze, Luoan patted his head speechlessly. I haven't come for only half a month, and you're like this. If I come a few more months later, will you forget me? No. Luo Guo, you were wrong. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Fat Dragon quickly denied it. After saying that, he moved close to Luoan and touched him. Luoan, oh. I haven't seen you for just a few days and you've turned out to be gay. Stay away from me. Luoan's face was a little distorted, and he even wanted to punch Fat Dragon directly. He never thought that Fat Dragon actually had a crush on Long Yang. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but tighten his clothes. Fencing is absolutely impossible for him. It's impossible in this lifetime. Even Tang Qingluo, who was watching the show on the side, couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Luoan back to the classroom. She kept talking as she walked, and her tender little mouth kept speaking to Luoan. Luoan, I'm telling you, stay away from people like this in the future, or you might become gay. Did you hear that? After saying that, she gave him a warning look. Fat Dragon stood there, staring at the two people leaving for a while, then he reacted. Who do you think he is? Even though he is a pervert, he is only interested in girls. Without thinking too much, Pang Long hurriedly chased after him, determined to protect his innocence no matter what. Brother Luo, don't get me wrong, I just want to see how badly you're injured. Finally, after his persistent explanation, the matter was explained clearly. But although Tang Qingluo said that he knew it, he was still secretly wary of Fat Long in his heart. After all, it is better to be cautious. She doesn't want her future husband to make any mistakes. Chapter 25 Lin Xingyi's Heartache. Luoan, come to the office. Lin Xingyi's voice came from the radio. Luoan looked up subconsciously, and after confirming that he had heard correctly, he walked towards the office. As soon as Luoan entered the office, he saw Lin Xingyi sitting at her seat. She is wearing a white dress today, and if you don't look carefully, you might really think she is an 18-year-old girl. Luoan, what are you doing standing at the door? Come here quickly. Lin Xingyi's tone of voice was much more enthusiastic than usual. Luoan naturally knew what was going on. Luoan walked over slowly, waiting for Lin Xingyi to speak. Our handsome Luo is back, he's not missing any limbs, right? Lin Xingyi said this half-jokingly, her tone was unusually playful and cute. It was the first time that Luoan heard Lin Xingyi speak like this, and he was stunned, just like a cute little girl. But then he realized that this might be what Lin Xingyi really looked like. Thinking of this, Luoan was no longer so reserved and said jokingly, it's just a small injury, not worth mentioning, it's just a drop of water. You're just a chatterbox. If it was really like what you said, you would have been lying in the hospital for another half a month. Lin Xingyi rolled her eyes at him and said, where are you hurt? Take off your clothes and let me see. Luoan? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and open it. Teacher, this is not good. Luoan was really embarrassed to take off his clothes in front of the female teacher. Lin Xingyi also saw Luoan's concerns. You are a child and you are still shy, take it off quickly. After saying that, he didn't forget to glare at him. Luoan was speechless. It turned out that no matter how old the students were, they were still children in the eyes of their teachers. Seeing that he couldn't resist Lin Xingyi, Luoan shyly took off his shirt. The scar was revealed. Lin Xingyi was not feeling well at this time either. Although she is a teacher, she is actually just a young girl who has just graduated from college 3 years ago. Not much older than Luoan. The moment Luoan took off his clothes, she was deeply attracted by his figure. So strong was her most intuitive feeling about Luoan's physique. Look at those perfect 8-pack abs. Look at the strong and hard chest muscles. Coupled with his perfect face, he is simply the man of his dreams. Teacher, are you looking at me? Why are you drooling? Luoan interrupted Lin Xingyi and stopped her from continuing. He knew that Lin Xingyi had been defeated by his physique, and he couldn't go on like this, as he still had Xiaoqing Luo. What? Hearing this, Lin Xingyi hurriedly wiped the corners of her mouth with her hand. But after wiping for a while, she realized something was wrong. Saliva, where does the saliva come from? There is obviously nothing. I looked up at Luoan again. There was a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth and his eyes seemed to say, I understand. Lin Xingyi reacted immediately and a faint blush immediately appeared on her face. Damn it! Is her gaze that obvious? Not only was he discovered, but he was also teased by his own students. She is a teacher. How could she possibly like her own students? After comforting myself, Lin Xingyi pretended to be angry and scolded, Luoan, you even dare to lie to the teacher now. Don't think that I won't punish you just because you are injured. You still have to be punished. Today, you should erase the blackboard in the first class. The moment she said it, she was a little confused. Why did the punishment change? It seemed that her mentality had changed since then. Could it be Luoan's fault? No way, no way. She must be too kind-hearted and can't bear to see her students being punished. That must be it. Other students, I really know how to thank you. Lin Xingyi didn't dare to think further, so she turned her attention to where he was injured. But after just one look, her mood calmed down. When she first saw it, she thought she was seeing things. Because that scar is so horrible. It wasn't that she thought the scar was ugly, but the severity of the scar was beyond her expectations. After she learned that Luoan was injured, she didn't know the severity of the injury, but Luoan's parents only said that he was injured while saving others, which made her subconsciously think that it was not very serious. In addition, Luoan returned to school in just half a month, which made her more certain of her judgment. But the moment she saw the scar, she realized how serious Luoan's injury was. She studied medicine in college, so she naturally knew what level of injury could cause such a scar. Does it hurt? Lin Xingyi touched it unconsciously, and feeling the scar, she couldn't help but feel heartache. After all, they have been together for 3 years, and the relationship between teacher and student is not just for show. In her heart, these students have become her children. Even though she is only 25. Luoan was stunned on the spot by Lin Xingyi's sudden move. Shit. Could it be that the head teacher couldn't help it anymore? No, as a good young man, I will never let this happen. Chapter 26 We are teacher and students. Thinking of this, Luoan suddenly pulled down his clothes, took a step back, and looked at Lin Xingyi vigilantly. Lin Xingyi was stunned for a moment, her hand still suspended in mid-air without being retracted. What's wrong? Lin Xingyi was confused and she didn't know why Luoan reacted so strongly. Did she hurt him? Teacher, we are teacher and student. Luoan said with a look of great sorrow, besides, I have someone I like. After saying this, he crossed his hands over his chest and looked at her with vigilance. Lin Xingyi? Luoan. You think your teacher is just like that? Your head is full of yellow garbage. Your teacher was kind enough to check your injuries, but you treated me like this. Lin Xingyi spoke very quickly, her delicate little face turned red, and she looked embarrassed and annoyed. Seeing Lin Xingyi so angry, Luoan felt a little unconfident and couldn't help but wonder if he was too credulous. Once the seeds of doubt are planted in a person's heart, it is impossible to stop them, and the same is true for Luoan. After all, he was facing his own class teacher, so regardless of whether he had made a mistake or not, he hurried forward to apologize. He said in a flattering tone, Teacher, I was just joking with you. I saw that you were in a low mood just now, so... After saying this, Luoan felt that his excuse was so bad, it was totally outrageous. But there is really no other way. What Luoan said before really didn't leave himself any way out. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he couldn't think of any good excuse to make up for it. I can only go ahead with it. Don't make such jokes in the future, especially to the teacher. Since you are injured so badly this time, I won't punish you for now, Lin Xingyi said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Luowen was stunned at first, but then he reacted. Yes. Teacher, I promise there won't be a next time. Luowen quickly agreed. He didn't expect Lin Xingyi to let him go just like that. After saying that, Luowen ran away, using the excuse that he still had to study. Watching Luowen leave the office, Lin Xingyi's serious and cold face instantly relaxed. Then he let out a long sigh and slumped in the chair. In fact, her heart trembled suddenly when she heard Luowen's words just now. Now thinking back on my behavior just now, the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. Why did I suddenly reach out? Was it because the teacher simply felt sorry for the student? Not entirely, because Luowen's figure was so good that she couldn't help but touch it. Lin Xingyi summed up the reasons and only then realized that she had been too abnormal just now. He actually had improper thoughts about his own students. Lin Xingyi's face turned red with embarrassment instantly, and she unconsciously recalled Luowen's figure. That touch. That outline. That beauty. To sum it up in one sentence, it's too hard. The kind she couldn't stand. But it's a pity that she already has someone she likes. Otherwise, who wouldn't love a boy who is handsome and has a sense of justice? Lin Xingyi looked out the window somewhat sadly, wondering whether she should be so ruthless as to destroy the beautiful girl. After all, she was a teacher, and she could explain that doing so was for their own good. Forget it. As long as it doesn't affect her studies, she will just ignore it. She is not an old cow, why should she always want to eat young grass? On the other side, Luowen just returned to the classroom and met Tang Qingluo's worried gaze. Her peach blossom eyes kept looking outside the classroom, making it hard for people not to notice her. But after meeting Luowen's gaze, she hurriedly looked away and stopped looking at him. Luowen couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, what a proud and cute little girl. But he was still willing to continue acting with her. Walking straight to the seat, Luowen naturally pushed the chair next to Tang Qingluo, and then sat down on it. Luowen's thigh naturally touched her thigh. Feeling the touch between his thighs, Tang Qingluo, who was pretending, could no longer sit still. Luowen, take back your dog legs, or I'll chop them off. Chapter 27. He doesn't know what I'm thinking, does he? Tang Qingluo blared at Luowen angrily. Her little mouth was pouted and a faint blush appeared on her face. Looks so cute. What's wrong? Are you angry now? We used to take baths together when we were kids. Luowen said disapprovingly. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingluo's face turned visibly red. No, I didn't. I took a bath, with you. Tang Qingluo stammered in retort. At the same time, I kept cursing him in my heart. Damn Luowen, you tell everything out loud, aren't you ashamed? This big bad guy, ignore him, hum. After saying that, Tang Qingluo turned his head away and stopped looking at him, leaving only a proud profile. Seeing this, Luowen smiled faintly and stopped talking. He just wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect Tang Qingluo's reaction to be so big. Tang Qingluo was still feeling ashamed and angry. Even if he took the initiative to admit his mistake, Tang Qingluo would definitely not pay any attention to him. So just wait quietly. Not long after the two of them were quiet, Lin Xingyi walked in. The class, which was noisy just now, became quiet in an instant. Lin Xingyi, standing on the podium, glanced at the students as usual. When he saw the middle, his eyes met Luowen's. Lin Xingyi looked away guiltily, her heartbeat speeding up unconsciously. Ah! Lin Xingyi, what's wrong with you? Are you really attracted to this little kid? Lin Xingyi felt like she was going crazy. How could he fall in love with her student, who was a married man at that? Could it be that she was attracted by his figure? But she denied it in an instant. That I smiled bitterly in my heart, love is something that is really hard to explain. Her love was destined to be impossible before it even began. After a minute's pause, Lin Xingyi began her lecture. Luowen listened attentively throughout the class. His super learning ability allowed him to understand any question, no matter how difficult it was, and he could apply what he had learned to other situations. Tang Qingluo turned his head and looked at Luowen, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. She hadn't seen him so serious in a long time. Although she didn't know what caused it, she was still very happy. Because this way he would have a chance to get into the same university as her, and then he could lower his score a little bit. Tang Qingluo's mind was full of calculations. He even thought of what to name his child. Luowen couldn't help laughing and looked at her with a meaningful expression. Tang Qingluo's face instantly turned red. Although she didn't know why Luowen was laughing, she could tell that this guy was laughing at her. Suddenly, an absurd idea popped into her head. This guy doesn't know what I'm thinking, does he? But then she couldn't help laughing. How is that possible? Tang Qingluo couldn't help but admire his own imagination. How could he come up with such a ridiculous idea? Ha! Why are your legs shaking? Feeling the sensation in her legs, she looked at Luowen in confusion, her eyes full of puzzlement. Nothing, just, my legs are numb, let me move them around. Luowen felt guilty to begin with, and his speech was a little unnatural. Really? I always feel like you're hiding something from me. How is that possible? I will never hide it from you no matter what. Tang Qingluo blinked his peach blossom eyes and stared at Luowen, trying to find some signs of lying in his eyes. Hum. Lin Xingyi really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She had already noticed the little movements below. But because of what happened in the morning, she still had a hurdle in her heart and wanted to pretend she didn't see it. But then it got even worse, seeing them acting so affectionate. She felt quite unhappy. Chapter 28 I'll bite you to death, hum. Hearing the voice, Tang Qingluo quickly turned his head back. She pretended to be studying hard, but her little feet under the desk betrayed her and kept moving around nervously. It's all your fault, Stinky Luowen. Tang Qingluo muttered softly. Luowen secretly looked up at Lin Xingyi, and breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that she was not looking at them. It turned out to be just a common cough. At the same time, he was also very grateful that the cough just now really saved him. Afterwards, Tang Qingluo ignored Luowen and stared at the blackboard to study seriously. Lin Xingyi glanced at them secretly, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. When the get out of class was over, Lin Xingyi packed up her teaching materials and was about to leave the classroom. When he reached the door, he paused, suddenly remembering that there was something he had not announced. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the midterm exam is scheduled for tomorrow. Don't forget to review today. Lin Xingyi said in a teasing tone, and I remember what some people promised. After saying this, he turned around and left in a good mood. As for why? She would never admit that she was happy because she had an excuse to separate Luowen and Tang Qingluo. As expected, Tang Qingluo's expression instantly became unnatural when he heard the news. There was surprise, sadness, and even a little bit of aggrieved. What's wrong? How can a top university student like you be scared by a midterm exam? Luowen said jokingly upon seeing this. You still say that? Tang Qingluo said aggrievedly, you haven't studied much and have been in the hospital the whole time. How are you going to handle this exam? She didn't want to be separated from Luowen, and she got angry when she thought of Luowen sitting with another woman. She also didn't want to sit with any boys other than Luowen. Absolutely not. It's just a midterm exam, nothing to worry about. Luowen said confidently. After all, super learning ability is not something to brag about. As long as he finishes reading the book carefully tonight, basically nothing will be difficult for him. But these words had a different meaning in Tang Qingluo's ears. Do you really think so? Tang Qingluo felt a little bit unbelievable. Did he forget the bet between him and Lin Xingyi? Hearing this, Luowen subconsciously said, how else can I think about it? You. Tears welled up in Tang Qingluo's eyes. He bit his lips tightly with his little white teeth, trying hard not to let the tears fall. But she was born with tear incontinence and couldn't stop crying at all. Crystal clear tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. Feeling the tears coming down, Tang Qingluo turned around and lay down on the desk. She didn't want Luowen to see that the stinky guy didn't even want to sit with her. Why is she still crying? It must be because a brick has got into her eye. I'm not sad. No, it's not that. Luowen was watching blankly at the side, unable to react for a moment. Fool! Your wife is crying, why don't you go and comfort her? Xiao Hua couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out, cursing angrily. Looking at Xiao Hua standing beside him, Luowen finally reacted. He quickly came to Tang Qingluo and gently comforted him. Don't cry, Qingluo, the culprit is right next to you, don't you want to beat him up? After saying that, he poked her tender little hand. Tang Qingluo, who was already angry, couldn't help himself for a moment. He raised his head and pounced on Luoan, hugged his neck tightly like a kitten and bit him. At the same time, Luoan quickly pulled the curtains over to cover them. Chapter 29 Luoan. Can you please not be angry? I'll bite you to death. Hiss. Luoan cried out in pain. This bite was not light, he even felt the bite was bleeding. This little girl is so cruel. Luoan subconsciously wanted to push her away, but he was worried about hurting her, so he didn't push her away. He just gritted his teeth, hugged her gently, and gently stroked her soft hair, trying to calm her down. After about 10 seconds, a slight smell of blood came from Tang Qingluo's mouth, and he licked it subconsciously with his tongue. At the same time, Luoan's body trembled violently. If you want to bite, just bite. But you even licked it, that's too much. Luoan wanted to cry but had no tears. The double feeling almost made him unable to hold back. No, Tang Qingluo looked at Luoan's neck nervously. Sure enough, there were 2 rows of neat purple-blue teeth marks on the place where she bit, and drops of blood were already oozing from the place where the little canine teeth bit. She regretted it very much now. She had bitten his neck in a fit of rage. Luoan must be very angry. Will he ignore me from now on? Tang Qingluo didn't dare to look up. He sat upright like a little rabbit waiting for punishment. Luoan looked up at the huge contrast between Tang Qingluo and Tang Qingluo, and couldn't help but joked, "What's wrong? You bit me and didn't even apologize." Hearing this, Tang Qingluo thought Luoan was angry, and subconsciously pounced on him again. "I don't want you to hate me." Luoan subconsciously blocked it with his hands. He was really afraid that the little girl would bite him again. He can't stand it. But this has a different meaning for Tang Qingluo. "Do you hate me?" Tang Qingluo whispered timidly, his tone full of grievance. She was really afraid of losing Luoan, afraid that he would no longer care about her, and afraid that he would find another girl in the future. Thinking of Tang Qingluo's red and swollen peach blossom eyes, she couldn't stop crying. "Why are you crying? How could I hate you, little fool?" Luoan gently wiped away the tears from Tang Qingluo's face. "Really?" Tang Qingluo raised his head and his tears stopped temporarily. Luoan smiled and gently touched her furry head with his palm. "Tang Qingluo, Omega. When have I ever lied to you?" Tang Qingluo did not reply, but raised his hand and gently stroked Luoan's wound, asking with concern. "Why didn't you push me away?" "I'm just afraid of hurting someone." Luoan let out a sly smile and said, "So how do you think someone should compensate me?" "That's because you want to sit at the same table with other girls." Tang Qingluo's little face drooped again, and he spoke in a low voice with a grieved look. "Who said I have to sit at the same table with other girls?" Hearing Luoan still quibbling, Tang Qingluo felt even more aggrieved. "You have it, you just admitted it." "Humph." Only then did Luoan realize that he had not yet explained to the girl the misunderstanding she had just had. "I mean, exams don't bother me at all." Luoan was afraid that she wouldn't believe him, so he added, "I didn't miss any classes in the hospital, so don't disbelieve me." Hearing this, Tang Qingluo looked at him stupidly, although he didn't quite believe what Luoan said. But at least he had no intention of changing his deskmate, which made him feel very comfortable. But then she remembered that she not only misunderstood him, but also bit him. Even if it was her, she would be very angry. Tang Qingluo raised his eyes and spoke softly tentatively. "Luoan. I'm sorry, can you please not be angry?" Tang Qingluo rarely apologized to Luoan, but today she really felt that she had gone too far. "Cannot." Luoan refused outright. Chapter 30 Tang Qingluo's Sweet Kiss. Tang Qingluo's little face instantly became anxious, and her peach blossom eyes looked at him with watery eyes, as if tears would burst out at any time. "What should we do then?" Tang Qingluo clenched her 2 little hands nervously and asked stutteringly. Seeing this, Luoan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. This little girl is so easy to fool. Luoan pointed to his face and looked at her expectantly. "What?" Tang Qingluo blinked his eyes with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing that she didn't understand what he meant, Luoan stopped being reserved. "My wounded little heart needs." Luoan didn't finish his words, but just pointed at her rosy lips again. He had made it so obvious that even the simplest person could understand it. As expected, a blush immediately appeared on Tang Qingluo's face, and she looked delicate. "You, a hooligan." Tang Qingluo bit her lip and said, "Can we change to another?" She blushed and her heart beat faster just thinking about the scene with Luoan. If they really kissed, she would be so embarrassed. A shy girl would never agree to this, absolutely. Okay, there are so many girls out there who want to kiss me anyway, at worst I can let them comfort my hurt heart. Luoan pretended to be indifferent and prepared to get up and leave his seat. No. Tang Qingluo quickly grabbed Luoan's sleeve and looked at him aggrievedly. Can you please stop looking for them? You can't comfort me, who else can I turn to if not them? Luoan asked in fake confusion. I. Tang Qingluo was stunned for a long time before he finally said something in a low voice. She seemed to understand that this stinky guy just wanted her to kiss him, but she had no choice. She didn't dare to bet whether Luoan would really look for another girl if she didn't agree. If Luoan really did this, she would probably be mad to death. Close your eyes first. Hearing this, Luoan closed his eyes obediently and did not bargain with her anymore. He knew that if he really pushed the girl into a corner, what might be left on his face wouldn't be a sweet kiss. Then Luoan felt the warm touch on his face, soft and slightly cool. But it didn't last, just like a dragonfly skimming the water, but for him it was already satisfying. Luoan opened his eyes. Tang Qingluo's face was already red and his earlobes looked like they were cooked, so red that blood could drip out. Are you still angry? Tang Qingluo didn't know whether the kiss was qualified, so he spoke in a timid tone. Looking at the timid look of the little girl, Luoan couldn't help but blame himself and wondered if he had gone too far just now. I'm sorry, are you still angry, brother Luoan? Tang Qingluo asked again in a low voice. The word brother directly hit the softest spot in Luoan's heart. Luoan, who was overwhelmed, explained directly without caring about the risk of being beaten. Actually, I'm not angry at all, I just want to. Luoan was too embarrassed to continue speaking and could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Is what you just said true? Tang Qingluo's tone was no longer as timid as before, but angry and a little aggrieved. Luoan turned his head and responded in a low voice. Tang Qingluo pouted her lips, and raised her little fist angrily and punched him fiercely. Bad guy, big bad guy, you just know how to deceive me, I'll beat you to death. Although she said this, the strength of her hands never increased. After a while, Tang Qingluo stopped punching and spoke in a wrong tone. You can't lie to me like this again, okay? This joke is not funny at all. I am really scared. Tang Qingluo looked at him with a face full of grievance, which made it hard for people to refuse. Okay, it's my fault this time. I won't do this again. Please forgive me, okay? Tang Qingluo nodded naively. Our little Qingluo is so well behaved. Luoan touched her furry head lovingly. Tang Qingluo. Class is about to start, open the curtain. Tang Qingluo shyly made an excuse. But she forgot that this period was for the whole class. Her face turned red and she didn't dare to look at him, and she hurried to do other things. This stinky Luoan is too tempting. No, that stinky Luoan just deceived me badly, he is a bad guy. I can't completely forgive him Omega. But I bit him too, oh. There is no other way, so I should just forgive him. Who says I am a good person O+? Luoan listened quietly and couldn't help but feel that this little girl was really good at acting. When the curtains were opened, everyone in the class looked over. Why do they always go behind the curtains when they have nothing to do? Who knows? If you have the guts, go ask yourself. Hey, stop joking. Do you think they are doing something shameful in there? Don't tell me, it's really possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the way the people in the class looked at them changed. The thin-skinned Tang Qingluo blushed when he heard this, and lowered his head in embarrassment, avoiding their gazes. But Luoan was different. He didn't care about such things and just started reading a book. He had to prepare for tomorrow's exam, so he ignored these kids. When Luoan was watching intently, a Drake voice was heard. How is it possible? How could Qingluo fall in love with that poor student? Except that he is a little more handsome, has better physical fitness, and has a sense of justice, what else is there? My Qingluo, if there is someone you like, it can only be me. Tiango said this with a smug look on his face, not taking Luoan seriously at all. Everyone looked at him quietly, as if they were looking at an idiot. Luoan also raised his head and looked at him coldly, wondering quickly who he was. But I just can't remember. This is when your lovely little system comes in to help. Xiaohua jumped out at the right time and spoke slowly into Luoan's ear. Tiango transferred to our school when you were hospitalized. He fell in love with Tang Qingluo at first sight. Although Tang Qingluo clearly rejected him, he still kept pestering near Qingluo. Hearing this, Luowen's face turned gloomy and he waved his hand to signal Xiaohua to stop. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't want to stay any longer, so she changed her voice and spoke in a delicate voice. I'm going back first, don't forget to come and play with me in the evening. Luowen responded, and Xiaohua's shadow disappeared. At this time, Tang Qingluo frowned slightly and looked at Tiango with eyes full of disgust. Turning to look at Luowen again, her mood was instantly healed. As expected, my Luowen is still handsome. That ugly guy is not even as good as one toe of my stinky Luowen. I will never like him even if you kill me. But I hope Luowen won't misunderstand me. That won't do. Luowen, don't get me wrong, that person has nothing to do with me. Tang Qingluo probably felt that this was not convincing enough and quickly added, if I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning. After saying this, she looked at him firmly, afraid that he wouldn't believe it. Luowen couldn't help laughing when he saw this, and couldn't help but stroke her hair. Tell me, why are you so cute? How could I not believe you? You are such a fool. I'm afraid you really believed what he said. Tang Qingluo explained aggrievedly, but at the same time he felt very happy. Chapter 31 Tiango's Provocation. How could that be? Luowen said gently. When he looked at Tiango again, his face turned cold and an idea came to his mind. Thinking of this, Luowen stood up and said loudly, everyone, you are all right, except for the dog. The meaning of his words is obvious, and the dog in it is also self-evident. Sure enough, Tiango's face looked like he had eaten shit. But he still didn't give up and said, don't listen to his nonsense, this guy must be spreading rumors, this is a rumor. Luowen sneered and looked down at Tang Qingluo. Did I spread rumors? Tang Qingluo blushed and shook her head. At the same time, I was extremely shy. Stinky Luowen, how could you say that? What a bad guy, so embarrassing. Did you hear that? Luowen looked at Tiango in the front row and said playfully, do you want us to demonstrate it to you? You. Tiango was so angry that he couldn't speak. The people around also laughed out loud. They were already disgusted with this pretentious transfer student, so they naturally liked this kind of scene. As a poor student, can you please have some self-awareness? How dare you harm Qingluo? Tiango became so angry that he launched a personal attack on Luowen. Hearing this, Tang Qingluo could no longer sit still. She would not allow this stupid bastard to scold her brother Luowen. You stupid idiot, what right do you have to scold my Luowen? She stared at Tiango angrily, her eyes extremely fierce. If looks could kill, Tiango would have died thousands of times. Fuck. School beauty Tang is really angry. This is the first time I've heard Miss Tang swear. Me too. Everyone was discussing with each other, their eyes fixed on them, afraid of missing out on this big show. Tiango's face turned red after being scolded by Tang Qingluo, but he still couldn't bear to scold his goddess. Am I wrong? He is just a poor student and is not worthy of being with you. Tiango's eyes were full of jealousy. Everyone watched with great sighs. Look, this guy's defense is broken. Yeah, I think so too. Isn't this just pure dog licking? Don't tell me, it's the same as his name. At this time, Tang Qingluo couldn't help it anymore, and he kept talking about her brother again and again. Just when he was about to step forward and teach this little black guy a lesson, he was held down by a big hand. Tang Qingluo looked at Luowen in confusion. Why won't you let me hit him? I'm afraid you'll get your hands dirty. After saying that, he walked straight to Tiango and looked down at him. Seeing this, his heart rose to his throat. He won't hit me. Everyone was looking forward to Luowen's next move. Tang Qingluo, however, came to Luowen worriedly to cheer him on. You said I was a poor student, so let's compare the midterm exam results. As soon as the words fell, everyone including Tang Qingluo was stunned. They had thought of many solutions for Luowen, but they had not thought of this one. The look he gave Luowen also became one of confusion. I'm dying of laughter. How dare you? Tiango reacted and began to laugh unscrupulously. He was among the top students in his grade before he transferred, and he was confident that he would be in the top 10 even after the transfer. Tang Qingluo tugged at Luowen's clothes and asked in a low voice. Damn Luowen, don't you know how good he is at studying? You can beat him up, but how can you compare with him in this? Chapter 32 Tiango's Jealousy. Girl, do you think I would do something that I'm not sure of? Luowen took her hand and said, trust me, okay? I. Tang Qingluo nodded with a red face. She looked at Luowen's confident expression and was unconsciously infected by it. Tiango also saw this scene, which made him extremely jealous. The smile on his face stopped stiffly. He didn't understand why Tang Qingluo liked Luowen. He was obviously the one who was most suitable for her. Thinking of this, he secretly decided in his heart that he must humiliate Luowen. When Tang Qingluo sees Luowen's true nature, he will definitely get tired of Luowen, and in the end he will be able to win the beauty. Okay, don't regret what you said. Tiango gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Ha, is there something wrong with your brain? After saying that, Luowen was about to pull Tang Qingluo back. Etc. Before he had taken a few steps, Tiango's voice came from behind again. What? Luowen asked impatiently. There was a sly smile on Tiango's lips, although it was only a subtle expression. But it was still noticed by the experienced Luowen. There is no doubt that this guy is up to no good. Why don't we gamble a little? Okay, what do you want to bet on? Tiango was stunned at first. He didn't expect Luowen to be so straightforward. He laughed secretly in his heart. Luowen, I wonder if you will be finished now. Thinking of this, Tiango couldn't help but smile. Even Tang Qingluo noticed it, and hurriedly pulled Luowen's hand and went back to his seat. Luowen, let's not gamble with this kind of people. Let's go back. Seeing this, Tiango hurriedly said, thinking he was very smart, you wouldn't dare, would you? You are such a coward. Luowen chuckled and couldn't help but feel that Tiango was really digging his own grave. He was about to let him go, but he didn't expect Tiango to be so anxious to come and give himself up. It seems he has to accept it. Luowen stopped and Tang Qingluo, feeling the resistance, turned around and looked at him. His eyes were full of confusion. Luowen, don't be fooled by him, he is just provoking you. Don't be fooled. Tang Qingluo was afraid that Luowen would be fooled by Tiango, so he kept explaining. Seeing this, Luowen leaned over to Tang Qingluo's ear and said, silly boy, do you think I'm that stupid? No. Tang Qingluo replied blankly. I have a plan. I won't suffer any loss. Didn't you say you trust me? I forgot. She explained aggrievedly. Can I come over then? Qingluo? Luowen asked gently. He cared a lot about Tang Qingluo's feelings. If she didn't let him go, he wouldn't go. Anyway, he had plenty of ways to deal with Tiango. Hearing this, Tang Qingluo bit her lips tightly and clenched her two little hands together, as if she was going through a difficult mental struggle again. Go. She didn't know what was going on, it seemed like she couldn't refuse anything Luowen said. Looking at Luowen's confident look, she felt inexplicably at ease. Look how nervous you are. Trust me. Aha! Luowen turned around and looked at Tiango coldly. Tell me, what are you betting on? Tiango felt frightened by Luowen's gaze and didn't dare to look him in the eye. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but he still spoke out loud. If you win, then you have to accept the breakfast I bring to Tang Qingluo for a week, and you have to kneel on the ground and lick my shoes, and I will do the same for you. Since students cannot change seats without permission, he was not stupid enough to take the gamble. After saying that, he gave Luowen a joking look. Luowen was a little surprised, and looked at Tiango with strange eyes. Okay. And you are such a good Tiango. After Luowen finished speaking, he pulled Tang Qingluo back to his seat. Chapter 33 Is Luowen injured again? Wait until the results come out, and see if you're still so proud. Tiango stared at Luowen viciously, his back teeth almost breaking with envy. Tang Qingluo couldn't help feeling annoyed when he returned to his seat. Ah! What happened to me just now? Why did I just agree to let him go? What should I do? XX. Woo woo woo. Luowen was speechless, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Because I have been a poor student in the 3 years of high school, Tang Qingluo would not believe me even if I forced him to explain. I could only read quietly aside. Time passed quickly and Luowen spent the whole day reading books and doing exercises. But Tang Qingluo's little head was not quiet for the whole day. When returning home in the evening, Tang Qingluo also seemed to be worried. When we finally reached the downstairs of the community, I couldn't help but say it out loud. Luowen, why don't you take a sick leave tomorrow? Why? Luowen looked at her listlessly, he was really too tired. No, don't think too much. I don't look down on you, it's just that. Tang Qingluo clutched her clothes tightly with her little hands, and her little mouth pursed, but she couldn't utter those two words. Gradually, tears began to fill her peach blossom eyes. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Luowen laughed meanly and said, "What's wrong? You still don't believe me. Could it be that you like Tiango?" Upon hearing this, Tang Qingluo's fair and tender face instantly turned red with anger. This stinky Luowen really makes me mad. Doesn't this bastard realize that I like him? Who would like him? Luowen, how dare you say that? I'll beat you to death. After saying that, Tang Qingluo rushed over with a fierce look on his face, with his little fist raised high, determined to beat the stinky Luowen to death. I'll beat you to death. Unfortunately, before the little fist landed on Luowen, he dodged it with a quick move. Tang Qingluo, who missed his target, immediately became angry and ashamed. How embarrassing. How dare you hide? I must punish you today. She raised her leg and kicked Luowen's butt, but she really overestimated her own strength. She lost her balance and fell down. Ah! Luowen, save me! Tang Qingluo shouted subconsciously and was about to fall to the ground. He was so scared that he even closed his eyes. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no pain. Hey, why doesn't it hurt? Why is the floor soft? She opened one eye in a daze and looked around secretly. Silly boy, you didn't fall to the ground, how could it hurt? Luowen's sarcastic voice came from Tang Qingluo's head, and only then did she realize that she was in Luowen's arms. Suddenly, I felt ashamed, let me go. Tang Qingluo let out a coquettish cry and her soft body twisted in Luowen's arms. Luowen smiled and refused to let go. You! Tang Qingluo punched Luowen's chest with his little fists, but his body stopped twisting honestly. Big rascal! She rolled her eyes at Luowen and stopped resisting. She felt quite comfortable lying in his arms anyway. Feeling that the girl in his arms had calmed down, Luowen looked over in confusion. At this time, Luowen was sitting on the ground, and Tang Qingluo was nestling in his arms like a little kitten. Why aren't you moving? Anyway, no matter how much I resist, a certain gangster won't let me out. Oof. I'm not a big gangster, please don't talk nonsense. You are, a big hooligan, a big pervert. Seeing that he did not admit it, Tang Qingluo angrily punched him. Although he used more force this time, for Luowen, it was just like a tickle. After the beating, she laid on Luowen's chest again and drew circles on his chest with her fingers. To be honest, she really liked lying on Luowen. He was warm and hard, and she felt completely safe on him. Why are you silent? Are you scared by my beating? Seeing that Luowen stopped talking, she asked in confusion, blinking her big eyes and looking up. Luowen, what's wrong with you? Tang Qingluo's face suddenly changed and he jumped out of Luowen's arms in an instant. At this time, Luowen's brows were furrowed, and his face was full of pain. Chapter 34, Luowen is suffocating. Luowen, don't scare me. Are you okay? Tang Qingluo's voice trembled, and her two little hands tightly grasped Luowen's arms. I'm fine, just a little stomachache, don't worry. Luowen said with a painful expression, maybe it will feel better if you rub it for me. Okay, I'll rub it for you now. Tang Qingluo didn't have time to think about it, he just hugged Luowen into his arms, and his soft little hands kept rubbing his chest. The first feeling Luowen had when she held him tightly in her arms was that he felt so soft, so fragrant, and so warm. Secretly looking up at the nervous girl, Luowen's mouth corners slightly raised. This little girl is so easy to deceive. But then I changed my mind and started to worry again. What if this girl encounters a scammer in the future? It seems that I have to teach her a good lesson. Thinking of this, Luowen pretended to be weak. Qingluo, come closer. Seeing this, she didn't dare to think too much and just leaned over and lay on Luowen's face. Let me tell you. Before Luowen could finish his words, he felt a soft pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. Fuck. Luowen reacted and was secretly delighted. It's really big. He was both happy and painful at this moment. Although he was very happy, Luowen really couldn't breathe. Why don't you speak? Tang Qingluo thought Luowen was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, so his tone was very nervous. In this position, she couldn't see Luowen's face because it was blocked by a towering mountain. Tang Qingluo became even more uneasy as he didn't receive a response. She looked down hard, trying to get over the mountain, but in the end she could only see a little bit of his profile. And Luowen below was suffering. He was completely suffocated by the happiness. He tried to move his head out, but it was too tight. There was no other way, so Luoan had to move the mountain away with his hands. You're crushing me. Luoan sat up suddenly and took a deep breath. That was a close call. Almost suffocated. Luoan looked at Tang Qingluo with some fear and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it's not good to be too big. Are you not in pain? Tang Qingluo looked at him blankly. He was weak and biting his fist just now, but now he seemed like nothing happened. But it took her only a moment to understand, and the expression on her face changed from nervousness to anger. Forehead. Luoan noticed Tang Qingluo's expression at this time and realized that he seemed to have been discovered. My little Qingluo, get up quickly, the ground is cold. Luoan was about to help her up in a flattering manner, but before he could touch her arm, he was slapped on the hand. I don't need your help. Tang Qingluo stood up by herself, pouted her lips, and gave him an angry look. Isn't this just to amuse you? Don't be angry, I won't dare to do it again, absolutely not. Luoan raised his hand and swore. I won't believe the words of a big gangster, a big pervert, and a big liar. She now understood that Luoan was a big pig's hoof, and only a fool would believe what he said. I promise. I don't believe it. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Bye. After saying that, Tang Qingluo shook her ponytail and was about to leave, but before she took the first step, she realized something was wrong. Woo, why am I so miserable? Not only was I deceived by Luoan, but he also pressed my legs so hard that they were numb. If he finds out, he'll definitely laugh at me. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo's little face instantly became aggrieved. Chapter 35 Luoan, I'm scared. Your legs are numb, aren't they? Luoan walked over slowly, but he had already thought everything out in his mind. None of your business. Tang Qingluo said proudly, you go first, I'm just looking at the stars. Luoan looked up at the dark sky. There is not even a single star. I thought to myself, how come this little girl is so cute even when she's lying? Then I'll go first. Then Luoan walked into the corridor without looking back. Tang Qingluo stared blankly at Luoan's back as he walked away. She didn't expect that Luoan actually left. She really wanted him to wait for her, but the words just wouldn't come out. When he completely disappeared from her sight, Tang Qingluo couldn't help but feel scared when she saw the darkness around her. You stinky Luoan, I told you to leave but you really left. Woohoo, no love for you anymore, you stinky straight man. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, she couldn't help but imagine scenes from various horror movies. It's really dark, I don't want to care about him anymore, the big bad guy just put me here and didn't care about me, what a scumbag. But no matter how scared I was, my legs still felt numb. Meow. A sharp cat's cry came from somewhere, and she was also startled. This also made her nerves tense. Tang Qingluo looked around and always felt that someone was staring at her. She now really regretted driving Luoan away. Luoan, please come back, I'm so scared. She lowered her head and muttered to herself. Although she knew he would not come, she felt unusually safe as long as she called out his name. Really? Are you calling me? An abrupt voice came from behind, which seemed out of place with the quiet environment around. Who? Tang Qingluo was startled, and all the hairs on his body stood up. But then she felt that the voice was so familiar, like that mean guy. Thinking of this, he turned his head nervously and looked over. What came into view was a tall figure, but because it was too dark around her, she didn't dare to confirm whether it was Luoan. I had to remain alert and look at him and ask, who are you? No way? Xiao Qingluo, you don't even recognize your neighbors when it gets dark? As soon as he finished speaking, the tall figure walked over. Damn Luoan, I knew it was you. Tang Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw who it was, but he couldn't help but wonder, didn't he go home? Didn't you just leave me alone and go home? What are you doing here, hum? How could I leave you alone? Isn't this just to tease you because you're angry? Luoan heard the grievance in Tang Qingluo's tone and hurried forward to comfort him. Who cares? I can go back by myself. I'm just looking at the stars. Luoan smiled and thought to himself, this little girl is really stubborn. I wonder who was scared like that just now. Don't look at the stars. It's a bit cold outside. Don't catch a cold. Let's go. I'll carry you home. Luoan did not expose her little thoughts, but just smiled and picked her up. What are you doing? Put me down now. Tang Qingluo said angrily and shamefully. She was still angry. How could she let the stinky Luowen pick her up like a princess? But the sudden feeling of weightlessness made her subconsciously hug Luowen's neck tightly. Do you want me to put you down? Luowen lowered his head, looked at Tang Qingluo's peach blossom eyes and asked again, do you still want to stay here and watch the stars? He smiled in a sly way because he knew Tang Qingluo would definitely not let him go. Chapter 36 Luowen running with a gun. Tang Qingluo's face turned red, but he couldn't come up with an answer. In the end, he simply buried his head in Luowen's chest and stopped talking. Stinky Luowen, bad Luowen, you did it on purpose. If he dares to leave me here again, I will beat him to death. How could a girl say that? What a bad guy. After hearing what was in her mind, Luowen decided to give the girl some face. Otherwise, if she really asked, she would explode on the spot out of shame. Even if you let me put it down, I won't let go. What are you looking at the stars for? Are you looking at me? Luowen's words gave Tang Qingluo enough room to save his situation. Hearing this, Tang Qingluo, who was nestling in Luowen's arms, raised her head and her tender little mouth started talking instantly. Smelly Luowen, put me down quickly, who wants to see you? Don't think I will forgive you if you carry me up. At least until you get home. Although I said that, I was very happy in my heart. It's great, Luowen's body is amazing. It's so hard. It's so comfortable. His boyfriend power is simply overwhelming. If I had known this stinky guy would not have abandoned me, today I must let him see how powerful my mouth is. Luowen was stunned, but did not show it. He seemed to have heard something extraordinary. He really wanted to give it a try. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look down. At this time, Tang Qingluo had stopped talking. Her little mouth was half open with tiredness, looking delicate and very tempting. It makes people want to take a bite just by looking at it. Oh shit! Luowen exclaimed in his heart, and almost couldn't help but kiss her. Although I had done that before, I had my reasons that time. If I really kiss her this time, there is no doubt that the girl would be so scared that she would run away. Thinking of this, Luowen quickly cleared his mind of the trembling thoughts and kept reciting the heart-cleansing mantra in his heart. The ice has been cold for thousands of years, and all things are especially quiet. The mind should be calm and the breath should be quiet. I look at myself as the only spirit. The mind and the spirit are united, and the breath should follow each other. They alternate like the rest, and I am not surprised by the myriad changes. I am free from delusion and anger, desire and asking. I don't give up or abandon. I am in action and selflessness. Damn it, why is it getting more and more useless the more I read it? Damn, I'm reacting. Luowen didn't think much and ran directly down the stairwell. Why are you running so fast? Tang Qingluo naturally also felt the change, raised his head in confusion and said, Aren't you afraid of falling down the stairs? There's nothing I can do. I can't control the wild power in my body anymore. What are you talking about? I don't understand. It's okay, don't worry about it, just hold me tight and don't fall. Oh, seeing that Luowen was unwilling to explain, she didn't ask any more questions. But after climbing for a while, she felt a familiar feeling. Didn't I tell you before? Why did you still leave your phone there? Tang Qingluo pouted and complained dissatisfiedly. But how could she know that the mobile phone really couldn't be moved? Luowen felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this, but he had no way to explain it and could only keep speeding up his pace. Damn Luowen, your phone is so annoying. Ah, Luowen, stinky Luowen, your phone is more annoying than you. Tang Qingluo was already a little annoyed, and his two chubby cheeks were puffed up like a little hamster. Damn Luowen, why don't you move your phone to another place? If Luowen doesn't change next time, I will take his phone out. I won't give it to him. Snort. Next time, definitely next time. Luowen was terrified when he heard this, fearing that the girl would suddenly take out her cell phone. Just remember it, I don't care about you, hum. After saying that, Tang Qingluo leaned into Luowen's arms again, her little hands constantly touching his abdominal muscles. Oh, I'm going to die. Luowen was about to collapse, but the girl in his arms knew nothing. He really wanted Tang Qingluo to stop playing mischievous things with her. But she had finally diverted her attention from her cell phone. If she interrupted it, it would be hard to guarantee whether Tang Qingluo would discover anything fishy. In the end, the words came to his lips, but he didn't say them. He could only keep quickening his pace. Finally, after running quickly with a gun in hand, the door of his home appeared in his eyes. At the same time, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not discovered, not a pervert, perfect. After striding up the last few stairs and reaching the door of his house, Luowan put Tang Qingluo on the ground without thinking, then said bye and walked into the house without looking back. Clang! Tang Qingluo stared blankly at the door of Luowan's house, taking a while to react. Damn Luowan, why are you in such a hurry to go home? She looked at Luowan's door angrily and muttered softly, you haven't answered me yet, do you want to take sick leave or not? At the same time, I was constantly annoyed and forgot about the important things. Wow, I'm such an idiot. I even forgot something so important, carrot. But then her lovely peach blossom eyes turned around, and she comforted herself, and her heart no longer felt as blocked as before. Yes, it's all Luowan's fault. He used his beauty trap to deceive me. Luowan is such a bad guy. It's all because he kept sticking his abs on my head, otherwise I wouldn't have forgotten it. He even forcefully pressed my hand on him. Luowan is such a rascal. Gurgle. Tang Qingluo quickly looked towards Luowan's door and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that no one heard it. He lowered his head to look at his belly that made the sound and started acting like a drama queen again. Let's go home first, or my damn stomach will beat me up again. Puff. Luowan, who was hiding behind the door, couldn't help laughing out loud. This little girl is really funny. She is a fool at deceiving others, but she is really good at deceiving herself. But the joy didn't last long, as a cold voice came from behind. Son, what are you doing squatting at the door? Are you ready to eat? Li Chunhua, who was preparing a midnight snack for Luowan in the kitchen, shouted towards the door with a cold face. Mom, are you tired? Let me help you serve the dishes. Upon hearing this, Luowan quickly walked into the kitchen and put on a flattering look to help. That's more like it. After saying that, Li Chunhua didn't even look at Luowan anymore and went back to her own business. Seeing that his mother was no longer angry, Luowan sneaked out of the kitchen. Luo Hai, who was watching TV in the living room, slowly raised his head after taking a look. Hum. Perhaps feeling a little embarrassed, Luo Hai deliberately coughed twice. Luowan was speechless. He said why he didn't see his father just now. It turned out that he had disappeared underground. At the same time, he felt disdainful in his heart, because his father's family status was simply too low. When I marry a girl in the future, I will definitely not be like my dad. It must be very high. Chapter 37, Dog Food for the Old Couple. After having supper, Luowan went back to his bedroom early. I looked at the phone charging on the bedside table and sure enough, there were already several unread messages on it. Tang Qingluo, Stinky Luowan, are you there? Doghead emoticon package. Tang Qingluo, are you there or not? If you ignore me, I will be angry. Tang Qingluo, I'm angry, the kind that can't be appeased. I'm ignoring you. 5 minutes later. Tang Qingluo, will you come tomorrow? Otherwise you should just hide away. Tang Qingluo, don't get me wrong, I don't think you can't win, I just think that your performance is abnormal due to various factors and you are not suitable for the competition for the time being. Luowan looked at the message sent by Tang Qingluo and couldn't help laughing out loud. This little girl is so cute. She can make up anything to consider my feelings. Thinking of Luowan's phone, he quickly clicked on the screen. Luowan, Xiao Qingluo, it seems that you still don't believe in my strength, then I will let you see it tomorrow. As soon as the message was sent, Tang Qingluo replied immediately. Tang Qingluo, ah. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that, there is still room for improvement. Luowan looked at the message and thought that this should be the most euphemistic word the girl could come up with. Luowan, I won't tell you anymore. Anyway, I won't take sick leave. You don't need to persuade me. Smelly Luowan, why don't you just listen? Tang Qingluo was so angry when she saw the message. If Luowan's parents were not at home, she would really want to punish this bad guy right now. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he simply stopped replying to Luowan's message, threw his phone aside, and lay down on the bed. Damn Luowan, if you were next to me, I would bite you to death right now. Ouch. The pillow next to Tang Qingluo suffered the consequences and was hit in the face by her. On the other side, seeing that there was no reply to the message, Luowan knew that Tang Qingluo on the other side must be angry. It's not his fault. After all, no one wants to see the person they like lose. After typing good night into his phone, Luowan ignored the phone and went to bed. Ding 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 ding. At 5 o'clock, the alarm on my phone rang on time. Ah. Luoan, who was awakened from his sweet dream by the alarm clock, opened his eyes unhappily. I glanced at my phone and it was 5 o'clock. Luoan set 2 alarms for different time periods, one at 5:10 and the other at 5:20. After finishing the job, he fell into a deep sleep again. Finally, when the last alarm rang, Luoan got up reluctantly. After washing up, he felt much more awake. He went back to his room, changed into his school uniform, and then walked to the dining table to eat the breakfast prepared by his mother. Do you have a midterm exam today? Li Chunhua asked while eating, and Luo Hai also looked over. Yes. Oh, then don't forget to prepare the things you need for the exam. Don't be nervous. Even if you don't do well on the exam this time, your father and I won't scold you. After all, you were in the hospital for so long before. Is that so, Luo Hai? Li Chunhua looked over and almost made Luo Hai choke while drinking his soup. Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Luo Hai quickly swallowed the soup in his mouth. Wife, I think the same as you do. We are connected by heart. After saying that, he glanced at Li Chunhua, as if to say, Wife, is what I said okay? Eat quickly, even eating can't stop your mouth. Li Chunhua's old face turned red, and she immediately pretended to scold. Profound. Luo Hai felt aggrieved, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, so he just ate in silence. I've finished eating. I'll be late for school soon. I'm leaving now. He really didn't want to eat more of the old couple's dog food. After returning to the bedroom, he sent a message to Tang Qingluo and went out. Chapter 38 The First Hug in the Morning. Little girl, you are here? Seeing that there was no one outside, Luoan couldn't help but feel puzzled. They had agreed on a time the morning before yesterday, so how come he was late and the girl hadn't shown up yet? Thinking of this, Luoan walked forward and prepared to knock on Tang Qingluo's door. But before he could do anything, the door opened from the inside. Before anyone could see it, the fragrance was already wafting out from inside. Although Tang Qingluo was wearing a school uniform today, it had a different feel when paired with her high ponytail. Hey, Miss Tang, why don't you let me invite you out today? Luoan leaned against the wall and joked with a smile. Who asked you to treat me? And don't get me wrong. I just happened to meet you when I was at school. I didn't come out on purpose to go to school with you. Luoan was speechless after hearing this. How come this little girl confessed without even being asked? Why did Luoan come out so late today? He made me stand at the door for so long. Although Luoan tried hard to hold back his laughter, he was still discovered by Tang Qingluo. What are you laughing at? Laugh at you. Is there something on my face? You laughed at me. Believe it or not, I will hit you. No. You. Tang Qingluo's face flushed red, and he was obviously angry at Luoan's despicable behavior. If you don't believe it, I'll make you believe it today. After saying that, she blushed, raised her little fist and hit Luoan in a fierce and aggressive manner. But before the fist landed on him, it was caught in mid-air. Let go. Tang Qingluo blushed with embarrassment, but still tried to appear calm. Stop making trouble and give me the first hug of the morning. What? Before Tang Qingluo could react, Luoan hugged her in his arms. It's still as soft as ever, Luoan couldn't help but sigh quietly. No wonder people say that girls' bodies are soft. Although she has never hugged other girls, she can guarantee that this little girl is really soft. You are pushing your luck, you, a big bad guy. Tang Qingluo resisted slightly, then did not move again and hugged Luoan obediently. Okay, we're going to be late for school soon, let's go. After a while, Luoan took the initiative to let go of Tang Qingluo, but still held her little hand. Got it, you bad guy. After saying that, he became angry and ignored Luoan. You big fool, you stinky Luoan, you're still a long way from being late, can't you hold me for a little longer? Forehead. This little girl has such great needs. But before he could think about it, Tang Qingluo pulled him downstairs. Why are you standing there? Didn't you say we were almost late? Let's go. Okay. Luoan couldn't help but laugh inwardly when he heard Tang Qingluo's hateful tone. Looking at the hand that Tang Qingluo was holding, the girl didn't notice anything wrong at all, and obviously had already regarded this as a habit. But I have to say that this little hand is so white, soft and tender. Just holding it makes people not want to let go. Such a cute hand has many other uses, such as... Before he could continue thinking, Tang Qingluo interrupted him.
Stinky Luoan.
Tang Qingluo bit her lips tightly and unconsciously tightened her grip on Luowen's hand.
Well, if you have any questions on the test today, remember to drop me a note. Why? Luoan pretended not to understand. That's right, don't ask me why. If you dare to forget, I will beat you.
Tang Qingluo really didn't know how to explain it, so he just started to mess around.
Chapter 39, Tiango's First Rule.
Yes, sure.
Don't forget it. Tang Qingluo looked at him with a silly face, not realizing at all that Luoan was just being perfunctory. Let's not talk about this for now. School is more important. Get in the car.
Luoan felt a little guilty when she looked at him, so he quickly got into the car and changed the subject.
Oh. Tang Qingluo got into the car reluctantly.
She always felt something was strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Although she thought so in her heart, she still honestly hugged Luoan's waist and said tenderly, "Okay, we can go now." Along the way, Tang Qingluo stroked Luoan's abdominal muscles and his mood improved a lot. When they got to school, there were still a lot of girls secretly looking at Luoan, and Tang Qingluo seemed to be particularly vigilant, fearing that these hungry wolves would eat this little white rabbit, Luoan. "Brother Luo, sister-in-law, you came so early today." Seeing Luoan and Tang Qingluo enter the classroom, Xia Long walked forward to greet them with a smile.
"Hey, you're quite perceptive today." "Of course not." Fat Dragon leaned close to Luoan's ear and said obscenely, "Brother Luo, did you take my sister-in-law?"
Before Luoan could say anything, Tang Qingluo returned to her seat with a blushing face.
Stinky Luoan didn't even explain, could it be?
She didn't dare to think too much, she just felt her face burning, and at the same time, her favorability towards Fat Dragon increased a lot.
"Qingluo, come and eat the buns I brought you while they're hot."
A Drake voice came from above Tang Qingluo's head, and his good mood was instantly ruined.
"Sorry, I've already eaten, and you don't have to bring me food anymore, I won't accept it," Tang Qingluo said expressionlessly.
There was a hint of impatience in her voice, but after all, they were classmates, and she couldn't completely turn against him. Upon hearing this, Tiango's smile remained unchanged.
He just went back to his seat and searched for it, and came back after a while. "Qingluo, it's okay if you're not hungry. I bought you a bottle of yogurt. It's good for your body and nourishes your stomach. Look, it's still hot." Tiango talked to himself without noticing the change in Tang Qingluo's expression. "Tiango, I've told you many times that I won't take your things. I hope you can respect yourself." Tang Qingluo interrupted him rudely, his words full of annoyance towards him. "Qingluo, I just..." Tiango was a little at a loss, and didn't know where to put his hands holding the yogurt.
But his first principle of Tiango did not allow him to leave like this. "I kept telling myself in my heart that the goddess is just reserved, the goddess is just shy, the goddess likes me but I'm not good at expressing it." Sure enough, after self-brainwashing, Tiango felt that he was able to do it again, and regardless of whether Tang Qingluo was willing or not, he unscrewed the cap of the yogurt bottle with his backhand.
Cool. Tiango felt that this backhand move was really in line with his temperament, very cool, and any little girl who saw it would have to bow down to him. Then he directly put the yogurt bottle to Tang Qingluo's mouth and said, "Be good and listen." After saying that, he smoothed his short hair and gave her a killing look. It was amazing. Tiango felt like he was a domineering president now. Tang Qingluo. "Brother Luo, look, is Tiango sitting next to my sister-in-law? Let me take a look." Since Luoan was talking with Tiango in the corridor, he did not notice what was happening in the room. Squinting his eyes, Luoan looked at it several times and confirmed that it was really that dead liquor, and instantly felt a surge of anger in his heart. "Come on, fatty dragon, it's really him." Luoan greeted Fat Long and walked straight into the classroom. But before he reached his seat, Tang Qingluo took action first. The anger from being harassed for half a month finally broke through at this moment. Tang Qingluo snatched the yogurt from Tiango's hand and splashed it on his face without any hesitation. With the dripping sound of the yogurt, the class fell silent, and everyone looked at Tang Qingluo in disbelief. "Damn! Little girl, when did you become so fierce?" Luoan couldn't help but sigh secretly. "It seems that I have to be more careful in the future, otherwise I will definitely suffer the consequences." Walking to Tang Qingluo's side, Luoan couldn't help laughing out loud when he saw Tiango applying a facial mask. "Ha ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Is it funny?" Tang Qingluo said coquettishly. Not funny, ha ha ha, not funny." Luoan covered his mouth and hurriedly explained, but the smile in his eyes was given to Tian-go without any hesitation. But even though he was laughing, Luoan still kept an eye on Tian-go, fearing that he would become angry and suddenly attack Tang Qingluo. But soon he would realize how stupid his thoughts were. Tian-go awkwardly tried to scrape off the yogurt with his hands, but was stopped instantly by Tang Qingluo with a piece of paper in his hand. Tian-go was stunned and felt deeply moved. It turned out that the goddess had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Thanks. He stretched out his hand to take the toilet paper, but pulled it back before he could touch it. Goddess, this made Tian-go a little confused. He couldn't help but scratch his head, and his hair was covered with yogurt. The whole person looks extremely funny. You misunderstood. I asked you to go back to your seat and clean up. Don't make our place dirty. And this piece of paper is just for Luoan to wipe his sweat. As he spoke, Tang Qingluo turned sideways and wiped the sweat off Luoan's forehead. His eyes softened and his hands moved very gently. This is in stark contrast to the situation where people were splashed just now. You. Tian-go finally became angry, but not towards Tang Qingluo, but towards Luoan. The scene just now deeply hurt Tian-go's young heart, and made him feel that Luoan was the evil person who came to destroy his and Tang Qingluo's beautiful life. It's all your fault, Luoan. It's you who took my goddess away. She was originally mine. Tian-go kept repeating it, with no concealment of hatred in his eyes. Luoan and the people around him were stunned. They stared at Tian-go, who was acting stupidly, as if he were a fool. Many people have already started discussing this issue during the period. Do you think there's something wrong with Tian-go? I think so too. No one with a brain would say such a thing. But you have to admit that this dog licker is not as good as Tian-go. Luoan was getting a little impatient. Who wouldn't be annoyed by a dog barking all the time? Tian-go. Luoan showed his fist and said, if you don't leave, I will beat you up, believe it or not? Tian-go, who was angry just now, immediately calmed down and said tremblingly, sorry for disturbing you for now, we will compete again during the exam. After saying that, he ran towards his seat without looking back. Seeing Tian-go running away, the people in the class couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 40, Heartache Pills. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Tian-guk is so awesome. Ha 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 ha. Damn, I'm almost dying of laughter. After cleaning up the yogurt, Tian-go couldn't hold back his anger and walked out of the classroom with a gloomy face. A hint of crystal can be seen faintly from the corner of the eye. Soon it was time to pull up the tables. Tang Qingluo looked at his test number, found the corresponding seat, and then looked nervously at where Luoan was sitting. Fortunately, it's close. Tang Qingluo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although his ranking was far behind Luoan, fortunately Luoan's seat was parallel to his. Stinky loan. Tang Qingluo stepped forward and said shyly, don't forget, if you use coughing as a signal, remember it? After saying that, he demonstrated it. Remember, if there are any questions I don't understand, I will definitely ask you. Luoan said, holding his forehead. Just remember it. If you dare to forget, I will. I'll beat you to death. Tang Qingluo raised his little hand in a fierce manner, gave him a slap on the head, and then jumped away. Seeing Tang Qingluo walking away, Luoan sneered and muttered to himself, but I know them all. At this time, Tian-go also returned to the classroom. His eyes were obviously red and swollen, and one could tell at a glance that he had been crying. But no one paid any attention to him. Seeing Luoan sitting in his seat, Tian-go's anger became even stronger. But when he looked at Tang Qingluo, he showed no anger at all and still looked obsessed. Because in his mind, Tang Qingluo was the little girl who was deceived by Luoan, and he was the hero who saved people from danger. Tang Qingluo's behavior of splashing water on him just now was also automatically regarded as being bewitched by Luoan, rather than her sincere intention. Thinking of this, Tian-go's self-righteous sense was instantly aroused, and he turned to stare at Luoan fiercely. Luoan, after today, you're done for. Then Shang Luo will be able to see your true colors. After venting his anger to Luoan from a distance, he returned to his seat silently. After a while, Lin Qingyi came in wearing high heels, slammed the file bag containing the papers on the desk, and said in a cold voice. Okay, everyone put your books away. If you need to go to the bathroom, go. The exam will start soon. After saying that, she deliberately looked at Luoan. Today, she deliberately wore black stockings and a hip skirt. Under normal circumstances, she would never wear it out, although Lin Qingyi always emphasized in her heart that she wanted to wear it, not to wear it out for Luowen to see. But when she saw that Luowen didn't even look at her, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Lin Qingyi, M. After a while, most people in the class went out to the bathroom, and only Luowen was still reading. Seeing this, Lin Qingyi hurriedly started strolling, going here, then there, and finally strolling to Luowen's side. Hum hum. Lin Qingyi coughed twice, trying to attract his attention. But Luowen ignored him and continued reading the book. Cough cough cough. Hum. Cough cough cough. Finally, Luowen couldn't bear it anymore and looked up at her speechlessly. Teacher, is your throat uncomfortable? I have a few cough medicines in my school bag. I'll get them for you. As he said that, he walked straight to the podium where the school bag was placed. Although Luowen felt that Lin Qingyi was deliberately harassing him, out of respect for her, he still took out the few remaining pills. These pills were originally taken because Tang Qingluo had a cold. Seeing that she coughed from time to time, Luowen prepared medicine for her from home. These are the only few slices I have. I was going to give them to my little girl, but I'll have to buy some for her later. Luowen said with concern, his hand holding the pills unconsciously resisting. Chapter 41 Lin Qingyi, why didn't I see you being so proactive when you took the medicine just now? Here, take one pill at a time, 3 times a day. Luowen handed it over with a smile, trying his best to appear happy. I don't need it, it's not serious, there are more important people waiting to use it. Lin Qingyi said with a cold face. Really? How can this be allowed, teacher? As he said that, Luowen pretended to stuff the pill into her hand, but in fact he held the pill tightly in his palm. Lin Qingyi looked at him like this, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. If she hadn't been listening behind him just now, she would have been moved to tears by Luowen. You can go back, the teacher is fine. Lin Qingyi waved her hand and walked away with a cold face. Seeing that the teacher said so, Luowen didn't need to pretend anymore and went straight back to his seat holding the pills. After a while, Tang Qingluo, who had gone to the bathroom, returned to her seat. After seeing Lin Qingyi staring at her, she did not dare to speak to Luowen. Teacher, why are you staring at me? How can I talk to Luowen like this? I'm so angry. Tang Qingluo pouted her red lips angrily and kept tapping the table with her little hands. This little girl is not only cute, but also a little timid. Luowen's mood couldn't help but improve just by looking at her cute appearance. Cough cough. Tang Qingluo felt his throat itchy and couldn't help coughing. Seeing this, Luowen quickly took out the pills and walked towards Tang Qingluo who was coughing. Here, take your medicine. Luowen glanced at Tiango in front of him, and suddenly thought of something, and the action of handing over the medicine changed to throwing the medicine. Ah! Tang Qingluo looked at him in confusion, wondering what Luowen was up to again. You have a cold, just take some medicine and you'll be fine, just be good and open your mouth. As he said this, he handed the medicine in his hand to her mouth. These words and actions are 90% similar to those of Tiango mentioned above, but Luowen is not worried, because the key here is whether you are the right person. As expected, Tang Qingluo's face turned red. You, give it to me, I can eat it myself. No, I'll feed you, be good, open your mouth. Luowen kept feeding medicine, his eyes constantly glancing at Tiango. He just wanted to strike a blow to Tiango's young heart, because he was thinking about his own little Qingluo. Ah, you stinky Luowen, can't you just pass it to me? How can you be so mean? The teacher is still there. Should I eat it or not? What if the teacher sees me? No, how could I think like that? This is clearly a show of mutual care between classmates. Yes, it must be like this. After changing his way of thinking, Tang Qingluo's little head instantly became enlightened. Hearing the inner voice, Luowen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a smart child. Ah! Luowen looked down again. Tang Qingluo had opened her delicate little mouth, the little pink tongue inside was clearly visible, making people unable to resist. Coming back to his senses, Luowen quickly stopped the free thoughts in his mind and put the pill into her mouth. Ouch! After taking the medicine that Luowen personally fed him, Tang Qingluo felt full of happiness in his heart, with a blushing smile on his face. Click! Click! Before Luowen could say anything, the sound of a pen breaking attracted his attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw the broken oil pen in Tiango's hand and a dark expression on his face. Luowen was not surprised by this. He did it just to disgust Tiango. It would be strange if he was not angry. But what was the other sound about? Luoan scratched his head and looked around in confusion. Finally, Luoan discovered the broken pen in Lin Xingyi's hand, and a pile of broken chalks beside her hand. Seeing this, Luoan was immediately puzzled. Was it that unlucky guy who made her angry? Thinking of this, Luoan couldn't help but worry about that brother. He had already chosen a good feng shui location for him in his mind. After all, they were classmates. Luoan, what are you doing? Ah. Luoan was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xingyi to suddenly call him. But then he immediately replied, "Give me medicine." Tang Qingluo is not without hands, does he need to be fed by you? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Why haven't I seen you being so diligent in serving the teacher before? After hearing this, Luoan had to believe that the unlucky guy was himself, but he still couldn't understand why Lin Xingyi was so angry just because he gave her some medicine. There's also a hint of sourness in the tone. Could it be that she likes? No way, what am I thinking about? Luoan quickly stopped this thought. After all, how could such an outrageous thing happen to him? Ha ha ha. Luoan, why don't you show off? The teacher is really observant and saw through your trick at the first sight. Tiango was so happy in his seat that he couldn't help but say. Very happy, huh? Right. Tiango, who was gloating, said it subconsciously. When he reacted and heard the sound clearly, he broke out in a cold sweat. Teacher. Tiango stammered, just now I was just. He really didn't know how to defend himself, so he just kept silent, lowered his head and didn't look at Lin Xingyi. Chapter 42, Student Tiango, do you have a speech impediment? Come and let your teacher heal you. Why aren't you talking? Are you not good at talking to people? That won't do. What if it gets serious and you develop a language barrier? As your homeroom teacher, I can't just leave it alone. Lin Xingyi's tone became gentle, as if she really cared about Tiango. The teacher is really nice to me. Tiango felt ashamed. He simply kept silent, but he didn't expect that the teacher would care about him so much. She always cares about me and is such a good teacher who loves her students. Thinking of this, Tiango no longer hesitated. He couldn't let his teacher worry about him so much. Teacher, I didn't. There are still 10 minutes left before the exam. Go to the back and introduce yourself to the wall for 10 minutes. This will help your healing process. Lin Xingyi's charming fox eyes turned again as if she was thinking about something, and then she continued, then write your self-introduction 1,000 times after the exam. This will be very helpful to you in the future. Puff. Listening to Lin Xingyi's outrageous words, Luoan couldn't help laughing out loud. It was really outrageous. It was so outrageous. You're still laughing. It will be your turn soon. Lin Xingyi glared at Luoan angrily. Seeing this, Luoan had no choice but to lower his head and stop watching this funny scene. Teacher, you are wrong. I am not bad at speaking to others. You just misunderstood. Also, I don't have any language barriers. My communication skills are very strong. He also spoke a few words in English. When Luoan looked up at him again, Tiango's face was already flushed. Lin Xingyi listened quietly without any interruption. Teacher, can I sit down now? Tiango thought that his explanation was very thorough, but in fact Lin Xingyi didn't listen at all, and her mind was full of all kinds of Luoan. He is a domineering president, a little wolf dog, a little milk dog, abused. Just thinking about it made her so embarrassed that she dared not look directly at Luoan. Now that he was interrupted by Tiango, he was naturally very dissatisfied, and the look he looked at Tiango became even more unfriendly. Oh my! You have a speech impediment and you are talking nonsense. Come on, you two should quickly take Tiango to the back wall for treatment. Tiango. Finally, he received treatment with Tiango's voluntary cooperation. Then Lin Xingyi turned her gaze to Luoan and said, It's your turn. Teacher, Luoan can't be blamed for this. It's my fault. Please don't punish Luoan. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingluo suddenly stood up and defended Luoan. She didn't want her brother Luoan to be punished. Qingluo, this is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame that arrogant Luoan. Lin Xingyi's voice was very gentle and her attitude towards her was very friendly. Luoan just stared at it blankly, sighing from time to time, but in the end Tang Qingluo still failed to convince Lin Xingyi. Then Lin Xingyi looked at him again. Luoan felt so scared that he couldn't move around unnaturally. Luoan, don't you like feeding medicine to others? I will humble myself a little to see how much you like it," Lin Xingyi said seriously. Luoan was stunned, his mind full of thoughts. He really couldn't understand why Lin Xingyi said that. Tiango, who was standing behind entreating her, also turned his head in disbelief and looked at her in confusion. "What are you looking at? Are you reluctant to leave your wall, brother? Do you want to stay a little longer?" Lin Xingyi scolded in a cold voice, and Tiango immediately turned his head back after hearing it. "Hello, I'm Tiango." After dealing with Tiango, he turned to look at Luoan, and his eyes softened unconsciously. "What's wrong, Luoan, don't you even listen to the teacher?" Lin Xingyi pretended to be angry and said. There was no other way, Luoan had to go up to her. Although he didn't know what Lin Xingyi was thinking, he still agreed first. "Teacher." Luoan stood beside Lin Xingyi somewhat awkwardly, not knowing how to start the conversation. Did he really ask her to open her mouth and wait for him to feed her? Ah. Luoan. The students in the audience were so shocked that they were speechless. They had eaten too much melon today and they really couldn't bear it. Lin Xingyi opened her little mouth and looked at Luoan shyly, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. "Teacher, isn't this inappropriate?" Hearing this, Lin Xingyi slowly closed her mouth, looked at Luoan and said, "Then it would be appropriate for you to feed Qing Luo the medicine in the classroom." Lin Xingyi's tone became colder and colder. Seeing this, Luoan could only lower his head helplessly and accept Lin Xingyi's scolding. Chapter 43 Even if I, Tiango, am punished to death, I will get to the bottom of this. Tang Qingluo clenched her little pink fists tightly and looked at Luoan worriedly. She actually wanted to take the responsibility on herself. After all, if she didn't eat, Luoan wouldn't be punished. But no matter what she said just now, Lin Xingyi seemed determined to punish Luoan. Tang Qingluo was somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Xingyi because of this, but it was only a tiny point. Just a little bit. She was not angry with the teacher. "What's wrong? You're silent again." "Never mind. Don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. I asked you to feed me medicine this time mainly to make a deeper impression on you. It's not that the teacher wants you to take medicine, hey. Teacher hopes you can understand my painstaking efforts." Seeing that the tough approach didn't work, Lin Xingyi immediately adjusted her tone to be softer, and even the expression on her face was like that of a good teacher who was teaching his students carefully. "Luoan equals. Don't just stand there, come here quickly." Without waiting for Luoan to react, Lin Xingyi opened her beautiful little red mouth again, waiting to be fed. Luoan looked back at Tang Qingluo helplessly and forced a bitter smile. The little girl shouldn't be jealous of what the teacher said, right? But now Luoan had no other choice but to move closer and put the pill into Lin Xingyi's mouth. "Ah. It almost got me stuck," Lin Xingyi explained quickly, blushing as she defended the indescribable sound just now. Seeing this, Luoan didn't dare to say it out loud even though he didn't believe it. He just said quietly, "Teacher, can I go down? But, okay, this time I'm just teaching you a lesson. I may not do the same next time." Lin Xingyi said with a red face and pretended to be serious. If it weren't for the blush on her face, Luoan might have really believed it. Luoan responded softly and quickly walked down from the podium. He wanted to see if his jealous attitude had been aroused. Seeing this, Tiango immediately turned around and said, "Teacher, can I go back too?" Tiango had a fawning look on his face, and the word fawning was almost printed on his face. "Can't." Lin Xingyi's tone was very calm, and her voice was full of impatience. She herself had some opinions about this transfer student. He was forced to transfer to his previous school because he harassed the girls in his class. Naturally, Lin Xingyi, who was also a girl, had no better attitude towards Tiango. But if Tiango didn't act like a troublemaker, Lin Xingyi wouldn't bother with him, but today he just happened to step on Lin Xingyi's sore spot. Originally, Lin Xingyi was very angry about Luoan's show of affection, but there was nothing she could do because one of them was the person she liked and she couldn't bear to let him go. And she couldn't bear to blame Tang Qingluo. She was pretty and a good student. How could the teacher bear to do that? But at this moment, Lin Xingyi's salvation punching bag came, and Tiango inherited Qin Shou's domineering aura and walked towards her. There was no way out, Lin Xingyi had to be forced to release it. Why can Luoan go back but I can't? Tiango was not a man without temper. When he saw that he was being treated differently, he couldn't help but ask. Don't think that as a bootlicker you can lick everyone. It depends on the person. Tiango decided today that even if he was punished, even to death, he would get to the bottom of it. Based on your previous school. Teacher, you don't have to say it, I know I was wrong. I believe that all the decisions made by the teacher are for my own good. I understand the teacher's good intentions. Teacher, I will introduce you to them 500 times right now. Chapter 44, Damn Luoan, even if you beg me to give you an answer later, I won't give it to you. Hearing this, Lin Qingyi slightly curled the corners of her mouth. She didn't expect Tiango to react so big, but now she seemed to have found a way to control Tiango. Tiango, feeling guilty, was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and dared not say anything more. He didn't want his goddess to know this. On the other side, when Luoan returned to his seat, he found that Tang Qingluo turned his head away and didn't look at him. This little girl is really jealous. Luoan had no choice but to sit and watch her quietly, but Tang Qingluo never looked at Luoan. Luoan, Pyota. It seems I have to finish the exam before I can appease his jealous side. After a while, it was time for the exam. Lin Qingyi opened the test paper from the file bag, divided it into several parts and gave them to the people sitting in the first row. Lin Qingyi looked back and saw Tiango looking at her eagerly. Come back first. Thank you, teacher. Tiango quickly rushed back to his seat, fearing that Lin Qingyi would go back on his word and ask him to take the exam at the back. In fact, it was similar to what Tiango thought. If it weren't for the exam, she really wanted her to stand at the back for a whole day. After receiving the test paper, Luoan first glanced at it, and then immediately showed a confident smile. Now, in his opinion, this test paper is no different from elementary school questions. With just one glance, the answers to ancient poems, short essays, reading comprehension, classical Chinese and the like all emerged in his mind. After writing his name and test number, Luoan picked up the pen and started writing. Luoan just glanced at the first few multiple-choice questions and directly chose the correct answer. As for completing classical Chinese texts and ancient poems, they are only briefly mentioned. Seeing such results, Luoan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This super learning ability is really awesome. Of course not, this is a gift package I personally prepared for you, how can it be bad? Xiaohua said proudly, with a smug look on her chubby little face. Got it, got it. My little flower system is really great. After hearing what she wanted to hear, Xiaohua retracted the projection with satisfaction and no longer disturbed Luoan from taking the exam seriously. To be honest, if Xiaohua wasn't a projection, Luoan would definitely pinch his face. He also seemed to be less annoyed by this arrogant little system. The daily bickering made Luoan feel the urge to recognize Xiaohua as his sister. But after thinking it over again, he gave up the idea. He was not sure whether Xiaohua would suddenly disappear. If Luoan developed feelings for her like family affection by then, he probably wouldn't be able to accept it. But without thinking too much, Luoan went back to doing the questions. Ahem. Luoan, writing quickly. Ahem. Luoan, writing quickly. Cough 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 cough. Finally, Luoan noticed Tang Qingluo, who was looking at Luoan angrily. Tang Qingluo pointed at the test paper, then pointed at himself, and then signaled Luoan to pass it with a note. Seeing this, Luoan also understood Tang Qingluo's thoughts. This little girl is so cute, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Just now Luoan thought she would be angry and ignore him, but he didn't expect that she still cared about him in the end. But he really can do it, and it will be no problem for him to get the first place in his grade in the exam this time. Thinking of this, Luoan waved to her and turned around to continue doing the questions. Tang Qingluo, oh? Stinky Luoan. He's still trying to show off. Okay. You picked this yourself, Luoan. Even if you beg me to give you an answer later, I absolutely will not give it to you. Chapter 45 Tang Qingluo, I'll give you the answer, Luoan, I can't see it. After ignoring Tang Qingluo, Luoan quickly finished the test paper and the composition. With nothing to do, Luoan became dazed and looked at Tang Qingluo with half-closed eyes. It's so beautiful. After Luoan exclaimed in praise, he felt a little tired. I'm so sleepy. Luoan yawned and half lay down lazily. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and simply leaned over the desk and snored. Tang Qingluo had noticed that she was being watched, and she looked over. The scene in front of her almost made her lose her guard. Stinky Luoan, how can you do this? You even slept during the exam. How can you compete with Tiango? You clearly promised me. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo couldn't help but feel sad. She had thought of so many ways for Luoan, but in the end, the other party didn't appreciate it at all. Stinky Luoan. I will never talk to you again. There was a film of tears in Tang Qingluo's aggrieved peach blossom eyes, and her pearly teeth bit her delicate lips tightly. In the end, she simply stopped thinking about that stinky guy and started writing her composition seriously. The composition topic is quite simple. You can just write your own topic based on the theme of childhood friends. But Tang Qingluo added real feelings when he wrote it. Although it may be affected by emotions a little bit, it is not worth mentioning. Before she wrote a word, she scolded Luoan in her heart, and kept muttering, "Stinky Luoan, bad Luoan, big fool." With Tang Qingluo's emotional input, the essay was quickly completed. Looking at her masterpiece, the grievance in her heart was reduced. I looked at Luoan again, he was still sleeping. This bad guy is still sleeping. What should I do? Do I really have to give Luoan to Tiango? As Tang Qingluo thought about this, his eyes gradually dimmed and he became dejected. After a while, she couldn't bear it anymore, so she broke the eraser into several pieces and threw them at Luoan, trying to wake him up. Hey! Bang! Tang Qingluo pouted and threw several times in a row. Although some of them hit him, the force was not strong enough to wake him up. Seeing Luoan showing no reaction, Tang Qingluo also became serious angry, took another piece of eraser, broke it into large pieces, and then threw it heavily on his head with all her might. Ouch! Luoan was awakened by the pain. He covered his forehead with his hands and rubbed it continuously, while looking for the person who threw the eraser with a cold face. Could it be Tiango? Luoan thought of him first, but when he looked over, he was taking the exam seriously and didn't look like the kind of person who would throw things. After looking around again, Luoan touched the small bump on his forehead and suddenly became puzzled. Why can't I see anyone? This shouldn't happen. Luoan couldn't understand it at all. Oof. Seeing Luoan looking for it foolishly, Tang Qingluo was speechless, and then tried to attract attention. This idiot, Tang Qingluo said coquettishly in a low voice. Ha! Luoan looked at Tang Qingluo in confusion, wondering what was wrong with this little girl. But as soon as he turned around, he was startled by the little girl. I'll beat you to death. Tang Qingluo opened his mouth and imitated the lip movements. After he finished, he raised the eraser in his hand proudly. His eyes were filled with joy after success. Luoan? But not long after, Tang Qingluo seemed to have thought of something, and quickly tore off a piece of paper and wrote quickly. Soon, Tang Qingluo held up the small note and waved it excitedly towards Luoan. Is this the answer? Luoan squinted his eyes and looked at it, then his mind became clear. So that's how it is. This little girl was planning to send me the answer, but I absolutely cannot accept it, Luoan thought secretly in his heart. But he couldn't just leave her like that, and Luoan was in a dilemma for a moment. There's no point in answering the call and there are risks involved, but if I don't answer the call I won't be able to explain to her. Luoan scratched his head, his eyes wandering, and finally he thought of a simple and crude method, selective blindness. Tang Qingluo, Omega. She excitedly swung her little pink fist holding the note back and forth, thinking only that if Luoan took the note, it would at least give him a glimmer of chance of winning. So she had to hand him the note no matter what. Luoan at A. Seeing that Luoan didn't see it, Tang Qingluo quickly handed over the note in his hand. This, the answer. Luoan at A. This is the answer. Seeing that Luoan hadn't heard it yet, Tang Qingluo shouted again anxiously, looking anxious. Luoan narrowed his eyes, pretending to be trying hard to check, and moved his upper body towards her dutifully. What? Luoan asked softly. This is the answer. This is the answer. Take it and I'll pass it to you. Tang Qingluo didn't dare to delay any longer. Even if he didn't hear it clearly, she would throw it to him. Upon hearing this, Luoan immediately panicked. Why didn't this little girl play by the rules? Thinking of this, Luoan waved his hands repeatedly, pointed to his head, and then lay down on the table, his head still facing away from Tang Qingluo. Tang Qingluo. Ah! I'm going to beat you to death, Luoan. Stinky Luoan, you are completely finished, I hate you so much. Woo woo woo. Degree. She felt really wronged. She had worked so hard to make the cheat sheets, but in the end, before she could hand them over, he didn't want them anymore. Tang Qingluo couldn't understand why Luoan, who had such good eyesight and hearing, seemed to be deaf and blind in this class. It seems like he didn't even have his brain with him. Wrong. Tang Qingluo suddenly thought of something and kept repeating Luoan's behavior in his mind.
The more he thought about it, the more it seemed wrong. Could it be that he was pretending? If you think about it this way, everything makes sense, but why did he refuse? I always begged her to send me the answers during exams before, so what is happening now? Tang Qingluo felt confused and aggrieved. She angrily threw the note clenched in her little pink fist into the garbage bag hanging on the desk. 5 minutes later, the bell rang and the students in the last row of the class automatically put away their papers. Lin Xingyi, who had gone to a temporary meeting, also came back at this time. Students, take a break first and come back to the classroom in 10 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, people in the class came out of their seats, some to chat, some to go to the toilet. Little girl, let's go. Are you feeling uncomfortable sitting in your seat all the time? Come with me and move around. Luoan said shamelessly as he stepped forward. Luoan. Tang Qingluo's eyes sparkled, and he said aggrievedly, why don't you ask me for the answer? Chapter 46 You scold me. Do you take me for a fool? As Tang Qingluo spoke, his tone began to sound aggrieved, but he held his head up stubbornly to prevent the tears from spilling out. I told you, if you don't listen, I'll beat you to death. Beat you. Tang Qingluo's two little pink fists punched towards Luoan's arms, but it was only a symbolic hit, and he was reluctant to use all his strength. I'm dead. Luoan pretended to be seriously injured and slowly lay down on her desk. Puff. Tang Qingluo was amused by Luoan, causing the tears she had been holding back to overflow. She wiped her tears with one hand and proudly twisted Luoan's arm with the other hand. Stop pretending. You are so old, how can you be childish? Tang Qingluo said proudly with a smile on his face. Isn't this just to make my little childhood sweetheart happy? Luoan climbed up from the table and looked at Tang Qingluo with a smile. I don't need your teasing. I don't know who made me angry before. Tang Qingluo, carrot. After saying that, Tang Qingluo turned his head away angrily and no longer looked at him. Stinky Luoan, it's too late to coax me now. I will absolutely not forgive you this time. Now her mind was full of Luoan's crazy and stupid behavior just now. She couldn't help getting angry just thinking about it. Seeing this, Luoan realized that he had been careless before and had let this little girl see through his flaw. What a sin! Luoan sighed, regretting that he was too low-key. If he had the chance to do it again, he would definitely show off first. It's a nice thought. Xiaohua burst Luoan's fantasy without hesitation. Roll. Luoan cursed without hesitation. Do you like being scolded so much? And you're still laughing. He looked at Xiaohua in confusion, only to see her pointing in a direction with a gloating look on her face. Luoan looked in the direction she pointed, and at this moment Tang Qingluo was looking at him in surprise, and then the surprise in his eyes slowly turned into grievance. Luoan, you, woo, I will never talk to you again. Tang Qingluo's eyes sparkled, and he pointed at one side and said aggrievedly, go away, go back to your seat. I won't bother you anymore. Without waiting for Luoan to react, she fell forward on the table. I could still faintly hear some sobbing. Qingluo. Luoan became panicked, and at the same time realized that he had accidentally said something out loud when he scolded Xiaohua. What should he do? Luoan pinched himself in annoyance and kept cursing Xiaohua in his heart. Dog system, just wait for me. I had a change of heart towards you, but I didn't expect that. Fortunately, you are not a physical entity, otherwise I would have to. As he said that, Luoan hit Xiaohua twice as if to vent his anger. But it was obvious that he couldn't hit her. Oh, when you were using me you called me little flower, and now you call me a dog system after you're done with me, and you even want to hit me, well, I'm so sad. Luoan, convex. I won't make trouble for you anymore. I'll give you a method. Do you want it? Actually, I don't want to give it to you, but... Xiaohua rubbed her fingers and gave him a look that said you know what I mean. Dear Xiaohua, I will definitely play with you tonight, okay? Luoan was afraid that she wouldn't believe him, so he raised his hand and swore. My hair. Classmates. Why is Luoan raising his hand? Is it because the test was too hard for him and he has gone crazy? I don't know. Okay, I'll tell you because this system is kind. Xiaohua crossed her arms and said proudly. Hearing this, Luoan immediately calmed down and listened carefully. This was concerning the little girl, how could he not take it seriously? Seeing that Luoan really listened, Xiaohua revealed a hint of cunning undetectably. Hurry up and tell me. Seeing that Xiaohua hadn't spoken for a long time, Luowen said anxiously.
Chapter 47 Tian Go, this is what I should do.
Oh, I say, listen to me.
This is actually quite simple to do.
As far as I know, just do this first, then that, and then do this and that at the end.
Isn't that all?
Xiaohua spoke seriously, but the smile on her face became more and more intense.
Luowen?
Seeing that she couldn't go on acting, Xiaohua simply stopped pretending.
You've been fooled by me. Ah, bye-bye. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaohua disappeared in a flash.
Luowen stood there in a daze, looking at the empty space in front of him for a long time before he reacted.
UXX me XX UXXXXXXXXXX mom XXXX you are really not a human being.
Luowen kept greeting Xiaohua's family in her heart, which made her truly feel the charm of language.
But Xiaohua obviously knew Luowen's reaction, so she just pretended to be dead.
Although Luowen felt relieved after scolding, he really didn't know how to explain when he saw Tang Qingluo sobbing.
Should he just tell the girl that he was talking to the system?
If he did so, she would definitely think he was making fun of him, and Tang Qingluo would definitely be even angrier then. Just when he was getting extremely anxious, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Tian Go in front of him out of the corner of his eye.
Got it. Luowen thought quickly in his mind and finally made up his mind.
I'm sorry, Tian Go, you don't want to see your goddess sad.
Little girl, don't be sad, it's all a misunderstanding.
Luowen leaned over and spoke softly in her ear. Hearing this, Tang Qingluo was stunned at first, but then began to sob.
You stinky Luowen, you big bad guy, you called me a misunderstanding after I cursed you out, do you think I'm a fool? Woo woo woo, Epsilon 3. Really? If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you.
Seeing that she didn't respond, Luowen spoke again.
Really?
Tang Qingluo slowly raised her head and looked at him with her red and swollen peach blossom eyes.
Really? Didn't you see Tian Go coming from behind?
I was scolding him. Luowen spoke confidently, with sincerity written all over his face.
Why do I feel like you're lying to me? How could that be? I'll prove it to you right now. After saying that, Luowen walked straight towards Tian Go. Seeing Luowen coming over, he couldn't help but be shocked.
I didn't provoke him.
Could it be that he didn't do well in the exam and was angry and embarrassed? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. Looking for me for what?
Tian Go looked at him warily, his two fat hands sweating from nervousness. It's nothing, Qingluo just felt that what happened this morning was a bit too much, I hope you don't mind it. Then he handed him a piece of toilet paper, Qingluo gave it to me.
Luowen said confidently. Ah. Tian Go couldn't believe it and turned his head to look over for confirmation. Sure enough, Tang Qingluo was looking at him.
Seeing this, Tian Go felt even warmer in his heart and nodded repeatedly with emotion. It turned out that I was overthinking.
My goddess still cares about me.
She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart.
What happened this morning was because she was too shy. Next time, I must try to be more gradual. And Qingluo doesn't want you to go find her. I understand.
Tian Go interrupted Luowen directly, with a look on his face that said I understand everything.
Luowen. When did this kid become so sensible? Luowen became puzzled, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He just patted him on the shoulder and said, well done.
However, Tian Go did not understand the meaning of these words and thought they were praising him. In response, Tian Go said somewhat embarrassedly, this is what I should do.
Chapter 48 But you have lied to me several times.
After returning to Tang Qingluo, Luowen was in a good mood and was full of confidence when facing Tang Qingluo.
Do you believe it now, little girl? Tang Qingluo nodded embarrassedly, somewhat afraid to look directly at Luowen. Woo woo woo. Tang Qingluo, why are you so stupid? Why would Luowen scold you? I misunderstood him just now, Luowen won't be angry, right? Luowen, I'm sorry, It's okay, this is all Tian Go's fault, I don't blame you.
Luowen smiled and touched her head to comfort her.
Woohoo, Luowen is so nice, Tian Go is such a bad guy.
Tang Qingluo was so moved that his eyes were shining when he looked at Luowen.
Luowen, hug me. Tang Qingluo couldn't help but say it. What? Luowen was stunned and looked at her in disbelief. Can I give you a hug? Tang Qingluo repeated it again with a blushing face. Suddenly, he thought that he seemed to be too proactive, and quickly changed his words. I misunderstood you before, this is an apology to you, please don't think too much about it Omega. Thank you, Tian-go, you are such a good person. After expressing his gratitude in his heart, Luoan immediately went forward and hugged her delicate body. It's soft and fragrant, and you won't want to let go once you hug it. Luoan. Can you please not do this again in the next exam? Tang Qingluo looked at him aggrievedly, her delicate little face with traces of tears made her look pitiful. Girl, I actually know all the answers to the test. I know you might not believe it. Luoan stroked her hair gently and rested his chin on her head. If you provide evidence, I will believe you. Tang Qingluo raised his head and said weakly. The two little hands unconsciously grabbed the clothes on Luoan's chest. I can't produce evidence right now. Can you wait until the test results are released? Tang Qingluo murmured, not daring to agree to him easily, in case Luoan was lying to her. If that was the case, she knew what would happen to him without even having to think about it. Don't you trust me that much? Oh, forget it. Seeing that she was hesitating, Luoan pretended to be disappointed. No, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that. Just what? It's just, I don't want you to lose. Seeing Luoan asking again and again, Tang Qingluo had to speak out with some grievance. After saying that, she blinked her peach blossom eyes and peeked at his expression. He's not angry, is he? What if Luoan gets really angry? Will he ignore me? Woo. Silly girl. Luoan held the person in his arms tightly with some heartache. When have I ever lied to you? Don't worry. Luoan said gently. But, you've lied to me several times. Tang Qingluo punched him with some dissatisfaction. Oh, I was talking about something important, you heard me wrong. Luoan scratched his head in embarrassment. Hearing this, Tang Qingluo didn't say anything else, but just lay quietly in his arms, as if thinking about something. Should I trust that stinky Luoan? What if he is lying to me? But why did Luoan lie to me again? Could it be that Luoan really didn't lie to me? Finally, Tang Qingluo raised his head solemnly, as if he had made some important decision. Damn Luoan, I will trust you just once. If you let me down, I will never talk to you again. Chapter 49, Little Girl, Your Hands Are Not Honest. Got it, little girl. Luoan smiled and touched his head. Then you should let go, the time for compensation has passed. Tang Qingluo blushed, put her hands on her chest and pushed gently. Everyone in the class is watching. Luoan glanced back, and everyone immediately showed an expression that we all understand, and then turned their heads away as if they didn't see it, but there were exceptions. Tian-go, Pan. Luoan ignored him and just hugged Tang Qingluo tightly in his arms. It's okay, they didn't see it. I don't believe you, you bad guy, let me go. Tang Qingluo said coquettishly. Good. I'm not good. Don't listen, I'll tell you to be good. Today I'll let you see whether I'm well behaved or not. Tang Qingluo said with some shame and anger. Come if you can. Luoan was still laughing and didn't take Tang Qingluo's cute words seriously. In his opinion, Tang Qingluo was now just a well-behaved kitten, soft, sweet, and posing no threat at all. Just as Luoan was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a warm touch on his waist and subconsciously looked down. Girl, you're exposed. You still want to touch my belly. Ah! Luoan screamed and covered his waist with his hands unconsciously. Tang Qingluo also took the opportunity to get out. Tang Qingluo. You are a real dog. Luoan looked at her with resentment. You told me to come, so I came. Do you still want to cheat? She put her hands on her waist, looking very proud, not at all as obedient as she had been in his arms just now. This little girl is really cruel. Luoan complained as she ripped off her clothes, and the soft flesh on her waist was pinched red. Look. Luoan pointed to the red and purple area on his waist. You, hooligan. Tang Qingluo quickly turned his head away and looked at him secretly from the side. Sure enough. Luoan is a big gangster, he actually let me see his body. Abnormal. But it seems he has 8. She took a few secret glances, and after confirming, her eyes couldn't stop being infatuated. So handsome. It looks so hard. No, it feels hard too. No, the stinky Luoan is still exposed. Tang Qingluo suddenly thought of it and immediately ran to Luo Ansheng. Damn Luoan, you have an exhibitionist fetish. Pull it up. As she spoke, she used her body to block other people's view and pulled down with both hands at the same time, all in one go. Tang Qingluo looked around nervously again, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one saw him. Luckily, those girls didn't see it, otherwise the stinky Luoan would be unclean. This little girl has a strong possessiveness. Seeing how cute Tang Qingluo was, Luoan gave her a slap on the head with his bent finger. Oops. Tang Qingluo exclaimed softly and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Ouch. I'm giving it back to you. Who told you to pinch me so hard? Oh my god, you've changed, Luoan. Tang Qingluo then pretended to be pitiful and slowly approached Luoan. Oh my god, you stinky Luoan has been fooled by me. Tang Qingluo's peach blossom eyes curved with a smile, and she couldn't help but pinch the flesh right in front of her. But just when she was about to succeed, she was suddenly caught by a big hand and was completely wrapped up. Little girl, your hand is not honest. Luoan said while holding Tang Qingluo's hand. Let go, you stinky Luoan, believe it or not, I will beat you up. Tang Qingluo pulled his hands hard, but they didn't move at all. Chapter 50, Little girl, why are you drooling? Let go, there are so many people. Tang Qingluo lowered her eyes, too embarrassed to look him in the face. Who told you to sneak attack me? I will release you whenever the teacher comes. You. Tang Qingluo said angrily, okay, if you don't want to let me go, then don't let me go. Who is afraid of who? After saying that, she sat down on her seat, and Luoan was forced to stand beside her. Stinky Luoan, bad Luoan, when you fall into my hands, you will. Just thinking about Tang Qingluo made her unconsciously clench her little pink fists, and her expression became uncontrollably excited. Hee hee, Omega. Girl, you're not thinking about anything embarrassing anymore, are you? Luoan took out a piece of paper and wiped it for her. It seems that I was right, look, it's all flowing out. Ah. Tang Qingluo came back to his senses and stared blankly at Luoan's hand wiping his mouth. Damn Luoan, what are you doing? Go to hell. As she said this, she suddenly pushed him away, and at the same time her little face turned into a ripe apple. Ah. That stinky Luoan is so tempting. No, he is being a hooligan. Tang Qingluo, you have to be reserved, calm down. Just as she was intoxicated and daydreaming, Luoan approached her innocently. This little girl is really strong. It seems I will have to suffer in the future, Luoan thought to himself, holding his battered waist. Xiao Qingluo, you are trying to murder your husband, no, your colleague? Who told you to always be a hooligan to me? This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. Let's see if you dare to do it again in the future. Although she said this verbally, she still liked him to be a hooligan. Luoan hooligan, he. Alas, when will the little girl be able to change her habit of saying one thing and thinking another? I was just wiping your mouth. What do you mean by being a hooligan? Luoan said speechlessly. I didn't leak it, don't talk nonsense, be careful or I will sue you for defamation. Tang Qingluo looked so confident that Luoan couldn't help laughing out loud. Puff. Girl, you don't believe it, right? Look what this is. As he spoke, Luoan raised the wet tissue in his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. After hearing what Luoan said, Tang Qingluo didn't quite believe it, but still kept his eyes on Luoan's hand. She wanted to see what tricks that stinky Luoan could play. But when Tang Qingluo saw the tissue in Luoan's hand, he instantly lost his composure. Her little face turned red again visibly, but she still wanted to make a final struggle and touched her mouth again. Sure enough, it was still a little damp. Why are you silent? I didn't lie to you. Luoan raised the wet paper in his hand with a playful look and said, I didn't expect that my lovely little Qingluo would drool. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Tang Qingluo blushed and was about to step forward and snatch the thing from his hand. The already wet paper could not bear the weight of her snatching, and in the end only a small piece was left in Luoan's hands. Tang Qingluo, Omega. Now bring me more evidence. If you do, I will admit it. You can't take it out, ha ha ha. Looking at the little girl's smug look, Luoan just smiled. As long as she is happy. Girl, I won't make trouble for you anymore. The exam is coming up soon, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Luoan turned around and wanted to leave, but before he took the first step, he was pulled back by a slight force. Xiao Qingluo, why don't you let go? Are you reluctant to part with me? Luowen said in a mean way. Hee Omega, stinky Luowen, didn't you say you wouldn't let go until the teacher came? I'm in a good mood, so I'll fulfill your wish today. Luowen? You're not serious? Luowen asked tentatively. What do you think? Tang Qingluo's beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked, and her delicate little face looked a little playful. Stop making trouble, Xiao Qingluo, be good and let us let go. Luowen gently stroked her furry head with his other hand to attract her attention, while his other hand secretly changed the angle. Are you stupid? Do you think I can't feel it? Tang Qingluo squeezed Luowen's hand hard and then smiled playfully. Seeing that the girl was serious, Luowen was a little worried. Lin Qingyi couldn't help but reappear in his mind. Today, Lin Qingyi punished him for feeding Qingluo medicine. It would be disastrous if she saw it again. Qingluo, I shouldn't have held your hand just now. Please forgive me for this last billion time. Luowen glanced at the door and said anxiously, Qingluo, be good, let's stop making trouble. The head teacher will be here soon. If she sees us, we will be punished. Luowen coaxed her like he was a child, trying to make his tone more gentle. Chapter 51 Lin Qingyi. It was Luowen who forcibly pulled Qing Luo's hand, and Chang Luo cried out of grievance. When Tang Qingluo heard what Luowen said, he instantly recalled what happened in the morning. Especially the scene of feeding Lin Qingyi medicine lingered in her mind. Thinking of this, she didn't know where she got the courage from. She gritted her teeth and said jealously, I don't care. I'll let go whenever the teacher comes. Oof. No, Xiao Qingluo, let go. Luowen said anxiously. Why is this little girl jealous at this time? What a sin. Luowen wanted to cry but had no tears. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Tang Qingluo covered his ears angrily and kept repeating the same thing. Seeing this, Luowen was very helpless, but there was nothing he could do but wait there. In fact, he could have broken free if he had tried hard, but he was afraid of hurting her, and ultimately he did not dare to risk the girl's safety. After a while, Lin Qingyi walked in wearing high heels, holding a few candies in her hand. Let go. The teacher is coming. Luowen quickly poked Tang Qingluo's arm, while she was still covering her ears and muttering to herself. What are you doing? Smelly Luowen, I'm telling you, if the teacher doesn't come, I can't. Tang Qingluo turned her head and continued talking, but when she saw Lin Qingyi, her expression suddenly changed and her previous courage instantly disappeared. The pink little hand also secretly let go of Luowen's big hand. Seeing the girl let go, Luowen hurried back to his seat. I kept praying in my heart, don't see me, don't see me. But Lin Qingyi is not blind. Luowen is the only one standing in the whole class. Do you think he can? As soon as Lin Qingyi entered the room, she saw Luowen standing there. When she looked more closely, she found that they were still holding hands. Instantly a sour anger rushed to the top of my head. Holding back her anger, she walked to the podium, slammed her file bag hard on the table, and said coldly, put all your books away. The exam is about to start, hurry up. Upon hearing this, the students handed in the textbooks they were going to read after class. Seeing that almost everything had been handed in, Lin Qingyi looked at Luowen again. Lone, have you taught yet? Ha? I didn't take my book after class. Luowen was a little confused. From Lin Qingyi's angle, he could see the items on his desk. Oh, so that's how it is. Are you too busy holding the girl's hand to watch? Luowen didn't expect Lin Qingyi to change the subject so quickly, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. What's wrong? You're not talking. You just agree, right? Lin Qingyi's tone was that of a little nagging woman, but there was no expression on her face. My teacher is me. Tang Qingluo was interrupted by Luowen just as he was speaking. Yes, teacher, it was me who held her hand after class. She kept trying to pull her hand away, but I didn't let go. Luowen directly put the blame on himself, and then secretly waved his hand under the desk to signal her not to admit it. Tang Qingluo suddenly felt both guilty and moved, and couldn't help but shed a few tears. But the tears she shed had a different meaning in Lin Qingyi's eyes, and the scene of Luowen forcibly holding Tang Qingluo's hand automatically emerged in her mind. It's all my fault. Luowen was seen by the teacher. Stinky Luowen, why are you so nice to me and worry about everything for me? And I am too shameless. No, I can't let Luowen suffer this injustice. Chapter 52 The math test was a miracle in front of Lin Qingyi. The teacher is actually me. Tang Qingluo's eyes were firm. She had to speak out the truth and not let Luowen suffer any injustice. But he was interrupted again as soon as he opened his mouth. The difference was that this time it was not Luowen, but Lin Qingyi. Qingluo, you don't have to say anything. I know everything. I will definitely make the decision for you on this matter. Tang Qingluo? Yes, Qingluo, you don't have to say anything more. This is indeed my fault. I will apologize to you. Luowen said apologetically. But... Ding-a-ling.
The bell rang, and Tang Qingluo swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Seeing that the exam time was up, Lin Qingyi had no choice but to finish the exam first and then deal with Luowen. After distributing the test papers, he suddenly thought of something and immediately tidied up the clutter on the podium.
Luowen, go to the podium and take the exam. What?
Lin Qingyi shouted angrily, but her tone was vaguely sour.
Oh.
Luowen gave Tang Qingluo a bitter smile, then reluctantly picked up the test paper and exam pen and went up to the podium. During the trip, Tiango twisted his butt provocatively in his seat and whispered, "Oh, why is this seat so uncomfortable? I really don't want to sit here." But he didn't know that all his little actions were seen by Lin Qingyi.
Tiango. Lin Qingyi said with concern, "Is it uncomfortable to sit?" "It's okay.
Look, there is a soft cushion by the trash can at the back door.
You can sit there."
Teacher, no, I did very well
last school.
Thank you for your concern, teacher. I will go sit there now and not waste your time."
Tiango said this almost with gritted teeth, but his tone was very sincere.
He didn't dare to show it, for fear that Lin Qingyi would expose his past.
Seeing Tiango transform so quickly, Luowen couldn't help but become curious. What dirty things did this kid do in his previous school? Why does he behave like a dog when Lin Qingyi mentions it?
Just as Luowen was thinking, a cold voice came from the front.
"Luowen, what are you still standing there for? Do you still want to take the exam?" "Oh, I'll go right up." Hearing this, Luowen walked up reluctantly.
But when he saw the bench, he froze.
"Why is it a double stool?" Luowen said it unconsciously.
He clearly remembered that the benches were all single-person benches, and he couldn't figure out where Lin Qingyi got the double one.
This item was eliminated when Luowen was in elementary school.
This, because my bench was broken, so I just grabbed another one from the office. Lin Qingyi said with some guilt.
"No, why do you care so much?
Hurry up and take the exam, or I won't even let you sit on the bench."
"No." Luowen sat down, but very far away.
Lin Qingyi sat in the middle and he sat at the very edge.
"Lin Qingyi, why are you sitting so far away? Do you think I can eat you?"
Lin Qingyi said naturally. After she finished speaking, she felt that it was strange to say this, so she added, I'm just afraid that you have so little space and you can't stretch out when doing the test paper. Don't let your imagination run wild." There was no way out since Lin Qingyi said that, so he had to sit closer, but still about 10 centimeters away.
After spreading the paper out again, Luowen started to do the questions. This exam is mathematics.
After taking a quick look at the paper, Luowen was full of confidence. He started with the multiple choice questions. The first one was a piece of cake for Luowen. He didn't even need to do any calculations.
For the second question, Luowen thought about it for a moment and then chose the answer.
The same was true for the next few questions, except for the 12th multiple choice question, which took him a little time. Then he looked at the fill-in-the-blank questions and started calculating on the draft paper. He figured out the answer in about 20 seconds. Then the first few fill-in-the-blank questions were not difficult, except for him. But when it came to the fourth fill-in-the-blank question, Luowen really had to figure it out for a while.
It took Luowen 5 minutes to figure out the answer to this question.
After a while, Lin Qingyi also showed an embarrassed expression, her eyes fixed on the fourth fill-in-the-blank question. Luowen had already written the main question, but the moment he saw the main question, he couldn't help but frown slightly. In his opinion, these big questions were obviously beyond the standard. Although he could solve them, other students would probably find it difficult to do them. Luowen did not dare to be careless about this and started to calculate seriously. Gradually, the whole paper was filled with Luowen's writing on both sides. After taking a piece of white paper from the side, Luowen started calculating again, and soon he had finished writing out the first few big questions. There was only the final question left on the entire test paper, and Luowen began to think seriously.
From time to time, there is a rustling sound of pen and ink touching paper. Time passed quickly, and the expression on Luowen's face became more and more solemn. Why isn't that right? Luowen said to himself. Just when he didn't know what to do, suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Yes, my initial thinking was wrong. How could the answer be right? Thinking of this, he quickly started calculating again. After about 10 minutes, Luowen let out a long sigh, and the expression on his face became relaxed. But in my heart I kept blaming the person who set the question. Damn it, what a fool! Isn't it obvious that people can't answer this kind of question? Poor little Qingluo, Luowen looked up at Tang Qingluo. As he expected, Tang Qingluo's expression was particularly solemn at this moment, and he bit his slender fingers lightly with his pearly teeth as if he was thinking about something. After checking the paper twice and making sure everything was correct, Luowen lay straight on the table. So boring. Luowen kept spinning his pen to kill time. But it accidentally fell into Lin Qingyi's arms. Luowen. Feeling a foreign object flying in her arms, Lin Qingyi lowered her head in confusion to check. When she saw it was a black writing pen, her first reaction was that it was lost by Luowen. Sure enough, when Lin Qingyi looked at Luowen, he was smiling awkwardly. Luowen, can't you take the exam properly? Lin Qingyi said angrily. This time she was really angry, not because of jealousy, but because of Luowen's attitude towards learning. Teacher, please don't accuse me. I played only after I finished the test paper, Luowen explained quickly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyi was stunned at first, but then her expression became worse and worse, and it was obvious that she was about to get angry. The knowledgeable Luowen quickly took the paper and held it in front of her. Luo. Lin Qingyi was choked up the moment she spoke, her eyes wide open through her charming fox glasses as she stared at the paper in front of her in surprise. This was done by you? Lin Qingyi asked in disbelief. Luowen was speechless. If this wasn't done by me, could it be you, teacher? There are only 2 of us here. Let me see your draft paper. Lin Qingyi ignored what Luowen said. He just wanted to confirm whether Luowen did this with his own strength. Because if Luowen didn't do it with his own strength, but had answers or something, then his draft paper would be exposed. For you. Luowen handed her 2 densely packed sheets without any hesitation. Lin Qingyi took it immediately and looked at the draft paper carefully. After a while, Lin Qingyi finished reading the 2 draft papers. When he looked up at Luowen, the look in his eyes had changed a lot, showing joy, expectation, and confusion. Luowen, when did you become so powerful? Lin Qingyi asked in confusion. This? Do you believe me when I say I have been hiding my strength? I don't believe it. Lin Qingyi half closed her fox eyes and suddenly approached and said, I lied to you. Of course I believed it. Chapter 53 White Peach Flavored Candy. Lin Qingyi has confirmed that Luowen did not cheat. As for why he suddenly became so powerful, Luowen didn't want to say it, so she didn't ask any more questions. Since I misunderstood you just now, I'll give you a candy as compensation. Lin Qingyi awkwardly handed over her hand and said, white peach flavor. If you don't want to eat it, you don't have to. Luowen was stunned for a moment, then took it with a smile. He didn't expect that the usually strict Lin Qingyi would take the initiative to give him candy. He should not refuse such a good opportunity. Just as Luowen was eating with gusto, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a few candies on the corner of the table. By the way, doesn't he the little girl like to eat candy? As soon as the idea came to his mind, Luowen immediately asked, Teacher, can you give me another one? Sure. Lin Qingyi was a little excited. But she still handed him the only few candies on the table as if nothing had happened. Don't say the teacher is stingy. The teacher is very generous. Thank you, teacher. Luowen said happily. He didn't expect Lin Qingyi to be so generous and give him all the candy she brought. Thinking of this, Luowen happily put the candy into his pocket. I think the little girl will like it. Why don't you eat? Lin Qingyi asked doubtfully. Take it back and give it to my deskmate. Luowen replied without thinking. My deskmate? Lin Qingyi couldn't remember it for a moment and subconsciously looked at Luowen's seat. Xing Luo? After seeing clearly, Lin Qingyi spoke out loud unconsciously, but her emotional fluctuations could be clearly felt from the tone of her voice. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Luowen asked with concern. It's okay, give the candy back. I just couldn't remember who your deskmate was. And don't forget to give some to your deskmate. Lin Xingyi said with a wry smile. She actually wanted to take the candy back, but thinking that doing so would be too obvious, she quickly changed her words. Oh, teacher, then I will thank you on behalf of Qing Luo. Luoan didn't think much about it, and even felt that Lin Xingyi was quite considerate. Well, you were so nice to Qing Luo. Lin Xingyi was full of jealousy, and the sour taste came out of her words. Even Luoan noticed that something was wrong. Could it be? The thought came to Luoan's mind again, but he still felt it was unlikely. When he misunderstood Lin Xingyi before, she reacted so strongly. Just based on this, Luoan was sure that Lin Xingyi absolutely had no feelings towards him. After all, that teacher would be stupid enough to like his own students. Why does Lin Xingyi seem a little bit strange? Luoan's mind was in a mess. He thought about it for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, he stopped thinking about it. It's still more comforting to look at the little girl. Luoan rested his head on his arms, facing the podium, his eyes fixed on Tang Qingluo. At this time, Tang Qingluo's face was gloomy and he stopped writing. Needless to say, Luoan knew that he had given up. After all, he, who has super learning ability, could hardly do it, let alone the little girl. Thinking of this, Luoan cursed the person who set the question in his heart again. In order to divert her attention, Lin Xingyi began to look carefully at Luoan's draft paper. But the more carefully she looked, the more surprised she was, because she didn't even know how to solve several of the problems. Full of doubts, Lin Xingyi couldn't help but look up at Luoan. Chapter 54 Lin Xingyi, I don't know how to do this question. Can you explain it to me? At this time, Luoan didn't notice that Lin Xingyi was looking at him sourly from behind. Lin Xingyi. She had no intention of disturbing him, but when she saw the scene, she instantly became jealous, and the little bit of rationality she had left was taken over by emotion. Luoan, come and tell the teacher your solution to this problem. Lin Xingyi said dissatisfiedly. Ah. Luoan turned his head reluctantly and met Lin Xingyi's gaze. Teacher, which question are you talking about? After saying that, Luoan moved closer to Lin Xingyi. Oh, this question. Lin Xingyi pointed at the question casually and quickly looked away. Forehead. Luoan stared blankly at the first multiple-choice question on the test paper and fell into deep thought. This. Teacher, please take another look. Lin Xingyi's charming face flushed red, her body completely felt his warm body temperature, and she didn't even hear what he said. Wow, it smells so good and warm, I really want to give you a hug. Teacher Lin? Seeing that Lin Xingyi didn't respond, Luoan moved closer and asked tentatively. Luoan was too close, and his hot breath accidentally blew into her ears. Suddenly, Lin Xingyi's earlobe turned visibly red, and her delicate body trembled unconsciously. Yes, that's how it is done. Lin Xingyi said hurriedly. Luoan. Now it was Luoan's turn to remain silent, and he fell into deep thought again. Why don't you talk? Lin Xingyi recovered and looked at him stupidly with her fox eyes blinking. Why don't you take a look at where you are pointing first? Luoan said speechlessly. I had the illusion that I was being tricked. Ah. Hearing this, she lowered her head in confusion and looked at where the finger was pointing. Suddenly, Lin Xingyi's blushing face deepened and her breathing became rapid. The teacher is testing you. Lin Xingyi had a red face and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. And where Luoan couldn't see, her little feet had already started building something. Since you think this question is too easy, I'll change it to another one. Without waiting for Luoan to react, Lin Xingyi immediately started looking for questions seriously. On the one hand, it was to ease the embarrassment, and on the other hand, she really seemed to know the solution to the problem. It's not that she doesn't know how to do it, it's just that Luoan's way of solving the problem is very novel. That's it. Lin Xingyi pointed to the last question and looked at him expectantly. This one. After seeing this, Luoan sorted out his thoughts in his mind. Teacher, this is how I did it. Oh. The more Lin Xingyi listened, the more surprised she became. Finally, she suddenly realized what was going on and couldn't help but exclaimed. The look in his eyes when he looked at Luoan also became more admiring. Is there any other way? Lin Xingyi asked curiously. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, she didn't notice that she was about to fall into Luoan's arms. Yes, but it would be a lot of trouble. But since the teacher wants to listen, I will tell you. Luoan took out a pen from the side and carefully wrote and drew on the draft paper. Lin Xingyi shrank her head, listening with a silly look on her face, nodding affirmatively from time to time. Chapter 55. Are you serious? That's about it. Luowen said with a long sigh. I see, it's possible to do this. How come I didn't notice it before? If it wasn't for this exam, how long would you have kept it a secret from the teacher? Lin Xingyi raised her head and asked with a smile, her fox eyes curved into an arc with joy. But she didn't notice that half of her body was leaning in his arms. Teacher, don't you feel a little hot? Luowen did not answer Lin Xingyi's question, but just reminded her tactfully. Is it hot? She was dazed, obviously not understanding the other meaning of this sentence. Helplessly, Luowen had to move away awkwardly and gently pushed Lin Xingyi, who was leaning on his arms, away. Teacher, it won't be hot this way. In an instant, Lin Xingyi's face turned visibly red, and the redness spread all the way to her neck. Ah! Was I in his arms just now? How embarrassing. Lin Xingyi's eyes were wandering, and she kept replaying the scene in her mind. Seeing this, Luowen didn't say anything else, but turned his head and looked at her quietly. The little girl is still pretty. Luowen couldn't help but sigh. In the following time, Lin Xingyi looked at him secretly, and he looked at her openly. After a while, most people in the class stopped writing and it was time for the exam. Lin Xingyi looked at the alarm clock and stood up reluctantly. Okay, everyone stop, and those in the back row start collecting the scrolls. Seeing that Lin Xingyi had spoken, Luowen did not hesitate and went straight back to his seat. His eyes shifted to Tang Qingluo, who was now lowering her head, looking at the draft paper with a sad face. Math is so difficult, did Luowen do it? I don't know how to answer these questions, will Luowen know how to answer them? If not. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo's face became even heavier. This little girl only has me in her heart. Little girl, why are you unhappy? Luowen walked up and said with concern. Luowen. Tang Qingluo's delicate little mouth was half open, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Xiao Qingluo, if you have anything to say, don't hold it in. Just say it out loud and make me happy, okay? Luowen leaned down gently and touched her head lightly. Tang Qingluo? I'm just kidding you, don't hit me. Luowen quickly stopped Tang Qingluo, who was rushing towards him. Little girl, I won't make trouble with you anymore. If you have anything sad, just tell me. Luowen put away his sly smile and looked at her with concern. Damn Luowen, who is sad. I'm just a little bit worried about you. Tang Qingluo blushed and refused to admit it, then turned his head away proudly. How cute. Luowen couldn't help but put a hand on her red cheek. Soft and chewy. He pinched Tang Qingluo's face again. Although he used very little force, her face was so delicate that it turned red. You. Damn Luowen. Let go. Tang Qingluo gave a coquettish cry and stepped forward with her little hand to grab Luowen's rebellious big hand. I caught you, stinky Luowen, let's see if you dare to bully me again. Tang Qingluo suppressed her embarrassment and took his big hand and squeezed it hard. I'll give it back to you. Let's see if you dare to do it again, you stinky Luowen. You big rascal, if I don't punish you today, will you dare to touch other girls' faces in the future? As he said this, the image that involuntarily emerged in his mind was that Luowen had really turned into a big hooligan, touching other little girls' hands everywhere. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo unconsciously pinched him hard with his fingernails. Ah! Luowen, who was enjoying a hand massage, suddenly felt a sharp pain. Girl, are you serious? Luowen pulled his hand back, looked at the purple pinch mark, and asked with a resentful look on his face. No. Chapter 56, Stinky Luowen, I'm ready, come on. Tang Qingluo's pretty face flushed red, and her two white and tender hands wanted to touch him, but she was worried that he would be angry, so she finally put her hands on her knees and lowered her head, like a poor little thing waiting to be punished. Luowen, who was originally feeling a little resentful, lowered his head and saw how cute the little girl was. He was instantly attracted by her, and the last bit of resentment in his heart disappeared along with her facial features. So cute. Luowen slowly squatted down, looked directly at the nervous Tang Qingluo, and couldn't help but stretch out his dog paws. Little girl. Go ahead and hit me. Don't worry about me. I just returned it, so you can do it too. What? Luowen stopped his outstretched hand and looked at her in confusion. Tang Qingluo's peach blossom eyes were filled with tears, tears were dripping from the corners of her eyes, and her pearly teeth were biting her red lips nervously. Hit back. I won't blame you, as long as you stinky Luowen doesn't get angry, that's all.
As she spoke, she glanced at him fearfully, as if she was afraid that he would not agree.
Stinky Luon, I'm ready. I won't cry no matter what you do. Come on, big bad guy Luon.
She closed her eyes and waited for his arrival, tears streaming down her face like broken strings.
Girl, you. Luon. Before Luon could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by an angry female voice. Luon. Xing Luo, you two come to my office.
After saying that, Lin Qingyi left angrily in her high heels.
Ha! Hearing the voice, Tang Qingluo opened his eyes in a daze. Don't look at it. This will bring bad luck. I have to go to the office.
As he spoke, he scratched her nose lovingly.
Oh.
She thought his words were a reprimand, and her mood instantly fell, but she had no choice but to respond aggrievedly. Walking in the corridor, Luowen found that the little girl was following him nervously and didn't dare to come over.
Xiao Qingluo, why are you leaning back like that? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Come here quickly. Luowen said with a smile. Profound.
Tang Qingluo walked up to him nervously and stared at him nervously like a little rabbit.
Could it be that he couldn't help himself now? There are so many people here, it would be embarrassing to be seen, the stinky Luowen wouldn't be here. This kind of thing doesn't matter where it happens. Luowen is so mean. I really don't want to bother with him anymore. Omega. Luoan, oh. Hearing his inner voice, Luowen was about to say something but was choked up.
He seriously suspected that the girl's thoughts were not right, as if they were different from what he thought.
Thinking of this, Luowen asked tentatively, Nizi, are you afraid that I will go back? No. Who is scared? I'm not. I'm just a little bit afraid of pain.
Tang Qingluo said guiltily.
If you want to, come now. I don't care.
After saying this, Tang Qingluo puffed out her chest and looked as if she didn't care, but in fact her calves had already begun to tremble with nervousness. Hearing this, Luowen slowly breathed a sigh of relief.
It turned out that he had misunderstood?
That's right, how could a girl as pure as her have so many sinister thoughts in her mind? Looking at the little girl in front of him who was pretending to be calm, Luowen couldn't help but want to tease her.
Really? You said it. Then I'm going to take action.
Luowen leaned close to her ear and said in a mean voice.
I said. Come on, stinky Luowen.
She gritted her teeth and agreed.
I'm here. Bring it on. I'm really here. Come on. I'm not afraid at all.
Tang Qingluo was so nervous that she didn't dare to open her eyes. She clutched her clothes tightly with her hands, hoping that this would reduce her pain.
Little girl, you are so silly and cute. Ha 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 ha. After Luowen gently hit her on the head, he couldn't help laughing. Ah. Tang Qingluo looked at him blankly, not knowing what was going on. Is this the new way of playing of Stinky Luon?
Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a few steps back and looked at him suspiciously. Seeing her like this, Luowen was inexplicably tickled and continued laughing.
Girl, what are you thinking about all day? How could I bear to hit you? Luowen finally stopped laughing and explained word by word. Really? Tang Qingluo asked blankly. Of course, but. But what? She was startled, and looked at Luowen with a wronged look. Is there any other condition? How clever. Luowen took the opportunity to come and pat the head, it's still as furry as before. You tell me. As long as it's not too excessive, I will. Tang Qingluo said with red cheeks.
She couldn't help but think of Luowen forcing her to do all kinds of strange things.
This seems pretty good. Chapter 57 Multifunctional Popsicle. Then I said it. Go ahead.
Tang Qingluo felt a complex mix of emotions in his heart, including nervousness, fear, and even a hint of anticipation.
Let me pinch your face. Tang Qingluo? No way? Never mind. Luowen sighed and said, I know you won't agree to such an excessive request.
After saying that, he turned around and looked like he was about to leave.
No. Not at all. I thought it would be very. Tang Qingluo's face turned red with embarrassment, and she couldn't utter the last few words. Girl, if you say that, I won't be polite. Luowen turned around and couldn't help but smile. You, coax me.
Tang Qingluo was a little annoyed, and dodged Luowen's outstretched hand with his little head.
How did I coax you? Luowen said innocently, "Didn't you say it was not excessive? That's why I dare to touch you." "You." Tang Qingluo clenched her little pink fists angrily, her mouth slightly open, but she couldn't think of any words to refute. In the end, she gave him a helpless look and lightly punched Luowen with her little pink fist. "Big bad guy. You, hurry up, just this once." "Okay." After getting Tang Qingluo's permission, Luowen excitedly stretched out his hand. "Finally, I can play with the little girl openly." As soon as Luowen's hand touched her delicate little face, she trembled violently. "Ah, how embarrassing. Why am I shaking?" Stinky Luowen saw it. This time Luowen rubbed it carefully, unlike the quick pinch last time. The soft flesh on Tang Qingluo's face was played with by him at will, kneading it like this, and pinching it like that. "Are you ready?" "It's almost there." Luowen's words were full of perfunctory tone, and his mind was completely attracted by her chubby little face. "Then hurry up." At this time, Tang Qingluo's delicate little face was already extremely embarrassed, and coupled with his wanton teasing, it became even more reddening. But the two of them were so absorbed in each other that they didn't notice Lin Xingyi standing at the door of the office. Seeing that they hadn't come for such a long time, she thought something had happened, but she almost exploded with jealousy when she opened the door. "Lone, soft?" "Soft," Luowen replied without hesitation. But then he realized something was wrong. It didn't seem to be the girl's voice. Looking back, Lin Xingyi was looking at him with a cold face. "Teacher, why are you here?" "I came to look for you." Luowen took a deep breath and quickly made an excuse in a flattering way. "Yeah?" Lin Xingyi said sourly, "Then why did I see you having fun here just now?" "How could that be?" Luowen had a stern face and looked upwards, as if he was recalling something seriously. After a while, Luowen said with a smile, "Maybe the teacher saw it wrong." Hearing this, Lin Xingyi couldn't help it anymore and grabbed Luowen's ear. "Do you think I'm blind?" "No way, teacher, let's go to the office first and talk about it." This happened in the corridor, so it was okay for me to embarrass myself, but the girl was not that thick-skinned. Tang Qingluo now thought the same as Luowen. He was already at a loss as to what to do, his little face drooping in embarrassment. "All right." After saying that, Lin Xingyi pulled Luowen's ear and walked towards the office. "It hurts, teacher, be gentle, hiss. Just bear with the pain." Although he said this, the strength in his hands was indeed reduced a lot. Tang Qingluo just followed behind stupidly, not daring to speak. She didn't let go of his hand until she reached Lin Xingyi's office, but her eyes were still fixed on him. Perhaps he felt guilty being stared at. Luowen rubbed his ears in a pretentious manner. "It hurts so much it's all red." Hearing this, Lin Xingyi's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. "There's ice here." "Does it hurt, Stinky Luowen?" Tang Qingluo asked with a distressed look on his face, rubbing his body with his little hands. "I'll rub it for you for a while and it won't hurt anymore," Tang Qingluo said with a naive look on his face. "You're so good." Luowen smiled and looked at her with such doting eyes. "Lin Xingyi." "Luowen, the teacher was a little impulsive just now. Here are some popsicles I just bought. You can use them to apply the cream." Lin Xingyi looked nonchalant and threw the popsicle to him. Luowen didn't think much about it. He opened the package and started eating. "Thank you, teacher. That's so sweet. Do you want to have a bite, little girl? You've already eaten." The blush on Tang Qingluo's face had not yet faded, but when Luowen asked her this, her face turned red again out of embarrassment. "It's okay. Didn't we eat everything together when we were kids?" As he said that, Luowen handed the popsicle to her mouth as if no one was around. "Should I bite or not? I am so confused. But this is what Luowen has eaten, but I. Never mind, I just want to eat a popsicle, not the same popsicle as Luowen." Ouch. Chapter 58 Lin Xingyi, what went wrong? Delicious. Would you like another bite? Luowen asked with a smile. Okay. Slurp, hiss. Tang Qingluo's voice was soft, and his little tongue made a sound from time to time as it stirred the ice in his mouth. The corners of Lin Xingyi's mouth twitched, and she clenched her hands tightly until she felt the pain in her nails and then slowly let go. She really wanted to snatch it away and throw it into the trash can, but her remaining sanity told her not to. Ha! Lin Xingyi let out a long breath, and her fox eyes dimmed. Luowen, what is the popsicle for you? Is it applied? Luowen stopped what he was doing and looked at her in confusion. So what are you doing now? There was no emotion in Lin Qingyi's voice. Eat? So you know what you are doing.
Her voice suddenly became excited, and her eyes could not hide the feeling of grievance.
Teacher.
Luowen slowly took back the popsicle that he had handed to Tang Qingluo, and then secretly hid it behind him.
Teacher, I'm sorry, I wanted to eat it, please don't scold me. Tang Qingluo said weakly.
Qingluo, you don't have to be afraid, and you don't have to explain for Luowen.
I will handle this matter well.
Lin Qingyi's voice was decisive, as if she had made a great decision.
Is eating popsicles so serious? No way, it's just a popsicle, why do you have to treat it so carefully?
Tang Qingluo thought foolishly, looking at her blankly with his peach blossom eyes.
Why is this girl so stupid? Luowen was speechless. How could this girl be so smart and stupid at the same time?
No one who hears the teacher's words would think of popsicles.
Luowen, come here. Seeing that Luowen didn't move, Lin Qingyi continued to say with a cold face, Why, you don't even listen to the teacher's words?
Luowen was stunned for a moment and immediately walked up, the popsicle in his hand dripping and melting at an inopportune time.
Teacher, this.
Luowen raised the popsicle in his hand awkwardly, and the melted sugar water stuck to his hand.
Throw it away. Lin Qingyi's voice contained a hint of anger, but more of it seemed to be out of anger. Pa.
Luowen didn't dare to say anything, he walked straight to the trash can and threw it in.
It feels good.
Lin Qingyi's mood instantly improved, but she still didn't look at him well.
After throwing it, Luowen slowly walked back, lowered his head and waited for Lin Qingyi to speak. Do you have anything to say? Is there?
Luowen raised his head and thought hard, but he was pretending to be a woman and couldn't think of what had made her so angry.
Holding hands? Not really. Although Lin Qingyi usually catches premature lovers, she only persuades them at most and has never done this. Could it be pinching the girl's face? But that's not right. There's nothing wrong with this. Teacher,
Lin Qingyi's eyes moved slightly, and her body secretly moved towards him.
Well, go on. Lin Qingyi's tone was obviously a little excited.
All their ears were turned towards Luowen, expecting him to admit his mistake.
I was wrong. Luowen said solemnly. Keep going. Lin Qingyi said anxiously, Tell me, what did you do wrong? If you take the initiative to admit your mistake, I might forgive you. I shouldn't. Lin Qingyi, Omega. You shouldn't have taken all the teacher's candies. Chapter 59 Different Treatment.
Luowen raised his eyes, he already had an idea in his mind. There was something wrong with Lin Qingyi since the exam, and her tone became even weirder after she took all the candies. Combining the above clues, it seems that the candies were the cause of the trouble. Otherwise, could it be that Lin Qingyi was jealous? He smiled awkwardly, how could that be possible?
Xiaohua, 6. What? Lin Qingyi gave a bitter smile and continued to ask unwillingly.
Luowen didn't reply, but took out 4 candies from his pocket and handed them to her.
All sugar.
Lin Qingyi stared blankly at the candy in Luowen's hand, and took it with her little hand awkwardly.
Is this Luowen real or just pretending? I really want to beat him to death. But I can't bear to do so. Wrong.
Why are there 4? She moved her eyes to the ground and checked.
Nothing had fallen off.
She had clearly given him 5 pills before. Suddenly, something popped into Lin Qingyi's mind.
Isn't it 5? Lin Qingyi asked with a smile.
Hearing this, Luowen was embarrassed for a long time before he took out another one from his pocket.
Oh, there's still one.
Luowen handed over the only remaining candy with a smile. But even though Lin Qingyi could still see his reluctance, she knew that Luowen didn't like eating candy that much, but Qingluo might not be the same. Since her freshman year in high school, she had been fond of this pretty and academically competent girl, and would give her some snacks every time she called her to her office. Especially candies. In the past 3 years, I gave him 2 bottles, the big ones. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyi suddenly found an explanation, but she wasn't too angry. Qingluo, come to the teacher. Lin Qingyi waved to him gently, without any of the cold look she had shown towards Luowen just now.
Profound.
Tang Qingluo walked over timidly, looked at her nervously with his peach blossom eyes, and clenched his hands unconsciously.
Qingluo, sit down. Don't be so nervous. The teacher didn't blame you.
As Lin Xingyi spoke, she pulled out a boss chair with a backrest from the side. He pointed, "Sit down." "Teacher, I'd better not sit down." Tang Qingluo quietly took a step back and waved his hand. "Don't be polite. It's so uncomfortable to stand. Girls have thin legs. Wouldn't your legs be sore after standing for so long?" Seeing that Tang Qingluo didn't sit down, Lin Xingyi stood up, gently pushed her to the chair, and pressed her down. "Teacher." Tang Qingluo folded her hands obediently on her legs, raised her head, and opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to say something else. In response, Lin Xingyi simply stretched out her slender fingers and gently covered her little mouth. "Just sit there. Don't you want to listen to the teacher? Just watch here and see how the teacher makes the decision for you." Tang Qingluo was full of questions. Why should he make the decision for her? "I can't figure it out. Have a candy first." Lin Xingyi naturally placed the 5 candies in her palm and stroked her hair like an older sister. Although he was really jealous, he would not blame others except Luowen because she was just unrequited love for him. Besides, in her eyes, all the previous events were just Luowen's one-sided bullying of Tang Qingluo. Lin Xingyi turned around and faced Luowen. The gentle smile on her face disappeared in an instant, leaving him with only a cold and sour look. Forehead. There's no need to treat them differently. Luowen was speechless. Chapter 60 Tang Qingluo, I volunteer. Luowen can't tell. Why haven't I seen you so powerful before? Lin Xingyi said this in a sarcastic tone, but her face still had that cold expression. Isn't this a hidden thing? Luowen thought Lin Xingyi was talking about studying, so he didn't think much about it. Hearing this, Lin Xingyi's hands almost tore her clothes apart, and a hint of anger couldn't help but appear on her expressionless face. Don't you even want to install Luo? Don't you even take me, your teacher, seriously? She felt depressed and a little uncomfortable, but more angry. Think it over carefully before you speak. I'll just pretend I didn't hear you. Lin Xingyi wanted to give him another chance, and her tone was particularly heavy when she said this. Forehead. Is my reason too far-fetched? Doesn't Lin Xingyi believe it? Do you want me to make up another one? But what good excuse is there after this one? Could it be that he was reborn? Maybe it won't be long before I start wearing blue and white striped clothes. Luowen thought secretly in his heart, and finally stuck to his previous excuse. Teacher, I have nothing to say. I have been hiding my strength before. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. After saying that, Luowen looked at her with a helpless look. Your mom. Lin Xingyi almost cursed, a corner of her clothes had been pierced by her nails. She stopped looking at him, adjusted her breathing, and controlled the emotions that were about to explode. Inhale, calm down, calm your mind, calm down. Teacher, don't you still believe it? Luowen asked tentatively. Damn it, I can't help it. Lin Xingyi suddenly shifted her gaze to Luowen and tied her hair into a ponytail. Otherwise your hair will hit your face. After tying her hair, Lin Xingyi slowly stood up, staring at him intently. Perhaps because he was frightened by being stared at, Luowen also stared straight at him, and the temperament formed in his previous life was clearly revealed at this moment. Why are you so? No. Don't think that the teacher can tolerate you infinitely. As for bullying female classmates, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Lin Xingyi didn't know what was going on, but the moment Luowen looked at her, all her previous anger was instantly dissipated, and she even felt a little scared. Ah? Luowen asked doubtfully, when did I bully a female classmate? Yes, teacher, when did Luowen bully a girl? Tang Qingluo, who was watching the show on the side, also asked blankly at this time. Qingluo, don't be afraid. The teacher will make the decision for you. Just speak out boldly. Lin Xingyi turned around, patted her shoulder firmly, and gave her confidence. Teacher, what does this mean? Why do you say that I am the one who makes the decision? Are you asking me to report the stinky Luowen? But Luowen didn't bully the girl. At least I didn't see it. Could it be that Luowen really went to bully the girl? If that was true, I would beat him to death. Woohoo, if Luowen really went to provoke the girl, I would ignore him and beat him to death. Luowen? How come he has become a pervert who bullies girls in the girl's mind? What a thoughtful person. Luowen was a little panicked. He had to explain everything clearly and not let the girl misunderstand him. Teacher, please explain clearly, I really didn't bully those girls.
Luowan said sincerely. Luowan, you still don't admit it, right? Do you have to make Qing Luo admit it in person?
Lin Xingyi was filled with anger and turned to look at Tang Qingluo. Qingluo, tell me if he held your hand tightly before the exam and pinched your face forcefully on the way to the office.
It's okay, Qingluo, Luan won't dare to do anything wrong with me here. Tang Qingluo? Luowan? Lin Xingyi, one by one. Tang Qingluo was stunned for a moment and then reacted immediately.
It turned out that Luowan was misunderstood, and it was because of himself. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo immediately said, Teacher, that's not the case. In fact, it was me who held Luowan's hand before class.
I was angry with him.
Seeing that Luowan was about to speak to defend her, Tang Qingluo didn't give him a chance at all.
Teacher, I also asked him to touch my face. I volunteered.
After saying this, her face turned red, she was so embarrassed.
Hearing this, Luowan sighed. How could this little girl admit it herself?
She was so thin-skinned that she would burst into tears if Lin Xingyi said a few words to her.
Qingluo, are you telling the truth? Don't lie for Luowan.
Lin Xingyi couldn't quite believe it, and her expression became unnatural.
Really, teacher, I didn't lie to you, it has always been me. Chapter 61 Tang Qingluo, Punish Your Lips.
Lin Xingyi's hand on Tang Qingluo's shoulder was not put down for a long time, and she stood there in a daze.
Teacher, Tang Qingluo asked weakly. Qingluo.
Lin Xingyi came to her senses and put her hand down in a daze.
Qingluo, you guys are already in your third year of high school, and you know you can't do this. Lin Xingyi advised unwillingly.
Teacher, Qingluo and I are not in a relationship, we are just classmates.
Hearing this, Luowan hurriedly said. Just an ordinary classmate relationship? Tang Qingluo muttered softly, looking at him with slightly disappointed eyes. Hey! Lin Xingyi sighed softly and said nothing more. After a long while, he slowly said, For now, you should focus on studying, and stop thinking about romance all day long. I don't want to say much. You are all adults now and you understand everything you need to know.
Lin Xingyi waved her hand and signaled them to go back.
Okay, teacher, we'll leave first.
Luowan took the opportunity to say quickly, and without waiting for her response, he pulled Tang Qingluo's hand and ran out.
Looking at the back, Lin Xingyi laughed at herself. Am I that deceitful?
When they returned to the classroom, everyone in the class had left.
Luowan packed up and prepared to leave. Qingluo, why are you standing there in a daze? Luowan looked at the dazed girl in confusion. Tang Qingluo did not answer, but just looked up at him with grievance. Seeing that she was not in a good state, Luowan walked up to her with concern and asked in a gentle voice, What's wrong? What is our relationship? Qingmei, classmate, or something? Luowan has already said that it is just an ordinary classmate relationship.
Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo couldn't stop feeling sad, as if something was missing from his heart.
That's right, I'm useless. Luowan was seriously injured to save me, and almost.
I hope he doesn't hate me.
Tang Qingluo bit his lips tightly, but tears still flowed down. Realizing his embarrassment, he quickly lowered his head.
Hey, your childhood sweetheart has misunderstood, why don't you go and comfort her?
Xiaohua said playfully while standing aside.
Luowan ignored her because his little girl was still sad.
Why does this little girl become stupid when the topic involves him?
Of course he has to say this since the teacher is there.
Why are you crying? Your little face is almost turning into a kitten.
Luowan held her tightly in his arms and caressed her little face softly.
Tang Qingluo was startled and wanted to break free, but then he thought of something. You stinky Luowan, you don't like me, but you still want to hug me, you big bad guy. No. He won't be with me in the future anyway, so I might as well seduce him now rather than letting other girls seduce him. Come on, wow me.
Luowan was overjoyed when he heard this and was looking forward to what the girl would do next.
Should I kiss his face or his hand?
But what he didn't know was how brave Tang Qingluo was when he was carried away by the situation.
Muah!
Luowan was stunned, staring blankly at the girl in front of him. The warm touch of her lips made him sure that he was not dreaming. Then the fear of being dominated by Tang Qingluo in the previous life swept over him.
This progress is quite fast.
Luowan had never expected that just because of his words, he could actually conquer Tang Qingluo.
You! Don't talk! Tang Qingluo bit his lips in anger.
She felt jealous when she thought that other girls would come here in the future.
Ouch!
Luowan felt pain and held her little hand tightly.
This girl wants to kiss, why does she bite people? Luowan was speechless. Chapter 62 Tang Qingluo's Confession and Lin Qingyi's Relief. Tang Qingluo kept the kiss going for a long time, until he had difficulty breathing, and then he reluctantly broke away. Smelly Luowan. This won't be the first time, hum. From now on, those stinky women can only kiss what's left of me, ha 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 woo woo. She kept comforting herself, but she couldn't deceive her heart. It's sweet. Luowan smiled and whispered in her ear, do you like me? I. Tang Qingluo's face flushed, and her eyes became vague when she looked at Luowan. Stinky Luowan, you actually asked, you don't like me, but you still want to bully me. No matter what, just say it out loud. Even if he doesn't like me now, I will still say it to see if he will regret it in the future. I just like you. I love you so much. I've had a special feeling for you since elementary school, and I didn't even know what it was at that time. I didn't know I liked you until middle school. Every time I saw you talking to other girls, I got jealous. When it came to the touching part, Tang Qingluo's tear glands seemed to burst, and tears kept pouring out from them. But you don't like me, I didn't even want to talk to other boys in high school. So why are you so nice to me even though you don't like me? At this time, Tang Qingluo was sobbing uncontrollably. They grew up together since childhood, from the ignorant toddler to the green youth now, Luowan has been with her all the way. Gradually, my love for you turned into an indescribable feeling. She felt that after she told it out loud, they might not even be able to be friends anymore, but she didn't want to keep this feeling deep in her heart. Luowan also shed tears. He knew Tang Qingluo's feelings for him, but he couldn't help but be moved when she said it. Nizi, who said I don't like you? Luowan walked forward and hugged her again. What did you say? Tang Qingluo looked at him in disbelief, and his tears stopped temporarily. Silly girl, your feelings are mine, aren't they? After saying that, he hugged her delicate body tightly, not wanting to separate. Luowan held her like this, and after a while he found that Tang Qingluo was sobbing in his arms again. What? Luowan was confused. Could it be that the way it was opened was wrong? He looked up, then down, and looked again. Tang Qingluo was still clearly sobbing in his arms. Nizi, why are you crying again? Luowan asked tentatively. I'm just so happy. Tang Qingluo raised her little face. Although her peach blossom eyes were watery, she couldn't stop showing a smile on her face. I see. Luowan breathed a sigh of relief, then rubbed her head with his chin lovingly. You scared me, don't cry, little girl, be good. I'm going to scare you to death. Tang Qingluo raised his head aggrievedly and said, who told you not to tell me earlier? I was so worried all day long. I originally wanted to tell you when we were in college, fearing that it would affect your studies, but who knew you would tell it first? Hearing this, Tang Qingluo's face instantly turned red with shame, and he whispered softly, I'm not afraid that someone will take you away by force. I am a little girl, no one can take me away. You said so. If you dare to break up with me in the future, I will beat you to death and never talk to you again. You will never see me again. After saying that, he seemed to feel that something was missing and added, anyway, as long as you don't cheat, I will never separate from you. Hearing this, Luowan raised his eyebrows and looked at her in confusion. When did we become a couple? What did you say? Luowan, explain to me clearly, what do you mean we are not a couple yet? Tang Qingluo's face instantly puffed up with anger, and her pink little hands tightly grasped his arm to prevent him from escaping. Is Luowan playing a trick on me? If he dares, I will interrupt. Let him never again. Seeing this, Luowan didn't dare to tease her anymore, for fear that the little girl would lose control and hit him. I haven't confessed to you yet, how can we be considered a couple? Then confess quickly, I will definitely. You can't consider it. Tang Qingluo waited with anticipation, his peach blossom eyes seemed to be filled with stars. Hurry, 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 I can't wait any longer. Hurry up and confess your love, so that those girls who covet him in the future will know that he is already taken. Girl, it's not time yet. How can I be so careless in confessing my love to you? Tang Qingluo was stunned for a moment and then immediately said, it's okay, I can accept it no matter how sloppy it is, I don't mind it, you understand. Luowan couldn't help but feel that the anxious little girl was cute. This little girl has her confession written all over her face. Don't be anxious. Just these few days, okay? I will definitely give you a memorable confession. Really not now? Tang Qingluo said with a look of grievance, staring at him pitifully with his peach blossom eyes, trying to make Luowen change his mind. Can't. Of course Luowen would not be fooled by the little girl's tricks. How could his belated confession in 2 lifetimes be so careless? Oh well. Tang Qingluo said disappointedly. Let's go then, we're almost late for dinner. Oh. Silly girl, don't be unhappy, it's just for these few days. Luowen noticed that she was in a low mood and stroked her hair to comfort her. I only give you 5 days. If you dare to overdo, I will. As he said this, Tang Qingluo showed off his little pink fist in protest. Of course, of course. Without waiting for Tang Qingluo to reply, Luowen clenched her little pink fist and left. And in another place, the office. Looking at the surveillance video, Lin Qingyi started to shed tears. It turns out that this was all my wishful thinking from the beginning to the end. She slowly opened the drawer and took out a box of slightly old lady cigarettes. This box of cigarettes was left here by a former female colleague. He took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and started smoking. Ahem. Lin Qingyi was choked, but it did not affect her smoking speed. She doesn't usually smoke and doesn't like the smell of cigarettes, but when she is feeling bad, it seems that only cigarettes can give her some comfort. We should be at the door by now. Lin Qingyi took the cigarette out of her mouth, held it in her hand, and walked to the window. As expected, she said to herself. The 2 people below are walking out of the school gate hand in hand. The boy is tall and handsome, and the girl is petite and cute. They are really a perfect match. She just watched quietly as the sadness in his eyes grew more and more intense. The cigarette burned slowly in her hand, and the smoke became thicker and thicker. Ah! The cigarette burned to the root, burning her fingers, and she subconsciously dropped it to the ground. Looking at the burnt cigarette on the ground, she smiled, a smile from the bottom of her heart. She seemed to have let it go. It wasn't hers in the first place, so it would definitely not be in her hands in the end. Chapter 63 Luowen, believe it or not, I can make an object turn red instantly. On the other side, Tang Qingluo couldn't stop talking after he followed Luowen into the car. Is it okay now? Can't. 1 minute later. Can you confess to me now? Can't. 5 minutes later. What about now? Anyway, not today. Luowen said helplessly. Oh. Tang Qingluo was a little unhappy when he heard this, so he simply started playing with Luowen's abdominal muscles. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9? No, isn't the maximum number of abdominal muscles 8? Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo wanted to explore it further, but just as he put his mischievous little hand in, he was stopped by Luowen's sudden break. What's wrong? Tang Qingluo raised his head and looked at him in confusion. Nothing, just a dog suddenly appeared in front of us. I'm glad you're okay. Tang Qingluo lowered his head and prepared to explore again. Etc. Luowen grabbed Tang Qingluo's little hand, his guilty look evident on his face. What are you doing? Tang Qingluo stared at him closely, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction. No. Luowen said guiltily, I will feel itchy if you do this, which will affect my writing. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say that just now, I just haven't seen anyone with 9-pack abs. Yes, I'm special. This is because I've been doing a lot of exercise to get a better figure. Don't be surprised, don't be surprised. Don't touch me yet, I'll let you touch me as much as you want when we get home. I've already gone downstairs when we get home anyway. Who wants to touch you? I'm just curious. Tang Qingluo retorted with a blushing face. 10 minutes later, Luowen drove Tang Qingluo back to the community. Come down. Luowen parked the car, looked at Tang Qingluo and said. My legs hurt, I can't get down. Tang Qingluo said with a painful expression, tears about to fall from his eyes. Hurry up and carry me down, hug me. Stinky Luowen must have seen through it, after all, I pretended so well. Why is Luowen so stunned? Why doesn't he hug me? Is it because I'm not pretending well enough? Ouch, that hurts. As Tang Qingluo spoke, tears as big as beans fell from her eyes. Luowen? This girl is really good at acting. The explosive effect is so good that any macho man would feel sorry for her. Although he knew what Tang Qingluo was thinking, Luowen did not intend to expose it. Wouldn't it be nice to hug a soft and cute little thing? Are you okay, little girl? Do you want me to carry you up? Luoan tried his best to make his expression look natural, and he half embraced Tang Qingluo with his big hands. My legs hurt for some reason. Can you carry me up? Good. Luoan picked up her soft body and walked upstairs. It's still more comfortable to be in Stinky Luoan's arms. I really don't want to come out, it would be so nice if Stinky Luoan could hold me forever. Tang Qingluo curled up in his arms happily, her small hands naturally wrapping around his waist. Hard. Damn Luoan, when did you start training your abdominal muscles? Why do I feel like you got them suddenly? Tang Qingluo couldn't help but ask out loud the doubts in his heart. That's because I hid it from you, silly girl. There are many things you don't know. Luoan said calmly. Really? I don't believe it unless you prove it to me. Tang Qingluo said coquettishly. Really? Luoan lowered his head and looked at her. Really, what I said is very true. Luoan chuckled, then hugged Tang Qingluo up. Do you believe that I can make an object turn red instantly? That's impossible. I don't believe it. Tang Qingluo stared at him blankly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Moo-ah. The kiss was so quick that Tang Qingluo had no time to react before Luoan's lips left hers. You are a hooligan, a pervert. Tang Qingluo's face turned red, and she kept hitting his chest with her little fists. Don't you think it's red? Ha ha ha. Luoan couldn't help but laugh, completely ignoring Tang Qingluo's fierce look. Strangle you to death, you pervert. Tang Qingluo's small hand suddenly turned inside Luoan's arm. Ah! Luoan cried out in pain and almost threw Tang Qingluo down. Isn't it just teasing you? Is there any need to get so upset? Luoan said with some dissatisfaction. I'm not your girlfriend yet. Tang Qingluo asked back aggrievedly, you said it yourself that I am not your girlfriend now, do you still want to regret it? In fact, it's not impossible to regret it. The last sentence was spoken by her alone after a pause, as if she was reminding him intentionally. My bad, I'm sorry, little girl. Luoan said gently, rubbing his large hands softly on his back. It's so comfortable. Tang Qingluo couldn't help but make a sound, but then he felt a little shy. The stinky Luoan is taking advantage of me again. He is not her boyfriend yet, but he is doing this to her. Although I like her very much. Woo, stinky Luoan, can't you just confess your feelings quickly? The bad guy is just keeping me hanging. There's not much time left, hold on tight, I'm going to walk faster. Seeing that something was not right, Luoan quickly changed the subject. Oh. Tang Qingluo hugged Luoan's waist obediently and couldn't help rubbing his head against him. After a while, Luoan carried Tang Qingluo to their floor. Little girl, come down, I'm so tired. Luoan was slightly out of breath, with beads of sweat dripping from his head. Are you tired? Tang Qingluo felt distressed and couldn't help regretting his previous behavior. It's so heartbreaking to see this, Tang Qingluo, are you stupid? Why did you let Luoan hold you in such a hot day? He was injured before, I hope his old injury won't relapse now, it's all my fault. Qingluo, you are so light, how could I be tired? Luoan smiled and added, there is basically no difference between carrying you and walking by myself. Don't you see my strong physique? You're not feeling sad, are you? Luoan said this deliberately, pretending to be relaxed. In fact, what he said was true. Tang Qingluo was very light, and the flesh grew in the places where it should grow, and there was no excess flesh in the places where it should not grow. But after all, the floor is not low, and even if Luoan is strong, he will feel tired. Tang Qingluo responded, then roughly wiped his sweat with a tissue and ran away in a hurry. Forehead? Before Luoan could react, the door behind him slammed shut. Why does this girl seem to have become bolder? She is usually shy even when holding hands, but I didn't expect that after expressing her feelings to each other, she would be so proactive. This reminded him of Tang Qingluo, who took the initiative in his previous life. Hey, is he still a slave in this life? No. He must seize the initiative and defend his dignity as a man. Li Chunhua heard the sound of the door next door, and as Luoan had not returned home yet, she opened the door to check with some concern. Son, what are you doing standing at the door? Why don't you go home? Mom, I was just thinking about something. Luoan looked at the shovel in Li Chunua's hand and didn't dare to say anything nonsense. It's almost time. The meal is ready for you. Why are you so late today? I've warmed up the dishes for you. Li Chunhua said with some dissatisfaction. Luoan had no choice but to smile and explain, I have an exam today, so I'm going to be late for school. Chapter 64 A loving father and a filial son. Eat first. You must be hungry after taking the exam all morning. Li Chunhua took out all the food that was kept warm in the pot and placed it in front of him. Looking back at the sofa, Li Chunhua casually called out, Luo Hai, come and eat too. Okay, wife. After Luo Hai responded, he put down the TV remote control in his hand and walked over. Son, you're back. If you hadn't come back, your father would have starved to death. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Li Chunhua and continued, your mother is really something. If you didn't come, I wouldn't let you eat my own portion. If it weren't for me. Dad, eat quickly, Luoan interrupted quickly. He didn't want to die with his father. Seeing this, Luo Hai started to eat with some disappointment. Why is this dish a bit salty? This dish has no taste at all. Luoan didn't say anything, just watched his father destroy himself. Sure enough, as soon as Li Chunhua walked out of the kitchen, she heard Luo Hai's picky voice. Li Chunhua did not go to deal with Luo Hai immediately, but slowly moved behind him. If your father hadn't let her go, he would have scolded her a long time ago. Look at this dish. It's salty. It has no taste at all. It's ugly. And this dish is especially unbearable to look at. Luo Hai was getting excited and talking without restraint, but he only spoke in a low voice. Luoan was desperately winking at his father, but Luo Hai's smart brain thought that Luoan agreed with his idea. Then he said more excitedly, sooner or later I will find a nanny. Your mother won't cook 3 meals a day. It's so unpalatable. Really? And I'm looking for a babysitter. That's not. Luo Hai was talking when he suddenly realized something was wrong and moved over stiffly. Wife, weren't you in the kitchen? I was just about to call you to eat, and you came. Come and sit down. As he spoke, Luo Hai quickly pulled the chair away, trying to calm Li Chunhua's temper that was about to explode. But after trying, Li Chunhua had no intention of sitting down. She just stared at him. After watching for a long time, Luo Hai knew that he had no way to escape this time, so he walked into the house on his own accord. Li Chunhua also followed him in. Luoan looked deeply into the room and could only pray for his father to be well. Clang! With a loud bang, the door of the room was closed, and screams could be heard from the room from time to time. Ah! Don't be angry, honey. I didn't mean it. Stop fighting. Luoan instigated me. Luoan? After a long time, Luo Hai walked out of the room trembling, and looked at Luoan with some resentment. Luoan ignored him. The most urgent thing now was to explain clearly, otherwise his fate might be the same as his father's. Mom, don't listen to Dad's nonsense. You watched the whole thing. Don't believe Dad's one-sided words. Luoan wanted to explain further, but Li Chunhua ignored him, gently hit him on the back, and said with a smile, your father doesn't know me, how can you believe what he says? Mom is wise. Luoan turned and looked at Luo Hai provocatively. Then he leaned close to Li Chunhua's ear and said, Mom, let me tell you, Dad's private money. Seeing this, Luo Hai seemed to have telepathy. He ran back to the room without looking back and locked the door. Luoan? Li Chunhua? Chapter 65 Tang Qingluo's father. On the other side, Tang Qingluo returned home and threw herself on the bed excitedly. Her white jade-like legs kicked crosswise and her jade feet swung back and forth. I am so happy today. Luoan really likes me. He admitted it himself. Luoan is mine from now on, no one can take it away from me. Block block. There was a knock on the door, and Wang Haili said softly outside the door, Qingluo, come out for a moment, Mom has something to tell you. Got it, wait a minute. She quickly straightened her slightly messy hair and gently patted her flushed face, trying to fade the blush. 2 minutes later. Tang Qingluo walked out and saw Wang Haili sitting on the sofa with a worried look on her face, so he walked over quickly. Mom, what's wrong? Tang Qingluo called out coquettishly. Hearing this, Wang Haili forced a smile and looked at her, Qingluo, your father is looking for me. In an instant, Tang Qingluo's previous good mood disappeared, and his delicate little face became unusually serious. Mom, why did that guy come to you? Tang Qingluo felt that the man was not worthy of being called dad. From childhood to adulthood, she had seen Tang Qingshan only a handful of times, but this did not affect her love for her father, until he later cheated on her, committed domestic violence, and solicited prostitution, and he was always attached to her. This made her see his true colors completely. When she was a child, she could hear her mother crying every night. At that time, she secretly decided that she would only have her mother and no father in the future. Only after Wang Haili and Tang Qingshan divorced did life return to normal. She didn't want her life, which was getting better day by day, to be disrupted by the arrival of a person. I didn't tell you a few days ago because I was afraid you would worry. These days he shamelessly wants to get back together with me. When I didn't agree, he threatened. Wang Haili said worriedly, "Qingluo, why don't you just agree to it? This is not a solution." "No, with his character, how can he change? Besides, the fact that he dares to threaten you now proves that he hasn't changed at all in the past few years." As Tang Qingluo spoke, he began to choke up and tears could not stop falling. "Qingluo." Wang Haili hugged Tang Qingluo tightly in her arms distressfully, and coaxed her like she did when she was a child. "Mom won't be with him, just focus on your studies, don't be afraid." She knew how much psychological damage Tang Qingshan had caused to Tang Qingluo. Whenever he was mentioned, her originally lively and cheerful daughter would instantly become scared and nervous. Tear incontinence is also caused in such an environment. "Mom!" Tang Qingluo raised his head and looked at her with his big watery eyes. The two of them didn't speak to each other anymore, just leaned against each other. Tang Qingluo knew that she now not only had her but also him. After Tang Qingluo finished his meal, it was time to go to school. After sending a message to Luoan, he went out. Lone. Tang Qingluo forced a wry smile and greeted him, pretending to be happy. "Xiao and I." Luoan's smile froze on his face, and he walked forward and asked in a gentle voice, "What's going on?" "Fine." Tang Qingluo smiled carefreely, grabbed his hand and went downstairs. But after walking a few steps, Luoan pulled him back. "Tell me if you have any grievances. I am your future boyfriend." Hearing this, she, who had been mentally prepared, burst into tears instantly. Luoan. He is back. Chapter 66, Drooling While Sleeping. Tang Qingshan? Luoan's eyes showed a slight coldness, but then returned to normal. "Don't be afraid, you still have me," Luoan said comfortingly. "I know, but I'm just afraid, after all." Tang Qingluo spoke while sobbing, which made people feel heartbroken. "He wouldn't dare to do that with me here. Don't hide anything from me in the future." Tang Qingluo said weakly. "Then let's go, little girl, don't cry anymore." After saying that, Luoan took her hand and went downstairs. When they walked to the car, Tang Qingluo had already recovered. "Hold on tight, let's go." Tang Qingluo buried her head tightly in Luoan's back, which gave her a great sense of security. They arrived at the school soon. Luoan stopped the car and looked back at the girl. She had actually fallen asleep on his back. The crystal clear saliva soaked Luoan's white shirt, and she could faintly hear her murmurs, "Luoan. Don't leave me, woo-woo. This girl thinks about me even when she sleeps." Hearing this, Luoan suddenly became complacent and forgot to wake her up in time, causing water stains to continue to soak her clothes. After a while, Luoan reacted. He quickly took out his mobile phone, took a photo in one go, and then gently woke her up. "Little girl, wake up, we're at school." Tang Qingluo raised his head blankly, his peach blossom eyes looking around in confusion. "Little girl, why did you fall asleep?" Luoan asked with a smile. "Am I asleep?" Tang Qingluo was a little confused. Didn't she just close her eyes for a moment? How did she get to school? This girl seems to be in a daze from sleep. Luoan ignored her, stood up and gently hugged her down. "Why are your clothes wet?" "It's all because of you, little girl." "Because of me?" Tang Qingluo stared at you with her peach blossom eyes, an innocent expression on her face. Luoan was prepared for this. He slowly took out his big treasure from his pants and showed it to her. "When I opened the photo album, I saw a picture of Tang Qingluo drooling while sleeping. Not only that, Luoan was so mean as to turn the video volume up to the maximum and play it on a loop." Stop it. Tang Qingluo really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself. "Wow, this is so embarrassing. How could I fall asleep? You're drooling and you even wet stinky Luoan's clothes. It's over. I am too embarrassed to face anyone. If anyone else sees this video of Luoan, I will beat him to death." You can't show it to others, do you understand?
Tang Qingluo suddenly spoke firmly, pressing her petite body against him in protest. Although this is the most ferocious move she can make, it is different in Luoan's eyes. It is simply too cute. How can anyone not love it after seeing it? Why is this stinky guy still laughing? Ah, he simply doesn't take me, Tang, seriously. I must teach him a lesson. Tang Qingluo could no longer hold back his agitated emotions, and clenched his pink little fists angrily. I'll beat you to death. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as she raised her hand, 3 violent blows landed firmly in Luoan's arms. But his strength was very small, how could she bear to really hit him? Ah, I'm so miserable. You made me wet and I got beaten. Luoan looked distressed and pulled the wet area on his back to show her. Chapter 67. It hurts, I can't stand it. I'll wash it for you tonight. Tang Qingluo said this with a little embarrassment, her little face feeling guilty, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. In the evening? Tomorrow is fine, or the day after tomorrow. Well, let's go back to the classroom. Luoan did not expose her little thoughts. Besides, he just wanted to tease her. Okay. Tang Qingluo's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something, and he quickly observed at the school gate for a while. Great, no teachers, no deans, no principals. Stinky Luoan, let's go. As she said that, she grabbed Luoan's big hand and walked in with a proud look on her face, like a little kitten that had found a treasure. As soon as they entered the school gate, everyone's attention was attracted to them, especially their clenched hands, which made countless girls open their eyes wide. Look at me, everyone look at me, ha ha ha. Your man is now my boyfriend, we will never be separated. I'm so jealous of you. Indeed, just as she expected, the looks the girls gave her instantly became resentful, even hostile. Why is she holding hands with her idol? What's going on? I don't know either. How could the male god like her? Do you think they might be siblings, or relatives? As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately responded. I think so too. They are together every day. They are siblings. Me too. Tang Qingluo, oh. Puff. Luoan couldn't help laughing. This girl must be very angry. It was so funny that her future boyfriend was regarded as her brother. Brother Luoan, my feet still hurt. Can you carry me and walk with me? Tang Qingluo suddenly leaned into Luoan's arms, her little mouth slightly open, and spoke in a delicate voice. But her little hand was secretly placed on his waist, pinching it gently, with a fierce look in her eyes. Smelly Luoan, if you dare not obey, your waist will be broken. Damn Luoan, it's all your fault. Jing was a playboy, and in the end it was me who cut them off for you, Qingluo, can you please put your hands down first? I'm scared. Luoan's voice trembled a little, and his eyes glanced at his battered old waist from time to time. Okay, if you dare not obey, don't blame me for being rude. Tang Qingluo slowly pulled her hands away from Luoan's waist, and finally moved them to his chest muscles, with her whole body lying on top of him. Luoan didn't waste any time and just picked her up like a princess in front of everyone. Are they still brother and sister? Asked a pretty girl with some doubt. Of course not, didn't you see she was calling me brother? Yes, it's obvious that they are siblings with a good relationship. Me too. The girl's remarks were instantly drowned out by the rebuttals from Luoan's group of admirers. Tang Qingluo just lay quietly in his arms, occasionally poking his little head out to peek. Are these girls stupid? Even though I'm in this state, they still treat me as Luoan's sister. I'm so pissed. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo was about to jump down with his calves raised. Smelly Luoan, I want to get down, let me down quickly. Why? It hasn't arrived yet. Luoan asked worriedly. I hope this little girl won't get angry and scold those girls. Put me down first. Tang Qingluo's face turned red with anger, and his little pink fists were clenched into a ball. Seeing this, Luoan had no choice but to put her down first, but his big hand kept holding her small hand tightly at all times. Muah. Tang Qingluo kissed his cheek, and then said softly, Thank you, brother, I can walk by myself. After saying that, without waiting for Luoan to react, he took his hand and left. See, I told you they weren't siblings, but you didn't believe me. The pretty girl said gloatingly. Don't talk nonsense, this is obviously a very normal phenomenon. Yeah, me too. What's wrong with siblings being a little affectionate?
My brother and I even kiss each other." The pretty girl opened her mouth in disbelief. She felt that she needed to wash her ears today. Because his ears were raped. "But, they don't have the same last name," a girl weakly expressed her doubts. In an instant, the girls were like deflated balls. They stopped talking and just quietly returned to their classroom. "My bestie, I'm heartbroken, woo-woo." When they arrived at the classroom, Tang Qingluo shyly wanted to let go of his hand. After all, there were people inside who he knew, unlike outside. But when he tried, he found that he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. "Aya, what are you doing? What if someone sees you?" Tang Qingluo looked around with a red face, afraid that her group of naughty girlfriends would find out. Hearing this, Luoan leaned close to her ear and said in a mean voice, "You've driven away all your rivals, now it's my turn." As he said that, he took Tang Qingluo's hand and walked into the classroom. Hang hang gang. Tang Qingluo lowered his head and let him pull him, but he still couldn't avoid feeling shy. "Ah, stinky Luoan, so domineering, I like it so much." When the people around heard the sound, they subconsciously turned around to look, and Tiango was no exception. "Tiango. Qingluo, how come you?" Tiango couldn't help but rushed over and asked tremblingly, trying his best to force a smile on his face, but it looked very abnormal. "Do you still need to ask? Just like what you saw, we are together." Luoan said jokingly in his ear, then patted his shoulder and left without looking back. "Yes. That's great. Let's see how you can still covet the beauty of this little girl in the future." "Ha, I'm going to break your heart." Luoan felt secretly happy and unconsciously increased the strength in his hands. "Ah." Tang Qingluo said in a low voice with some grievance, "What are you doing? Using so much strength, Wowo, I can't stand it." Luoan quickly let go of her hand, slapped his forehead in annoyance, and then looked at her delicate little hand with a distressed look on his face. Some parts of his hands had turned red and even purple from being squeezed by him. Pain. Tang Qingluo's little head shrank back in pain, with tears in his eyes hanging in the corners. "I'm sorry, little girl. I really didn't mean it. Come, let me give you a massage." Luoan knew that it was because he held the girl's hand too tightly, which caused blood circulation to be blocked. "Then be gentle." Tang Qingluo sat on the chair and stretched out his hand weakly. "If you don't care about you, do whatever you want. Anyway, you are not the one who is in pain." Chapter 68 Lin Qingyi, be my younger brother. After saying that, Tang Qingluo turned her head away proudly, her little face puffed up with anger. "Stinky Luoan, I don't want to talk to you anymore. It hurts so much. Oh, it's all purple, you bad guy." You stinky Luoan, luckily your girlfriend is me. If it were someone else, I would definitely not forgive you. Fortunately it's me. If he can coax me twice more, it will be even better, but even so, I will never talk to this stinky guy today, absolutely. Why is this girl still so arrogant? Hearing her inner thoughts, Luoan couldn't help but smile and took the opportunity to grab her little hand. "Xiao Qingluo, please don't be angry, please forgive me this time, my little baby." "Xiao Hua, so greasy. How disgusting. You can even work in an oil mill." Forehead. The corners of Luoan's mouth twitched unconsciously, but he didn't have the leisure to care about this damn system now. Tang Qingluo instantly lost her composure, and the pink little hand that was held by Luoan shyly waved back and forth. "Girl, can't you forgive me even after this? Honey." Luoan looked at her affectionately, and spoke into her ear in a magnetic voice while pinching his throat. "Xiao Hua, Yue." Luoan was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to listen to it again, but the girl just fell for it. Should we forgive him? Stay calm. Don't be fooled by Luoan's sweet words. Baby. As Luoan spoke, his fingers occasionally stroked across her palm. "I can't take it anymore. I don't want to forgive him either, but he calls me baby. Stinky Luoan, I'll forgive you this time, and..." Tang Qingluo's voice choked and his face looked a little shy. "Speak more in the future if you can. You can only say this to me. If you dare to tell other little girls, I will make sure you can never say it again. Do you understand?" Tang Qingluo said fiercely, but her little face was red as she looked at him. "Got it, cutie." Luoan touched her little head gently, with the doting in his eyes almost overflowing. "That's not bad, you're smart." Tang Qingluo squinted his eyes comfortably, enjoying Luoan's trampling. "Everyone, you.
Fat Dragon, Brother Luo is awesome, he got it so quickly, I have to hurry up too. Tiango, who was standing next to him, had his newly repaired back teeth bitten into pieces, and his entire face was distorted beyond recognition. Luoan, just wait for me, sooner or later I will get rid of you. Tiango muttered viciously. There was a flash of fierceness in his eyes. After a while, Lin Xingyi walked in, but her clothes had changed back to normal, and her fox eyes were still a little red and swollen. Everyone, pack up and prepare for the exam, Lin Xingyi said in a gentle voice. After saying that, she turned her gaze to Luoan. What was undetectable was that the look in her eyes when she looked at Luoan was missing something, and there was a little more of another emotion. And Luoan, come out with me. Everyone else, get ready first. Lin Xingyi didn't say anything else and walked out in her high heels. Luoan walked out reluctantly. In the middle of the walk, Tang Qingluo grabbed his sleeve and looked at him worriedly. It's okay. Don't worry. But Tang Qingluo held on tightly to her little hand, unwilling to let go. Girl, I told you not to worry, but you still don't believe me? Be good and let go. Luoan gently pulled away Tang Qingluo's little hand that was holding the corner of his clothes, and walked out quietly. Xiao Hua, blindhead. What? Luoan asked in confusion, but Xiao Hua seemed to have disappeared and no longer answered. When he walked out of the classroom, Lin Xingyi was standing not far from the door waiting for him. Seeing Luoan coming over, Lin Xingyi spoke first. Luoan, you don't have to lie to me. The teacher has always known. In fact, you don't have to hide it from me at all. Luoan did not react much when he heard this. He had known that this matter could not be kept secret for long and would be discovered sooner or later. Teacher, you know everything. Lin Xingyi didn't say anything and just listened to him quietly. Actually, Xingluo and I grew up together, and I know it's wrong to fall in love at our age. But the teacher must have liked someone before. You really can't hide your feelings when you like someone. Do you like someone? Lin Xingyi looked at him somewhat sadly, tears glistening in her eyes, and finally the tears fell uncontrollably. In order to avoid being embarrassed and seen by Luoan, she turned around and her tears dripped onto the ground. Why? I obviously don't care anymore, so why are tears still flowing? But I've obviously let it go. Lin Xingyi, you are such a loser. Seeing Lin Xingyi so sad, Luoan couldn't help but feel angry. It was that bastard who hurt his teacher like this. If he were caught, he would never be able to be a man again. Teacher, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. Please tell me who it is so I can help you vent your anger. Luoan walked forward and said comfortingly. By the way, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and gave it to her. It's okay, Luoan, you don't have to blame yourself. This is the teacher's private matter. Lin Xingyi stopped crying and looked at him with a wry smile, but seemed to have thought of something and asked. Can you let the teacher punch you? What? Luoan was confused, but still nodded in response. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xingyi hit him gently, and the strength in her hands became weaker and weaker. Teacher, did you hit me? Luoan asked doubtfully. We're done. Lin Xingyi rarely smiled, and looked at him playfully with her fox eyes. So light, even lighter than a little girl. Luoan muttered quietly. Then I should deal with your business. Lin Xingyi suddenly changed the subject, her fox eyes half closed, as if she was planning something. The teacher doesn't want to waste time talking to you. You have two choices. First, you and Tang Qingluo should break up now and talk again in college. I can pretend that I know nothing. Hearing this, Luoan's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Second. Lin Xingyi deliberately spoke slowly, looking at him anxiously with her fox eyes. It means that you recognize me as your sister, and then you can't abandon Qingluo. You should study hard and get admitted to the same university as Qingluo. Luoan was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xingyi to say that. Teacher, I choose too, but what does it mean to recognize you as my sister? Luoan asked puzzledly. I don't care, and you don't need to ask. Anyway, if you choose to, you have to agree to all the requirements. Do you dislike the teacher? Lin Xingyi said this in a scoundrelly manner, a smile of triumph gradually appearing in his eyes. Okay then, hey. Luoan had no choice but to agree, but in fact it was not bad to have a sister. At least Lin Xingyi was really good to him. Then call a sister to listen quickly. Ah. Teacher, please don't do that. Luoan was sorry. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never called anyone sister.
You still call me teacher. If you don't, I will think you are going back on your word. Lin Qingyi said angrily.
Elder sister. Luowen had no choice but to stammer out.
You are worthy of being my sister's good brother. You are so good. Come back. Lin Qingyi said sweetly, and the fox's eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Hearing this, Luowen walked into the classroom without looking back. Xiaohua, Luowen, you really deserve to die. Bastard, Wu XX.
Watching Luowen's gradually disappearing back, Lin Qingyi's eyes became dim and the smile on her face ceased.
Murmured, from now on, I can only be Luowen. My younger brother.
A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye.
Chapter 69, a little cutie like me will definitely be eaten up by the stinky Luowen in the future. Luowen ignored this crazy little system and returned to his seat. Damn Luowen. Why is the teacher calling you? Tang Qingluo asked worriedly. Nothing, just talking about our relationship. Luowen said calmly.
He didn't notice how much of an impact this incident had on the little girl.
What? Tang Qingluo's peach blossom eyes widened instantly, and her little hands clenched together nervously.
In fact, the teacher gave me 2 principles.
One is to break up with you, and the other is.
Luowen reacted, but a sense of evil interest suddenly surged in his heart.
He didn't know why, he just wanted to tease this little cutie, so he didn't say it out loud. Then the one you chose. Tang Qingluo's tone was nervous, and his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. Could it be Luowen? Impossible. But the 2 of us are not even together. But I really don't want to be separated from stinky Luowen, woo. Little girl, don't you trust me so much?
Luowen walked up to her with a smile and gently tapped her little head.
Ah.
Tang Qingluo's little face lifted in surprise, her charming peach blossom eyes looking at him expectantly.
Little fool, how can I choose one? Of course I'll choose the one that allows me to be with you. Really? Tang Qingluo took the initiative to grab his hand, acting coquettishly and not wanting to let go. Luowen was instantly touched by her cuteness. She no longer had the arrogant look she had before. What's the second option?
Tang Qingluo asked curiously, shaking his little head happily. Hearing this, Luowen said directly without keeping anyone in suspense, it's nothing, it's just that teacher Lin asked me to recognize her as my sister, not to abandon you, and then to get into the same university as you.
Ah. Tang Qingluo was very surprised, and no matter how hard she tried to think about it, she couldn't understand it.
Every condition in it is so outrageous, and it doesn't sound like something a class teacher would say to students at all.
Smelly Luowen, you are not lying to me.
Tang Qingluo was a little unconvinced, and stared at him closely with his peach blossom eyes, not missing any change in his expression.
Luowen laughed in silence, wondering why this girl was so suspicious. He then gently pressed her little head and said, You don't believe it, do you want me to call the teacher to verify it for you? May I?
Tang Qingluo said timidly. She was quite scared at first, but then she thought that if it was true, then her and Luowen's relationship would be officially certified.
Luowen was stunned and asked again, Are you sure? No. Tang Qingluo said with some disappointment.
Okay, wait a minute for the teacher to come into the classroom.
Then I'll wait here now. Luowen stretched tiredly, then squatted on the ground. Are you tired?
Tang Qingluo raised her little face and asked as if nothing had happened.
Ah. Luowen replied without thinking, tired.
I'm so tired, but it's a pity that there is no place to sit. After saying this, he even looked at her with pity on purpose.
Will this little girl let me sit there? He, actually the thighs are not bad, they are soft.
No, the girl should be sitting on my legs, so nothing should happen.
Even if there is an accident, it's okay.
Tang Qingluo moved his little butt and patted the small empty space.
Here, come and sit down. Ha? Can't I let you sit on my lap? Luowen accidentally said what was in his heart. Damn Luowen, what are you thinking about, you big pervert? We're not even a couple, why are you so perverted? Asshole, big rascal. Tang Qingluo blushed and said angrily with shame. You big pervert, you are so bad. Your little cutie, will be eaten up by him from now on. Woohoo! Luowen was speechless. He was clearly the one who was eaten up in his previous life. But if Luowen insists, I can be forced to accept it. You big bad guy, please don't forcefully pick me up and put me on your lap. Chapter 70 Lin Qingyi, it's time to call me sister-in-law. After hearing what she said, Luowen put his worries aside. Since the girl said so, it would be impolite for him not to take action. Thinking of this, Luowen stood up without hesitation and reached out to pick up Tang Qingluo, who was daydreaming. You big pervert, what are you doing? Tang Qingluo hid in Luowen's arms with a blushing face, not daring to look up. He didn't answer, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Girl, I'm so tired, can you let me sit for a while? As he said that, Luowen hugged Tang Qingluo and sat on the bench. Ah! You rascal, get out of here! Tang Qingluo's little hands tightly grasped Luowen's shirt, and her little head was buried in his arms. You bastard, you have no shame. Woohoo, I am a pure little white rabbit, but I have been ruined by this stinky villain. I am so miserable. Oh, I will return it to you after we get married. He. No, what if that stinky Luowen doesn't marry me in the future? No, if he doesn't take responsibility for me, I will. Just stay with him. He has already kissed me. Other women can have nothing to worry about. Thinking that Tang Qingluo was brought in automatically, he finally punched him in anger. I'll beat you to death. Luoan. Everyone, what a fancy way. Tiango, no, my goddess. When Luowen turned his head, he met Tiango's resentful gaze. This kid is still thinking about it. What a bootlicker. Seeing this, Luowen gently kissed Tang Qingluo on the forehead. Damn Luowen, you big pervert. Tang Qingluo's small fists flew like raindrops, hitting Luowen's chest quickly, but the force was very small, just symbolically maintaining the little bit of pride he had left. Luowen smiled without saying anything, letting Tang Qingluo vent act coquettishly in his arms. Luowen looked at Tiango again and gave him a provocative look. Wow, my goddess has been defiled by Luowen, but Qingluo, it's okay. I know you were forced. Qingluo, you must wait for me. How can I live without you? I, Tiango, swear again that no matter how you are defiled by Luowen, I will never despise you. Luowen, I, Tiango, will never be compatible with you today. I will definitely kill you. Tiango shed tears of sadness and kept swearing in his heart. Seeing Tiango like this, Luowen turned his head contentedly. Tang Qingluo, who had been venting, also stopped at this time and looked at him aggrievedly. Stinky Luowen, I won't bother with you this time, but... Tang Qingluo bit her red lips and said weakly, you have to be responsible for me, otherwise I will. Before Tang Qingluo could continue speaking, Luowen raised his finger to stop her from speaking. Silly boy, I can tell you this, I will not marry anyone but you in this life. After saying that, Luowen looked at her affectionately. Everyone, he can't survive. Let us kill the dog. Liar, big liar, you are still in this life. Do you have a previous life? Tang Qingluo said coquettishly. Xiaohua, don't tell me, it really is true. Luowen, go away. Xiaohua, oh, you jerk, you don't even look at such a pretty little girl here. Isn't it good to be a loli? You don't even play with me at night. I think about your Qingluo every day, what a scumbag. I feel so lonely every night. Next time for sure. Luowen responded casually. How perfunctory. Okay, go play with your Qingluo. I am such a poor little thing, no one loves me. After saying that, Xiaohua's shadow disappeared in an instant. Luowen sighed lightly and sent this annoying little system away. Tang Qingluo lay obediently in Luowen's arms, his little face filled with happiness. This is what Luowen said himself. He said he would marry me. Oh, I wish I had a recorder. If he regrets it later, this will be the evidence, and I will have a way to control Luowen. Let all those rotten peach blossoms that covet stinky Luowen be smashed to pieces. Xiaohua, it's okay, I recorded it for you. Why are you there? Luowen felt helpless. But Xiaohua was obviously a little upset about what happened just now, and she pouted and refused to pay attention to him. After a while, Lin Qingyi walked in. She was shocked as soon as she entered the door. Her head is full of question marks now. Doesn't the stinky brother even pretend? Ahem. Lin Qingyi covered her mouth and coughed lightly a few times. Luowen looked over, then put Tang Qingluo down without any haste or dissatisfaction. He grinned at Lin Qingyi. Lin Qingyi, s. This stinky little brother is still laughing. I really want to beat him to death.
Alas, I recognize it myself, so I have to keep raising it no matter how difficult it is. Just as he was sighing, he saw Luoan waving at him with a smile. What is this naughty little brother doing now? Let us go and take a look. Lin Xingyi walked towards Luoan angrily and glared at him from a distance. Stinky brother, what do you want to do? Lin Xingyi said angrily. The sound was very small, but Tang Qingluo still heard it clearly. Luoan didn't waste any words and directly told the reason. Lin Xingyi felt sour after hearing this. Why didn't he care about her at all? Although he felt a little sad, he still agreed to Luoan's request. You naughty brother, your sister treats you the best, you must remember that. Lin Xingyi said sourly, her words full of threats. After saying that, she leaned down and whispered softly in her ear. As time went by, the smile on Tang Qingluo's lips became more and more obvious, and his eyes were shining as he looked at Lin Xingyi. Thank you, teacher. Tang Qingluo said sweetly. Qingluo, if you two are together again in the future, shouldn't you call me sister-in-law now? After all, I am also the new big sister of this stinky little brother. Lin Xingyi said with a smile. But the smile seemed a little bitter. Sister-in-law. Tang Qingluo lowered her head shyly, and her little hands shyly grabbed the corner of Luoan's clothes. You're so good, but Qingluo, you can't let your relationship affect your studies. You two need to make progress together, or I'll destroy you. Lin Xingyi gave instructions like a parent, and at this moment she seemed to be Luoan's real sister. Yes. Sister-in-law, I will definitely beat that stinky Luoan if he dares not to study. That's right. Lin Xingyi gave Luoan a playful look. Luoan equals. Sister-in-law, please don't be so picky. Qingluo, just call me sister, Lin Xingyi said with a smile. Okay, sister. Tang Qingluo called her sister sweetly, and her peach blossom eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Hearing this, Lin Xingyi gently touched her little head and said, Okay, sister will go back first. It's time to take the exam. After saying that, she turned around and left with a smile. The moment she looked at Luoan, her smile instantly disappeared, and she gave him a resentful look. Stinky brother. As she spoke, she gently twisted his forearm. Everyone, 6. Please forgive my low IQ, I don't want to stay in this class. Chapter 71 Lin Xingyi, my naughty brother, let me see your true strength. After a while, Lin Xingyi handed out the papers. It was still the same old routine. Luoan went to the podium and Tiango went to the trash can. Before leaving, Tiango glared at her hatefully, but he dared not disobey, so he had to swallow his grievance. Everything is worth it for the goddess. Lin Xingyi called Luoan up this time, not for the purpose of the morning, but because she wanted to see if it was really as he said. She was still very curious about Luoan's true strength. Brother, come sit next to me. I want to see your true strength today. Lin Xingyi deliberately moved aside and looked at him expectantly. Luoan didn't act pretentiously and sat down next to Lin Xingyi. Sister, be prepared. My true strength is beyond your imagination. TSK. Lin Xingyi rolled her eyes at him and raised her little hand as if to strangle someone. Your sister has seen everything, you naughty brother, remember what you just said, if you don't surprise your sister, I will strangle you to death. Luoan looked at the ferocious Lin Xingyi and kept an arm's length away from her defensively. Brother, what are you doing? Nothing. Are you so scared of your sister? You naughty brother, I will stick to you today no matter what. Don't overthink it, little brother. I just want to observe your strength. As she spoke, Lin Xingyi lifted the bench, put it next to Luoan angrily, and sat down. Seeing this, Luoan said no more and started to do the questions seriously. Brush. 20 minutes later, Luoan had turned over. Lin Xingyi looked at him in surprise but did not dare to disturb him. My naughty brother, you are so powerful. Although Lin Xingyi only teaches mathematics, she can still understand these questions. She also carefully looked over the question Luoan had just done, and she couldn't see any problems on the entire front. Sister, you believe it now, right? I told you a long time ago, but you still didn't believe it. Luoan stopped writing and looked at her with a smile. Brother, if you keep showing off, I'll beat you up. Turn your head away. Right now. Lin Xingyi felt a little embarrassed and annoyed by what she said, and quickly spoke angrily. Profound. Luoan turned his head and continued writing, meticulously. Lin Xingyi was gradually attracted by Luoan's perfect profile and looked at him infatuatedly.
This little brother is so handsome, with such a perfect jawline, it's amazing. He has a good personality, is caring, and has a strong sense of justice. Xing Luo really found a treasure. What would it be like if I were the childhood sweetheart of that stinky little brother? Lin Qingyi looked a little lonely, supporting her head with one hand, looking at him with fox eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Sister. Luowen raised his hand and waved it back and forth in front of Lin Qingyi. Ah. You naughty brother, why are you bothering your sister when you are not doing your homework? Lin Qingyi said this angrily, making a gesture as if to pinch someone with her little hand. Damn brother, what a bad thing. You disturbed my beautiful fantasy. If you can't get it, you can't let others think about it. If my stinky little brother is just bored, I will strangle him to death. Sister, I'm done, why are you still in a daze? Luowen said speechlessly. Ah? What? You didn't lie to me, did you, stinky brother? Lin Qingyi stared at her paper in a daze. He had really finished writing on the back page. Seeing that she became serious, she thought about each question carefully and compared it with the previous one, but the more she went on, the more surprised she was, because she didn't make any mistakes. Lin Qingyi raised her head and looked at her watch again. Only 10 minutes had passed. Chapter 72, Naughty Brother, come and play chess with me. I never thought it was that amazing. Lin Qingyi came over and said angrily, if I hadn't made a bet with you, how long would you have kept it a secret from me? No way, how could it be because of this? Luowen raised the corner of his lips and looked away guiltily. As expected, it is so difficult to lie when facing people close to you. In his previous life, he told lies without blinking, so why does he feel guilty now? Luowen thought to himself and fell into it unconsciously. Brother, why are you silent? Is it so difficult to talk to your sister? Lin Qingyi looked at the dazed Luowen and pouted in dissatisfaction. No, I'm still very happy to recognize you as my sister. Luowen came back to his senses and said with a smile on his face. TSK, who would believe that you don't have any sincerity? It's okay to deceive a little girl like Xing Luo, but if you want to deceive your sister, you should practice for a few more years. How is that possible? I can lie to anyone but not my sister. Luowen quickly denied it. He was really happy that Lin Qingyi was his sister. It's no use just talking to my stinky brother. Lin Qingyi glanced forward unnaturally with her fox eyes, and spoke with her mouth slightly open. Ah? Luowen was a little surprised. It turned out that there was a purpose for laying the groundwork for so long. Thinking of this, Luowen couldn't help but laugh. How come Lin Qingyi became cute after becoming his sister? She no longer looked like the cold and aloof goddess before. It just so happens that I'm a little bored. Just play chess with me. You don't have anything to do anyway. In order to prevent you from disturbing other students' exams, I will make a sacrifice. Lin Qingyi pretended to be nonchalant, but her calves were shaking non-stop. Okay, but where are the chess pieces? Luowen looked at Lin Qingyi in confusion. There was no chessboard anywhere. Because he had a high social status in his previous life, playing chess was naturally not so casual. So after so many years, he forgot that chess can actually be played on paper. Brother, why are you so stupid? Can't you draw on paper? When Lin Qingyi heard Luowen agree, a happy smile appeared on her delicate little face. Okay. Luowen was helpless. In his previous life, Lin Qingyi had never revealed her love for chess, so why was she so happy this time? Xiaohua, fool. Luowen was about to speak, but Xiaohua had already shrank back. Forget it, let us stop scolding. Luowen sighed. How could he have to deal with such a small system? Brother, come and play, why are you just standing there? Lin Qingyi shouted expectantly, the white paper under her hand had been densely drawn by her. Just as Luowen was about to start writing, he was caught by Lin Qingyi. Sister, what's wrong? Brother, you are so stupid. You can only play with the oil pen once. Change to a pencil. After saying that, Lin Qingyi smiled and touched his head. Stinky brother, you are so cute. Hearing this, Luowen awkwardly broke free from Lin Qingyi's small hands. In his 2 lives, this was the first time someone called him cute. I'll go first. As Lin Qingyi spoke, she picked up a pencil and excitedly drew a black dot on the paper. Go bang? Luowen was a little surprised, he thought it was go. What's wrong? Don't look down on Go Bang, my little brother. If I get angry, I can still beat you to a pulp.
Lin Qingyi blushed. You stinky little brother only knows how to play Go. If I knew how to play Go, would I not play Go with you? Get down quickly. Lin Qingyi urged. Luowen started writing, drew a circle and waited for her. 1 minute later. I win, sis. Luowen calmly drew the last circle, and the 5 pieces formed a line. Stinky brother, I don't accept it. Lin Qingyi picked up the eraser and started to erase it. One more sentence, I was dazzled just now and didn't see it clearly. 1 minute later. I made a mistake with that sentence, stinky brother. It doesn't count. 1 minute later. Stinky brother, Anyway, I just don't accept it. 1 minute later. Woo 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 stupid little brother, don't you even know how to give way to your sister? Stinky brother, bad brother, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Delta. Chapter 73 Xiaohua, Tea Ceremony Master. Lin Qingyi gave him a look of grievance and anger, then turned her head away, pouting her lips and no longer looking at him. Stinky brother. Bad brother, he doesn't even give in to his sister. As expected, no one loves me as a foster sister. Even my stinky little brother dares to bully me. Lin Qingyi's rosy little mouth opened and closed, she kept mumbling, and from time to time she would secretly glance at her stinky brother. Sister, come on, why are you so angry? Luowen came over with a smile, clasped his hands together and shook them back and forth. Little brother, don't think it's that easy to coax your sister. Humph. Lin Qingyi didn't quite buy it and continued to ignore him angrily. Luowen held his forehead with his hand. He should not have agreed to play chess with Lin Qingyi earlier. Now, he was really angry. What should he do? Luowen's thoughts were in a mess. He really wasn't very good at coaxing people. Xiaohua, why don't you try your greasy method again? Forget it, Lin Qingyi will kill me. Luowen waved his hand and was about to drive away this troublesome little system. Oh my, you always chase me away. Do I bother brother Luowen that much? I just wanted to help my brother, but I didn't expect him to be like this. I'm so sad, can't Luowen use my method? Really? You dog system, stop disgusting me. Even if I, Luowen, die, I won't be so greasy. Luowen was really teased by Xiaohua, so he simply closed his eyes and stopped looking at him. This time the dog system won't act up anymore. But not long after I closed my eyes, a petite figure suddenly appeared in the darkness. Xiaohua, brother, you didn't expect that I could appear in your consciousness, unlike the sisters who can only see me in reality. Xiaohua likes her brother the most. By the way, brother, I hope you won't be angry if I appear in your consciousness. I'm so scared, Omega. Luowen, superscript 33. No, the elder sisters are so generous, they probably won't hold it against their younger sisters. Damn it, you dog system, I'm going to kill you. Luowen couldn't hold it in any longer. He just wanted to beat up this damn system. But Xiaohua is virtual and he can't touch her no matter what he does. There was no other way, Luowen had to kindly tutor Xiaohua in traditional Chinese culture. UXXXXITM fuck XXXXXX you don't XXXXXX. Your father XXXXXX, your mother XXXXXX. Oh, brother, this is so nice. How did you know I don't have a mother? You are indeed my brother. You still care about me. The corners of Xiaohua's mouth twitched noticeably, and her pretty smile could hardly be held together, but she still insisted on speaking. Luan, LLLL. I admire you. I admire you. Luowen was completely convinced. He had seen a lot of green tea girls in his previous life, but this was the first one as powerful as the dog system. Then can brother agree to use the greasy method on his sister? Xiaohua asked delicately. No. Luowen refused. He felt terrified just thinking about the greasy image of himself. After a long silence, Xiaohua said with some heartache. Then I'll give you a skill. Xiaohua covered her chest and raised a finger in embarrassment. I'm just interested. It has nothing to do with your skills. As he said that, Luowen looked at Lin Qingyi. Sister, I was wrong. Sister, you are so generous. I know my sister won't really be mad at me. What's the use of having a biological sister or a fake sister? I only have one sister, and her name is Lin Qingyi. The warm and humid air hit her earlobe, and her little mouth gradually lowered and couldn't stop moving upwards. Ah! How can my little brother be so good at this? I can't stand it.
I can't help it. Ah. Lin Qingyi panted softly and looked over with a blushing face. Brother, this time, I will forgive you first. Don't do it again, my sister will be really angry. Great. Xiao Hua exhaled a breath of relief. The chubby little face turned red unconsciously. How can I become addicted to this? I don't want to do it anymore. I have to quit. It's too greasy and doesn't fit the personality of this cute little system of mine. Give me the skills, Xiao Hua. Luowen turned his head and looked at her again, vaguely distrusting the dog system in his heart. Oh, I'll give it to you. Bite. Congratulations to the host for threatening the system and obtaining god-level cooking skills. Then Luowen called up the system interface and watched quietly. Host, Luowen. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 99. Average number of fans, 999999990. Physical fitness, top. Learning ability, top. Initial points 500. Skills props, god-level fighting skills, god-level cooking skills. Luowen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately the dog system did not cheat. Bye, brother. I've been drained out. There's nothing left. Forehead. Luowen couldn't bear to look at Xiao Hua anymore, so he blocked his view with the test paper. Chapter 74, You Can't Do It Either, My Stinky Brother. Only after seeing Xiao Hua really disappear did Luowen take off the paper that was covering his face. Looking at the system panel again, Luowen had a plan in mind. This god-level cooking skill comes at the perfect time. Let's play another round, you naughty brother. Lin Qingyi said again, unconvinced. Luowen was stunned for a moment, forced a smile, and agreed. Yeah. You naughty brother, I told you that I was giving in to you before. Lin Qingyi raised her face proudly, her fox eyes turning into crescents with joy. That's awesome, sis. Luowen breathed a sigh of relief. It was much harder to give in to her than to beat her. Sister, I'm a little tired. Let me take a rest first. As he said that, Luowen lay straight down on the table and turned his head to the side without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Qingyi was a little unhappy. She hadn't played enough. Since becoming a teacher, she hadn't been so happy. Naughty little brother, play with me for a while. Lin Qingyi leaned over and said coquettishly. Seeing that Luowen didn't respond, she decided to change her strategy and said in a pinched voice, Stinky little brother is just lame, he can't play anymore after losing a round, ha. Lin Qingyi was a little annoyed and pouted in dissatisfaction. Humph, can't your naughty brother play with your sister for a while longer? I'm so mad, you stinky little brother, accept the punishment. Luowen. Ah. Luowen looked up at her in confusion. At this time, Lin Qingyi had already stood up and was looking at him seriously. Did Luowen sleep comfortably? Lin Qingyi suppressed a smile and said seriously, Student Luowen, don't think that you can sleep without restraint after finishing the test paper. Don't forget that this is a test. Stand still where you are. After saying this, Lin Qingyi couldn't hold back her anger anymore and quickly lowered her head to avoid everyone's sight. Luowen was speechless. He didn't expect that Lin Qingyi would use this method to deal with him. Oh, I was careless. I didn't. Puff. Tang Qingluo also laughed at this time, and a blush appeared on her fair and tender face. Ha, you stinky Luowen, I saw you a long time ago. Who told you to ignore your sister? You deserve it. That's great, my sister got my revenge. Who told that bastard not to confess his feelings to me and dragged it out? After the exam, I must laugh at him, ha ha. Luoan, M. Only my wounded world is complete. Xiao Hua, well done. Who told you to cheat me of my skills? Even you. Luowen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Now he just wanted to be alone. Xiao Hua, brother doesn't miss his sister, why is he like Jingjing? Is it because his sister didn't do well? Brother, if your sister does something wrong, please punish her as much as you want. I beg you, please stop talking. Luowen didn't want to talk anymore and kept repenting in his heart. God, if I have done something wrong, please let the law punish me instead of letting this green tea disgust me. Oh my, I'm leaving now. My sister is very considerate. Cack, clack. Seeing that her plan succeeded, Xiao Hua no longer felt disgusted with him. It was his fault for causing her to lose her skills. Stinky brother, I'll give you one more chance, do you want to play? Lin Qingyi poked her head out and said with a smile. No. Luoan was very tough and ruthless. How could a 7.7-foot tall man like him be threatened? It was impossible. Besides, he was a big boss in his previous life. He was reborn in this life with a system to rely on. If he is not tough, who will be tougher? I told your mother that you fell asleep during the exam. Sister. What are you talking about? Come on, let's play another round. The tough Luoan sat down without Lin Qingyi's consent. That's what real toughness is. This is what madness is. Lin Qingyi couldn't help but laugh when she saw her stinky brother's look, but for her stinky brother's face, she deliberately covered her mouth and laughed. Ha 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 ha. But after laughing for a while, she stopped. Playing chess was the most important thing. 5 minutes later. I win. Stinky brother. Ah. Yes, yes, yes. 2 minutes later. I won again, don't cry, little brother. Ah. Yes, yes, yes. 3 minutes. I won again and again, and you, my stinky brother, can't do it either. A cute little brother who looks good but is useless. Lin Qingyi proudly waved the chess paper back and forth in front of Luoan's eyes. Luoan. Chapter 75, Ruining Luoan. As long as you are happy? Luoan said with a wry smile that he had had enough of playing go bang. Okay, I'll let you go for now, you little bastard. Go do your thing. Lin Qingyi waved her hands contentedly and said with a smile. My naughty brother will let you go this time, but I may not do that next time. Lin Qingyi muttered to herself, and the smile on her face could not be stopped. Not long after, the exam time came. Luoan took a deep breath and walked down the podium quickly. How did the stinky Luoan do on the test? Tang Qingluo walked over quietly, and suddenly poked out his little head to look at him playfully. Ha ha, stinky Luoan, I'm here to laugh at you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not confessing your feelings earlier, hum. This girl, Luoan sighed in his heart, then looked at her teasingly with a smile. What are you, looking at me like that? Tang Qingluo blushed when Luoan looked at her, and pinched her own hand in annoyance. Wow, this is so pathetic. Why did I blush when this stinky guy saw me after we kissed? Seeing this, Luoan laughed triumphantly, stood up straight, held the girl in his arms, and sat back down. You are still too young, girl. You still want to make fun of your future husband. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. You, stinky Luoan, let go quickly. Tang Qingluo said weakly with a red face, his 2 legs hanging on Luoan's legs flapping constantly. You are a big hooligan, surrounded by people, a big bad guy. Tang Qingluo blushed when being stared at, and hid in his arms in shame, with her 2 little hands curled up against Luoan's chest. I'll hit you, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend yet, only boyfriends can do this. Seeing that resistance was futile, Tang Qingluo simply let things take their course and spoke cunningly. Damn Luoan, you have ruined me. If you dare to leave me, I will ruin you. But just in case, it's better to do this as soon as possible, stinky Luoan hee hee hee. Luoan found it a little funny. This girl couldn't help herself, so why was she still making excuses? Let your abdominal muscles take my punishment. Tang Qingluo's small hand had already quietly touched inside, touching gently, but it was a little unsatisfactory because it was through the clothes. She looked up at Luoan, and seeing that he didn't react, she plucked up her courage and went in. So hard and big. I am so happy. Tang Qingluo squinted his eyes in enjoyment, and his little hands moved back and forth on the hard part. Lin Qingyi, who was standing by, was really shocked by this scene. Is my naughty little brother so bold that he doesn't even take me, his elder sister, seriously? If it were her previous self, she would have been furious seeing this scene, but for some reason she felt vaguely comfortable this time. Lin Qingyi secretly peeked at the side, playing with her hair with her fingers. You naughty brother, if you don't treat Qingluo well in the future, I will beat you to death. She said in a low voice, smiling from time to time. But after a while, perhaps feeling that something was wrong, he quickly looked away. Ah, Lin Qingyi, what's wrong with you? Why are you shipping them? Lin Qingyi thought about it for a long time, and she seemed to have really gotten into it. Unconsciously, she treated Luoan as her own brother. Seeing him so happy, she was also genuinely happy in her heart. Hey, this is good, isn't it? At least I have a new little brother. Lin Qingyi said with a smile, but only she could hear it. Chapter 76 Goddess Qingluo 1T Let me touch her, for fear of tiring me out. Little girl, are you hard? Luoan couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly asked in a mean way. Of course it's hard. Not only is it hard, it's also big. Tang Qingluo's little hands did not stop, and his little brain did not react at all. Instead, he looked at him with a silly face. Really? Luoan smiled and put his hand on her little head and said, "Can I let you touch it every day from now on?" Of course. Tang Qingluo was stunned for a moment, then repeated what he had just said. Ah! Damn it, why didn't I react? Oh, the stinky Luoan heard it. Wow, I'm dying. Let me hit my head on Luoan's abdominal muscles and die. It's all his fault. This stinky guy must have confused me and made my smart little brain temporarily malfunction. Looking at Tang Qingluo, who was as shy as a little tomato, Luoan couldn't help but want to pinch her little face. It should be very soft. Thinking of this, Luoan no longer hesitated and reached out his hand to pinch her little face. Ha! Tang Qingluo stared at him blankly. This stinky guy was bullying him with a smirk on his face. Feeling her face being rubbed, she felt even more ashamed, but also a little angry at the same time. You stinky Luoan, you only know how to bully me. Why don't you go and bully? No, stinky Luoan can only bully me. Woo, I can't let the stinky Luoan succeed. I have to fight back. Tang Qingluo looked at him with her watery peach blossom eyes, took her little hand out of her arms, and stretched it towards Luoan with grievance. I'll crush you to death, I'll let you bully me, you big bad guy. In the moment when Luoan was stunned, Tang Qingluo's small hand had already touched Luoan's lips. Then he pinched it gently, and Tang Qingluo laughed, his big watery eyes filled with tears. Stinky Luoan has turned into a laying duck, ha ha ha. Tang Qingluo smiled with her eyebrows curved, and her body fluttered back and forth in his arms. You're so cute, little girl. Luoan couldn't help but feel a little distressed. How hard it is to find a girl who wouldn't even hit you when she's angry. Unexpectedly, Luoan, would meet her. Stinky Luoan, are you ashamed? Tang Qingluo blushed and let go of her hand. Although she said that, she felt very sweet in her heart. I am so happy there is a boy who is devoted to me, who doesn't even care about his own safety for me, and she actually picked him up. Thinking of the touching part, Tang Qingluo looked at him with her peach blossom eyes, without saying a word, but just quietly put her arms around his neck. Everyone, is there still justice and law? Tiango, goddess, you must wait for me. Woo. Everyone, TSK, big liquor. Stinky Luoan, it's great to have you, let's never be separated, okay? Tang Qingluo was a little scared and his tone was almost pleading. Silly girl, didn't I tell you? We will never be separated. Luoan held the little person in his arms tightly to comfort him and said with loving eyes. Tang Qingluo nodded heavily, then found a comfortable position, put his hands on Luoan's abdominal muscles, and snored for a while. Luoan looked at the watch. There were still 15 minutes left, so he let the girl rest for a while. She fell asleep comfortably in his arms, but Luoan dared not move, for fear of disturbing her. So cozy. Lin Qingyi held her chin lazily and looked at them with a smile on her face. I can't help but miss my high school days. Hey little brother, please don't let the girl down. She couldn't remember how many times she had said this, but she still liked to emphasize it. She didn't want a simple girl like Qingluo to experience the same regrets as herself. Little girl, the exam is about to start, get up. Luoan looked at his watch, his hands and feet felt numb, and he gently shook the girl in his arms. Ha! Tang Qingluo looked at him sleepily, then turned around and hugged him like an octopus, murmuring, No, can I sleep a little longer? Her whispering voice was so soft that it made people feel tingling. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be able to resist the words of the little girl, but who is Luoan? He is a man who was raped by this girl in his previous life. I have developed some resistance to some extent. Stop messing around, Nizi, the papers will be handed out soon. Luoan forcibly pulled Tang Qingluo's body straight. Bad guy. Tang Qingluo hit her angrily after waking up, then stood up and tried to sober himself up. Big bad guy, I'm going back first. She tidied her hair, gave him a cold look, and returned to her seat with a pout. Ha! Luoan maintained the same posture for a long time until he felt numb and fierce, then raised his head to meet Lin Qingyi's gaze. Hey! Luoan was very tactful and moved the bench and limped up. When I walked to the middle, I happened to meet Tiango, who was going to the trash can. As expected, Goddess Qingluo still likes me.
She won't let me touch her, for fear of tiring me. Tiango said softly. Luowen looked at him speechlessly. There was actually a hint of pride on his face. Chapter 77. Good fields don't block the road. Luowen felt that this guy was really crazy. He glanced at him with disgust and walked away. You're smart, you naughty brother. Lin Xingyi moved aside and said with a sweet smile. Sister, this subject is my weak point. I need to think seriously. Please don't bother me. I'm bothering you. Please don't bother me. What do you mean, sister is disturbing you? I'm not happy about it. As she spoke, Lin Xingyi symbolically moved 10 centimeters apart. Is this okay? Sister doesn't want to play with you. Lin Xingyi angrily gave him a big chestnut and turned her head away. Okay. Luowen muttered something quietly and started to do the questions on his own. Time passed quickly. Lin Xingyi ignored him the whole day as if she was angry. Luowen felt a lot more relaxed, which was rare. Girl, let's go home. Luowen quickly packed up his things and prepared to take the girl and run away. He has something to do today, but he can't let the girl know. Tang Qingluo responded sweetly, then walked over quickly. Stinky Luowen, let's go. Tang Qingluo naturally held Luowen's hand. Well, let's go. Wait, Qingluo, let me take you home. Tiango appeared out of nowhere and stopped them with a concerned look on his face. Luowen frowned slightly, a little unhappy. But before he could open his mouth, Tang Qingluo said angrily, Tiango, are you done yet? Are you annoying me? Seeing the girl getting angry, Luowen suddenly wasn't so angry anymore. He wanted to see how the girl would scold Tiango. Qingluo, it's not like that. I'm just afraid that you might run into danger on the road, so I can protect you. Tiango's smile remained on his face as he spoke in a servile and flattering manner. No need, I have my brother Luo and he is much better than you. When Tang Qingluo said the word brother, he emphasized the tone, and the little hands changed from being held normally to being interlocked. Brother Luowen, don't be angry. This person is really annoying. I didn't ask him to come. Tang Qingluo came closer and shook her hands interlocked with Luowen's like a spoiled child. Luowen was a little surprised that this girl could use this trick, but Xiao Qingluo was not that stupid. The goddess must have done this to protect me. She was afraid that Luowen would get angry and beat me. Tiango tried his best to calm down and kept comforting himself in his heart. After a while, he adjusted his mentality and continued to grin at Tang Qingluo with his mouth full of yellow teeth. It's so scary, can you please stop showing your teeth? It stinks. Brother Luowen won't eat people, will he? Seeing that Tiango was still not giving up, Tang Qingluo spoke in a sarcastic tone, covering his mouth and nose as if he was frightened, and weakly threw himself into Luowen's arms. The smile on Tiango's face was a little unnatural, but he still held his breath. How could that be? I'm not much more handsome than Luowen. Tiango didn't know where his confidence came from, and the students passing by couldn't help but laugh. Look, there's a clown. The girls laughed and pointed at Tiango. Where are the clowns? Tiango looked around but couldn't find anything. You should be talking about Luowen. These girls are quite good at judging people. Tiango immediately developed a favorable impression of that group of unfamiliar female classmates. Don't bother with him. We should go home. Luowen suddenly remembered that he had something to do later and couldn't waste time here with this person with an underdeveloped brain. Well, brother Luowen, let's go. Tang Qingluo put her arm around Luowen's and spoke in a tender voice. No. Tiango was anxious. He had to go home with the goddess today, even if Jesus came. It was Tiango who said that. Go away. Luowen spoke coldly, with a hand already on his shoulder. Okay. Tiango quickly made way and stood aside evasively. I'm scared to death, so ugly. Tang Qingluo leaned weakly on Luowen's arm and kicked him. Forehead. Luowen was speechless. This girl was really pretending to be a bit outrageous. After walking out of the campus, Tang Qingluo slowly let go of Luowen's arm and held his hand again. Smelly Luowen, why was Tiango so scared of you just now? Let me make it clear that you can't lie to me. Tang Qingluo asked doubtfully, but his tone was fierce. Nothing much, just squeezed his shoulder. Real? Tang Qingluo didn't quite believe it, but Luowen really didn't lie to her. It really just took a little bit of effort. Don't think about it.
My little girl must be hungry. Let's go home quickly.
Luoan smiled and gently hooked her nose, then took her hand and walked towards the parking lot. Liar, you will just lie to me.
I will ignore you.
Poof. Tang Qinglua was mumbling something, but her body was honestly pressed against Luoan.
Chapter 78 Big White Rabbit, Big White Rabbit.
When they arrived at the car, perhaps because she saw that Luoan did not react, Tang Qinglua pursed her rosy lips in anger.
Ah. Damn Luoan, the car seat hurts a little, what should I do?
Tang Qinglua looked at him aggrievedly, tears welling up in his peach blossom eyes.
Does it hurt? Luoan walked forward and checked it. The cushion was so soft that it didn't seem possible to hurt.
Just as he was carefully checking every part of the mat, Tang Qinglua's voice came over.
Damn Luoan, he won't figure it out, right? He probably won't figure it out last time. I really want to lie in the arms of stinky Luoan again, what should I do?
Oh my god, there must be some addictive substance in Luoan's arms, otherwise why would I be like this? It turns out that all men are pigs.
Luoan suddenly realized that it was the little girl who was lying.
Thinking of this, he turned around and looked over. Just happened to meet Tang Qinglua's guilty eyes. No way, that stinky Luoan wouldn't really figure it out, what should I do?
Does he think I'm that kind of woman? No way. Since the cushions are uncomfortable to sit on, why don't you sit in the front today, okay? Luoan said this in a self-blaming manner while pushing Tang Qinglua forward. Ah? No. Sure. I'm not that squeamish. I can sit in the front.
Tang Qinglua concealed her smile and sat on the beam reluctantly. Then Luoan also sat down and prepared to go home. Hold on tight, little girl, don't fall down. As he said that, Luoan hugged Tang Qinglua into his arms. Oh, stinky Luoan, it's very uncomfortable to sit here, and it's easy to fall down, otherwise I wouldn't hold you. Tang Qinglua put her arms around Luoan's waist and rubbed her little head in his arms, but it still did not affect the output of her little mouth. Luoan laughed secretly in his heart. This girl was only tough in her mouth. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to test how hard the girl's mouth was.
It's okay. I'll replace it with a better one tomorrow. One that won't break again.
Upon hearing this, Tang Qinglua's body shook noticeably, but his little hand did not stop.
Actually, there's no need to be so anxious. Luoan, we don't have time to change seats. Right?
Now we should focus on studying instead of these unnecessary things. Tang Qinglua raised his head and spoke nonsense in a serious manner.
Girl, you think too much. I can order one online. It won't affect my studies at all. Luoan immediately took out his mobile phone to buy it. Don't want.
Tang Qinglua snatched Luoan's phone as if he was protecting his food, fearing that the bad guy would snatch it away again. Fortunately, he stuffed it directly into the White Rabbit cigarette case. No cell phone use while riding a bike. After saying this, he straightened his tall White Rabbit with a proud look on his face.
Oh shit. I can't stand it. Luoan quickly looked away, fearing that his disobedient little brother would get angry. Let's go, Stinky Luoan. As for the plan to buy a mat, let me choose it. Stinky Luoan, as long as we are in school, you can't change your mat, haha.
Tang Qinglua was thinking beautifully, her chest rising and falling. Luoan saw with his own eyes that his cell phone fell into the abyss. Woo woo woo, my cell phone, why am I not a cell phone?
Luoan never thought that one day he would envy mobile phones. But it probably won't happen in the future.
After all, there are some places where mobile phones can't enter.
It seems to be possible.
Seeing that Luoan had no response, Tang Qinglua reluctantly moved his little head out of Wen Nuan's arms and looked at him in confusion.
Smelly Luoan, why aren't you moving? Smelly Luoan, why don't you move? I can't wait any longer. Here it means going home.
I hope you old perverts 1T have any wild thoughts.
Ah.
Luoan quickly retracted the lewd smile on his face and put on a look as if he was thinking seriously.
Girl, let's go now. I was just thinking about a mysterious and profound question.
Having said that, Luoan stepped on the stool and went out.
Is that so, Luoan? Have you forgotten that you have a future girlfriend? She's a college bully.
Tang Qinglua said with pride, his little head raised high, and the big White Rabbit pressed him tightly.
Luoan was a little embarrassed.
He looked forward with a sharp gaze and didn't even glance at the girl who was asking for compliments.
Brother, listen to my advice, now is not the time for you to take the lead. You stinky Luoan, do you look down on me? If you have the guts, just tell me the question. If I can't answer it, I will let you kiss me.
Tang Qingluo's fair and tender face became round and pink, and she said angrily with her pearly teeth biting her red lips.
Oh, that's true. Luoan drifted and stopped. Seriously. Tang Qingluo gritted her teeth and agreed with a blushing face. Chapter 79. You can't just abandon me.
Luoan thought about it, trying to think of how to express it tactfully.
Little girl.
Luoan looked at Tang Qingluo with a guilty conscience and said, Little girl, please tell me first that you are not allowed to be angry.
This question is about you. Ah? What can I think of? Tang Qingluo was stunned for a moment, and then his mind couldn't stop thinking about it. Regarding my problem, you asked me not to be angry. Does that mean you don't want me anymore?
A feeling of uneasiness instantly swept over her whole body, and she kept chaining Luoan's words together in her mind.
She was really scared. Does Luoan really not want me anymore? I don't want it, I don't want it.
Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo looked at him aggressively, her little hands tightly grasping his clothes, as if she was afraid that they would disappear if she didn't hold them tightly enough.
Luoan, could you please not be like this? I can correct what I did wrong, and I won't be mean to you anymore. Can you please not abandon me?
As Tang Qingluo spoke, tears flowed from her peach blossom eyes and her voice choked with sobs.
Little girl, why are you imagining nonsense? How could I not want you? Even if I lose myself, I will never lose you. Luoan hurriedly wiped the tears from Tang Qingluo's face, but no matter how hard he wiped, they still couldn't stop flowing.
In the end, he simply hugged Tang Qingluo's little head in his arms and let her vent her tears and some unknown liquids on him. During this process, Luoan kept rubbing her back to comfort her and explaining. After a long time, Tang Qingluo recovered and slowly got up from Luoan's arms.
Can you please not talk like that in the future? It will really scare me. I was really scared just now.
Tang Qingluo's eyes were red and swollen as she spoke to Luoan in grievance, her little hand resting on his chest and tapping it lightly in complaint. Although the force was not strong, each blow hit his heart.
I'm sorry, Qingluo. Luoan hugged her, feeling guilty, not knowing what to say. Idiot, what's the use of apologizing now? Don't do that next time. Tang Qingluo grinned and looked at him playfully. You big fool, stop blaming yourself. Don't you know that I will feel bad if you do this? This time it's not your fault, it's just my imagination. Neezy. Luoanshin seemed to be locked up by something, an indescribable feeling. Let's go, you idiot. By the way, your lining got wet from my crying, so I had to lie down inside it. Tang Qingluo didn't even give Luoan time to react as he pulled open his clothes and rushed in. Forehead. The little girl would probably be shocked. Luoan is still very confident about his figure. Even if the girl has seen it before, she would probably still be a little surprised. Tisk, it's all because of me. Xiaohua said with some dissatisfaction. Okay, it's all thanks to Xiaohua. Luoan said perfunctorily, put his foot back on the pedal, and prepared to leave. While riding on the road, Luoan clearly felt the warm object in his abdomen moving around. Wow, Luoan's figure is still so handsome. You will never get tired of watching it, don't wait. The previous time, she was not that close, but this time she could really feel Luoan's good figure. The abdominal muscles are so perfect, and the chest muscles are full and thick. Tang Qingluo's little hands were so happy that she didn't know what to do. She decided to touch that one first. All the grievances I had felt before disappeared in an instant. After you stop touching, there will be plenty of opportunities to touch, but there won't be many opportunities to kiss. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo rubbed against her with his big white rabbit erect. Chapter 80. Prepare for the confession. Shit, Luoan really couldn't bear it anymore. His blood was rushing to his head and his face turned red. There was no other way, Luoan could only keep speeding up, and the anklet was almost sparking from his kicks. Brother, please don't get mad. At this distance, if you get really angry, it will be hard not to be noticed. Finally, with Luoan's quick and efficient operation, they successfully arrived at the community. Neezy, we're home. Luoan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the girl in the clothes, and said helplessly. Oh. Tang Qingluo obviously didn't want to come out, and responded in a coquettish manner. Okay, stop making trouble, Xiao Qingluo. Luoan reached into his clothes, pulled them open, and pulled Tang Qingluo out. Hey, what are you doing? Tang Qingluo rubbed his peach blossom eyes and pretended to have just woken up. You big bad guy, can't you let me sleep a little longer? Girl, why do I feel like you haven't slept yet? Look, you're not even drooling. Hearing this, Tang Qingluo's face instantly turned red. Don't talk nonsense, why would I lie to you, and besides, I'm not drooling. The more she spoke, the more guilty she felt, and in the end, all one could hear was her weak murmurs. Really? People who lie have their tongues cut off. Omega. You are so naive, you big liar, go away. As he said that, Tang Qingluo jumped out from the beam, took Luowen's hand and went upstairs. Wait, the phone hasn't been returned yet. Luowen smiled and stretched out his hand to ask for it. It's a little early for the little girl to fight with me. Profound. Tang Qingluo was about to take it out, but forgot that Luowen was still here, and said hurriedly in a coquettish tone. Quick, turn around. Tang Qingluo's face was dripping with embarrassment. Wow, why did I leave my phone here? I'm so embarrassed now. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Luowen turned his head away with disdain and talked to himself. You filthy rascal, how could you possibly have seen this, you big pervert? Tang Qingluo said this with shame and annoyance, and then angrily slapped him on the head. Who cares? He just took a peek, he had seen it several times in his previous life. He really wanted to say it out loud, but he was afraid he would be considered a psychopath. After a while, Tang Qingluo pulled the cell phone out of the abyss. Here's your phone, you bastard. It wasn't crushed, was it? Luowen looked at her carefully, glancing at her secretly. As expected, when Tang Qingluo heard these words, he could not stand still for a moment. Ah! You stinky Luowen, you big rascal, go to hell! Tang Qingluo rushed over. Luowen did not stop her. He just stood up quietly and waited for the little girl's cute attack. Bang! Ah! Tang Qingluo used too much force and failed to break, crashing into his arms, but Luowen was too hard, and he couldn't help but gasp when he crashed into his arms. Damn Luowen, I'm going to bite you to death. But before her teeth touched Luowen's arm, he grabbed it. Be good, biting people is wrong. If it were in the past, you would have been spanked. Luowen narrowed his eyes and smiled, and spoke to Tang Qingluo as if he was coaxing a child. Let me go, let me go. After struggling for a while, she gradually realized that she was being controlled by this stinky guy again, and she couldn't help feeling sad. Bad guy, I knew it would happen, I will take revenge sooner or later. Stinky Luowen, I will punish you severely after we get married. As he was thinking, Tang Qingluo's little head rested on his shoulder, and his little hand probed once, then took hold of it. Luowen, how nice it would be if we could continue like this. When the love reached its peak, Tang Qingluo couldn't help but think of the distant future. She only hoped that by that time he and Luowen would still be playing and fighting like this. Sure. Luowen buried his head in her hair and sniffed it twice, then let her out. Let's go. Tang Qingluo smiled sweetly, took his hand, and skipped upstairs. Okay, see you tomorrow, Luowen. Bye. Little girl, go to bed early. Only after seeing Tang Qingluo close the door did Luowen take out his cell phone. It was indeed enchanted. Luowen sniffed it gently and found that it actually had a fragrance, of that kind. After opening WeChat and sending a message to his mother, Luowen went straight downstairs. If he enters the house, he may not be able to come out. After going downstairs, it was pitch black all around, and I could faintly hear rustling sounds coming from the surrounding grass. So scary, why don't you prepare it tomorrow? Fuck, you scared me. Luowen didn't feel anything just now, but now that he was frightened by the dog system, it seemed like someone was staring at him everywhere. My system, why don't you go back to your space so late at night and come here to pretend to be dead? Luowen said resentfully. I'm not afraid that you'll be scared. Just imagine how safe it would be to have a system by your side. Xiaohua boasted, but in fact she was just too bored. Whatever. After saying that, Luowen ignored her and walked straight to the car. Just as he was about to get in, he accidentally caught a glimpse of. Chapter 81. Tang Qingshan sleeps very well. There was a figure on the side of the road acting stealthy. Luowen became suspicious and walked around. As the distance narrowed, the figure became clearer. Looking at the back, Luowen had a rough answer in his mind, and his eyes gradually became cold. Uncle Tang, why are you here? Luowen smiled and patted the spot lightly. Tang Qingshan, who was absorbed in scouting the spot, instantly tensed up. But after thinking carefully, he pretended to be calm and turned around. Luoan, you've grown so tall and become a big boy. I just missed Qing Luo and the others, so I came to see them.
Tang Qingshan said this awkwardly, his eyes glancing around unconsciously. Luowen sneered, he knew Tang Qingshan too well, he was basically a scoundrel, he knew his purpose this time without him admitting it.
Tang Qingshan. Luowen put away his smile and said in a cold voice, do you think I can't see it? I advise you to give up the idea in your mind. What are you talking about, Luowen?
Tang Qingshan still had a kind smile on his face. He spread his hands and pretended to be innocent and said, I just want to get back together with your Aunt Hailey, so that Qing Luo can have a father.
No need. I think you just have no money. Luowen spoke calmly, as if the matter was not that important. You.
Tang Qingshan couldn't pretend anymore, veins popped on his old face as his lie was exposed. You little brat, you're still meddling in other people's business like you were when you were little.
Today I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father.
As he said that, Tang Qingshan suddenly launched an attack, swinging his fist towards Luowen's temple. He is very confident in his own strength, and he also practiced in a Sanda gym for several years in his early years.
He.
Luowen looked at him with contempt, threw a quick punch straight at his face, and raised his other hand to block Tang Qingshan's fist.
Bang.
One punch sent him back to childhood.
Tang Qingshan fell straight to the ground and fell into a baby-like sleep. Uncle Tang, you were so tired that you fell asleep.
Luowen walked up to him, patted his face gently, and jokingly took out his cell phone to take a picture.
Oh, it looks like I'll be home late again today.
Thinking of this, Luowen stood up in disgust, took out a piece of paper and wiped his fist. The blood of scumbag is disgusting. Oof. Suddenly, an old voice came from outside the bushes. Luowen took a step back, hid behind a tree, and looked outside with squinted eyes. I saw a security guard walking slowly towards the sound, his cloudy eyes staring straight at Tang Qingshan. His expression became serious for a moment, but then returned to normal.
This kid has really good sleep quality.
He falls asleep as soon as he lies down. The security guard whispered, then found a leaf and covered his face with it.
Don't catch a cold.
Luowen was stunned at first, but then he had a general idea in his mind. When the security guard raised his head and looked behind the tree, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes.
Oh, it's getting late. It's time to go to bed.
After saying that, the security guard slowly left the lawn.
Evildoers will be punished, Luowen is a pretty good guy.
Thinking of this, a kind smile like an elder appeared on his face. These two little guys, don't get separated in the future, otherwise you will never find them again. Seeing him walk away, Luowen slowly moved out from behind the tree and returned to Tang Qingshan's side. He looked at the time he had wasted here and realized that he had wasted too much time, so he was not going to wait for him to wake up naturally.
Just use a gentle wake-up call. Pa. Pa 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 pa.
A symphony of slaps rang out in the neighborhood tonight. P.S. The author is just a high school student, and school starts after today, so I can only update 4,000 words a day. I will try my best to write and keep the manuscripts, and try to update as often as possible.
Chapter 82 Brother, I'm broken.
Tang Qingshan opened his eyes dazedly, and slowly regained consciousness. The burning pain on his face made him grimace.
Uncle, you're awake. Did you sleep well? Luowen said while trying to hold back his laughter, the flashlight from his cell phone blinding his eyes. Luo and you.
As he spoke, he twisted his butt and crawled back, looking at him warily.
Uncle, don't be so scared. I just want to negotiate terms with you. Luowen walked forward slowly and blocked his retreat.
You, speak the truth.
Tang Qingshan looked at him suspiciously and spoke tentatively. Of course, I just wanted to discuss terms with my uncle. I was the one who woke you up when you accidentally fell asleep just now.
Although Luowen had a smile on his face, he looked chilling for some reason.
You say. Tang Qingshan didn't dare to say more and had to follow his words. Don't come here again, okay?
Luowen squatted down, his voice was extremely cold, like a unilateral announcement.
Luowen. You are going too far.
Tang Qingshan jumped away suddenly, pointing his finger dishonestly at Luowen.
Luowen, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I can't beat you. Be careful. I'm going to call some guys to break your legs.
As he spoke, Tang Qingshan took out his cell phone and prepared to call his drinking buddies.
This sentence immediately brought back Luowen's memories. Tang Qingshan also invited a few friends to his home for dinner.
Tang Qingluo was already a teenager at that time. Although not as good as it is now, she was still very pretty and beautiful. So much so that a few of them deliberately approached her with improper looks, and Tang Qingshan saw it, but he didn't say anything. Later, Tang Qingluo was frightened by their words and ran out crying, thus escaping the disaster. Thinking of this, Luowen's eyes became even colder and murderous, and he rushed up to him in one quick step. "Hey, uncle, I don't want to hit you, but you." Tang Qingshan stared blankly at Luowen, who was holding his arm in front of him. "You dare?" He spoke tremblingly. "When did this guy come here?" He was surprised and frightened, and tried to use his captured arms to exert force, but found that he could not move at all. Suddenly, there was a crisp click sound from his arm, followed by a sharp pain. He turned his head in horror and looked at his drooping arm. "Luowen, just wait for me. If I don't kill you in the future, I will take your last name." Uncivilized language cannot appear. Tang Qingshan took a step forward and ran forward desperately, cursing without looking back. Luowen was speechless. "If you say the harshest words, you will get the most painful beating." Doesn't he understand this truth? Without thinking too much, Luowen chased after him. Just when Tang Qingshan thought he had escaped, a huge force suddenly came from behind. "Ah!" Tang Qingshan cried out in pain, and then was kicked hard to the ground. His face slid along the ground for a distance before slowly stopping. "Luowen, let's talk it out. It was my fault just now. I shouldn't have scolded you. I will punish myself." Without giving Luowen time to answer, he raised his hand and hit him in the face. Pa pa pa. It was crisp and loud, and you could tell that he was using a lot of effort. But it has nothing to do with Luowen, he still has to be beaten. Tang Qingshan was really scared at this moment. Luowen's cold and stern aura alone was enough to scare him so much that he dared not move. Luowen didn't say anything. He bent down and slowly grabbed the removed arm under Tang Qingshan's frightened gaze. "Ah!" Luowen stood up, slowly pulled him, humming pleasant music. The extreme pain in his arm almost made Tang Qingshan faint. Kill him, and vent my anger for Sister Qingluo, Omega O." Xiaohua was cheering hard on the side and would occasionally taunt him in his ear. Although Tang Qingshan couldn't hear, she couldn't stop her chattering. By the time he finally returned to the lawn, he was already unconscious. "Will you come again next time?" Luowen leaned over and looked into his eyes, saying with a sneer. "No. I'm not coming." Tang Qingshan's consciousness was unclear, but he still spoke subconsciously because of his fear of Luowen. Seeing this, Luowen did not embarrass him anymore. He took out his cell phone, asked him to say it again and record the video, then gently let him sleep well on the lawn with his foot. After a while, Luowen got on his bicycle and drove out of the community quickly. On the way, Xiaohua couldn't help but ask him, "Aren't you afraid that he will go back on his word? Omega? Do you think he will give up?" Luowen asked with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaohua was stunned at first, but then she reacted. "Brother is really amazing. My sister didn't expect this." She changed her tone and spoke in a teasing voice. "Roll, roll, roll." Luowen cursed inwardly, he was really tortured by this little system. "Oh, since my brother is so annoying, I will no longer be an eyesore to him." As Xiaohua spoke, her shadow suddenly disappeared, and then moved to the center of Luowen. Number 39, number 39, number 39. Damn it, what a shitty system. Luowen stopped the car and punched her hard, but it was useless and went straight through her. "Brother, you broke me, you have to be responsible for me." Xiaohua said softly and pitifully, crying weakly. "Oh, my brother broke my vagina, it hurts so much." Other small systems said it would be more comfortable in the future, but brother, we still have a future. Luowen, M9. You are a shit system, your mother, you are disgusting. What sin have I committed, to be matched with a system like yours? Luowen became more and more excited as he spoke, and the experience of being persecuted for the past month kept replaying in his mind. It was truly the most miserable of all. Even if I can't beat her today, I'm going to vent my anger. Thinking of this, Luowen hit her back and forth quickly. This is too fast. Flower-chan is going to break. Brother, slow down. As she spoke, Xiaohua stretched out her hand as if to grab Luowen's arm. Oh shit. This made him so sick that he jumped out of the car. At this time, several handsome men and beautiful women slowly passed by the roadside. Mom, what is that person doing? The little girl asked blankly.
That's silly, kid. As she said this, the mother covered the little girl's eyes and left with a strange look in her eyes. Ha ha ha. You deserve it, Luoan, you are so funny. Xiaohua burst into laughter and then rolled back and forth on the ground. I told you not to come and play with me at night. Now you are considered a fool by others. P.S. School starts on February 6th, brothers, I have to work hard to save up my manuscripts. Chapter 83 Xiaohua is sad Omega. Luoan ignored him, took the opportunity to get on his bike and drove away. Finally got rid of it. Luoan let out a long sigh and kept looking back, as if he was afraid that the dog system would chase him. Suddenly he found that the dog system that was lying on the ground just now was gone. I turned around and looked forward, but there was no trace of her. Just as Luoan was wondering, a delicate gasp suddenly came from the back seat. Brother, why did you abandon me? It's so dark there, so scary. As she spoke, Xiaohua opened her arms, put her arms around Luoan's waist, and leaned her head forward. Of course, this was just a pose. Luoan didn't feel anything substantial, but that posture alone made him so sick that he didn't want to look back. Brother, I seem to remember that this is my sister's seat. I think my sister won't be angry if I sit here. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for Geijai. She covered her mouth delicately as she spoke, but her laughter revealed her inner thoughts. Luoan looked ahead with dull eyes. He had already given up. Since there was no way to make her shut up, he might as well let the dog system talk to itself there. Why aren't you angry? Xiaohua moved to Luoan's side disappointedly and asked. What's so irritating about this? Luoan said frankly. TSK. I don't believe that. You just hit me like that. What are you talking about? There was a mosquito in front of you just now, and I was afraid it would bite you, so I hit it. Luoan said this seriously, without even looking at her. Mosquitoes can't bite me. Xiaohua whispered softly, pouting her lips in disappointment, I don't want to play anymore. After saying that, Xiaohua disappeared from Luoan's sight. After waiting for about a second or two, Luoan began to look around. After confirming that it had really disappeared, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Goodbye, dog system. On the other side in the space, Xiaohua looked at the only big screen in front of her with grievance. Except for some furniture, there was nothing but endless white around. Am I that annoying? I'm just too boring. Xiaohua squatted on the ground, puffed out her lips, and drew circles with her fingers. I want to go out too, why? It's so boring. Luoan first rode to the only supermarket open at night, walked in, and selected dishes. This is good. This is a little expensive, but it's really delicious. What should I do? Luoan was in a bit of a dilemma. Something unexpected happened this month and he hadn't made any money yet. Actually, I can give you, Xiaohua didn't come out but just shouted through the screen. Really? Luoan looked around but did not see the small system. There was no other way, Luoan had to change his expression and spoke in a flattering manner. Xiaohua, why don't you come out? Let's pick vegetables together. Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes sparkled instantly, but because she was a little sad just now, she still said with a hard mouth, no need, I'll just give you the money directly. Anyway, someone will kick me away every time he uses me. Luoan felt a little embarrassed and suddenly realized that his attitude towards her was indeed a bit bad. After all, he didn't do anything wrong, he just said a few little words. Thinking of this, Luoan immediately spoke in a gentle voice, Xiaohua, I won't be mean to you anymore, I wouldn't, let's pick the vegetables together, okay? Chapter 84 Maybe you can also materialize. Oh, since you beg me so much, I will reluctantly agree to it, really. Xiaohua slowly hung on Luoan's body, looking at the various vegetables and meats with curiosity. Seeing this, Luoan couldn't help laughing. Xiaohua, you showed me your god-level cooking skills, don't you know how to cook? No, I know what these vegetables and meats are. Xiaohua kept explaining herself, but she still turned her head away with a guilty look on her face. Luoan looked at him and couldn't help but have the illusion that he had raised a younger sister. The thought that flashed through his mind was immediately destroyed by him. How could the dog system be such a hateful one and be a cute sister? After all, she is still so young. A true good sister like Qingluo is one who can be looked at, kissed, and even eaten. Thinking of this, Luoan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, until Xiaohua gave him a disdainful look. He is indeed a pervert. Sister Qingluo is so unlucky. Don't talk nonsense. Luowen quickly argued. Who would believe that? Xiaohua opened her mouth slightly and was about to say what Luowen had just thought. No, my little system, let's go pick some vegetables. Without waiting for Xiaohua to open her mouth, Luowen quickly moved to another place and brought her to a pile of expensive vegetables. In an instant, Xiaohua's attention was attracted by these exquisite dishes, and she even forgot about causing Luowen social death. This. Look, that meat must be delicious. And that fish and that shrimp are also good. Xiaohua picked them excitedly, pointing her fingers here and there. Hearing this, Luowen did not object. He installed all the things chosen by the small system, for fear that she would get angry and tell her what happened just now. Even though he was the only one who could hear it, it still made him feel embarrassed for a while. Okay, that's all. Xiaohua put her hands on her hips, very satisfied with her results. Little system, could it be that you can eat it too? Why are you so excited? Luowen asked with some confusion. Yeah, I can't eat it. Xiaohua's expression dimmed, and she looked lifeless. Why, the system is so annoying. For the first time, Xiaohua felt annoyed by her identity. Although he was not short of money and would not be hungry, he could just lie down all day and make Luowen feel disgusted. But for some reason, she gradually became curious about the outside world. She also wanted to eat delicious food, and she also wanted freedom. But she was always trapped in this space. Don't be like that. Maybe it can materialize in the future. No one knows. Luowen couldn't think of anything nice to say. Normally, the little system seemed heartless, but now he actually felt lost. Yes. It's possible. Xiaohua's eyes brightened instantly and she looked at him excitedly. Really? Luowen felt a little guilty. He just made it up to fool the little system, but he didn't expect her to take it seriously. Luowen, have you forgotten that I can hear your thoughts? Xiaohua laughed and narrowed her eyes. It was because she was influenced by Luowen's dirty thoughts, otherwise she wouldn't understand so much. So it was all Luowen's fault. Luowen didn't know how to respond. It felt bad to be exposed by the little system. Alright, this system is generous and won't bother with you. Come to you. Luowen was puzzled. What should he give? Chapter 85 Little Flower and Little Rich Woman. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 100,000 yuan donated by the system. Ding dong, the cell phone in my pocket also made a sound. Luowen opened his phone doubtfully, and the message clearly showed the bank transfer record. Damn, are you so generous? Luowen was a little surprised, and then he began to doubt that this could be the result of a small system hacking into someone else's bank and transferring the money. As soon as this thought came out, she interrupted it harshly. Smelly Luowen, I transferred this money to you through legitimate channels, and using legitimate means black technology, you can't think like that. Xiaohua spoke angrily, and slapped Luowen's forehead with her little hand as if to vent her anger. Then Luowen's head hit her little hand. Xiaohua was so speechless that she simply ignored him and ran over his head. It was obviously obtained from formal channels. You big fool, how could I get money for you out of thin air? You didn't complete the task. The bank won't know anyway. Well, does this count as embezzlement? I'm not sure. What Luowen wants has nothing to do with me. I was threatened by her. Omega. She folded her arms and slowly followed Luowen to the cashier. Ding, WeChat payment of 2,000 yuan. Luowen walked out of the store and looked at the ingredients in his hand. He felt relieved. He was not caught. That was good. You should believe me now, I don't know how you got the blessing to get such a kind little system like mine. What she said was actually not wrong. She had provided Luowen with benefits for free several times. Got it, this little system is really great. Luowen couldn't help but feel warm. That's good to know. It was the first time she was praised, and she felt a little embarrassed, pouting her lips proudly. Let's go to the next place. Luowen got into the car and subconsciously waited for her. This time the little system didn't disgust her anymore and just sat quietly in the back posture. Now that he had sufficient funds, Luowen felt that he should change his original plan, so he drove in another direction. After more than 10 minutes, Luowen arrived at the place that Tang Qingluo often visited in his previous life. Hello, sir. The waiter standing at the door smiled sweetly and made a welcoming gesture.
Luo nodded.
Hello, sir, how come you are alone with your wife? The female owner looked outside in confusion, and when she found no one there, she turned around and looked at Luo carefully.
I'm not a human.
Xiaohua was angry and slapped her with her little hands in the sky.
Luo found it funny but didn't care.
Good.
The female shop owner almost exclaimed in surprise.
She had been running this bridal shop for so long, but had never seen such a handsome young man. Thinking of this, the female shop owner couldn't help but become infatuated with her and looked at her with stars in her eyes.
Wow!
Old woman, this pervert belongs to my sister Qing Luo. If you dare to have any evil thoughts, I will curse you to death.
Xiaohua stomped her feet in anger, and each kick went through the female owner's head. Seeing this funny scene, Luo finally couldn't help laughing out loud. If the shop owner could hear what the small system said, he would be so angry that he would die.
After all, he looked only in his 20s or 30s.
Sir, if you're not here to pick out a wedding dress, then why are you here?
The female shop owner was touched by Luo's smile and said with a little shyness.
What are you pretending to be, old woman? Sigma death penalty.
It is said that some girls will automatically assume that a handsome guy is single when they see there are no other girls around him, no matter what the occasion.
Xiaohua has been averse to this kind of behavior since she was born.
Oh, I'm here to customize a love confession ceremony for my girlfriend.
The female owner was a little disappointed, but still maintained her professionalism.
So what kind of style would you like, sir? As she said this, the female owner turned around and was about to take out a brochure for him to choose from.
No. Luo stopped him and said, Can I customize one myself?
The female shop owner was stunned for a moment, then smiled in a standard way, of course.
Of course you can. Dead clamp.
Luo looked at her speechlessly and thought, this system really has no self-awareness.
Luo, don't talk nonsense. How can mine be the same as this one?
Xiaohua flew over angrily and injected a lot of energy into Luo's body.
Chapter 86 Customized Confession Ceremony. Luo ignored the crazy little system and simply chose to ignore it. My confession ceremony starts with then, and finally adds, and on the way back. This is a secret, I'm showing it to you now, the rest is meaningless. Okay, I admit that I haven't thought about it yet.
Wow, sir, your confession plan is very good. Have you studied this major? The female shop owner was a little surprised. Luo's plan simply crushed her shop's original plan. Everyone knows how to flatter.
If I were to do it, I'd be able to come up with something better. Xiaohua grumbled unconvincedly and would fly over from time to time to attract Luo's attention.
This. Luo smiled somewhat sadly. Little system, you may indeed be able to do better than me, but even if it is better, Qing Luo should prefer this one. In his previous life, Tang Qing Luo had come to this store many times, and after much deliberation, he finally decided on this wedding ceremony. He had originally planned to get married when Luo reached marriageable age, but he did not expect the accident to happen so quickly that he did not even see her for the last time. Thinking of this, Luo's mood couldn't help but fall, and tears welled up in his sharp eyes.
I'm sorry, person, I really don't know, Luo, I'm not.
Xiaohua said this guiltily, lowering her head and waiting to be scolded.
You can scold me, I was wrong about this matter. It's okay. Luo adjusted his mood and said thankfully, it's not too late now. I should thank you.
He stretched out his hand and touched her comfortingly.
Even though he didn't touch anything, at least the affection was there, wasn't it? Luo and I.
Seeing Luo turned around, Xiaohua closed her slightly open mouth and stood quietly above his head, watching. No, this was my girlfriend's idea.
Luo smiled and then explained.
Then your girlfriend is really amazing. The female shop owner said with some surprise that this girlfriend he mentioned had aroused her curiosity. How good looking does one have to be a good match with this handsome guy? The female shop owner was quite confident about her looks and many men pursued her. But now, compared with Luo, she was so terribly crushed. Then let me calculate the cost first. Sir, please go to your seat over there and wait for a moment.
The female shop owner pointed at the sofa over there and said with a smile. Good. Luo responded and sat down.
I took out my cell phone and opened the WeChat interface, and the name of my mother at the top of the page was very conspicuous.
Luo hesitated for a moment and then pressed it.
Mother, what are you doing so late? Mother, you little rascal, you've even learned not to go back to me to rest. Mother, missed the call. Mother, damn you, Luoan, I'm telling you, if you don't come back, I'll peel off the skin from your body. Hashtag. Seeing this, Luoan quickly checked the time on his phone. Only 5 minutes had passed. Fortunately, Luoan was somewhat relieved. Beep beep. Luoan took the initiative to call back, then turned down the volume of his phone and held the phone aside. Soon the screen changed from dialing to talking. Luoan, where have you been? Li Chuanhua's voice sounded a little anxious, and rustling sounds could be heard from the phone. It seems like she is putting on clothes. Wife, what are you staring at? Didn't you say your son is missing? Go find him quickly. Shut up. Didn't you hear me calling your son? Neither of you two is worry-free. Snap. Following a crisp sound, Luo Hai fell silent. Hearing this, Luoan couldn't help but pray for his father. Mom, I'm fine. I'm just buying some things at the supermarket. Luoan spoke softly. He didn't dare to say anything emotional to his mother. Who's worried about you? I just want to know if you're dead outside. I give you until midnight to come back, otherwise I'll. Pa. Oh, wife, why did you hit me? Luo Hai's voice came again, but it seemed very miserable. Luoan was frightened when he heard it and quickly agreed. Go away, Didi. Li Chunhua cursed and hung up the phone. Sir, yours is a little expensive, it costs 50,000 yuan. If you have no objection, let's sign the contract. The female shop owner handed the contract to Luoan and waited. Well, that's it. After Luoan took a look at it, he thought it looked normal, so he signed it. After signing, Luoan transferred the money directly. It was so easy to make a big order, so the female owner naturally sent Luoan out respectfully with a smile on her face. Sir, take care. The female shop owner waved her hand and watched Luoan's bicycle leave. This kid is really rich. Seeing Luoan walking away, she couldn't help but sigh. That girl should be very happy, as she is not as old as me and still single. After making fun of herself, the female owner returned to the store. Luoan, where else are we going? Xiaohua asked curiously as she wandered around the bike. You'll know when you do. Luoan deliberately kept the secret and quickened his pace. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. I don't want to hear it anyway. It's really boring to talk to you. Although he said that, he still wanted Luoan to chat more with this lonely little system. Seeing that Luoan had no intention of talking anymore, Xiaohua sat in the back seat with boredom. Boring. Who can accompany this unloved little system of mine? Chapter 87. Luoan is such a coincidence. The wind was a little cold in the evening, and Luoan pedaled quickly for fear that shopping would delay his return home. He didn't want to accept his mother's loving touch as soon as he got home. Just let his father bear that kind of thing. After all, Dad is used to it. 5 minutes later, Luoan stopped, parked his bike aside, and walked in. Hello, welcome to Etienne Jewelry Store. The waiter standing at the door quickly opened the door and gestured to welcome Luoan in. Hello. Luoan responded and walked in quickly. Wow, Luoan, so beautiful. Xiaohua went in first and started spinning around above the jewelry like a little girl who had never seen the world. Stop messing around and come pick out a ring. Luoan called her over speechlessly. Really? Xiaohua looked at him blankly, her eyes full of joy. Are you really letting me choose? Xiaohua said shyly, clasping her hands together nervously in anticipation. I meant to buy it for Qing Luo and me. I just asked you to help pick it out. Fraud. Before Luoan could react, Xiaohua flew to the corner angrily and looked at him aggrievedly. That's not it. Luoan walked over helplessly, slowly squatted in front of her and explained. I'd like to mention here that Xiaohua is a loli, that is, she looks like a teenager, and is about 1.4 meters tall. Little system, why are you still angry about gambling? Who told you to lie to me? You just told me that you were here to pick a ring, but now you regret it. No, you misunderstood. I just asked you to pick a ring for me. Luoan repeated it again, fearing that the small system would not believe it. I don't care, you just said it. Anyway, I heard it with both ears. You are now a big liar. But how could Xiaohua misunderstand Luoana? She could hear what was in his heart,
but the gap just now was too big and he was unwilling to accept it. Seeing that the small system still had no intention of moving, Luoan simply said, "But I bought it for you, and you can't wear it. It will definitely fall off." Luoan had no choice but to explain it this way. Xiaohua finally looked him in the eye and opened her mouth to retort, but in the end no words came out. "I see." After saying that, Xiaohua grinned bitterly and went back to the couple ring to wait for him. Luoan felt a little depressed and looked at the single ring over there and had an idea. "Is there a smaller version of this?" Luoan asked, pointing at the exquisite diamond ring in the middle. "Sir, this is for women. Are you bringing it to your girlfriend?" "No, a very good friend," Luoan said with a smile. "Oh, there is a smaller size. Can I pack it for you?" Seeing that there was a chance, the waiter quickly took out the box, and with his smooth operation, the ring was placed in an exquisite box. "Sir, this ring is finely crafted and was dug out from a natural diamond mine in Africa. There may be only a few dozen grams of diamonds of this color in thousands of kilograms." The waiter Tao was talking unconsciously, and from time to time he would take out high-definition, no Photoshop photos of the diamond mine and explain them to him. Luoan was a little amused and interrupted directly, "Tell me how much it costs." Seeing the customer said this, the waiter knew that this was the last chance to win the customer over. "This ring was originally sold in our store for 488,888, and you happened to come at a time when today is the 5th anniversary of the store, so the owner deliberately reduced the price to 48,888. What's even more coincidental is that you are the 1000th customer of our store and you have exclusive benefits, so the price is directly reduced to 4,888. Chapter 88 I am invincible with the power of the goddess. Luoan stared blankly at the sign for the 5th anniversary of the opening that was placed there every day and fell into deep thought. "Well, that's it. I'll buy it." Luoan didn't think any more about it. After paying the money, he walked towards Xiaohua who was in a daze on the other side. "Luoan, why are you so slow? Hurry up and pick one for Sister Qingluo. You see, this style is more suitable for Sister Qingluo, and it fits her lovely temperament very well." Xiaohua pointed with her little hand and looked at it carefully. Luoan didn't answer her in a hurry, but secretly took out the ring from behind. "Little system, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Xiaohua didn't react for a moment, her eyes fixed on the exquisite gift box in Luoan's hand. "Really, give me. Is this for Sister Qingluo?" Xiaohua stopped her excited words, thought about it and realized it was impossible, then she forced a smile and spoke. "Little system, didn't I tell you? I bought it for you." Luoan opened the gift box and revealed an exquisite pink diamond ring. "Don't lie to me, Luoan, this is really not fun." Xiaohua still didn't believe it and stared at the diamond ring with a slightly regretful look. Which girl can resist such a shiny object? There was no choice, Luoan had to take out the diamond ring and place it in front of her personally. "Are you serious?" Xiaohua said excitedly, her eyes fixed on the diamond ring and unable to move away. "Why would I lie to you?" Luoan pushed the ring towards her again. "Try it on." "Okay." Xiaohua responded excitedly, slowly approaching it with her little hand and gently grasping it. "Can't touch." She raised her face and gave a bitter smile, but then she seemed to have thought of something. "Luoan, help me put it on and try, I can't catch it myself." As she said that, she stretched out her little hand and waited with anticipation. "Good." Luoan picked up the ring on the table and gently put it on her right index finger. Snap. The ring slipped and Luoan caught it quickly. But even so, Xiaohua was still extremely happy, and was carefully recalling the feeling she had just had. "Thank you, Luoan." This was the first time she thanked him, and she inevitably felt a little uncomfortable, but she still said it sincerely. "This ring will be yours from now on." Luoan picked up the ring and put it back to her, but when he looked at Xiaohua again, he always felt that something was missing. "Oh, by the way, I'll save this for you to wear after you materialize." Xiaohua nodded heavily, and the moment she raised her head, a glimmer of tears seemed to flash in her eyes. "Waiter, look what that handsome guy is doing." "Waitress, is he putting a ring on the air?" Seeing this scene, the gossip spirit unique to girls was instantly ignited. The waitress poked him secretly with her arm, motioning him to come closer. "What's wrong?" The male waiter approached with a confused look on his face. "Let me tell you, I have a friend who is exactly like this handsome guy, and he behaves in the same way." "Do you know why?" "Why?" The male waiter was intrigued and asked quickly.
Hearing this, the waitress immediately acted as if she understood everything. He is just trapped in love. He saw that his girlfriend dumped him. I guess he is just a dog who can't accept it. No way, he's so handsome, how can he be a bootlicker? Aren't those who are ugly, have a duck voice, and a mouth full of yellow teeth generally called lickers? Achoo! Tiango wiped his nose in confusion. He didn't have a cold, did he? He was a little confused, but then he reacted. Xing Luo must be thinking about me. As expected, when Xing Luo is not in Luo's clutches, his mind is full of me. Thinking of this, he rolled off the bed in excitement. Ouch, it doesn't hurt, this is Xing Luo's loving touch. Tiango touched the floor with a dazed look on his face, and finally reached out his hand and licked it. Just when he was licking with ecstasy, Tianju heard the sound and opened the door and walked in. Tianju couldn't believe that this was his son, who was licking the floor so foolishly. Then he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and silently started the live broadcast. My friends, please draw a red heart. Here it comes. Tianju shouted angrily, then slowly pulled out his belt. Brothers and sisters, watch out. Snap, snap, snap. Tiango rolled back and forth after being beaten, but he did not beg for mercy. He just licked it from time to time. With the power of the goddess, I will definitely be able to make it through. Tick 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 tick. What's going on? The doctor asked seriously. My son accidentally fell on his belt. Wow, is it a demon spirit? Chapter 89 discussing how to correctly please Li Chunhua. On the other side, Luowen took a closer look at the ring recommended by Xiaohua. It is not so flashy, but very distinctive. It is made of silver and has tiny diamonds arranged on the top. Next to it is the men's model, which is not much different from the women's model, except that there are some slight changes in appearance. Luowen was very satisfied with what he saw, and simply waved his hand and wrapped it up. Anyway, it's just the money for a small system, so I don't feel bad about it. The male waiter, who was still gossiping after hearing the voice, finally reacted and hurried over to pack up Luowen. Sir, this couple's ring costs a total of 8,000 yuan. Can I pay by card or cash? Can I transfer money using WeChat? Luowen said jokingly, giving them a wake-up call. Of course, sir. The male waiter was a little embarrassed. If their supervisor saw this, he would probably have a day's salary deducted from him. Fortunately, Luowen did not make things difficult for him. He paid the money and left. Walking out of the store, Luowen looked at the time. It was only 11:30, so there was no need to rush. Sitting back on the bicycle, Luowen specially adjusted the only small frame on the bike. He placed the ring firmly in place and checked it several times before setting off with peace of mind. Ring? Xiaohua stared at the front in a daze, afraid that her only small ring would fall down. Every time the ring box shook, she would get nervous, and when the shaking was severe, she would panic and cover it with her little hands. Although she can't touch it, it doesn't affect her. 5 minutes later, Luowen drove downstairs and took a look at the bushes. Only when he confirmed that Tang Qingshan was still asleep did he leave with peace of mind. Carrying a lot of bags, Luowen went upstairs quietly. When he arrived at the door, he listened for a while. After confirming that there was no sound, he gently turned the doorknob. As soon as he opened the door, a murderous gaze shot over. Luowen was stunned at first, then strode in. Hey, our prince is back. Look at all the bags he bought. If you didn't know, you would think he went out to buy supplies. Li Chunhua sat on the sofa and spoke softly. Luowen looked around and didn't see his father. This is terrible. Without his father, he would not be able to escape the beating. But his fear for his mother forced him to come up with a solution, and suddenly he caught a glimpse of the bag of food he was carrying. Mom, I saw that you have lost a lot of weight in the past few days, so I bought you some vegetables and meat to supplement your diet. As he said that, Luowen walked up quickly and placed a bag of vegetables and meat in front of her. As for the ring, it was hidden inside his clothes before he entered the house. Mom, have you lost weight? Li Chunhua asked with some joy, and immediately ran back into the house to weigh herself. Taking the opportunity, Luowen quickly threw the ring box into the room. Be gentle. Xiaohua chased after him with a distressed look, and looked at the jewelry box from left to right, as if she was afraid that it might be broken. Oh, I can see the scratches even with a microscope. It's all Luowen's fault. She pouted sadly and looked at him with aggrieved eyes. Such a delicate packaging box was treated so roughly by Luowen. Whoa, Luowen is such a bad guy. Luoan was speechless. When he beat Tang Qingshan before, she was the one who screamed the loudest. I didn't expect that I would feel sad about a useless packaging box. I really lost 2 pounds. Li Chunhua walked out with a beaming face and a very happy mood. Now looking at the things his son bought, the last bit of anger in his heart disappeared immediately. Son, don't go out next time. Tell mom first. Li Chunhua pinched Luoan's face lovingly. Mom, I know. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Luoan said seriously. At this time, Luo Hai had not heard any movement outside, so he stuck his head out in confusion. Is it so harmonious? Luo Hai looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Why is he the only one who gets beaten in the family? He doesn't accept it and he wants his older son to bear the consequences too. Wife, I'm here to help you teach your son a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hai ran over with slippers in his hand. Come here, my wife, this is convenient. Luoan didn't expect that his father actually wanted to harm him. If that's the case, then his father shouldn't blame his son for being unfilial. Mom, look at Dad. Luoan pointed at Luo Hai pretending to be afraid, and hid behind Li Chunhua huddled. Mom, I just saw that there was no food at home, and Dad didn't go to buy food, so this time. Mom, leave the cooking to me from now on. I won't starve you like Dad did. Luoan said this with grievance, but there was an unconcealable smile in his eyes. Wife, don't believe it. Pa. Li Chunhua slapped Luo Hai on the forehead and then kicked him back to the bedroom. My son is so sensible, why are you like this? Even through the door, Luoan could hear the sounds coming from inside. But for the safety of his father, Luoan still shouted outside the door. Chapter 90. Dad is so good. Mom, please be gentle. Dad actually prepared a surprise for you. It's under your pillow. There's $1,000 from Dad. As soon as he finished speaking, the inner room became silent. Luoan didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around to go back to the bedroom. Luoan! Luo Hai's angry roar was heard from the room, followed by a series of pleas for mercy. Honey, I love you. This is not private money. This is a surprise prepared for you. Look, even though this brat told me in advance, it didn't have any effect. After he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard in the room, but they stopped abruptly with a loud bang when they reached the door. Luo Hai, do you think I'm mentally retarded? Li Chuanhua's voice contained a hint of anger, but more of a hint of ridicule. Luoan stopped and, driven by curiosity, he crouched in front of the door to eavesdrop. Wife, please listen to my explanation. Luo Hai cried out in pain, but it was of no use. The room fell into unusual silence, and Luoan couldn't help wondering if his father had been knocked unconscious. It's not impossible. Li Chunhua was a judo master when she was young, otherwise Luo Hai wouldn't be so afraid of his wife. Muah. My dear wife, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. What are you doing? Li Chuanhua's voice softened noticeably, and she even said coyly, we are already an old married couple, aren't you ashamed? Luoan's head is full of question marks now. Is his father so capable? What do you mean old couple? Honey, you look just as shy and cute as when you were young. Luo Hai quickly added. Damn it! You are so mean. At this time, Luoan was shocked to the point of being completely shattered. How could his mother be shy and cute? Luoan expressed disdain for his father's unrealistic flattery. If he gets married in the future, his position as a brother in the family will definitely be extremely high. Just as Luoan was in a daze, sounds were heard in the room again, but this time it sounded more like they were cuddling together. My dear wife, don't be so angry next time. It's not good for your health. Luo Hai said this gently, his tone even had a hint of magnetism. By the way, his father is also handsome. Even at this age, he still has a kind of handsomeness that only belongs to uncles. Otherwise, how could his mother like him? Well, husband, you can't hide money next time. If it weren't for my son, I wouldn't have found it this time. Li Chunhua snuggled in Luo Hai's arms and pounded his chest like a spoiled child. But her strength was much greater than Xingluo's, and Luo Hai's body would shake violently with every strike. Hubby, I love you. Li Chunhua adheres to the principle of giving a sweet date after a hit, so that she can truly control Luo Hai. Wife. Husband. Damn it, don't look at or listen to anything indecent. Luoan walked away quickly. His young heart was severely shocked in this dark night. Only after returning to the bedroom did he gradually calm down. Looking at the small system lying on the ground with empty eyes, Luoan couldn't help but laugh. Luoan, you are finally back. Hurry up and pick up my ring. It is almost getting cold. Xiaohua anxiously circled around Luoan, her hands clenched in anger. Here it comes. Here it comes. Luoan calmly threw the ring on the bed, then lay down on it. Finally, he took out his mobile phone and started playing with it. Xiaohua, who was standing by, felt so distressed that she kept stroking it with her little hands, muttering, "Poor little ring, it encountered such a pervert." Chapter 91 Luoan encounters a female ghost? Luoan, is the little girl asleep? Luoan opened the WeChat message from Tang Qingluo and sent it quickly. Tang Qingluo, no, I'm waiting for a bad guy to say goodnight to me. O to the power of O. Luoan found this a little funny. He knew without thinking that the girl opposite him must have been staring at her phone the whole time. Thinking of her cute appearance, Luoan couldn't help but want to tease her. Luoan, good night. Tang Qingluo, you big bad guy is not allowed to have a good night. Looking at the message she received, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. You bad boy Luoan, you have waited so long for me, just say good night to me. Beat you to death. Tang Qingluo angrily lay on the big bear and beat it, but he was still not satisfied, so he simply pasted Luoan's photo on it. But when she was about to take action, she felt a little reluctant. You stinky Luoan, who made you so handsome? I couldn't bear to hit you. Tang Qingluo hugged Daxiang and kept muttering. The little hand touched Luoan's photo dishonestly. It should be okay to give it a kiss. Tang Qingluo blushed a little and looked at the door guiltily. Stinky Luoan probably doesn't know, so I just kissed him, just for a short while. Moo-ah. She hugged Big Bear tightly, and she didn't want to move away after putting her red lips on him. Kiss me again. Moo-ah. Moo-ah. Tang Qingluo was a little obsessed with the kiss, kissing her non-stop like a chick pecking at its food. Finally, he kissed me to death, and then we reluctantly separated. Woo-woo-woo, so shameful. Tang Qingluo felt a little embarrassed to look directly at Luoan's photo. Wipe it off, it's all wet. Tang Qingluo took out a piece of paper and carefully wiped the water off the photo. Luckily, I didn't get hurt. She carefully put the photos away for future use. Ding dong. As soon as I put down my phone, a message alert sounded. Luoan. Tang Qingluo pounced over suddenly, like a cute little kitten. Luoan, Nizi was just joking with you, don't be angry. Luoan, come on, give me a mouth epsilon. Damn Luoan, you rascal, Tang Qingluo said shyly, and then kissed him slowly. It's a little wet again, so wipe it again. He. After wiping, Tang Qingluo smiled and started typing. Tang Qingluo, I will never forgive you. Tang Qingluo, unless you confess to me now. Looking at the message, Luoan was immediately amused. This little girl's mind has been full of confessions these days. Seeing this, Luoan deliberately reminded him in the message he sent. Luoan, not today, I will choose a very memorable day. What he said was actually very clear. Tomorrow is the girl's birthday. If she wasn't so naive, she would definitely be able to see it. A memorable day? Tang Qingluo shook his little head in confusion, his peach blossom eyes fixed on the words. Ah, you stinky Luoan, why don't you just say it? It's so hard, I can't think of anything at all, boo-hoo, could it be the spring festival? Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo panicked. It was absolutely impossible. There were still many days left. Tang Qingluo, that is too long. Ha? Is this still a long time? Luoan was a little surprised. Can't this little girl even wait for a day? Luoan, soon? Looking at the message sent by Luoan, Tang Qingluo angrily punched Daxiang a few more times. Damn Luoan, you made me wait for so long. You said it would be in a few days. You are such a big liar. Tang Qingluo puffed up her cheeks and didn't reply angrily. On the other side, seeing that the girl had not sent a message for a long time, Luoan thought that she had fallen asleep, so he said good night to her and turned off the lights and went to bed. In the middle of the night, Luoan opened his eyes in a daze, and his second brother couldn't help but vomit. After getting out of bed, Luoan prepared to go out without turning on the light. As soon as he reached the corner, he woke up. A woman with a shawl on her shoulders stood there, her reflection directly reflected in his pupils, and Luoan felt his scalp tingling instantly. He, who has lived 2 lives as a human, actually saw a ghost. Monster! Look at me, the mighty heavenly dragon. To be safe, Luoan kicked forward with a flying kick. But the kick missed and went straight through the ghost girl's body. It seems that it is not a physical entity, just like Xiaohua. Luoan thought to himself, and a plan already came up in his mind. Close the door and release the dog system. Luoan closed the door and quickly moved to a safe place waiting for Xiaohua to appear. Why haven't you come out yet? Luoan was a little panicked. This was his first time encountering a ghost, so it was inevitable that he was a little inexperienced. Brother, you can't even recognize your sister. The female ghost said in a delicate voice, and then floated towards Luoan. This feeling is so familiar. Luoan recalled it carefully, and suddenly a figure of Cha-Cha appeared in his mind. Dog system. Luoan ran over quickly and turned on the lights in the house. Brother, you are so sudden. I can't open my eyes because of the light. Luoan rolled his eyes at him angrily and ignored him. It's so damn embarrassing that this dog system made a fool of me. Chapter 92. If God gives me another night. After using the restroom, Luoan deliberately took a while before walking in awkwardly. Dog system, why haven't you left yet? Luoan said speechlessly. Brother, do you really want to chase me away? I can still warm your bed. Hiccup. Luoan wiped his mouth in disgust, then chose to ignore it and walked away. Brother, you broke my wound again. I just patched it up. It's bleeding. As she spoke, Xiaohua floated onto Luoan's bed and lay down next to him in an extremely seductive posture. My little system, why are you not sleeping so late at night? What are you doing? Luoan moved to the side helplessly. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother, I just want to see the ring. She said in a soft voice, her eyes unable to stop glancing towards the storage place. You should have said so earlier. Luoan sighed, stood up and took the ring box, gently opened it with her slender fingers, and placed her exquisite pink diamond ring on the other side of the bed. Let's go have fun. Luoan waved his hands and sent her away like a child. Small ring. Xiaohua lay on the bed with her back to Luoan, carefully protecting the ring with her small hands. Seeing that the dog system had returned to normal, Luoan quietly turned off the lights and fell asleep. Xiaohua's happy voice lingered in his ears all night long. Ho ho ho. 3-0 small ring. The ring is so beautiful, and it's mine hee hee. Little ring, my little ring. To be honest, Luoan really wanted to kick the dog system down, but because it had no entity, he had to endure it. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that if the dog system could really materialize, he would kick her away the first time he saw her. No matter what, he would just beat her up first. After fantasizing for a while, Luoan felt sleepy again and his confused mind gradually became empty. As soon as I turned around, a voice came. Ding ding ding. Luoan opened his phone in confusion and looked at the time in disbelief. How come it's 5 o'clock already? Luoan felt upset and anxious. Do you know that feeling where you're just dazed for a while and then the point comes? So sad, woo-woo. Luoan shed tears of regret. Oh God, if you give me another chance, I will sleep well. Looking at the culprit, Luoan's resentment grew deeper and deeper. Dog system. Having said that, Luoan directly put the ring away and threw it into the bedside table with a click. No! Xiaohua was startled, but she reacted quickly and tried to grab him with her little hands anxiously. But she couldn't touch him anyway. Bye. Luoan said to Xiaohua with a smile. You are bad. Xiaohua looked at him aggrievedly, tears welled up in her eyes and then fell. Luoan looked a little surprised, but her tears fell to the ground and disappeared. I see. Luoan understood that even the tears she shed were virtual. I don't want to be your system anymore. Xiaohua pursed her lips and spoke with great frustration, her whole body even shaking from crying. I was wrong, don't cry. Luoan quickly took out the ring and placed it in front of her again. Oh. Is that all? Luoan was a little surprised. It seems that the ring is really her most precious thing, otherwise she wouldn't have such a reaction. Thinking of this, Luoan couldn't help but feel a little guilty, as if he had bullied a little girl. Luoan, get up and eat. Li Chunhua shouted outside the door. Oh, get out now. Luoan responded, changed his clothes and put the Qinglu ring into his pocket. Can you put yours away first? Otherwise it might be discovered if you leave it here. Luoan bent down, tried to keep his tone calm, and asked gently. Tisk, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Here you go. Xiaohua deliberately turned her head away and spoke in a somewhat arrogant tone. Hey. Luoan didn't say much, just looked at her helplessly. Sure enough, when his hand touched the ring, Xiaohua's eyes stared at him. I was afraid that Luoan would not hold it firmly and it would fall to the ground. After putting it away, Luoan greeted Xiaohua, then opened the door and walked out. Little ring, you must wait for me. Xiaohua waved reluctantly at the ring, then walked out looking back every few steps. When they arrived at the dining table, Li Chunhua was the only one eating. Luoan was a little confused. Usually his father was the most active in eating, but Zhang Min didn't come this time. Mom, what about Dad? Luoan then picked up a bun and asked puzzledly. He was tired yesterday. Li Chunhua's face suddenly turned red and she quickly stopped talking. I beat him up yesterday and he couldn't get up. Ah. So cruel. Luoan took a deep breath and felt somewhat relieved. P.S. This is a post I made on time. I am currently struggling in school. Omega. Chapter 93, Dad was beaten so badly that his face turned yellow. After dinner, Luoan wanted to visit Luo Hai who was tortured because of him, but when he reached the door, he was suddenly stopped by Li Chunhua. Look at what he's doing. He deserves it. As she said that, Li Chunhua pushed Luoan and was about to leave. Mom, I'd better go and take a look. After all. Luoan felt a little guilty inside, after all, he was the one who informed the secret. What are you looking at? Go, go. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, Li Chunhua resorted to a hard approach and grabbed one of his hands and threatened him. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Seeing this, Luoan didn't dare to say anything more, for fear that his mother would hit him in the next second. Luoan opened the door and walked out reluctantly. Just as Li Chunhua closed the door, Luo Hai walked out. Bang! Before Luoan could take a few more glances, she closed the door without hesitation. Was he beaten so hard? His face turned yellow. Luoan was a little surprised, and cold sweat broke out on his palms unconsciously. Damn Luoan, what are you daydreaming about? Tang Qingluo came out and said with some dissatisfaction. Oh, nothing. Luoan turned around and was about to hold her little hand. What are you doing? Tang Qingluo dodged vigilantly, with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Stinky Luoan, don't you want to talk to me at all? Are you just playing around? Why else would he mention the Spring Festival? Will he delay it for a while after the Spring Festival? Impossible. Luoan is so nice to me, he must not be that kind of person. Tang Qingluo felt that her little brain was no longer enough. Although in her heart Luoan was not that kind of person, the feeling of insecurity still made her unable to stop thinking about it. Girl, are you still daydreaming? Luoan walked over with a smile. No. Of course Tang Qingluo would not admit it, but her little mouth pouted in grievance. Silly girl, don't think too much, it's just these few days. Ah. Don't lie to me. Tang Qingluo looked at him in surprise, and her little hand unconsciously climbed up Luoan's arm. Certainly. Luoan touched her little head with heartache. He. Tang Qingluo squinted her eyes happily, and smiled at Luoan with a silly look on her little face. I can hold your hand now. As he spoke, Luoan slowly stroked her palm. What a dawdler. Tang Qingluo blushed, grabbed Luoan with her little hand angrily, and pulled him downstairs. This girl. Luoan looked at her pretty back and couldn't help but hug her. The first hug in the morning is for you. Luoan put his chin on her head and wrapped her small hands tightly with his big hands. You bastard. Tang Qingluo was a little shy, with her little head lowered, and said coquettishly. I'm not a gangster, but I'm only a gangster to you. Luoan said in a gentle voice. Then you are my special gangster. In order to get out of gangsterism, you can only gangster me from now on. Do you hear me? Tang Qingluo raised the corners of her mouth, leaned back hard, and lay in his arms like a spoiled child. No. Luoan pushed the girl up, took her hand and walked towards the bicycle. Oops, I forgot to buy it. Tang Qingluo stopped with a look of annoyance. I won tea by it, No matter how comfortable the cushion is, it can't be as comfortable as Luoan's abdominal muscles. Abdominal muscles, here I come, Omega. Luoan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this.
It's okay. You can buy it anytime, as long as you don't mind Daliang. Chapter 90 for the miserable Tian-go. After saying that, Luoan got into the car and waited for the girl to get in. Hee, that's great, I can feel my abdominal muscles again. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo happily sat on it and put his arms around his waist skillfully. I'm sitting tight. Tang Qingluo called out coquettishly, and then put her little hand in. Seeing this, Luoan just smiled dotingly. It was inevitable that passers-by would look at their combination, and even though she had experienced this many times, she still felt a little embarrassed. Wow, Luoan, why are those people staring at me? I'm so scared. As he said that, Tang Qingluo pulled open Luoan's clothes and got in. Let my abdominal muscles comfort my wounded heart. Luoan didn't dare to move, his entire body was standing with only his two legs standing still. It's so tiring, Luoan sighed and then increased his speed. When they arrived at the school, Luoan quickly stopped the car and gently grabbed the troublemaking Tang Qingluo out. Ah, no, I haven't touched your abdominal muscles enough. Tang Qingluo looked at him resentfully, then jumped out of the car angrily. We're at school, Nizi. Luoan walked forward gently and smoothed her messy hair. Oh. Tang Qingluo pursed her pink lips and responded reluctantly. When he entered the classroom, the first person Luoan saw was Tian-go, who was wrapped in bandages. Seeing Tian-go's expression, he laughed unceremoniously. Girl, look over there. Luoan couldn't stop smiling, and while talking he pulled Tang Qingluo to watch it up close. Qingluo, thank you. When Tian-go saw Tang Qingluo coming over, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. The goddess is so nice that she came to see me specially. I must not let her down. He looked at the doll in his arms with a determined look, and couldn't help but reveal a silly smile on his face. Everyone, Tian-go is going to make trouble again. Ah? Thank me for what? Tang Qingluo frowned slightly and couldn't help but clench her fists. If I say this for no reason, it will easily lead to Brother Luoan's misunderstanding, okay? If you weren't wrapped in bandages, I would beat you to death, you ugly bastard. Tang Qingluo thought angrily, and the coldness on his face became more and more obvious. But Tian-go, who was a bootlicker, naturally couldn't see it, because everyone had treated him like this before. Qingluo, you don't have to tell me. I know everything. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make it through last night. After saying that, Tian-go stood up tremblingly. This is a souvenir I brought from the hospital, for you. He stretched out his hand and handed over an ugly doll with drops of blood on it. Need not. Tang Qingluo's face turned cold and he said with some disgust. Seeing this scene, Luoan originally wanted to teach Tian-go a lesson, but now he thought of a better way. Girl, here's a bracelet for you, do you like it? Luoan took out from his pocket a small silver bracelet that came with the ring he bought yesterday. Luoan. Is this the gift you bought for me? Tang Qingluo's face was filled with excitement, and tears welled up in her peach blossom eyes. If I don't buy it for you, who else can I buy it for? Luoan. Tang Qingluo opened her pink lips slightly and slowly stretched out her little hand. Luoan. Put it on for me. She said this shyly, looking at Luoan affectionately with her peach blossom eyes. Tian-go, no, Qingluo. Roll. Tang Qingluo turned his head and cursed harshly, using his small hands to try his best to control the urge to hit someone. Chapter 95, so domineering but I like it so much. Tian-go was slightly startled and wanted to say something, but was scared back by Luoan's look. Luoan. Tang Qingluo calmed down and extended his hand again. Meeting his gaze, Luoan gently put the bracelet on her. Thank you, Luoan, I really like it. Tang Qingluo stroked the bracelet, and stars appeared in his eyes. Muah. She couldn't help but kiss Luoan on the side of his face, then she lowered her head shyly, not daring to look him in the face. Stinky Luoan, I really, really like you. No. Tian-go's eyes, which were still slightly bloodshot, widened red and he shouted hoarsely. What are you yelling for? Lin Xingyi suddenly walked in at this time, and as soon as she entered the door, she saw Tian-go barking like a dog. After being scolded, Tian-go immediately shut his mouth and sat down staggeringly. You stinky little brother, you're making it look quite romantic. Lin Xingyi walked up to Luoan and said jokingly. Of course. Luoan laughed and secretly held the soft little hand from below. Tang Qingluo, who was standing aside, was too embarrassed to speak. Stinky Luoan said everything, it's so embarrassing. Okay, brother, stop talking nonsense and take your girlfriend back home. Lin Xingyi rolled her eyes at him and whispered in his ear.
Hearing this, Luowen said nothing more. He took Tang Qingluo's hand and returned to his seat. Luowen, why did you buy this for me? Tang Qingluo turned the bracelet and asked with some confusion. You'll know by evening. Luowen deliberately didn't say it, just to leave her in suspense.
Smelly Luowen, I don't care, tell me now, or I will beat you. Tang Qingluo raised his little fist threateningly, looking at him fiercely with his peach blossom eyes.
Stinky Luowen, don't tell me anything. You big bad guy, you stinky guy, you just keep me hanging.
Little girl, don't be so fierce. I promise you, I'll tell you tonight, and you will definitely be happy. Luowen took her hand and rubbed it, looking sincere.
TSK, you big liar, you've lied to me so many times. I absolutely will not believe you.
Tang Qingluo raised her head proudly, her pink cheeks puffed up like a sulking little hamster.
Little girl.
Luowen raised his hand and gently held her in his arms. Don't be angry, I promise to make you happy this time.
Everyone, it's not over yet. I'm almost dying of fullness.
Qingluo, I will definitely get you back, wait for me.
Bang!
Tiango slammed the table angrily, almost killing him.
You big bad guy, let me go, you always act like a hooligan. Forehead. Luowen was speechless.
He hardly used any strength just now, and the girl just laid down in him automatically.
You stinky guy, you are always so overbearing, but I like it so much. Omega.
Tang Qingluo blushed, looked up at him and said, if you dare to lie to me this time, I will never talk to you again.
I won't lie to you. I swear to you now. As he spoke, Luowen raised his right hand and said, Luowen, send. Stinky Luowen, shut up.
Tang Qingluo covered his mouth angrily and pinched him fiercely with his little hand.
If you dare to say something like that again, I will bite your mouth off. Got it, little fool.
Luowen felt warm in his heart and hugged Tang Qingluo tightly in his arms a few times. Don't use so much force, you bad guy.
Tang Qingluo was hugged a little tightly by Luowen, and she said coquettishly with some shyness. Eh? You stinky little brother, you really don't take me, your sister, seriously.
Lin Xingyi was fascinated by what she saw, but still a little angry.
Ahem.
Lin Xingyi coughed lightly a few times, then rolled her eyes at Luowen.
Damn Luowen, are you ashamed? Your sister has seen it, let me go now. Tang Qingluo noticed Lin Xingyi's gaze and suddenly felt ashamed. You big bad guy, if you don't let go, I will bite you. Tang Qingluo's delicate body kept twisting, trying to break free from Luowen's arms. What's the matter?
As he said that, Luowen pulled the curtain over to cover the two of them. Lin Xingyi couldn't believe it and immediately ran over to punish her brother. But as soon as he stood up, he thought of something. It didn't matter if his little brother lost face, but Qingluo was still inside. Thinking of this, she had no choice but to sit down in disappointment.
Girl, it's all right now, isn't it?
He who tries to cover his ears to steal the bell. Tang Qingluo turned his head away and refused to pay attention to him. Stinky Luowen, if you don't coax me, I will definitely ignore you.
Actually, I'm easy to please, like my abdominal muscles, chest muscles, and... Thinking of her little hand, I couldn't help but touch it. Luowen smiled and didn't stop him.
He just changed his position so that the girl could lie in his arms.
Big bad guy, stinky hooligan. Tang Qingluo nestled in Luowen's arms and patted him gently.
The two looked at each other in silence, reaching a certain level of tacit understanding.
After a while, Luowen and Tang Qingluo saw that it was about time, so they came out. There was still a slight blush on Tang Qingluo's little face. The stinky little brother finally came out.
Lin Xingyi felt a little resentful, and secretly decided to teach her naughty brother a lesson.
Okay, everyone, time is almost up, put your books away. Luowen moved the chair and walked up as usual. As soon as I reached the podium, I was met with Lin Xingyi's resentful gaze. Sister.
Luowen tentatively put the bench on the ground, and when he saw that she didn't react, he bravely sat on it.
Stinky little brother, now you don't even care about your sister?
Lin Xingyi said with some dissatisfaction.
Sister, how could I not take you seriously? Luowen quickly made excuses and secretly moved away. Brother, if you dare to bully Qingluo again, I will beat you, you know that.
As Lin Xingyi spoke, she stretched out her little hand.
Ah!
Luowen cried out in pain, looking at his slightly purple arm. Luowen looked at her warily.
Come back, I won't beat you anymore. Lin Xingyi took the initiative to move to the side and said, "This time it's because you don't take me, your sister, seriously. This time, my naughty brother is still not punished lightly, but next time it may not be the same." Profound. Luowen moved over slowly, but his eyes were still wary of her. P.S. You may feel that the quality of these chapters is a bit poor, but there is nothing I can do about it. What you see are all my drafts that I worked on late into the night. I have to go to school and I don't know when I will be back, so this is all I can do. Chapter 96 Lin Xingyi's Explosive Magic. Luowen started to do the questions, and Lin Xingyi stopped bothering him and went to prepare the things he would need later. After half an hour, Luowen checked it once and put down the pen and paper when he found no mistakes. "Brother, you've finished writing, right?" Lin Xingyi's fox eyes blinked and she kept glancing at Luowen's test paper. "I guess so." Luowen responded somewhat helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyi quickly took out a deck of cards from somewhere and placed them in front of Luowen. "Brother, let me show you a magic trick. Let me show you how powerful my sister is," Lin Xingyi said as she casually pulled out 2 cards and placed them on her fingertips. "Look, I only have 1 card in my hand." Lin Xingyi quietly aligned the 2 cards together and showed them to him. "Yes, a card," Luowen said against his will. "Stinky brother, see clearly." As soon as the words fell, Lin Xingyi turned the card over at an extremely slow speed. "See if the number on the card has changed, and see if I am awesome, little brother." Lin Xingyi raised her head, her fox eyes curved into a smile, and her face was full of smug expression. "Wow, sister, you are amazing. How did you change?" Luowen's tone was very exaggerated, and he also applauded. Low key, low key. Lin Xingyi was flattered by the praise and her little hands unconsciously rested on her head. Scratch. All the cards in her hand fell out and fell right in front of Luowen. "Wow, sister, you are so amazing, you can conjure 2 cards out of thin air." Luowen pretended to be surprised and picked up the card casually. "Sister, please don't perform this in front of others." As he said that, Luowen put the cards back into the card box. "Why? Do you look down on me?" Lin Xingyi's fox eyes dimmed instantly. "I knew I had become nothing." "No, sister, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that your magic is too powerful and might scare people." "Stinky brother, do you think your sister is so easy to fool?" Lin Xingyi couldn't help but find it funny. "This naughty little brother is so cute." "Sister." Luowen was a little embarrassed, and then said, "Sister, your magic is actually pretty good, it just lacks a little bit of skill." "Okay, you naughty brother, I won't beat you, and you don't have to lie to me anymore." Lin Xingyi looked at him speechlessly. "Really?" Luowen expressed disbelief. "You're such a big-headed bastard." Hearing her stinky brother say this, Lin Xingyi, who was not angry at first, suddenly felt a surge of nameless anger. "Stinky brother, I know you look down on your sister." As she spoke, Lin Xingyi's small hand touched the inside of Luowen's arm. "Sister, let's talk it over." Luowen quickly stopped and stepped back cautiously. "Sister, why are you still playing tricks on me? Didn't you agree not to hit me?" "Who said that? Why didn't I hear it?" Lin Xingyi turned his head to the side and said shamelessly. "Sister, no." Luowen looked at her and finally gave up struggling. It is not advisable to reason with a girl. "Brother, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. If you look down on me again, I'll let Xing Luo beat you up." Lin Xingyi threatened fiercely, and her little hand had already touched Luowen's clothes. "There's such a good thing. I promise." Luowen agreed with both hands. "Stinky brother." Lin Xingyi was completely irritated by him, and she twisted her hand mercilessly. "It doesn't hurt." Luowen endured the pain, he must not lose face as a man. "Yeah?" Lin Xingyi's eyes turned slightly, and her little hands suddenly exerted force again. "Ah. Sister, let's talk nicely." Chapter 97 Small System Defense Break. In the end, this farce ended with Luowen losing his male dignity. "Brother, I'll let you go this time." After Lin Xingyi said this coquettishly, she ignored him. "You naughty little brother, if you dare to say that to your sister again, you must play mixed doubles with Xing Luo." Thinking of Lin Xingyi, she couldn't help but clench her little pink fists. After a while, the bell for the end of the exam finally rang. When Luowen heard the voice, he didn't want to stay for even a second. He walked away without any hesitation, and at the same time looked at her with resentment. "It's really violent. Stinky brother, Are you thinking bad things about your sister? Lin Qingyi's eyes accidentally met Luowen's eyes.
No, I can't think bad things about anyone but me.
Luowen smiled flatteringly, his tone very sincere. You better be.
Lin Qingyi squinted her fox eyes and looked at him scrutinizingly. After a long while, she saw that there was nothing unusual, so she waved her hand in disappointment and said, "Stinky brother, get out of here."
Okay. After saying that, Luowen left without looking back. How did the stinky Luowen do on the test?
As soon as Luowen returned to his seat, Tang Qingluo came over and called out sweetly.
Average, third in the world. First. Xiao Hua corrected him rigorously.
Little system, please don't speak, or I may not be able to get your little ring. Luowen looked at her with a teasing look in his eyes. Dog system, let's see how rampant you can be now.
You are despicable. Xiao Hua flew up angrily and kept blaming him. Big bad guy, let me warn you, you actually dare to threaten me, you are really not a human being.
Oh, everyone, come and see, a big gangster is bullying an underage little system.
Xiao Hua collapsed miserably on the desk and spoke aggrievely. Luowen ignored her and just shifted his gaze to Tang Qingluo and washed his eyes. Damn Luowen, you're lying to me again.
Tang Qingluo pouted and angrily hit Luowen a few times with her little hands.
If you don't believe it, forget it. Luowen spread her hands helplessly.
She didn't believe this girl when she told her the truth, but she was so cute when she lied to her.
Okay, little girl, the exam is over, let's stop talking about this and go out for a walk.
After saying that, Luowen stood up and took her hand.
Whatever.
Anyway, wherever the big liar goes, I go.
Tang Qingluo said as if he didn't care, raising his little head proudly. How come this girl is still so cute? If I punch you, you'll probably cry for a long time.
Xiao Hua said slightly excitedly.
Get lost.
The corners of Luowen's mouth twitched a few times, and he tried his best to keep his emotions normal. Looking at Tang Qingluo's pretty face again, Luowen instantly felt in a good mood.
As expected, this little girl is a human-shaped healing device.
Just seeing her can make your bad mood half better.
There are also more advanced functions that only he can enjoy. Thinking of this, Luowen couldn't help but smile happily.
Pervert, so disgusting. Xiao Hua looked at her with disdain, and then said disdainfully, a liar like you, a bad guy, bullies a small system. It's a great blessing for you to have a girlfriend like Sister Qingluo. Luowen did not rush to refute, but instead said in a teasing tone, hey, you are right, Qingluo is my girlfriend, are you angry, dog system? And I remember a certain dog system that didn't even seem to have heard of a boyfriend or anything like that. P.S. You may be a little confused at this point, why there are only 2 chapters in these 2 days. The real reason is that I don't have enough time, but I don't want to stop updating, so I have to update once a day.
Chapter 98, Stinky Luowen Straight Man. Stinky Luowen.
Xiao Hua felt that he had touched her sore spot, her face turned red, and she stared at him angrily.
You big bad guy, this system is really unlucky to follow you.
The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the angrier she became, and finally she leaned over to his ear and spoke angrily.
Then you're out of luck. Luowen smiled at her provocatively and ignored her. Little girl, stop being angry and follow me for a walk. Luowen stood up with a smile. Whatever. Tang Qingluo looked as if he didn't care, and his proud little expression made Luowen laugh. Let's go then.
After saying that, Luowen took her hand and walked out of the classroom.
Stinky Luowen, where are you taking me? Tang Qingluo turned her head slightly and asked with a slightly red face. Let's go on a date. Ah? Stinky Luowen, what did you say?
Tang Qingluo blushed when she heard this, and her little hands shook happily unconsciously.
Ah, Stinky Luowen, you said you were going on a date. With me, he. Damn Luowen, if you act like a hooligan later, I won't pay any attention to you. Stinky Luowen, you can do whatever you want, but you must be responsible for me, Omega.
Luowen saw this girl whose steps became lighter, but her little mouth was pouting as she threatened fiercely.
Got it. I will never act like a hooligan. Luowen leaned close to his ear and said teasingly. Ah? Tang Qingluo's delicate little face collapsed visibly. You stinky Luowen, you just believe whatever I say. You stinky straight man, you big bad guy, you make me so mad, Girl, why do you look a little unhappy? Luowen held back his laughter and asked in a puzzled tone. You stinky Luowen, you're still asking, if you don't behave like a hooligan to me later, I'll beat you up.
Although I thought so in my heart, but when it came to her little mouth, my meaning changed. Who wouldn't be happy? I'm very happy. I'm so happy that there are no bad guys doing this. Tang Qingluo puffed up her cheeks and turned her head away, not wanting to pay any attention to this stinky guy. Luoan almost laughed, but he held it back. After glancing to the side, he took Tang Qingluo's little hand and walked to the pavilion. But what if I can't help being naughty with you? Tang Qingluo gave Luoan angrily a look and was about to sit down when Luoan suddenly hugged him tightly. Luoan smiled and hugged her from behind, and the tiny girl was instantly embraced by him. You bastard, you big bad guy. Tang Qingluo turned around, leaned on his chest, and pounded him twice symbolically with her little hands. Luoan looked down at her. This girl is really the queen of saying one thing and thinking another. Hee, you stinky Luoan, you've got to be smart this time, otherwise I won't let you go. As for the lie you just told me, I can just use something hard to make up for it. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo's little hand reached into Luoan's arms, and then a silly smile appeared on his face. It's still so hard, Sigma. The brother only feels sorry for the older sister and doesn't even look at the younger sister. It's because the younger sister is a poor little girl who is not loved by anyone. The sound of tea smell pierced Luoan's ears. As expected, he was not very surprised. This damn system is almost always vindictive. I have just broken her defense, so it is normal now. Luoan didn't look at him, but started teasing the girl instead. Is the dog system as important as my little girl? Who wants to care about you? Seeing that Luoan didn't react, Xiaohua glanced aside angrily and ate dog food quietly. Whoa. Chapter 99. I've told you everything, believe it or not. Girl, your little hands are not honest. Smelly Luoan, don't frame me. Tang Qingluo looked at him innocently on the surface, but his little hands were secretly poking at him, preparing to escape for fear of being punished. What is this? Luoan reached out and grabbed a soft little hand. Smelly Luoan, let go of me. Tang Qingluo was shy and lay in his arms, trying hard to take the evidence away. Stinky Luoan, I did it on purpose. Sure enough, he is not only a straight man, but also a bad guy. Tang Qingluo raised his head and looked at him, his peach blossom eyes began to sparkle. Luoan. I just put it in accidentally. If you insist on thinking about it somewhere else, then I can't help it. After saying this, she seemed to have suffered a great injustice, and lay in Luoan's arms, unwilling to look at him. Anyway, I didn't lie to Luoan, and my hands don't have eyes, so how would I know where it went? Oh Omega? Luoan was so stunned by what he heard that he almost lost confidence in himself. No matter how the girl complained to him, he didn't dare to expose her in person, for fear that the girl's attitude would give him a critical hit. But things were different after the confession. Thinking of this, Luoan couldn't help but reveal a slightly lewd smile. Little girl, don't be angry, be good, I just misunderstood you. Luoan stroked her and spoke gently. I don't want to pay attention to you. As he said that, Tang Qingluo lightly punched her again. You only want me to coax you once, I'm not such a casual woman, I want you to coax me at least twice. Hearing his inner voice, Luoan suppressed his laughter and said again, Qingluo, I accidentally blamed you just now, so you can touch my abdominal muscles and everything else at will. Real. Tang Qingluo's eyes suddenly lit up with golden light, and his little hand almost reached in subconsciously. But then he suddenly thought that this seemed too obvious, so he reluctantly stopped talking. Damn Luoan, I don't care about those abdominal muscles. What's so good about touching hard ones? Tang Qingluo's tone was light, but his peach blossom eyes couldn't stop looking at it. Woo, my abdominal muscles. Oh, you must wait for me, I will come back to find you once I am out of the spotlight. Once I take over Luoan, I will definitely visit you 100 times a day. Thinking of this, she seemed not to be so sad anymore. Ah! Luoan suddenly cried out in pain. What's wrong? Tang Qingluo asked anxiously, her delicate body trembling suddenly as she was about to get up. Did I crush you? She thought that the old injury she had caused by pressing him had relapsed. No, it's just that my stomach hurts a little. Luoan said weakly, and then glanced at the girl. Qingluo, can you help me rub it? Ah. Tang Qingluo felt something was wrong. This scene was so familiar. Although she was thinking about it, her little hands were still rubbing gently. She looked at him with distressed eyes, but she accidentally met Luoan's expression of trying not to laugh. Could it be? She had a guess in her mind and her little face blushed shyly.
You stinky Luoan, you really lied to me. If you want me to touch you, just say it directly and put my little hand inside. I won't resist. Damn Luoan, really, always deceiving a simple little white rabbit like me. Forehead. Luoan was speechless. How did he want the girl to touch him? It was just to satisfy the girl's hobby. Although it must be very comfortable to be touched. I just can't control it sometimes. Chapter 100. If a girl who is more perfect than me pursues you, will you agree? Damn Luoan, why are you so careless? Fortunately, I am here. As Tang Qingluo spoke, his small hands moved on Luoan's abdominal muscles, and sometimes almost slipped and touched things he shouldn't touch.
Stinky Luoan, I thought it was unrequited love, but it turns out it's a two-way relationship, touching abdominal muscles.
Tang Qingluo thought beautifully, kept changing positions, and tried a few times.
Since Luoan was just pretending, he simply lay on him again. Damn Luoan, next time something like this happens just call me, I'm your future girlfriend after all. After she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and her mood gradually became a little depressed.
Stinky Luoan, when are you going to confess?
Although the stinky Luoan is talking about these few days, I wonder if the bad guy will be deceived by other girls who are prettier than me during these few days. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo couldn't help but ask, Luoan, if there is a girl who is much prettier than me, has a better temper than me, and is considerate, pursuing you, will you agree?
Just tell me seriously. No matter what your answer is, I won't hit you. Smelly Luoan, if you dare to say yes, I will make sure you never do it. Luoan was a little surprised. Doesn't this girl have a clear understanding of her own looks?
Of all the girls he had ever met since he was a child, none was prettier than this girl.
Silly boy, you are so beautiful, how could there be someone prettier than you? Besides, you are my only one, the kind that no one can replace. Luoan. Tang Qingluo looked at him emotionally with tears in her eyes. Let's never be apart. Forever.
As soon as Luoan finished speaking, he realized something.
Wasn't this what he was going to say in his confession? How come the little girl said it first? What did he say when he confessed his feelings? Oh. I have to think about it again. Actually, I can. Xiao Hua walked over timidly, but obviously with a purpose. No need, I can figure it out quickly with my smart brain. Brother, you. Okay, go ahead. Luoan didn't want to argue with her, so he just listened attentively. Great Luoan was a little surprised. Does this little system know so much? That's because when I have nothing to do, I love.
Realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, the small system stopped immediately.
Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Brother, how could you think of your sister like this? Xiao Hua pretended to be misunderstood and sobbed without tears. Don't pretend. If you don't tell me, I won't agree. Luoan looked at her speechlessly. Why was the dog system still acting up?
It's nothing, I just wanted to take one more look at the ring at night. Xiao Hua said shyly, her two chubby little hands curled up nervously, afraid that Luoan would not agree.
That's it, whatever you want.
Luoan looked magnanimous, not surprised at all as this was also within his expectations.
Yeah, thank you, Luoan. Xiao Hua thanked him cheerfully and then ran away. Finally, Luoan couldn't help laughing.
He spent the little system's money to buy a ring for the little system, and in the end the little system had to beg him. He now feels a little aggrieved for the small system, even though he is the beneficiary. But that didn't stop him from sympathizing with the little system for 2 seconds.
Chapter 101 Confession. Damn Luoan, what are you daydreaming about? Class is about to start. Tang Qingluo grabbed Luoan's hand and said, You bastard, do you still want me to pull you up? She giggled and gave him a light slap on the head. Bad guy, this is back to you, go away now. When school was over in the evening, Luoan couldn't help but feel nervous.
This was the first time he had confessed his feelings in his 2 lifetimes. After leaving the school, he made a phone call as soon as possible. When he was sure that everything was ready, he drove Tang Qingluo to the prepared place.
Stinky Luoan, where are you going? Tang Qingluo looked at him with a silly expression, not noticing anything unusual at all. I'm just going to buy some vegetables. Luoan said with a guilty conscience, not daring to look down at her.
Hearing this, Tang Qingluo laughed delicately. I didn't expect that our young master Luo would actually go shopping for groceries. He didn't dare to say more and could only answer with very simple words, as if he was afraid of being exposed.
Gradually, Tang Qingluo also noticed something was wrong and looked at him suspiciously. Smelly Luoan, you're going to buy groceries, why are you coming to the park? Didn't you know there's a new supermarket in the park? Luoan pretended to be calm and looked at her. Is there? Tang Qingluo didn't completely believe him. But he didn't say much, just observed quietly. After a while, as the surroundings became darker and darker as they went deeper, Tang Qingluo finally realized that something was wrong. Luoan, what on earth are you going to do? She looked at him alertly with her pretty face, and the image of Shirsei appeared unconsciously in her mind. Could it be that stinky Luoan wants to do something bad to me? Should I agree to it? No, I am not that kind of woman. Tang Qingluo's pretty face turned red with thought, and her little hand climbed up Luoan's arm in fear. No. How can I catch him? Luoan is planning something bad to me. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo quickly moved his hand away in fear. Luoan was also feeling uncomfortable at this time, fearing that the little girl would push him down in excitement. Soon Luoan arrived at the designated location, stopped the car, and was about to pick up the little girl. Little girl, come down quickly. No. Tang Qingluo dodged Luoan's arm and jumped down. Luoan, I won't agree to your request. If you think I'm such a casual woman, then I will really. Tang Qingluo didn't say the last few words before tears welled up in her peach blossom eyes. Luoan smiled and said nothing. It's time. 6 symmetrical fountains gushed out at the same time, covering them completely. A large number of fireworks prepared in advance were also ignited and launched into the sky at this time. Bang bang bang. The hidden drones around appeared under the illumination of fireworks, forming a Luoan Tang Qingluo. Tang Qingluo was stunned on the spot. At this time, the drone changed its shape again, be my girlfriend. Another round of fireworks launching into the sky added a sense of fantasy to the picture. She looked at him in disbelief. At this time, Luoan had already walked over with the ring in his hand. She knelt on one knee affectionately. Qingluo, can you be my girlfriend? I only want to be naughty with you in my life. Tang Qingluo's tears kept falling down her cheeks like broken strings. I do. She choked and stretched out her left ring finger. Bang! A giant firework slowly rose into the sky and exploded, and at this time the ring was slowly put on. I will depend on you for the rest of my life. Don't even think about getting rid of me. No, if there is an afterlife, I will depend on you for every life. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Qingluo kissed him. Luoan was slightly stunned. He was kissed forcibly again in this life. Without thinking too much, Luoan went up to her, his thin lips touching every part of her pink lips, and crystal tears slid down her cheeks without stopping. Only when she could no longer bear it did she slowly separate, leaving the two of them entangled by the crystal clear thread. Chapter 102 Xiaohua, is this the adult world? Big bad guy. Tang Qingluo looked at him shyly, but her little hand was still tightly holding Luoan's big hand. Stinky Luoan, you are mine from now on, no one is qualified to take you away. I didn't expect that Stinky Luoan is quite romantic. Just based on this, I should be the happiest girl in the world. After all, there is only one boy in the world who is so attentive even when expressing his feelings, and that is Luoan. And it's mine. Tang Qingluo thought happily, his peach blossom eyes revealing full happiness. This girl, how come she is still so cute? Luoan stretched out his broad arms and gently held the little girl in his arms. Tang Qingluo was like a well-behaved kitten. He didn't resist and lay obediently in Luoan's arms, but his little hands were wandering all over his body restlessly. After a while, Tang Qingluo stretched comfortably, raised her little head, and said in a delicate voice. Stinky Luoan confessed his love, it was like proposing marriage, but I like it. She smiled sweetly, and looked at him happily with her peach blossom eyes. Girl, you absolutely refused just now, why are you? Luoan said teasingly, and couldn't help but poke her little face with his fingers. Smelly Luoan, don't say that. If you say that again, I'll bite you. Ouch. Tang Qingluo felt very guilty and could only pretend to be vicious and threaten. So sweet. Xiaohua watched with a look of enjoyment on her face, and couldn't help but support the couple in her heart. To put it bluntly, she is just a cute little girl. I know, I won't tell anyone. Luoan pretended to be frightened, but his eyes were full of doting. Little girl, mine, he. The initiative is in my hands. Thinking of this, Luoan couldn't help but feel a little proud. With the effect of this confession, his position in his family would be very high in the future. It's no problem to drag my dad across dozens of streets. What Luoan didn't consider was, wow, stinky Luoan, what are you thinking about? Seeing Luoan's proud look, Tang Qingluo couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. This fool, are you so happy that you succeeded in confessing your love to me? Sure enough, this bastard had planned this long ago. I am just a little white rabbit that fell into the trap of a big bad guy. No, I will punish him. I will definitely punish his lips, his abdominal muscles, and all the hard parts of his body in the future. Omega. Forehead. Luoan came back to his senses and looked at the silly-looking girl in front of him with some amusement. Girl, you won't think about anything else, will you? Luoan suddenly exerted force and picked up the cute little princess who was nestling in his arms. Ah! What are you doing? The sudden feeling of weightlessness made her subconsciously hug Luoan's neck tightly, her little face pressed against his face, and she asked in a fierce tone. Nothing, just a little tired from standing. As he said that, Luoan held Tang Qingluo and sat on the bench. Humph, you big bad guy, excuses, all excuses, it's clearly just. Tang Qingluo's cheeks were puffed up, her little face blushed, and she poked Luoan's chest with her fingers like a spoiled child. You big bad guy, you just want my body and you're still looking for excuses. It's you who deserves it. After seeing this, a little white rabbit like me will only end up being eaten up. Alas, poor me. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't stop smiling, and his little head rubbed against Luoan's arms excitedly. My sister is obviously the big bad wolf, is this the adult world? I should stay away from a cute little system like me. Xiaohua kept a distance with a vigilant look on her face, fearing that the big bad wolf Tang Qingluo and the little white rabbit Luoan would divide her up completely. Why is the dog system still acting up? Luoan looked at her speechlessly, then secretly raised his middle finger and greeted her cordially. Sure enough, Xiaohua, who had looked timid just now, instantly put on a kind smile and quickly flew over to congratulate, while constantly talking about traditional Chinese culture. Luoan lowered his head indifferently and automatically blocked the dog system. Just treat her words as a blessing. That is right, it is a blessing, but it's just about the health of parents and the like. After dealing with Xiaohua, Luoan still felt that it would be happier to play with the little girl. Girl, what is it? Luoan asked in a mean tone, his big hands constantly playing with Tang Qingluo's hair. That is right. Tang Qingluo came back to his senses after hearing that, and he mumbled something but couldn't say anything. What? Luoan lowered his head and looked at her teasingly, it won't be that kind of thing. You, hooligan. Tang Qingluo's pretty face flushed, and she punched him in shame and anger. That's called being a hooligan. After all, you are my girlfriend. After saying that, Luoan didn't give Tang Qingluo time to react and gently kissed her pink lips. So sweet. You. Although Tang Qingluo had taken the initiative to kiss the stinky Luoan before, after calming down, she was still shy and at a loss when he kissed her. Stinky Luoan, boo-hoo, I don't want to pay attention to you, anyway, I'm your girlfriend now, you big bad guy can do whatever you want. Anyway, you're a big pervert. Chapter 103 The Punishment Begins. Tang Qingluo, who was extremely embarrassed, just started to act like a loser, her little mouth pouted in grievance, her peach blossom eyes guilty, and she didn't dare to look at him, for fear that she would not be able to hold back and dive into his arms the next moment. Smelly Luoan, I'm just a delicate little girl, I don't have any power to resist, come if you want. But I will strongly resist and try my best to prevent you, the big bad guy, from coming in. Here it refers to the mouth. I believe that honest readers will not misunderstand it. Poof. Poochie Luoan couldn't help but laugh at the cute look of the little girl. You big bad guy, you're still laughing. Tang Qingluo raised her little pink fist in shame and anger and said fiercely, Stinky Luoan, if you dare to laugh again, I will punish you. When she talked about punishment, her voice suddenly weakened, and her little pink fist gradually retracted into her arms. Wow, how do I punish this bad guy? Beat him? No. The thought in Tang Qingluo's mind was instantly thrown away by her. She didn't want her boyfriend to get hurt, even a little bit. This is so annoying. There is no other way, I can only punish his lips. What? Luoan was a little confused. Is this punishment serious? But on second thought, the girl probably isn't that bold yet, so he judged it to be serious. Moo-ah. Before Luoan could finish his thought, Tang Qingluo bit his lips with an expression like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Bite you.
Tang Qingluo uttered confused words from her little mouth and her pointed canine teeth gently bit Luowen's lips a few times. Why didn't Luowen react? Was the punishment too light? I still need to be wronged after seeing this, there is really nothing I can do about him sigma sigma. Muah. 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 Luowen stared blankly at the girl in front of him who gave him 3 consecutive critical hits on the lips. Although I couldn't believe it, I still went forward subconsciously. Don't miss this great deal. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Qingluo was defeated again. Her pink lips were slightly open, she was breathing in fragrance, and her delicate little face was flushed. Damn. Luowen. This is just a lesson. I will never bother you next time. Tang Qingluo pretended to be serious as he spoke, but he couldn't stop breathing heavily. How embarrassing. Why are you still panting? It's all because of this bad guy. No, I must do it more vigorously and more frequently next time. Punish him severely. She thought secretly in her heart, and from time to time a silly smile appeared on her little face. Girl, I get it. I won't dare to do it again next time. Luowen touched her little head with a smile to comfort her, but his lips were constantly pursed as he recalled what had happened just now. It's really sweet. That's more like it. But since your nature is too bad and seriously violates the boyfriend code, I will punish another part of your body as well. Hearing this, Luowen just looked at her lovingly and responded gently, without exposing the girl's little thoughts. Tang Qingluo nodded his little head with satisfaction, then reached out his sinful hand to the hard part. Of course it's the abdominal muscles. I don't know which group of old perverts have the wrong idea, and the author is too embarrassed to expose it. Yes. Poor little brothers with abdominal muscles, did you miss your sister? I am here to see you. He. Is this something that my underage system can watch without paying? Xiaohua rarely covered her eyes, but then slowly took them away. It's not impossible, carat omega carat. Chapter 104. I've been planning this for a long time. After 5 minutes, Tang Qingluo pulled his hand out contentedly, and at the same time, something suddenly occurred to his dull head. Damn Luowen, how did you get the money to buy a ring? It must be very expensive. Although he said this, his eyes never left the sparkling diamond ring. Why didn't I notice the diamond ring on my finger just now? It's all Luowen's fault. He confused me. It's made of diamonds. How did Luowen have the money to buy it? The more Tang Qingluo thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and he looked over with some confusion in his peach blossom eyes. Is this a ring? She murmured as she looked at the same ring in Luowen's hand. The little head was full of doubts at this moment. Smelly Luowen, tell me. Where did you get those arrangements and the ring on your hand? Tang Qingluo straightened his body, forced himself to break free from Luowen, and his tone was unusually stern. It's not her fault. After all, Luowen is just a student. Even if he works for a short period of time, he won't make that much money. Aunt Lee wouldn't give him money either. At this moment, a bad idea came into her mind. Luowen won't do anything illegal, right? Impossible, impossible. Tang Qingluo's mind was in a mess. She believed in Luowen's character, but it was hard not to be suspicious of this inexplicable money. She didn't want Luowen to go in, she didn't want Luowen to get hurt, but... Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo's tears instantly burst out. Luowen. Let's go together. Luowen? These words were spoken with great determination, almost gritting his teeth. If Luowen really went in, it would be better for them to go together. After all, she can't live without Luowen. Luowen was stunned watching from the side and didn't react for a while. You stupid idiot. Hurry up and comfort your girlfriend. Xiaohua was anxious. Why was this idiot Luowen still looking at her? She really wanted to kick him to death. Oh, yeah. Luowen recovered from his shock and immediately hugged the sobbing girl into his arms with eyes full of heartache. Why are you thinking nonsense? Are you thinking that I'm going to be arrested because the money I made is not legitimate? Get out of the way. Tang Qingluo pounded her hands in anger, not listening to Luowen's words at all. Her mind was now filled with thoughts on how to exonerate Luowen. But now this bad guy is actually hugging me, which makes me so angry. This silly girl. Luowen helplessly laid her legs flat, and spoke in her ear in an extremely ambiguous posture. Silly boy, I have already planned this, so don't let your imagination run wild. Remember when we were in elementary school?
I said I would marry you someday, and that's when I started saving money. Really? Tang Qingluo stopped struggling, but continued to sob. Of course. Luowen said this with a sincere look on his face, almost writing the two big words on his face. Sorry. After getting Luowen's affirmation, Tang Qingluo felt guilty instantly. Not only did she doubt him, she even couldn't remember when Luowen had said those words to her. Suddenly, Tang Qingluo felt that he was not worthy of Luowen's affection. I really am. I really want to slap you to death, Tang Qingluo. Even Luowen didn't believe it just now. Listening to Tang Qingluo's inner thoughts, Luowen looked away feeling a little guilty. He actually never said that sentence at all. In fact, when he was in elementary school, he was still thinking about how to pin Tang Qingluo to the ground and rub him. Because at that time Tang Qingluo not only controlled him in everything, but even when a little girl let him play with her, she would tell the teacher and accuse him of harassing girls. But Luowen was too angry to speak out, which made him very worried. Chapter 105, Protecting Food. Pudam scumbag. Xiaohua was so angry watching from the side that she clenched her hands unconsciously. Luowen glanced at her secretly and ignored her. Instead he comforted Tang Qingluo with a gentle look on his face. How can you say sorry, silly girl? It's my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to you. I should have said it, I made you misunderstand. Luowen. Tang Qingluo looked at him with emotion, and his scorching gaze made Luowen feel a little guilty. After a long time, she snuggled into Luowen's arms again and said coquettishly, Stinky Luowen, why didn't you confess earlier? I've been worried all day that you'll be snatched away by some other bad woman. I said I would give you an unforgettable ceremony, but I didn't save enough money. Luowen hooked her nose lovingly and spoke in a gentle tone. Actually, you don't have to be like this. In my eyes, as long as you confess your love to me, it will be the most unforgettable. Do you still regard me as the same as those vain girls, Stinky Luowen? Tang Qingluo said seriously, looking at him with a slightly scrutinizing look. Yes, that's what he thinks. Sister, beat him to death. Also, he is lying to you. Don't be fooled by this bastard. The little flower flew excitedly to Tang Qingluo's ear and chattered non-stop, but unfortunately she couldn't hear a word. Stupid bee. Luowen pushed Tang Qingluo into his arms provocatively, and at the same time said lightly to the dog system in his heart. You are really not a human being. I won't talk to you anymore. Xiaohua didn't know why, but she felt a little sad after being scolded by Luowen. The little mouth held it in for a long time before finally uttering these few words, and then disappeared. Seeing the dog system being driven away, Luowen was not surprised at all, and instead started teasing the girl. What's wrong? Don't you like this kind of confession? How about we break up and do it again? You dare! When Tang Qingluo heard the word break up, he could no longer sit still. The two peach blossom eyes stared at her fiercely, and her little face looked a little aggrieved. This little girl is so cute. Luowen was so fascinated by the scene that he pinched her cheeks unconsciously with his big hands. Didn't you say no? I only want the best for you. Luowen looked at him pretending to be sad, sighing from time to time. No, Stinky Luowen, that's not what I meant. Tang Qingluo anxiously covered Luowen's mouth to stop him from speaking. How can Luowen be so stupid? He even misunderstood what I said. Could it be that he cares about me, so he is so stupid? But I just want you to be happy. Before Tang Qingluo could think about it, Luowen moved her little hand away and spoke tentatively. You Stinky Luowen, don't be so stupid next time. Tang Qingluo hugged his neck passionately and bit it gently with her little mouth. She felt so bad for Luowen now, she didn't expect Luowen to care about her so much. Stinky Luowen really becomes stupid when he falls in love with someone, he even cares about every word I say. You are really silly but kind of cute. If other stinky women saw you like this, they would eat you up. No, I have to be more careful in the future. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo immediately became alert, turned his little head quietly, and observed as if protecting his food. You stinky ladies, you don't stand a chance. Chapter 106. You actually stretched out that. Poochie. Luowen couldn't help laughing out loud, but then he immediately stopped laughing and kept his eyes on the sidelines. He was afraid that the girl would find out and hit his waist, which he couldn't bear. He is also responsible for the girl's future happiness. But the imagined storm did not come, but instead came Tang Qingluo's gentle words. Silly, are you so happy just because of what I said? Luowen? You don't have to say anything, I know everything. Don't be like this in the future, Stinky Luowan. It would hurt me to see you being so cautious. Moo-ah. Just as Luowan was about to speak, he was kissed by a pair of pink lips, but the kiss didn't last long before they separated. This is a reward for you. And I really like you so much that I can't be separated from you for the rest of my life. No, it's several lifetimes. Tang Qingluo said this with a blushing face, her little hands unconsciously clenching the corner of her clothes. Stinky Luowan must be so happy. Hee, you're still shy to say it out loud. Silly girl, I like you too, and we will be inseparable for several lifetimes. Luowan looked at her with great fondness. Is there anything that can prove it? Tang Qingluo looked at him awkwardly, but his eyes were full of expectation. What? Luowan looked at her in confusion, wondering if the little girl wanted something. That's right, you have to prove it, otherwise I won't believe it. Tang Qingluo puffed up her cheeks angrily, crossed her arms in front of her, and didn't look at him. Stinky Luowan is still so stupid, he doesn't even know how I proved it just now. You big fool, do you still want me to say it myself? I really don't want to pay attention to you. Luowan was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It turned out that his little girl wanted a kiss. It was a good thing that she had always been forced to kiss him, and now it was his turn. He wants the peasants to become landlords. Just as Tang Qingluo was thinking about finding an excuse to kiss her, the warm touch had already hit his lips. Her peach blossom eyes widened instantly, but after a moment she greeted him with satisfaction. Stinky Luowan will forgive you this time, hum? Perhaps after a while, Tang Qingluo lay in his arms, panting and with a flushed face. Damn Luowan, you are a hooligan. Tang Qingluo was too embarrassed to look him in the face. She hadn't expected that this bad guy would actually stick out his tongue. You kissed me forcefully a few times, too. Luowan said with a smile, while playing with her jade hands. What's the difference? I'm punishing you. Tang Qingluo was exposed, her pretty face instantly lost control, and her little pink fist quickly hit Luowan's arms. And you actually. Tang Qingluo was too embarrassed to finish her words, but Luowan still knew what she was referring to. He had his reasons for doing so. In his previous life, Tang Qingluo took almost all of Luowan's virginity, and every time she was like a big bad wolf, dividing up the sweet little white rabbit. In this life, he must show his masculinity and not be taken advantage of by this little girl. Don't you need to worry about these details? Luowan smiled awkwardly and held Tang Qingluo in his arms again. You bad guy, you even found an excuse. If it were any other girl, they would beat you to death. I am not one of them, but your girlfriend. Tang Qingluo deliberately emphasized the last few words. P.S. Short and weak. Chapter 107. Follow me into the house. It was as if she was telling Luowan that all those women were bad and that only she, his girlfriend, would be truly kind to him. Seeing Tang Qingluo like this, Luowan couldn't help but laugh again. What's wrong? Do you think there is something wrong with what I just said? Tang Qingluo's tone was cold, and although her face was still a little flushed, her little hand had already touched his waist. No, I just think you're so cute. Luowan didn't dare to tease her, so he had to answer seriously. That's not bad. Hearing this, Tang Qingluo slowly withdrew her hand, and her tone became soft again, without any trace of the coldness from before. Luowan swallowed his saliva in fear. Jealous girls are indeed the scariest. If he had said a wrong word just now, his precious kidney might be gone now. Silly, what are you daydreaming about? It's getting late. Go home. All right. Luowan looked at the time and saw that it was indeed getting late, so he prepared to get up and leave. But suddenly he found that the girl was sitting on him. Just as he was about to ask, he heard her thoughts. If you dare to leave me like this, Luowan, you'll just have to wait for me. Luowan was stunned for a moment, and looked down at the harmless girl. The contrast was quite big. Although he was thinking about it, he still picked up the little girl. He didn't want to suffer in vain. What are you doing, Luowan? It's not like I can't walk. It's just a few steps away. Humph, I think you just want to be a hooligan. Luowan didn't say anything and let the girl act in front of him. I just don't know if this will happen again when I do certain exercises in the future. Thinking of this, a lewd smile immediately appeared on Luowan's face. Hey, Stinky Luowan, why are you laughing so obscenely? Tang Qingluo looked at him warily. Her woman's sixth sense told her that this bad guy must be thinking about something terrible. But before she could think more, Luowen's mother called. After picking up the phone and plugging in the Luowen connector, the sound went silent and it didn't turn on until about 10 seconds later. "You little bastard, you're fooling around there again. Is your skin itchy again?" Li Chuanhua's voice was very loud, and she was obviously angry. "Yes, wife, you see I am getting more and more out of line every day, let's teach him a lesson together when he comes back." Luo Hai's flattering voice came from the phone, and Luowen's mouth twitched involuntarily. He is really his great father. Wow, Mom, Dad still has 500 yuan in his shoe cabinet. As soon as the words fell, the other side fell silent. Tang Qingluo listened blankly on the side. He was already accustomed to this kind of thing. To be honest, he was quite envious. But fortunately, he has Luowen now. He must treat him like this in the future and not let him spend money indiscriminately, otherwise the money for the childless milk powder will be squandered by her. Really? Hearing the inner voice, Luowen couldn't help but ask, his voice visibly trembling. Tang Qingluo ignored it. She thought it was Luowen who said this to Aunt Li, even though the sentence was very strange. Pa. Ah. Finally, there was a sound coming from the other side, just a few crisp sounds and a few screams from Luo Hai. "Elbow, follow me into the house." Luowen couldn't help but worry about his father. The last time he entered the house, his father's face was stained yellow from being beaten. "You should go home quickly, or I'll be in trouble." After saying this, Lin Chunhua decisively hung up the phone. Chapter 108, The Cell Phone is Not a Cell Phone. "Luowen, why do you have two mobile phones? And when did you buy the other one?" Tang Qingluo asked him stupidly with his head tilted, and Luowen instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. Oops, I hugged him for too long and Luowen felt like crying but had no tears. "This is..." Luowen was about to argue, but Tang Qingluo touched him first. She had long wanted to see what was going on. What kind of phone was so long and couldn't be moved? But as soon as she put her hand on him, she was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Luowen didn't even dare to look at him directly, because he knew that the secret of the mobile phone would be revealed at this moment. "Ah! Rogue!" Tang Qingluo screamed in embarrassment and jumped off Luowen in a flash. "You, shameless, you hooligan! Damn Luowen, I didn't expect you to be such a pervert, such a bad guy." Tang Qingluo is so grown up, but he is not so stupid that he can't tell the difference between a cell phone and a mobile phone. The one just now was obviously a cell phone, not a real phone. "No, little girl, listen to my explanation." Just as Luowen was about to go up, Tang Qingluo immediately hid behind the bicycle and looked at him pitifully. "Don't come over here, you big bad guy." "Hey! What a sin!" He didn't want his little girl to be scared away like this, but he couldn't do anything about it as it was his cell phone that caused the trouble. If you want to blame someone, just blame this model of phone for being difficult to control, with the automatic telescopic function turned on from time to time. There was no other way Luowen could do, so he had to say shamelessly, "This is not something I can control." "You're lying, I don't believe it." Although Tang Qingluo knew something about this, she was just a girl after all and didn't know it all, so she felt that Luowen was lying to her. "Really, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I can't try again," Luowen said helplessly. "What are you thinking about, you bastard?" Tang Qingluo blushed and gasped angrily. "Let your sister check your phone, idiot." Xiaohua was speechless watching inside and couldn't help but speak out. "Yes, thank you. I'll let you have fun tonight." "Really? I want to play all night." Hearing this, Xiaohua became instantly excited, and a picture of the scene appeared in her mind. Refers to playing with the ring. "If you still don't believe me, you can check your phone." Luowen took a step forward and spoke softly. "Let me take a look, don't come over yet." As she spoke, Tang Qingluo picked up her phone and started searching seriously. After a while, she came out with a red face. She didn't expect that what Luowen said was true, and that Luowen's mobile phone model was actually super large. Don't ask her how she knows, just say she just searched it. You come here." Tang Qingluo looked at him nervously like a kitten, afraid that he would be eaten the next moment. Luowen was speechless, it was not like this in the previous life. Sitting in the car, Tang Qingluo sat in the back, which was rare for him, but he still hugged Luowen's waist. "You should hug her when you need to." Not long after writing, Tang Qingluo suddenly thought of something and his eyes instantly turned cold. Damn Luowen. Your phone can only be extended towards me, understand? Although Tang Qingluo spoke these words haltingly due to shyness, the experienced Luoan still could hear the coldness in his tone. I promise. Luoan rode his bike with one hand and raised one hand to swear. Okay, let it go. P.S. Another short and weak day. Chapter 109. Don't tremble. It's good to know. If I find out that you dare to do it to other girls, I will make sure you never have the chance to do it again. These words were like a needle that pierced deeply into Luoan's body, causing him to break out in a cold sweat instantly. Doesn't this little girl even want to be happy in the future? Although Luoan thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud and could only ride his bike obediently in the front. On the way, the girl's hands kept touching his abdominal muscles, which made him very distressed. When he arrived at the community, he didn't dare to come down, for fear of scaring the girl again. You bastard! Tang Qingluo rolled his eyes at him in shame and anger, then turned his head away and stopped looking at him. Sure enough, he is a pervert. He unexpectedly. She definitely wouldn't have known why Luoan behaved like this before, but now she understood everything. Luoan was also a little shy, but not too much. After all, they had been honest with each other in their previous life. 5 minutes later. Let's go, this zipper is so hard to pull. Luoan said with a smile without blushing or beating his heart, and took the girl's hand. You, stinky Luoan is ignoring you. Tang Qingluo felt shy and a little surprised. She didn't expect that her stinky Luoan was so shameless. It's simply shameless. Luoan smiled and didn't let go, and Tang Qingluo was also very honest and didn't struggle. But even so, the girl started to act tsundere again. Stinky Luoan, you are such a bad guy. You even forced me to hold my hand. Woo woo woo, I am so pitiful. Looking at Tang Qingluo's aggrieved look, someone else would have believed it, but he wouldn't. Luoan's solution to this problem was to hold it tighter. It was impossible for the proud girl to struggle. Besides, she didn't like Luoan holding her hand, she just couldn't break free. When he arrived at the door of his house, Tang Qingluo was about to open the door and go in when he was stopped by Luoan. What are you doing? Tang Qingluo said weakly that she always couldn't bear Luoan's attack, and it was the same now. Am I being pushed against the wall? Ah, so embarrassing, what will Luoan do next, is it right here? No, that kind of embarrassing thing is absolutely not allowed. Tang Qingluo's thoughts were all over the place, and finally they came up with one sentence, don't shiver. Luoan thought she was adorable, so he let her out immediately. Besides, he had never had that idea in the first place. He was just afraid that the girl would get excited and run away because of what happened before. Silly, what are you thinking about? Luoan tapped her little head lovingly, then took her hand and walked towards his home. What are you doing? Are you going to? Tang Qingluo couldn't believe it. Was he going to reveal his identity to his mother so soon? Wouldn't they be separated? Could it be that Luoan regretted his decision and wanted to take this opportunity to break up with me? Or if I don't let Luoan seize, he will abandon me. Tang Qingluo didn't know what was going on. He knew it was ridiculous, but he still believed it. Don't do this, I won't break up with you. Luoan, please don't kick me out. Find someone who can make you tremble, okay? I can do anything for you except not making you tremble. As Tang Qingluo spoke, he squatted on the ground feeling aggrieved, tears streaming down his face. Is this how falling in love affects a person's IQ? Luoan was shocked. Chapter 110. The use of slippers. Little fool, hurry up, I didn't say anything, why are you still imagining nonsense? Luoan gently helped Tang Qingluo up, don't think like that anymore. I said I will never abandon you. Are you telling the truth? Tang Qingluo looked at him timidly, afraid that if he said something wrong, Luoan would chase him away. You idiot, how can you ruin your brain by falling in love? Luoan jokingly touched her little head and said, okay, your IQ is back. I'll pass it on to you. Puff. Tang Qingluo was amused by Luoan's funny look, and his expression finally returned to normal. You said you can't leave me in the future. You can't lie. As he spoke, Tang Qingluo held out his cell phone to preserve the evidence. Is this necessary? Luoan was speechless. Didn't the girl really not trust him? It's better to be prepared. Who knows, one day, someone who can't control his phone will be seduced by that vixen. Tang Qingluo suddenly spoke viciously, completely losing his pitiful look from before. If he couldn't hear her inner voice, Luoan would have suspected that the girl was acting. Look at the camera. Tang Qingluo couldn't wait any longer and started recording immediately.
There was no other way, so Luoan had to say reluctantly, I, Luoan, will bully Tang Qingluo for the rest of my life, and I will never kick her out.
She is the only one who can kick me out. After saying this, Luoan added something in a mean way. I won't.
Hearing this, Tang Qingluo pouted in anger, as long as you don't do anything to let me down, I will stick with you for the rest of my life.
Seeing that Luoan didn't respond, he was so anxious that he was about to cry. Does Luoan not believe me? Does he think I will abandon him?
Little girl, you're so cute. Luoan gently wiped away a drop of crystal for her, and said with a smile, if you don't believe me, who else can you believe?
This is not bad.
After Tang Qingluo finished the video recording, she turned her head away proudly and stopped looking at him.
Anyway, she now has evidence and is not afraid of Luoan. Okay, don't be angry, just follow me home. After saying that, Luoan took Tang Qingluo's hand and was about to walk in. Wait, what are you doing? Tang Qingluo looked at him scrutinizingly and asked puzzledly.
Since they are not breaking up, she must find out what Luoan is trying to do. She cannot be fooled by this bad guy and be tricked into her house.
Silly boy, isn't Auntie on duty tonight? Have you got any food? I have.
Tang Qingluo felt warm in his heart and his tone softened. Although my boyfriend is a big pervert, he is also a very warm-hearted man.
Luoan was speechless again. Why did the girl always bring up this pervert? Instant noodles? Luoan asked as if he saw through everything. No, yes. Tang Qingluo felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Luoan's guess was so accurate.
It turned out that she and Luoan were a perfect match made in heaven. Thinking of this, Tang Qingluo's eyes lit up again.
Why is this girl's mind full of love now? Stop lying, come to our house and eat. Eating instant noodles is not good for your health.
After all, you are still my girlfriend. Before Tang Qingluo could react, Luoan had already pulled her little hand and pushed the door open.
Mom, I'm back.
Before he could finish his words, a pink slipper flew straight towards him. Chapter 111. The more you drink wolfberry mixed with water, the more you gain. Seeing this, Luoan and Tang Qingluo did not look particularly surprised, as if they were already used to this kind of thing.
Mom, don't be impulsive.
Luoan said this in a flattering tone and dodged it with just a slight turn of his head.
Smelly Luoan, you deserve it. Tang Qingluo naturally hid aside, shrank his little head, and looked at him with a smile.
You big bad guy, let's see if you dare to bully me again in the future.
Mom, no, Auntie, please beat him up. Tang Qingluo's face flushed as she thought about it, and her little hands curled up unconsciously.
The little head turned slightly away, not looking at him, as if hiding the little thoughts in her mind just now.
Luoan was watching happily from the side, and couldn't help but smile. I will definitely not bully you in the future, and if I have to bully you, I will use. But the next second he couldn't laugh anymore.
At this time, Li Chunhua was walking towards him slowly with the family heirloom that she had bought 2.5 years ago.
Okay, Luoan, you are really capable. You went out to have fun right after your injury and didn't even come home so late at night.
Naturally, she didn't believe Luoan's words because she had been deceived countless times before. Every time Luoan was discovered, he ran away very quickly, and in the end it was Luo Hai who suffered the consequences. As for why the author was so unlucky, I won't explain it here because everyone who understands will understand.
After saying that, Li Chunhua raised the broom and pretended to hit.
But what was very inconsistent was that Lin Chuanhua's face actually looked a little flushed.
Only then did Luoan realize that his father was gone.
Logically, his father should have been adding fuel to the fire. At this time, a handsome middle-aged man was in the bedroom, holding his waist and drinking a full cup of wolfberries frantically.
Auntie, Luoan came back late because he was studying with me at school, really.
Tang Qingluo ran to Lin Xingyi at some point, holding the broom that was about to fall tightly in her little hands, and looked at her sincerely.
Anyway, I didn't lie. I just learned a little bit about biology from the bad guy. And I don't care about the bad guy, I'm just afraid that the broom will be broken, that's all. Qingluo. Li Chunhua's face instantly showed the kindness of an elder, and she put the broom down.
Oh, I was so busy being mad at that brat that I didn't even notice you. Li Chunhua said this with a smile and was about to pull Tang Qingluo into the living room.
Come on, you haven't eaten yet, Auntie will go make you some food, you sit on the sofa for a while. No need, Auntie. Tang Qingluo's face turned red. She suddenly felt that this was so weird. There is an indescribable feeling, just like, I am. And the guy outside, hurry up and give Qingluo a cup of tea. Li Chuanhua's face suddenly changed and she looked at Luowen fiercely. Brat, I'm giving you a chance, you must seize it.
Seeing that Luowen didn't respond, Li Chunhua walked over with a look of disappointment and kicked him speechlessly.
How come this brat is just like his stupid wooden father, so stupid?
Fortunately, I had a way to deal with it, otherwise he would have been taken away by those vixens. Thinking of this, Li Chuanhua's face turned cold, and the old jar of Li vinegar that had been sealed for many years was opened at this moment. I must make him pay all the rent he owes today, and not only that, I must also calculate the interest.
He, Li Chunhua couldn't help but look forward to it, and her eyes glanced towards the bedroom door.
At this time, a handsome guy had just finished drinking wolfberries and seemed to realize something.
After sighing lightly, he filled another cup of wolfberries. P.S. It's been a short and weak day. I'm really sorry for not updating, but I don't want to.
I'll just say that this book may have a bad ending. I hope you don't expect too much.
Not many people will read it anyway. Chapter 112. A real man is born between heaven and earth, and his ambition should be in the kitchen. Xiaohua, Auntie is awesome. Luowen was confused. First, his mother performed Sichuan opera face-changing, and then the dog system went crazy.
Although he was confused, he didn't have time to deal with the dog system, because his mother was staring at him with a cold expression, completely different from the kind face she had shown when facing Tang Qingluo just now.
This is really my real mother.
Luowen muttered something quietly, but only he could hear it, and he didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing Luowen walking over awkwardly, Li Chunhua didn't say much, but just inadvertently revealed a satisfied smile.
Don't be afraid, son. I will help you chase your daughter-in-law. Qingluo, if you're bored, just watch some TV. If that doesn't work, just let this brat give you a massage. After all, school is so tiring, so I need to relax.
Li Chunhua was about to walk into the kitchen with a smile, but was stopped by Luowen the next moment.
Without waiting for Li Chunhua to wonder, Luowen said with a smile, Mom, you should take a rest. You've been tired all day. I can do small things like cooking. Stop making trouble, you little brat. If you continue to make trouble, I won't be able to keep my family heirloom.
Li Chunhua found it a little funny and her eyes kept mocking Luowen while she spoke.
She probably doesn't know whether her own little brat can cook. I remember that when Luowen was in junior high school, he had a sudden urge to cook for himself since his parents were not at home, but he almost became homeless.
Later, he also received the kind comfort from his mother and father. Even now Li Chunhua still remembers the incident very clearly.
Really, Mom, I'm not kidding you. Luowen said speechlessly, and at this time Tang Qingluo also looked at him blankly.
She had never heard that this bad guy could cook. She only knew that he wanted to buy a new apartment for his family when he was in junior high school.
Tang Qingluo was quite unhappy about this.
If she had not discovered it early, she would definitely not be a neighbor of Chou Luoan now.
Not to mention the current relationship.
Luoan, don't cause trouble for your aunt, come back and play with me. Tang Qingluo could hold her voice and speak in a very delicate voice, trying to lure him over.
What are you playing?
Luoan couldn't help but ask from the bottom of his heart, but it was only for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought of the surprise that had not yet been completed.
No, don't destroy my Taoist faith. Luoan quickly stopped his legs from moving forward and looked towards the kitchen with a determined look.
A real man, born between heaven and earth, will not be tempted by the mediocrity in front of him.
Besides, my ambition is to work in the kitchen.
Luoan's words were so righteous that Xiaohua almost believed them. If she couldn't hear her inner voice, she might really be deceived. He obviously just wanted to completely control Sister Qingluo, but he still spoke so righteously.
What a bad guy.
Luoan's old face turned red and he coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, but suddenly he realized that only he could hear this sentence, so he felt relieved. Instead, he began to provoke the small system.
What? That's what I think. If you don't agree, come and hit me.
Luoan raised his eyes and made a weird expression, slapping his face repeatedly, come and hit me.
You. Too much.
Xiaohua looked at him angrily, with unspeakable grievance in her eyes.
Not long after, Xiaohua disappeared with a wronged look on her face.
Before leaving, Luoan vaguely heard the small system mumbling something.
Luoan didn't care about this and treated it as a normal thing. I never thought that my provocative words would actually come true. P.S. Nothing much to say. Chapter 113, Fool. Luoan, if you keep messing around I'll really beat you up. Li Chunhua was a little impatient and her tone of voice became heavier. She was busy cooking for her future daughter-in-law and there was no way she could mess around with this brat. Mom, I can cook, really? I don't believe it. Why would Mom lie to you? Don't you believe in your son? You blew up the kitchen. Luoan was silent for a long time, then slowly took out his cell phone and fiddled with it. What is this brat doing again? Is he searching for recipes? Li Chunhua wanted to take a look, but due to her short height, she couldn't stand on tiptoe to take a look. She is the one who has to maintain the throne of the family. If this brat knows what's good for him, he should put his phone down. Li Chunhua thought very confidently, but after a long time, there was still no news of the whereabouts of the phone. This brat! She felt that her family throne was being challenged and immediately became angry, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only look at the bedroom with hatred. Luo Hai, look at the good son you gave birth to. The rent for the next few months is paid tonight. WeChat transfer of 10,000 yuan. My big baby just knows how to feel sorry for his mom. Li Chunhua opened her phone in disbelief and saw a transfer record of 10,000 yuan in her chat box named Shotter. But her happiness didn't last long. Lin Chuanhua's face calmed down and she looked at him with scrutiny. Son, how do you have so much money? You can't do something illegal like that. Mom, how is that possible? This is all the money I earned from writing novels and working during the summer vacation. Absolutely clean. Luoan smiled and waved his hands quickly, speaking without a trace of guilt in his tone. Real? Of course, I make money to give to my mom. I'm not like my dad who only knows how to hide his own money. As he said that, Luoan handed the WeChat balance on his mobile phone to his mother. There was only over 100 yuan on it. Li Chunhua was so touched by what she saw, but she didn't know that Luoan had already transferred the extra money into another account. You are worthy of being my good son. I will not spend this money carelessly. I will save it all for you. After saying that, he glanced at the bedroom door with resentment. You idiot, you used to hand over all your money to me, but now you are hiding some money behind my back. No, I must punish you tonight and pay the rent for the next year together. Li Chunhua turned around and started fiddling with her cell phone. Not long after, she got a notification message. The distinguished VVVIP recharged 5,000 yuan at this beauty salon. A voice broke the silence in the living room. Son, I wanted to top up your phone bill, but I charged it to the wrong place. Tang Qingluo quickly covered his peach blossom eyes. It's so embarrassing. Why am I embarrassed when it's my aunt? The little cutie covering her face felt like she didn't have the courage to continue watching, as if watching for one more second would. Mom, I believe you. Luoan was not surprised, but spoke calmly. He had known that his mother would definitely do this, but he never expected that there would be a voice prompt. You are indeed my mother's fool, such a big son. Li Chunhua almost spoke out what was in her heart, and quickly paused. Luoan's mouth twitched when he heard this. He certainly knew what his loving mother wanted to say. Chapter 114, Cordial Communication. But he didn't say much and just changed the topic to cooking. Mom, how about this? You just watch from the side and I can do it. After saying that, he deliberately moved his gaze to the kitchen, and said pitifully and helplessly, I just want to cook a meal for my mother in Qingluo. This. Li Chunhua couldn't help feeling embarrassed. She turned her eyes to the dazed Tang Qingluo and finally made a concession. Okay then, wait for me in the kitchen. I'll get the food out of the refrigerator. No need, just leave this little thing to your good son. Having said that, Luoan pushed Li Chunhua in without giving her time to react. Li Chunhua had no choice but to accept it calmly. The worst that could happen was that she would renovate the kitchen. After getting the dishes, Luoan happily walked into the kitchen. How about, you come and help me, after all? Li Chunhua hesitated for a long time before finally saying it. She was still worried that this would not suppress Luoan's self-confidence. But because of Luoan's outstanding performance in previous years, she had to consider it carefully. The idiot in her family was still lying weakly on the bed, unable to walk. She couldn't guarantee that if a fire broke out, he would be able to run away, but he ran very fast when it was time to pay the rent. Thinking of this, Li Chunhua couldn't help but get angry. She looked towards the bedroom angrily. It seemed that this stupid guy must exercise in the future. Mom, you still don't believe me. Luoan was not very surprised, but he still pretended to be disappointed and looked at Li Chunhua. It's okay, Mom. Whenever you want to eat the food I cook, I'll be there for you. Seeing that Li Chunhua was somewhat moved, Luoan quickly added another sentence. That's not what Mom meant, it's just. When Li Chunhua saw Luoan's disappointed face, she also began to feel guilty. I am such a fool. No, my eldest daughter gave me all her savings, but I still want to cook a meal for her. Isn't it a bit too much for me to do this? Little did he know that in Luoan's eyes, his loving mother was just a freeloader and a bit of a hindrance. It's not that he's a bastard, it's just that the food he made next was so disgusting even for himself, let alone Li Chunhua. If this happens, the little girl will be so embarrassed that she will be ashamed as a train, but under the loving teaching of Li Chunhua, Luoan has no choice but to do this. Mom, I'm going out first. Don't forget to call me when you want to eat. I just feel a little. Oh, I won't say anymore. Anyway, I'm the only one in the family who cares about you. Luoan wiped the emperor's tears with grievance, then raised his leg to leave. The hesitant Li Chunhua seemed to be moved and reached out to pull Luoan back. Mom doesn't think so. You cook here first. I have something to do outside. Li Chunhua's voice was sharp, and it was obvious that Luoan had aroused her emotions. Luoan smiled slightly and said nothing, but sighed in his heart, Take care, Dad, I will definitely repay you in the future. As Luoan expected, after walking out of the kitchen, she went straight to their bedroom. Ah! What happened to my wife? Wife, stop hitting me. What's wrong with me? You did it yourself, you know it. And this is just a small lesson. I have something else to do. I will teach you a lesson before bedtime. P.S. Sorry everyone, I'm an asshole and this might be about to end badly. Chapter 115 When will Luoan learn to cut vegetables? Luoan felt distressed after hearing this, and secretly made up his mind at this moment that he would never betray his father again next time, absolutely not. What are you thinking about, Luoan? Tang Qinglua walked in at some point and hid behind the table, looking at him curiously. It won't explode. She was muttering to herself, her delicate body half bent, and she looked ready to pull Luoan out of the door at any time. This girl. Luoan laughed when he saw this and couldn't help but walk forward. Don't you trust your husband so much? Luoan spoke the last two words slowly and heavily, as if he was deliberately teasing her. Damn Luoan. I'm not your wife. After saying that, Tang Qingluo hit him a few times with a flushed face. What would Aunt Li do if she heard this bad guy? How corny, he said I was his wife. I like it so much, from now on I must let him call me that every day, in different ways, he. Tang Qingluo felt shy and covered her body with her hands unconsciously, with a silly smile on her pretty face from time to time. Luoan was really struck by her cute appearance and couldn't help but hug her. The instant warm body temperature stimulated every inch of Tang Qingluo's skin. Feeling the hot breath exhaled by Luoan, his eyes became blurred as he looked at him. Luoan. Dear. Tang Qingluo couldn't help but say it out loud, but his remaining rationality suddenly came back. No, you stinky Luoan, let me go quickly, Aunt Li will be out soon. You big bad guy, if you bully me again, I will ignore you. Tang Qingluo blinked his peach blossom eyes in grievance, his eyes were a little wet. Seeing this, Luoan didn't dare to make a fuss anymore and quickly let the girl out of his arms. Bad guy. Tang Qingluo was so angry that he no longer looked at him, but still sat on the bench in the kitchen. Isn't that stinky Luoan afraid? If Aunt Li finds out, it will be the end. Wow, I don't want to be separated from Luoan. No, this time I have to teach this bad guy a lesson and not let him kiss for a week. Oof. Luoan found it a little funny. His mother might have a complicated purpose. Li Chunhua's behavior was so obvious that only a silly little girl like Tang Qingluo could not see it. Okay, I won't make trouble for you anymore. I'm going to start cooking. Luoan hooked her little nose, then turned around and started to prepare the ingredients. Upon hearing this, the little cutie who was just arrogant became serious instantly and started staring at Luoan motionlessly. If she sensed any danger now, she would immediately pull Luoan away. As for the kitchen and other things, Luoan's life is more important. But the next scene instantly made Tang Qingluo lose his composure. He saw Luoan gently put the tofu on the table, then picked up the knife next to him and started to work. Block. The kitchen knife cut the tofu quickly, with very fine gaps, which shocked Tang Qingluo, a foodie who loved watching food videos. Is this Wensi tofu? But why does the cutting direction keep changing? No, why am I thinking this?
Tang Qingluo, who had come to his senses, immediately focused his attention on Luowen.
When did this stinky Luowen become so good at knife skills? And how can he cut vegetables?
At this moment, Tang Qingluo's silly little head was about to explode.
P.S. The author can't cook, so the content is purely his own imagination.
Please forgive me if it doesn't match the actual situation.
Chapter 116. Something flew out. It turned out to be the brain. Luowen. How come you are so skilled?
Tang Qingluo finally couldn't help asking, his eyes constantly switching back and forth between the dishes in his face.
So cute.
Luowen turned around and was touched by the cute look of the little girl, and forgot to reply for a moment.
Tell me.
If you don't tell me, I'll beat you.
Tang Qingluo felt a little embarrassed and angry, and raised his little pink fist towards Luowen in a fierce manner. You big bad guy, why are you ignoring me? Why are you still looking at me like that? It's as if. Tang Qingluo didn't think any further, as a warm object wrapped around his little pink fist, because today is your birthday, little fool. Xiaohua, ugh.
Greasy man is really a jerk.
You really should go to the oil fields. Luowen blared at her fiercely and said nothing more.
It was pointless to argue with such a shitty system.
I won't pay attention to you anymore. Xiaohua angrily hit Luowen a few times, then disappeared in disappointment. Birthday? Tang Qingluo murmured something, but then she realized that today was indeed her birthday.
She was just too excited that she chose to ignore it.
Wrong. Even if today is my birthday, does that have anything to do with your skill with a knife?
Tang Qingluo suddenly said viciously, his peach blossom eyes constantly examining him.
Stinky Luowen, are you trying to divert attention? Does he have some unspeakable secret outside? Could it be?
Luowen stared blankly at Tang Qingluo as bloody scenes kept playing out in his mind. In the end, he turned into a scumbag who abandoned his wife and children.
Bah, scumbag. Tang Qingluo's eyes were red and he couldn't help but curse out loud. I didn't say anything. Luowen was heartbroken. Why did he feel that the girl felt even more insecure after his successful confession? You deserve it. Ha 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 ha.
Xiaohua was instantly amused in the space, and her small body kept shaking with joy. But the next scene made her grit her teeth again.
Luowen, you really deserve to die. Luowen sat on the chair and took Tang Qingluo into his arms. What's wrong, are you going to cry again? Luowen asked teasingly. No. I didn't.
Tang Qingluo proudly hit her a few times, then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, trying hard not to let Luowen see her aggrieved look. She knew she couldn't get angry for no reason, especially since it was just her imagination. But even though I kept comforting myself in my heart, I couldn't control my little head.
Luowen couldn't help but feel distressed when seeing this.
This little girl was too insecure. Thinking of this, his big hand immediately stroked the ends of her hair. Silly girl, you must have misunderstood.
Didn't you notice that I have been smelling of oil smoke for a while?
At that time, I wanted to cook a table of dishes for you personally on your birthday.
Really, I'm definitely not lying to you. So fake.
After Luowen finished speaking, he himself was a little bit unconvinced, but he was sure that the girl would definitely believe it.
Ah.
Tang Qingluo immediately turned his head when he heard that. There was confusion, joy, excitement, and a sense of relief in his peach blossom eyes.
You can't lie to me.
Her voice was a little trembling, but still soft.
Silly boy, when have I ever lied to you?
Luowen immediately moved closer and touched her delicate lips. In an instant, Tang Qingluo felt as if something flew out of his brain.
Xiaohua as the brain. Chapter 117. You guys continue, why didn't you see it? Bad guy, let me go. I didn't think much about it. Tang Qingluo lay in his arms for a long time, and suddenly reacted.
Seeing that Luowen still had no intention of letting go, she couldn't help but panic.
Let go, it will be all over if Auntie comes out soon.
Tang Qingluo was so anxious that he was about to cry, and his legs kept flapping.
But it didn't have any effect, it just added a little fun to Luowen. Xiao Qingluo, don't be afraid. My mother can't come out so soon. Even if it comes out, I can only hold it with one hand.
The beautiful Luowen couldn't help feeling a little smug in his arms, and she opened her thin lips and started to talk nonsense.
Click.
The bedroom door slowly opened, and every sound struck Tang Qingluo's young heart. At this moment, there were only two words in Tang Qingluo's mind: it's over, completely over. You. Li Chunhua was also stunned, and her originally rosy face became even more flushed.
Son, that's awesome. More promising than his father.
The smile on her lips could not stop rising, and she kept thinking about how to speak next.
Go on, I didn't see anything, keep going, ha.
After saying that, he quickly hid in the bedroom, leaving Tang Qingluo lying in Luowen's arms in a mess.
Bang.
As the door closed, Luo Hai's terrified and miserable voice was heard from inside.
You, why are you here again? Was that your rant just now?
Tang Qingluo was in a daze for a long time before turning his head and asking slowly.
Maybe.
Luowen didn't know how to reply, so he just smiled awkwardly. Although he knew that his mother liked Tang Qingluo and even wanted to take her home to be his daughter-in-law, he never expected that his good mother would not even make an excuse.
Being direct is equivalent to confessing. Actually, it's a good thing this way.
At least the girl doesn't have to worry about her mother anymore. As for Dad, he probably has no right to speak.
Is that what Auntie meant just now?
Tang Qingluo's peach blossom eyes were so excited that they seemed to reflect light, and her pink little hands were clasped tightly.
Silly boy, are you still imagining things now?
Luowen wiped away her tears lovingly with her hands, and said softly, Mom's eyes are so fiery, only a little fool like you can't see it.
You big bad guy, it turns out you knew it a long time ago. Tang Qingluo was stunned for a long time before finally reacting.
She then raised her blushing face and said coquettishly.
I just know it, what's the problem? Luowen smiled slyly and waved his hands as if asking for a beating. Punish you. What?
He didn't hear Tang Qingluo's voice, which was so weak that it was almost inaudible, and foolishly moved his ear to her mouth.
Ah!
Luowen cried out in pain and almost threw the little devil in his arms out.
What are you doing?
He looked at Tang Qingluo with some grievance, and rubbed his earlobes with his big hands to try to relieve some of the pain.
I just wanted to bite you, nothing else.
Tang Qingluo showed his little fangs in a fierce manner, and made his slender fingers into the shape of cat claws, trying to scare him.
Since you are unkind, then I am unrighteous.
After Luowen finished speaking, he quickly kissed Tang Qingluo's soft lips. The little cutie who was so proud just now lost his momentum in an instant and was easily held by him with one hand.
Woo woo.
Tang Qingluo whimpered a few times at first and tried to resist, but seeing that Luowen refused to let go, he could only face him with shame and anger.
Bad guy. Chapter 118 Little Happiness.
After a long time, Tang Qingluo pushed him away in shame and anger, and looked at him angrily with half-open and slightly swollen lips.
You, rascal. Luowen chuckled, but didn't say anything.
If you don't give the angry and embarrassed girl a way out at this time, she might become a steam girl on the spot.
Not saying anything means you agree.
Tang Qingluo said with a flushed face, grabbing his collar fiercely with her small hands.
I admit it. Luowen said and put her down. I am not. Tang Qingluo was stunned and obviously didn't react. This lets me go, woo woo woo, so sad.
I really want to kiss, hug and lift you up high again. Looking at Tang Qingluo's regretful expression, Luowen found it quite cute. Then he walked up to her and gave her a big hug, a hug before dinner, now go play.
In an instant, Tang Qingluo couldn't help showing an expression of enjoyment, and his big peach blossom eyes narrowed into slits with happiness. Who asked you to hold me?
You're just coaxing a child, so childish.
Forehead.
Luowen looked at her with amusement and rubbed her little face lovingly with his big hands.
Why don't you put away your little expression first? Ah.
Tang Qingluo was stunned for a moment, and her fair and tender little face turned red.
Bad guy.
After saying this, he ran out of the house in shame and anger.
After 2 hours of operation, one dish after another of exquisite dishes was served. The little cutie standing by was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. Li Chunhua kept checking where the takeaway box was.
As for Luo Hai, he should be sleeping. The reason is of course that he is overtired.
Luo-un. Tang Qingluo opened her cherry lips slightly and asked hesitantly, did you do all this?
But she regretted it right after she said it, and her little face instantly turned panicky.
Oh, why did I ask such a stupid question? Luowen was the only one in the room. If it wasn't him, who else could have done it? Luowen is not angry, not to mention that he said he learned it for me. What should I do? Woohoo, Luowen is coming over. Is he going to be mean to me? Should I cry? No, as a girl, how can I keep crying? Tang Qingluo looked at Luowen who was walking towards him, and his heart beat faster with annoyance. Sorry. As he said that, Tang Qingluo gave Luowen a standard bow. Xiaohua, is this the posture from my hometown? Luowen was speechless looking at these two funny guys. Why did this girl bow so much when they had a disagreement? Also, this dog system is clearly a pure domestic product. How come it has become like Sakura? It's so difficult for me. Luowen felt overwhelmed. He raised his hand and slapped the small system although he missed it, then gently and slowly stroked Tang Qingluo's cheek. Silly boy, why are you apologizing? Stop thinking about it and go eat. Aha! Tang Qingluo nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice, then ran away with the smiling Li Chunhua. As for you, you can go now. Luowen glanced at him with disdain and raised his hand to send him away. Bah! Scumbag, boo-hoo! Xiaohua sobbed exaggeratedly a few times, holding onto the wall as if she had really been cheated by Luowen. Seeing that Luowen didn't say anything, the small system took a few secret glances at him, and when it saw the extremely disgusted expression, it disappeared in annoyance. Luowen breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and walked towards the dining table. Why does Luowen's tofu have the shape of my name? Li Chunhua, Luowen, this dish is delicious. Li Chunhua, Luowen's plating. Li Chunhua, I made it just for you. No, I made it just for you and Mom. No need to say anything. Come on and eat. After Luowen finished speaking, he quickly picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into Tang Qingluo's mouth. Luowen. Tang Qingluo puffed up her stuffed cheeks and looked at him with tearful eyes. What's wrong? Did it hurt you? Luowen quickly pulled it out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chopsticks, don't let your imagination run wild. No, I'm just too happy. I like you so much. Tang Qingluo shook his head and finally said in a low voice. Li Chunhua, Tang Qingluo had a very happy birthday this year. Chapter 119. You are with me all my life. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye they have all entered college. At night, Luowen sat on the big bed in the villa's bedroom, his eyes constantly glancing towards the bathroom. Are you ready? Luowen swallowed and spoke in a hoarse voice. No. Tang Qingluo's shy voice came from the bathroom. It sounded soft, making him feel even more uneasy. An hour later, Luowen crossed his legs tightly, staring at the closed door of the bathroom with a look of despair. Finally he couldn't bear it anymore, so he strode forward and knocked gently on the bathroom door. Are you still not well? Ha? No. Tang Qingluo answered very straightforwardly, but the sound of running water could no longer be heard from inside the door. In the room, Tang Qingluo was half leaning against the wall, her small hands tightly grasping the bath towel, her pearly teeth nervously biting her red lips. It's not that she regretted it, but she was still nervous because her childhood sweetheart was going to be honest with each other today. We also need to conduct in-depth exploration activities on the human body. Everyone would do the same. But time did not stop because of her nervousness. As every minute and every second passed, Tang Qingluo finally made full preparations herself mentally. With the crisp sound of the door opening, Luowen, who was lying on the bedboard, stood up instantly. At the door, Tang Qingluo was wrapped in a bathrobe, with her head slightly lowered, not daring to look at him shyly. The girl's fair and tender skin with a slight pink tint instantly made Luowen's blood boil, but he still tried to maintain the appearance of a gentleman. Luowen. Tang Qingluo walked over slowly and sat down beside him carefully. You must marry me in the future. Tang Qingluo was silent for a long time, his eyes sparkling and his red lips slightly parted. Must. After saying that, Luowen hugged her tentatively, and when he saw that the girl didn't resist, he kissed her lips. Tang Qingluo welcomed it without hesitation. As the kiss deepened, the two of them gradually got into the mood. May I? Luowen looked at him tenderly. Tang Qingluo lowered his head, his face flushed, and responded in a low voice. The bathrobe was slowly taken off by a big hand, and the lights were dimmed but not turned off. Tang Qingluo hugged him tightly, and tears couldn't help but flow out from the corners of his eyes. I am yours. Don't forget it. If you dare to mess with other women, I will bite you. The girl mumbled as she spoke, trying to sound more fierce. But the pain still made her shed tears of both grievance and happiness. I won't forget. Luoan kissed her gently and said with certainty. Then go on, and remember. Tang Qingluo tilted his head and whispered.
3 years later.
Luoan looked at the delivery room anxiously and paced back and forth. Why haven't you come out yet? Luoan asked the little girl next to him in a panicked tone. Calm down, what are you afraid of when I'm here?
The little man next to him looked calm, and raised his little hand slightly to pull him to his seat. A shiny ring looks out of place on the delicate little finger. Soon, 2 babies cried in the delivery room, and Luoan instantly jumped up from his seat like a cat with its fur standing on end. If outsiders saw this, they would not believe that this was the boss of a top-listed company with assets exceeding 10 billion. Doctor, how is my wife? He hurriedly walked up to the doctor who came out and asked anxiously. Mother and child are safe, they are twins, a boy and a girl. After saying that, the doctor smiled and walked away. Hearing this, Luoan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the little girl next to him also came over. You are so useless that you don't even believe in me. She looked at him angrily, but the height difference meant that he had to look up in order to talk to him. Okay, stop making trouble. Luoan tried hard to force a smile from his tired face and smiled gently. When the dog system turned into a physical entity, it looked like a little girl, which made him feel reluctant to scold it. Following Tang Qingluo into the ward, Luoan couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw the weak appearance of the little girl. I'll give birth to you this time, and I won't give birth to you again. Luoan held her hand and said with great remorse. You big fool, why are you feeling guilty? Look how cute our child is. She chuckled a few times and looked at the 2 children and their silly father with loving eyes. I want you in my life from now on. Tang Qingluo tried her best to straighten her body and kissed Luoan on the mouth. I'm so happy. The complete book.